Sang Luo unexpectedly fell into a millennia later, where pure humanity had long been extinguished and the evolved beastmen had assumed dominance over the world. They were valiant warriors, possessing nearly perfect traits. Chapter 1. A match made in misery. When Sang Luo awoke, she found herself unclothed and trapped within an iron cage. A man's hand was reaching towards an inappropriate area. With a scream, she delivered a swift kick to his groin, causing him to double over in pain. Seizing the moment while the cage door was ajar, she bolted towards the exit. Inside the cage were 20 to 30 other young women, equally unclothed, who, upon witnessing her escape, screamed and followed suit. A group of tall beastmen clad in black uniforms rushed in, encircling the doorway to capture the fleeing females. Amidst the chaos, Sang Luo managed to climb out through a window, relieved to find herself on the ground floor unscathed. Terrified and devoid of rational thought, she spotted a nearby junk truck unloading its cargo and promptly dove inside. As the truck's door shut, she peered through a crack to see a group of men rushing out from the main entrance, revealing their beast-like ears and tails. The sign above the entrance boldly proclaimed, "Female Detention Center." Beastmen, females, detention center. What on earth was this place? Sang Luo came to a ludicrous realization. She had traversed through time. She had arrived a million years into the future. With the environment deteriorated and humanity extinct, the evolved beastmen had taken control of the land beneath her feet. They were formidable warriors, yet faced a dire survival issue: the scarcity of females. The male-to-female ratio had plummeted to 1:20, with a continuing decline each year. Families had adopted a polyandrous system, encouraging females to take multiple partners to contribute to tribes, cities, and empires. However, with so many males and so few females, a clandestine trade had emerged to fulfill their desires. With a clatter, the junk truck departed after dumping its load in a desolate area. Once ensuring the surroundings were clear, the stunning girl with ebony hair and snow-white skin scrambled out of the refuse. Initially seeking something to wear, she felt her face flush and her breath quicken, overwhelmed by an insatiable urge for a man's release. Those scoundrels had set her up? As blood trickled from her nose, she realized that if she could not find a man to satisfy her needs today, she might very well perish in this wasteland. Stumbling about in search, she soon spotted a man by the riverside. He lay motionless on the ground, his face a gruesome mess. Sang Luo assumed he was a corpse discarded in the wild. Suppressing her fear, she crawled over and felt for breath beneath his nose, relieved to find he still had a pulse. Alive, useful. As the man's fingers twitched, indicating signs of awakening, Sang Luo quickly rose and donned a large garment nearby, which she now realized was military attire. Just then, a group of beastmen appeared in the distance, clad in the uniforms of the female detention center, leaving her no time to ponder her next move as she fled. As she dashed away, the man she had left behind suddenly opened his eyes, revealing mesmerizing violet irises that defied description. His expression was one of shock, and the frenzy in his genes had seemingly subsided. He half sat on the ground, his gaze inscrutable. "Intriguing. Quickly, pursue her. I saw that female run this way," shouted one of the beastmen from the detention center. The man cast a cold glance at the approaching beastmen, and in an instant, their flesh was torn apart, while he vanished into the ruins. Sang Luo ran for what felt like an eternity until she finally emerged from the wreckage into a lush, untamed jungle. Exhausted, her legs gave way, and she tumbled down a cliff, losing consciousness. In the Korda tribe, situated within the Ruber forest at the juncture of the northern and southern continents, a small to medium-sized tribe was engaged in a 3-year ceremony for adulthood. The shaman was to crown the newly matured males and females, while the females selected their preferred young males as partners. Before they could approach, an unbearable stench filled the air, compelling them to recoil. The foul odor emanated from the unknown young female. The female was frail and covered in wounds, bloodied and disfigured. A female's natural fragrance often indicated her fertility, driving the males wild, yet they had never encountered one so malodorous. Clearly, she had been abandoned by the tribe, being inferior weakling. "No, no, I don't want her either," protested a beastman named Molly, with others echoing his sentiments. None were willing to remain near such an odorous female, their desires extinguished. Upon awakening, Sang Luo found herself surrounded by 50 or so towering beastmen, most bare-chested and clad only in shorts, their muscular forms exuding an untamed wildness. Yet, they wore expressions of discomfort, with some even stepping back as she stirred. An elder shaman approached, stating, "Any female from outside must have a partner within our tribe to remain here. If no one desires her, she will be sent to the female detention center." Disguised as a sanctuary, the detention center was, in reality, a legalized red light district and breeding center. Within its confines, females were treated as commodities, categorized by their value. Those deemed fertile would produce offspring for males without partners, forced into a cycle of continuous pregnancies until their reproductive abilities were entirely drained, leading to their premature demise. Conversely, less fertile females were sold cheaply to those without partners for mere sexual gratification, suffering immensely in the process. Once a female entered the detention center, it was akin to a death sentence. Sang Luo trembled at the mention of those words. Having just escaped such a hellish place, she could not be sent back. Desperately, she attempted to voice her protest, only to find her vocal cords hoarse and unable to produce coherent sounds. Her body was battered, and her vocal cords torn. "Oh, a mute, is it?" A ruggedly handsome beastman stepped forward, smirking. "Such a weak and damaged female deserves the weakest male. I propose sending her to Lan Song. He was grievously injured 2 years ago and reportedly lost his fertility. He's hardly a male at all perfect for this pairing." The crowd erupted in laughter. Suddenly, the laughter ceased. Following the gazes of those around her, Sang Luo beheld a newcomer. He was tall and lean, straddling the threshold between youth and manhood, his physique a testament to rigorous training, though slightly gaunt from past injuries. A translucent black collar adorned his neck. His features were strikingly handsome, with elongated eyelids and high cheekbones, a rarity among the vibrant beastmen, his black hair and eyes aligning with Eastern ideals of beauty. Yet a scar marred his nose, detracting from his allure. "This weak female is currently unwanted. If you wish, you may keep her," the shaman offered meaningfully. "Your mating season approaches, and if you fail to bond with a female for comfort, you risk losing control and devolving into a mindless beast." Lan Song halted, his cold gaze falling upon Sang Luo before swiftly moving on. He had no intention of seeking a female after his fall from grace, preferring to endure his plight alone. "I do not require," as the words hung in the air. A petite female stumbled forth from the crowd, clutching tightly to his waist. The young man froze, glancing downwards. "Release me," he commanded. The girl gazed up at him with fervent intensity, her visage marred and unkempt, smeared with the remnants of blood and filth, resembling a vengeful specter at first glance. Her eyes conveyed a desperate plea. She wished to live, to avoid being sent to a shelter. Being new to this world, she understood little. This tribe was her best refuge. Sang Luo needed to secure a man to ensure her survival, and the man before her was her only opportunity. "You!" Lan Song, caught off guard by her bold, fiery gaze, felt a rush of embarrassment and instinctively averted his eyes. Yet, she quickly rose on her toes, planting a kiss upon his cheek, her soft lips brushing against a scar that he preferred to keep hidden. The boy's body trembled at the unexpected contact. Their proximity revealed the mingling of her repugnant scent with an inexplicable, faint fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, awakening a long-suppressed desire within him. Lan Song inhaled sharply, swiftly lifting her into his arms. "This female I shall raise." With that declaration, he disregarded the others, striding away with her in his embrace. Chapter 2. A mute and disabled being unwanted by others. He will care for her for a lifetime. Sang Luo emerged from the refuse dump, her tattered garments stained with dried, foul-smelling blood, a cacophony of odors assaulting her senses. She found a small stream at the valley's base, where Lan Song carried her to bathe, leaving her with the words, "Call me if you need anything," before retreating into the nearby woods to wait. Hastily, Sang Luo shed her soiled clothing and immersed half her body in the cool, refreshing water, scrubbing herself diligently. Her wounds still ached, causing her to wince as she cautiously avoided the scabbed areas. Suddenly, a tall, imposing shadow appeared on the water's surface. She tore away the fabric from her head, taking a revitalizing bath, and emerged, quickly drying herself with a towel, her damp hair tousled. Clad in his oversized shirt, the hem nearly brushed her knees, she approached him. The man's youthful face, though barely past adolescence, bore an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Lan Song leaned against a tree, turning at the sound of her footsteps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Despite the injuries marring her face, her almond-shaped eyes shone with a unique beauty. Cleansed of her previous grime, her exposed skin appeared fair, and the loose garment she wore revealed a hint of her delicate collarbone and graceful curves, complemented by her long, slender legs. The unpleasant odor that once clung to her dissipated, replaced by a subtle, alluring fragrance. Lan Song's gaze lingered upon her for a fleeting moment before he hastily diverted his eyes, lowering his head in embarrassment, transforming into his beastly form and crouching. Before her, the ground is dirty, come up here. Sang Luo caught sight of his flushed ears, a testament to his innocence. The rocky mountain path was treacherous, and without shoes, she found no reason to be finicky as she settled atop the massive black wolf, which measured an impressive 3 to 4 meters in length. She marveled at the reality of her situation, realizing that she had indeed traversed into another world or realm where humans could transform into beasts. In this world, females of the beast species were generally tall and robust, particularly the carnivorous ones, often reaching heights of 5 foot 7 or 8. The linen skirts she wore appeared somewhat oversized, but she no longer had the luxury of concern. Mere coverage was sufficient. "You must be hungry, I will prepare a meal," she suggested as he made his way to the kitchen. Lan Song, who had spent his life rarely in the company of females, felt somewhat flustered at the sudden responsibility of caring for a young female. In the past, he was accustomed to ensuring his own sustenance without worry. Now, with the addition of a dependent, he found himself disoriented. The refrigerator still held some provisions, and after laboring in the kitchen for considerable time, he emerged with a bowl of rich cream meat soup, steaming and aromatic. Sang Luo accepted the bowl obediently, blowing on the frothy surface before taking a small sip, her eyes lighting up with delight. It was delicious. The man's culinary skills were quite impressive. Seeing her devour the soup with gusto, Lan Song felt a wave of relief wash over him and hurried back to the kitchen for another bowl. After consuming 2 hearty servings, a warmth spread through her belly, inducing a wave of drowsiness. As dusk approached, Lan Song carried her to the bedroom, where the bedding had been freshly prepared. Noticing him turn to leave, Sang Luo, feeling a mix of exhaustion and anxiety from the day's tumult, instinctively clung to him, seeking comfort in his presence. This beastly young man provided a long-forgotten sense of safety that she desperately craved. "There is but one bed in this room, you rest well. I will sleep outside on the floor. Should you need anything, call for me," Lan Song assured her, meeting her bewildered gaze, stirring something soft within his heart. It had been a long time since anyone had relied upon him. Since his severe injury, Lan Song had faced scorn and ridicule, grappling with the immense emotional toll of falling from grace. Over the years, he had grown increasingly disillusioned, even contemplating despairing thoughts. Yet, in this moment, the prospect of caring for a young female seemed unexpectedly appealing, bringing a renewed sense of hope to his days. Upon entering, he found Sang Luo immersed in several books retrieved from the bedside, turning their pages with curiosity. Lan Song, an outsider to this tribe who had grown up in a slum without the opportunity for formal education, had always cherished books, albeit those focused on combat techniques, which held little interest for females. Noticing his imposing figure approaching, Sang Luo finally glanced up, and Lan Song sat at the edge of the bed, offering her a wild fruit he had peeled. The females of the tribe favored such fruits, and he had gathered plenty from the woods. The fruit resembled a mangosteen, and as she took a bite from his hand, her tongue brushed against his fingertips, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through him. He withdrew his hand, fidgeting with his fingers, his ears reddening as he feigned a glance at her upside-down book. "Do you not know how to read?" he asked, chuckling softly, causing her ears to tingle. Despite his reserved demeanor, his smile was unexpectedly charming. She nodded, revealing that she was not from this world and thus unfamiliar with its script. Unlike the often undervalued males, females were expected to be cherished and nurtured, yet her life had been fraught with hardship. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached for her. He gathered her into his lap. "Would you like to learn?" Her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she nodded that I will teach you. Fortunately, Sang Luo proved to be a diligent student, and within a mere fortnight, she had grasped most of the basic vocabulary, save for some complex characters. It was not merely her aptitude for learning, rather, she realized that the characters bore a striking resemblance to Chinese characters, merely transformed akin to the difference between modern script and oracle bone inscriptions. Recalling her initial arrival, she had been able to understand the beastman's speech, leading her to speculate that she had not crossed into a completely alien world, but rather one connected to human society. The tribe retained primitive hunting traditions, relying on the meat of star beasts and the crystalline cores within them, which serve as a universal currency for enhancing strength and acquiring diverse food and supplies in the city. While the beastmen resided in simple earthen dwellings, their furnishings bore clear signs of human civilization, with conveniences such as refrigerators, electric cookers, and lights, lending an air of familiarity to her experience of traversing worlds, requiring little adjustment. Though she had yet to explore other regions, this tribe appeared to possess a level of technological development akin to that of modern rural society. However, it is evident that this world is devoid of humanity, inhabited solely by orcs. Where have the humans vanished? Have they faced extinction? Regrettably, the collection of books at home is limited, and she is constrained to this small realm, unable to glimpse the entirety of this world, and thus cannot ascertain the answers. Lansong is not merely unfortunate to encounter such a formidable beast, rather, he has deliberately traversed a considerable part of the mountain, lying in wait for several days. After enduring an entire day of fierce combat, the beast, exhausted and severely wounded at its weak point, fell beneath his claws. The familiar fragrance emanating from the small female instilled within him an overwhelming sense of tranquility and affection. He extended his arms to embrace her, and after a prolonged moment, inhaled deeply and chuckled. "You're still awake at this late hour? Waiting for me?" She nodded, filling Lansong's heart with tender emotions. The wandering soul found solace in the comforting embrace of home, an indescribable joy enveloping him. Suddenly, Sang Luo twitched her delicate nose, her small hand gliding along his lean, sturdy waist as it moved upwards. This morning, before he set out, Lansong had donned a snug white shirt beneath a raven-black coat. As she reached into the coat, she discovered the absence of the shirt. After hunting, he must have taken a brief dip in the river, for his attire retained a hint of dampness, imbued with a refreshing scent of water, yet mingled with the faintest trace of blood. In the stillness of the night, Sang Luo heard the sound of the black wolf licking its wounds alone. Before long, the bed beside her sank, and an intensely masculine presence enveloped her entirely. Lansong was close, his warm, heavy breath brushing against her ear. A long, elegant hand rested upon her lips, offering her something as solid as a stone. Strangely, the moment it entered her mouth and met her saliva, it transformed into a gentle warmth that spread through her throat and permeated her entire being. Her body felt an unprecedented lightness and comfort. As Lansong rose to leave, Sang Luo wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him back down, her soft kiss landing on his lips. The breath of the man beneath her became suddenly disordered, and the hand resting on her waist tightened abruptly. With her fingers tracing the contours of his chest, she inscribed his name, Lansong. And her own, Sang Luo. Sang Luo Luo Luo. Lansong paused momentarily, then nodded, softly uttering her name. He remembered, in the dimly lit room. Only their breaths remained, Sang Luo's delicate fingers resting on the man's chest as she squinted and smiled radiantly at him, a gentle and warm smile. Blossoming forth, though obscured by the night, an orc's eyesight is particularly keen. His heart raced fervently, as if striving to eternalize this moment. After living in a daze for so long, it felt as if he had truly come alive at this instant. The mute one, unwanted by others, was indeed a treasure bestowed upon him by fate. Sang Luo sensed something, her body quivering slightly, her cheeks flushed. Before she could entertain thoughts of retreat, Lansong turned, grasped her chin, and, taking the initiative, kissed her fervently. Chapter 3. Truly wild and unrestrained, Lansong bore his desires with great difficulty, but ultimately chose to spare her, indulging in gentle pecks and slow savoring throughout the night, stopping just short of overwhelming her. Sang Luo tenderly caressed the myriad scars on the man's back, sensing the weight of his hidden burdens. As dawn broke, Lan Song called for her from the kitchen, announcing breakfast, a delectable assortment of thin-skinned, generously filled meat wontons and meat buns. The man, who kept a cookbook by the bedside, demonstrated culinary prowess that was indeed formidable. Normally someone who could languish in bed until noon, she felt invigorated by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. The tender and succulent flesh of the star beast was immensely satisfying, filling her up completely. While Sang Luo was accustomed to showcasing a steamer of dumplings here, consuming just 2 buns left her feeling pleasantly full and warm with energy. Lan Song, it is getting late. We should be on our way, called a voice from outside the courtyard. Lan Song acknowledged, tidied the dishes, and prepared to leave. Since his serious injury 3 years ago, he had seldom interacted with the tribal orcs, voluntarily relinquishing his position as leader and opting out of collaborative hunts. Nonetheless, orcs were inherently suited for group endeavors, ensuring safety and capturing higher quality prey. Now that he had a young female to care for at home, it was evidently inadvisable to revert to the solitary ways of his aimless years. I estimate I will be away for several days. Take good care of yourself at home. If you do not wish to cook, there is food in the refrigerator. Simply reheat it. If you need anything, you may seek out Duo Line next door. I have assisted his family before, and they are amiable people. He embraced her, planting a lingering kiss on her cheek before reluctantly stepping out. Sang Luo stood at the door, touching her face. This man, seemingly cold on the outside, yet warm within, revealed an unexpected clinginess once she became familiar with him. The males would venture out to hunt and provide for the family, while the females often grouped together to forage for fruits and vegetables in nearby safe zones, supplementing the household and avoiding a dull existence filled only with card games and breeding. As Lan Song approached the group outside, he spoke to a tall, slender orc with green hair. Luo Luo is new to the tribe and not yet familiar with it. Please have you show her around. She is not well, so take extra care of her. Lan Song, is it true that you intend to bond with that weak outsider? I heard Tu Zhu and the others say she is mute and disfigured. With such a frail body, the question is whether she can even survive, let alone bear offspring. For the past 2 weeks, Tu Zhu's group had been mocking him behind his back. Gimo hesitated, stretching his neck to glance into the courtyard, but was blocked by Lan Song. Mind your own business. Camus dared not say more, feeling a mix of curiosity and incredulity about what kind of enchantment this female must possess to captivate their leader. Lan Song's affection was his own concern. It was not Camus' place to fret over it. Pamir, a thoughtful member of the group, jovially pulled him away, boasting, "Fear not. The little female will undoubtedly be well taken care of while she resides in our tribe. You all wait here for me." Coincidentally, Duo Ji and the others said they would head to the eastern forest to gather fruits this morning. I shall ask them to take the little female along. Li Man, known for her bad temper, often found few young females willing to play with her, frequently complaining of boredom at home. Otherwise, I would have asked her myself. The more females there are together, the more they can bond. Yilu chimed in. The females typically focused on the arrival of a powerful and handsome male, pondering their chances of attracting him, while remaining oblivious to the affairs around them. Nevertheless, they had heard that the tribe had recently rescued several females, one of whom was an injured mute whom Lan Song had taken in. Despite Lan Song's diminished status, he still excelled in combat, and many females harbored lingering affections for him. The daughter of the shaman, Man La, was particularly incensed, and the news had spread throughout the tribe. Duo Ji poked the distracted Aya teasingly. Did you not once harbor feelings for Lan Song? I thought after his injury, you might have a chance, but it seems he is still taken. It appears you are destined to remain without him. If he truly had any interest in me, I would have already become his mate. He does not like me. Whether in the past or in the future, he will never like me. I am not lacking in other suitors. Females were proud. Having pursued him to no avail was humiliating. No one would remain fixated on a single, crooked tree forever. Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance and donned a beautiful coarse linen skirt before declaring, "Let's go see. I too wish to witness what this outsider female looks like." The group set off to find Sang Luo, who readily joined them. After all, as an outsider living in the Ku-Air Duo tribe, she could hardly refuse the advances of the indigenous females. Having spent more than half a month there without anyone seeking her company, It was evident that Lan Song had instructed his brothers to look after her. He would certainly not put her in harm's way. When females ventured out, they often brought along 1 or 2 males for protection. Some, like her, were young and yet to bond, with their partners engaged in hunting, leaving them without escort. However, a group of 5 or 6 young females walking together was enough to attract attention, and along the way, they encountered several young, single male orcs who eagerly offered their services as gallant protectors. You are that little female from the other day? A yellow-haired orc approached briskly. Sans lieu posed. Recognizing him as one of the orcs she had seen upon her arrival, Atai rubbed his eyes, almost doubting his sight. This little female, once dirty, frail, and bloodied, now appeared radiant in a fresh linen dress, her skin cleaner than the winter snow. Her soft black hair was simply tied back in a low ponytail, her small, pale face framed by strikingly bright, dark eyes. When she smiled, her pink lips curled invitingly, rendering him breathless. The scars on her face had faded considerably. Had he not noticed the resemblance and the lack of new females in the tribe recently, he might have failed to recognize her. "Hello, I am Atai." He was captivated, his cheeks flushed, and his words stumbled. Previously, when Lan Song was the leader of the hunting team, I was under his command. He and the others have gone hunting these days, and I see you are alone. Where are you off to? May I escort you? Previously, Atai had doubted the little female's survival, feeling she was unworthy of Lan Song. Now, he felt a pang of shame, for she appeared vibrant and lively, and aside from her slight frame, she was no different from the other females in the tribe. Had it not been for her scars, she might even surpass any female he had ever encountered. I saw you were still at the 3rd tier not long ago. Have you advanced so quickly? Li Man narrowed her cat-like eyes, sizing up Atai's relatively robust physique, clearly intrigued. I had reached a plateau at the 3rd tier for nearly 5 years, on the verge of breaking through. Recently, I acquired an orange crystal, which facilitated my advancement. As he spoke, his posture straightened, and the gazes of the nearby females shifted, now filled with interest. A 4th-tier orc was considered a strong member among the younger generation of the tribe, with several hundred orcs. There were scarcely a dozen at this level. Sang Luo followed their gaze to Atai's arm, where the orc markings indicated his strength, typically found on the arms or neck. He bore 4 faint green markings, signifying a recent breakthrough with still unstable power. Most males bore 2 orange markings or 3 yellow ones, with only Duo-G's companion, a middle-aged lion orc, possessing 4 green markings, categorizing him as one of the tribe's formidable warriors. Throughout her journey, she had also encountered several young orc children who had recently transformed, lacking any markings, while 12 or 13-year-old orc boys typically bore a single red marking. The vivid spectrum of crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, indigo, and violet represents the power hierarchy of the Orcish clans, classified from 1 to 7. Yet, on Lan Song's arm, there was an unusual purple mark, an anomaly indeed. Could it merely indicate a drop in rank? The journey was not far. Within half an hour, they arrived at the Eastern Grove. The group dispersed to gather fruits. Fortune smiled upon them today, as there were many sweet fruits to be found. Li Man plucked a bright red berry from the bushes, wiped it casually on her clothing, and took a bite. The bushes were laden with these small red fruits, and soon others came rushing over to gather plenty. Observing their delight, Sang Luo presumed the fruits must be quite delectable and decided to pick one for herself just as she was about to bring it to her lips. However, Aya approached her, cautioning that these berries had aphrodisiac effects and advised against overindulgence. Before long, Li Man was rolling on the ground, her cheeks flushed and her expression blissfully dazed as she caressed the fabric before her. A tall, dark-skinned man swiftly scooped her up and carried her into the denser part of the grove, where the towering trees offered ample cover, and their intentions were evident. The others, having witnessed such antics repeatedly, continued with their tasks unaffected. Sang Luo, however, was taken aback by this wild and uninhibited behavior, losing her appetite entirely, and handed her berry to Aya. Indeed, she was a person, and she had no desire to engage in such unrestrained displays akin to animals. After much ado, she refrained from consuming the fruits she had gathered and instead distributed them among the nearby females. Sang Luo also collected a number of flowers and wove several garlands from willow vines to present to them. "Your hands are truly skilled. These garlands are beautiful." They praised her, and she crafted one for herself as well. Adorning her not particularly striking round face with the calla lilies and daisies enhanced her charm, making her elongated cat-like eyes even more captivating. The dark-skinned, muscular man gazed at her with renewed ardor. Initially, Aya and the others had harbored some reservations about Sang Luo, the foreign female, but after spending this brief time together, they had grown more amiable, welcoming her into their fold and inviting her to partake in their enjoyable moments. Over the past few days, Sang Luo wandered with them nearby, gathering insights into the true nature of their world. In the more distant areas of the tribe, many collapsed high-rise buildings lay in ruins, devoid of human presence. It was within one such ruin that the tribe's orcs had discovered her. The Kuer Duo tribe had been established near these ruins, primarily comprising stone houses. And as one ventured further, the landscape increasingly resembled primitive jungle, shrouded in mystery and danger. This world, inhabited predominantly by orcs, appeared far more intricate than she had anticipated. She wondered whether only this area had succumbed to ruin or if desolation engulfed the entire world. The Eastern Grove was situated in a secure zone between the tribe and the forest. However, it was not entirely devoid of peril. As ferocious star beasts prowled the primal jungle, Lan Song and his companions were headed deeper into the wilderness. The orcs of the tribe frequently ventured out to eliminate the star beasts lurking around, ensuring the safety of their territory and protecting the females within the tribe. Each month, several orcs would fall in these endeavors. It appears your wounds have healed, allowing you the leisure to roam about. Truly shameless. A sharp and scornful voice cut through the air. Sang Luo turned her head to see Li Man addressing the uninvited guest, Man La. What brings you here? We certainly did not extend an invitation. I am not here to seek you out, Man La declared, her delicate face adorned with the usual haughty demeanor. Yet a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashed in her eyes upon seeing Sang Luo's countenance. This female is exceedingly attractive. If not for the injury on her face and her muteness, all the strong ones in the tribe would surely be captivated by her. Man la esmirke disdanfeli. As per our customs, any foreign female joining the tribe must first visit the chief and the shaman to have her name recorded. Your delay in doing so cannot mean you believe the Kuer Duo tribe is a place where a foreign female can feast and drink without consequence, right? I shall visit the chief and the shaman now. Sang Luo was unaware of this stipulation, as Lan Song had never mentioned it. She discreetly signaled to Li Man with her finger, requesting her to convey the message. The chief and my mother beast are quite occupied. It is not a matter of simply visiting at your whim. What a lunatic! Someone, take her to the female stone, Man La commanded, gesturing to a nearby tiger beast, who forcibly seized Sang Luo and dragged her away. The female stone was a sacred artifact used to test the fertility of females. Each activation consumed considerable energy, and tests were conducted only once a year. If the tribe had fewer females, it might even take years before another test was conducted. However, as the daughter of the shaman, Man La had the privilege of bypassing the line. Should it be revealed that this weak, disabled female possessed low fertility, it would provide a valid reason to expel her from a tribe. Sang Luo began to panic. As a human, she was not truly an orc female, and there was no way to assess her fertility. The principle of those not of our kind must be eliminated never faded from relevance, and she could only imagine the dire consequences should the orcs discover her true identity. Her palms grew clammy, and her body trembled. Unhand her. She is my female, and I dare anyone to lay a finger on her. The tiger beast was sent crashing to the ground with a powerful kick, letting out a pained howl as two of its ribs broke. Sang Luo then fell into a warm, strong embrace, looking up to see Lan Song rushing towards her, his expression dark and stormy, and she felt an immense sense of relief. Thank goodness she had secured his protection in advance. Lan Song, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to defy the chief's orders? Chapter 4. I only desire the children you bear. I care not about her fertility. No one shall take her from me. This was a rule set by the chief long ago, and Man La was merely following orders. You are defying the chief. A towering bear orc, at the peak of the 4th rank, stepped forward, his square face imposing and fierce, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Yet he did not command the upper hand. Lan Song had once been the unrivaled champion, admired by many, and though he had fallen in his solitude, there remained those who still stood by his side. However, jealousy ran rampant, and many sought to see him stumble and remain in the dust, unable to rise again. Manla's face turned pale and then flushed with fear. While Lan Song was typically indifferent to females, he had never displayed such fury before. In that instant, his gaze bore the intent to kill. I have done nothing to her. It is she who has disregarded the tribe's customs. I'm merely following orders. She has been residing in the Ku-Er Duo tribe, consuming the tribe's provisions and receiving treatment for her wounds. She ought to adhere to the tribe's rules. Her sustenance, lodging, and medical supplies have all been provided by me. I have never misappropriated the tribe's resources. I even prepaid for the medical supplies with crystal stones at the shamaness. Lan Song spoke calmly. Over the years, he had experienced the vicissitudes of human relationships and had severed ties with the orcs of the Ku-Er Duo tribe, rarely residing there. Not to mention the resources he had exchanged for hunting high-level star beasts far exceeded any benefits the tribe could offer him. He had refrained from demanding repayment from the tribe out of respect for the old chief and his sense of righteousness. Moreover, his elongated wolf-like eyes were chilling, and a wicked smile graced his lips. You seem to have forgotten that I am not an orc of the Ku-Er Duo tribe, and my companion is not one either. You have no right to leverage the tribe against me to take her. Manla's expression darkened. Do not forget that it was the old chief who saved you. Do you intend to leave the tribe? All I have done for the Ku-Er Duo tribe over the years is sufficient to repay the old chief's life-saving grace. Lan Song held Sang Luo and prepared to depart, coldly stating, if the chief truly has such an intention, let him come and tell me personally. Otherwise, should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. And the others were utterly astonished as Essing Lu was carried home in N.C.'s embrace. Countless gazes fell upon her, and feeling a wave of shyness, she nestled her head into his chest. Sensing the anxious emotions emanating from the petite female, N.C. tightened his hold, reassuring her, fear not, for I am here. I will ensure your safety. I swear it. He cupped her delicate face, and as she caught sight of his suddenly magnified handsome features, her heart raced. Lowering her gaze, she grasped his long fingers, lightly tracing patterns on his warm palm. Do you truly not care? She ventured cautiously. Though her health was impeccable, she was, after all, human and not a genuine female beastman. There should be reproductive isolation between humans and beastmen, right? M.N.L. was correct. Being with her could indeed lead to his line extinguishing. The beast world seemed to place immense importance on procreation, with countless male beasts risking their lives to please females for the sake of lineage. Did he genuinely feel this way, or was it merely a desperate statement meant for others? I might truly lack the ability to bear children, which is why the tribe abandoned me. Essing Lu cautiously probed, anxiously awaiting his response. N.C. paused, silent for a long while. Her heart seemed to leap to her throat. Well, I do not mind, he finally replied, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, a smile blossoming on his lips. N.C. rarely smiled. His expressionless demeanor often exuded a cold aura that kept others at bay. Yet when he smiled, it was as if glaciers were melting, radiating warmth. Whether or not you can bear children is of no concern to me. But my child must only be born of you, otherwise I shall not accept it. N.C. had never been particularly enthusiastic about mating and procreation, and after being injured, he had resigned himself to a life of solitude. The presence of a beloved petite female was already a tremendous blessing, and he felt content. At that moment, ripples of complex emotions surged within her, leaving her at a loss for words. Her initial intentions were impure, and she struggled to bear N.C.'s sincere and unpretentious affection, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. I am so sorry. On the evening of the wrap-up, N.C. and L.M.'s partner, YUL, personally cooked a feast. PMR, a notorious drunkard, had brought 3 jars of rich barley wine from his home as pantry, the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air enticingly. N.C. prepared a milder dish of wine-braised chicken for the females. DJ and the others were brought to tears by the deliciousness, lamenting that they had never tasted such exquisite food in their lives. It seemed not every male was a master chef. In fact, most were preoccupied with hunting, often resorting to the harshness of the wilderness where raw meat was commonplace. Many could not even handle the ingredients properly. Some females had weaker beastman companions who dabbled in culinary arts, but N.C. was a rare gem among the wolf clan. Aiga, having consumed a significant amount of wine, became tipsy and clung to Lu, wailing, I am so envious of you. How could a mute like you win N.C.'s heart? I pursued him for so long, yet he never even glanced my way. If only, she abruptly retched. N.C. supported his face with one hand, casting a knowing glance, and the half-drunk K.M. hastily assisted his partner in sobering up. After the feast, guests gradually departed. N.C. cleared away the remnants of the meal, while Lu helped carry the remaining jar of barley wine to the storage room. Just as she was about to exit, she was suddenly embraced from behind. The dimly lit storage room exuded the crisp scent of wine mixed with a familiar cool fragrance, leaving no doubt as to who it was. As she turned, he held her even tighter, her hand resting against his chest. I share no connection with AY. We have scarcely exchanged a few words. I know she harbors feelings for me, but I do not reciprocate. I rejected her long ago. Once during a beast tide, she was stranded, and I saved her. Aside from that, we have had no further interactions. N.C.'s forehead pressed against hers, his voice low and languid, exuding an alluring charm. Lu raised an eyebrow. He had preemptively confessed without her inquiry. Nevertheless, she did not think too much of it. If she eventually found a way to leave, she would depart without hesitation. N.C. belonged to this world. They were destined to inhabit different realms, making a future together unlikely. If N.C. encountered a true love, she would feel content. N.C. suddenly cradled her face in his hands. His cheeks flushed, staring deeply into her eyes, unable to decipher her emotions, a sense of uncontrollable anxiety rising within him. Lulu, I truly like you. I wish to, he abruptly retched. Lu hurriedly steadied the fainting man. No one had mentioned he was a lightweight. How could a lightweight drink with his brothers? The man was tall and heavy, making it a struggle for Lu to assist him inside, eventually tossing him onto the bed. N.C.'s disheveled black hair fell over half of his strikingly handsome face, accentuating his cold yet exquisite features. Lu found herself momentarily spellbound, realizing why this man, despite his fall from grace, still attracted numerous admirers. He truly was breathtakingly handsome. Lu chose the sunny, northern room, where the furniture had yet to be prepared. She took a blanket and settled down on the sofa. Having helped significantly during the day, fatigue washed over her like a tide, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, N.C. awoke, rubbing his heavy temples. Upon looking up, he saw Lu rolling off the sofa with her blanket. Is she still asleep? In the morning, the alcohol had mostly dissipated from his system. When Lu awoke, he quickly followed suit. He licked her cheek, and with a couple of cracking sounds, the black wolf transformed into a handsome, naked man. Lying face to face with her, their eyes locked. The soft sensation in his hand suddenly turned firm, and Lu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. A fleeting glance revealed her hand was loosely draped around N.C.'s lean, strong waist. Just a little more, and they would have crossed into dangerous territory. Lively noises from outside the courtyard interrupted her embarrassment. What was happening outside? The Western continent? Lu found herself intrigued by this unfamiliar term. Are there many continents here? Which continent is the K.R.D. tribe located on? Well, beneath our feet. There are 4 continental plates: north, south, east, and west. They exist independently, each with distinct customs and cultures. The K.R.D. tribe lies between the east and west continents, in a border region yet to be claimed by any power, a place rebuilt from the ruins of war. The North Continent is perpetually frigid, known as the extreme cold north, with scarcely any signs of life. The South Continent is the most mysterious, as no beastman has ever survived to return from there, resulting in scant records. I have not visited the East Continent and know little about it, but I hear that the beastmen there place great emphasis on strength. The West Continent is the most prosperous of the 4, flourishing economically and technologically, possessing the pinnacle of advancements. What you have witnessed within the tribe and the outside world are 2 vastly different realms, akin to a paradise. Understanding that she had not lived much among the tribe members and lacked basic knowledge, N.C. patiently explained. Noticing her longing gaze, he hesitated to shatter her illusions. In truth, the West Continent was not a utopia. For many, it resembled a hell devoid of hope. This was true for both males and females, as he himself had traveled from the West Continent seeking a livelihood. Reflecting on the events of the past, N.C.'s expression turned icy. Lu observed his change and inquired, What is the matter? She pondered seriously before shaking her head. She was uncertain if she would truly remain in the beast world, having no particular attachment to its splendor. Prosperity was built upon the blood and bones of countless downtrodden souls. She understood this principle well. Sang Luo understood that he was alluding to Manla and her group. Lan Song had previously made a fierce declaration. She would certainly not dare to act openly against them, but it was entirely possible that she would engage in some clandestine maneuvers. Lan Song had initially intended to take her to the city on this trip, but due to the unresolved matters in the city and the exhausting journey, combined with her frail health, it was best to postpone their departure for a while. After Lan Song's departure, Sang Luo's life did not change significantly, though her appetite had diminished. She wished to avoid trouble, yet it always seemed to find her. Chapter 5. She took the initiative to stir the flames. The Korda tribe would occasionally hold tribal bonfire gatherings, which all young males and females attended. Although it was purportedly to reward everyone for their years of contribution to the tribe, in reality, it served as a matchmaking event. Sang Luo had little interest in this peculiar matchmaking affair in this foreign world. She did not wish to accumulate any romantic debts in the beast realm. Originally, she had no intention of attending that day, but Li Man and the others were so enthusiastic that they insisted on bringing her along. The females were particularly keen on selecting strong and beautiful mates for their harem, and Sang Luo did not want to appear too out of place. So she accompanied them to the tribal square that evening, wrapping herself in several layers of clothing, nearly resembling a zongzi. Li Man was startled, thinking she was ill, and nearly dragged her to see the shaman. However, Li Man said nothing further, as their attention was soon captured by several muscular young men with slim waists and long legs. They had promised to bring her to enjoy roasted meat, and within half an hour of entering, she found herself alone with not a single familiar face by her side. Sonryu. Before long, an unexpected visitor arrived. How about we make a deal? If you agree to leave the Korda tribe, I am willing to offer you 50 red crystals. Sang Luo looked up to see her again. Manla had not given up. Sang Luo would indeed leave the Korda tribe, and she did not need Manla's prompting. This tribe could not retain her or Lan Song. However, 50 red crystals? Did she think she was so cheap? Before Lan Song departed, he had given her a pouch filled with beast crystals to spend freely, containing several hundred red crystals, as well as yellow, orange, and even green crystals. Living in a wealthier tribe would be more than sufficient. Sang Luo stood up and faced her, her expression calm, yet filled with indignation. If Manla truly cared for Lan Song, she would have willingly stepped aside. However, she later heard from Li Man and the others that the two parties had not parted on good terms that day. After she and Lan Song had left, Manla had publicly insulted and mocked Lan Song in front of many beasts, claiming that he, a worthless individual, was only fit to submit to a crippled mute. Manla did not genuinely like Lan Song. She regarded him as her possession. Even if she and Lan Song had no future, Sang Luo would never yield him to such a despicable female. With that, she turned and left the square. You had better not regret this," came the venomous voice behind her. "Amon, the chief needs you. Make sure the list for tonight's bonfire gathering is ready for him." Who are you just speaking with?" Not far away, Tu Zhu swiftly approached, having unloaded 2 large bee-skin bags of jerky from his shoulder, glancing in her direction. That frail female's face was indeed beautiful, her purity and charm undiminished even by injuries. Yet what mattered most to the beast was fertility. A female without fertility was worth nothing. No male would be willing to pay for her. Lan Song was merely temporarily enchanted. Otherwise, they would not have taken so long without forming a bond. She was nothing more than a pitiful plaything. Oh, it was her. I suggested giving her to that waste, and, to my surprise, that waste actually accepted. Was it merely an illusion? He thought he had caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance, glancing around but failing to locate its source. Sang Luo halted her steps, gazing at the unfamiliar mountain path before her, and sadly realized she was lost. The Korda tribe was vast. Some beasts preferred to build flat houses on the mountains, while others favored residing against the hills, and some rodent beasts even liked to dig burrows. The dwellings were scattered, and the mountain paths were winding. As she walked, the sky had grown dark, and she could not see the path clearly. She dared not wander aimlessly. If she accidentally strayed beyond the safety of the tribe's protection, she could be devoured by a star beast. Where did this little female come from? What are you doing here all alone? A melodious laugh echoed lightly in her ears. Sang Luo quickly turned to see a handsome beast man with brown hair leaping down from a tree. He had broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, and his honey-colored skin was quite alluring. He tilted his head to look at her, his beast-like green, slitted pupils glowing faintly, giving him an eerie appearance in the night. But in an instant, he broke into a gentle smile, crossing his arms and observing her leisurely. "Where's your partner? Why are you walking alone at night? Looking so beautiful? You could easily be captured and eaten, you know?" The emphasis on the last 3 words was tantalizing. Sang Luo disregarded his teasing and stepped forward, grasping one of his hands. The young beast man was momentarily taken aback, looking down. He appeared unfamiliar to her, but it was natural since Sang Luo seldom ventured about the tribe. She had seemingly seen him at the bonfire banquet. He looked quite young and was a rare 5th-tier powerhouse. Sang Luo described her location roughly to him, and he blinked in surprise. "You are that female of the wolf beast? I didn't expect you to be looking for a mate." Sang Luo cast him a puzzled glance, and he merely smiled as he ruffled her hair, naturally taking her hand and leading her toward the left fork in the path. "No worries, I know the way. I will take you there." Before long, they arrived at a familiar courtyard. "Thank you. You're welcome. My name is Anu. I live in the middle cave of the 2nd row of the Birdsong Mountain next door, beside a green pine tree. If you ever need help, feel free to find me." He grinned widely, revealing his canine teeth. This package, made from an unknown material, appeared small but contained numerous items. Most were clothes, shoes, and jewelry suitable for females, even including delicate silk undergarments. The craftsmanship was exquisite and comfortable. Heaven knows how much she had longed to cry from the cold discomfort of her backside since crossing into this strange world. Lan Song then took out several small porcelain vials from his pocket, gently applying a milky ointment to her face. It was cool and soothing. "This is medicine for treating scars." Sang Luo dipped her finger in the ointment, intending to apply it to his face. "The wounds on my body contain toxins. I did not receive timely treatment back then, and over the years, the residual toxins have accumulated in my skin. There is no way to treat it with ointment now." He explained with a smile. "These items, are they very expensive?" She felt a pang of pain just looking at them, even without Lan Song mentioning it. Sang Luo could tell that these items must have cost a fortune, far beyond what a single tribe's beastman could afford. Given that Lan Song was currently unable to capture high-quality prey and earn much crystal, she certainly did not wish for him to deplete his savings to please her. "I have money, enough to take care of you." Lan Song took a deep breath, pulling out an entire large pouch of crystals. Upon opening it, she saw that the lowest grade inside was green crystals. There were many blue crystals and even a purple crystal. The purple crystal was said to be the core of a 7th-tier star beast. Star beasts were enormous, with destructive power and skills that far surpassed those of the same tier beastmen. A 7th-tier star beast could even obliterate a small to medium-sized tribe. "Where did you get these?" At his peak strength, Lan Song had barely reached the 6th tier. Could this wealth have been obtained through legitimate means? Lan Song did not wish to keep any secrets from his little female, so he voluntarily revealed his true identity. In his early years, he became an orphan after losing both parents, wandering through the impoverished slums of the Western continent alongside his younger brother, relying on one another for survival. As he grew older, he took on odd jobs for the nearby orcs, subsisting on the charity of others. At the age of 13, he falsely reported his age to join the ranks of mercenaries, a profession notorious for its high mortality and prevalence of madness among its practitioners. However, the financial rewards were immense, allowing him to earn in a single contract what others might take a decade to accumulate, a necessity for the financially desperate LNCing at the time. He took on numerous perilous contracts, amassing a considerable fortune, which he stored away in the city's merchant bank. Yet, those 5 years as a mercenary caused his madness levels to rise alarmingly. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he fell prey to a treacherous plot due to his unstable power, rendering years of effort into nothingness. The man's hopeful yet bashful gaze caused Nglu's eyes to moisten, stirring her heart once more. She had always been skeptical of genuine emotions, believing solely in the exchange of interests. Contributions were reciprocal. Both female and males sought to gain what they desired from one another. Females required the support of the strong, while males sought descendants to carry on their bloodlines. He was truly a na-ve fool. She almost felt inclined to grant him a good person card. S and Glue refused to accept Ng's capital, advising him to keep it for himself. She lacked significant power. Possessing a fortune could attract danger and lead to her demise. Furthermore, beast crystals were not merely currency. They were also a primary source of energy for the orc's advancement. He needed this money more than she did. In a month, I will take you away from the KRD, O tribe. Here, war may soon erupt. Ng had heard whispers throughout the city. The unclaimed territories of the continent's border had always been a battleground. Years ago, he had been unexpectedly injured during a mission and saved by the old chieftain of the KRD, O tribe, who had no heirs to care for him. To repay this kindness, Ng had remained in the tribe for many years, intending to leave with S and Glue once he had fulfilled his debt. As night deepened and the autumn air turned frigid, Ng secured the doors and windows, embracing S and Glue in his arms. The warmth of her soft, fragrant body dispelled the fatigue of their relentless journey over the past fortnight. S and Glue reveled in wrapping her arms around his lean, sturdy waist, drawing comfort from his heat. Just as their intimacy intensified, faint breaths from outside intruded upon their moment. The orc's blood still coursed with the essence of wild beasts, particularly fond of nocturnal escapades to relieve their fervent desires. The subtle sounds filtering through the walls reached their ears, causing Ng's handsome face to flush, his ears reddening like ripe fruit. Seeing his bashful and flustered demeanor, S and Glue could not resist teasing him. She traced gentle circles on his chest with her delicate finger. So, how should I repay you for your kindness? Ng, a young male orc unaccustomed to such provocations, quickly felt his blood rush, his throat tightening with anticipation. His strong arm tightening around her slender waist revealed the tension within him. The sight of him struggling with desire and shyness tugged at S and Glue's heart, prompting her to hesitate and slightly pull down her clothing, contemplating whether to satisfy his longing. Suddenly, Ng grasped her hand, enveloping her in the blankets like a spring roll, sealing her away. S and Glue stared at him, having prepared herself mentally to accept him. How could he still be so reserved at such a critical moment? She wanted him to. Was he perhaps deterred by her appearance? Orcs were known for their wild and uninhibited nature. They could engage in passionate encounters mere hours after meeting. S and Glue did not disapprove of Ng's gentlemanly demeanor among the otherwise untamed orcs, yet she found it hard to believe he could truly be so restrained. Perhaps he had physical issues, or maybe he felt unappealing, unable to pursue her. Stealing a glance at his lower body, she noted his impressive physique. There seemed to be no issue there. Could it be that his injury from years prior had affected his manhood? Previously, when the tension had mounted, she had closed her eyes in anticipation, only for him to kiss her for an eternity, his lips bleeding from the fervor. Yet he had not taken a further step and ultimately fled. Noticing her furtive glances, a surge of frustration welled up within Ng. No male orc could withstand such provocation. His expression darkened as he flipped her beneath him, one hand bracing himself beside her while the other seized her delicate chin. He inhaled the intoxicating scent emanating from her, his voice husky with desire. Do you truly wish for this? His palm brushed against her fluttering eyelashes, his breath growing increasingly heated. Ng found himself enamored with her captivating eyes. Her alluring fragrance perpetually ensnared him. He was no paragon of virtue. Rather, every moment spent with her ignited the primal instincts within him. He had refrained from acting on his desires solely because her body had yet to fully recover. He feared that he might inadvertently harm her while indulging his own fervor. He worried for her well-being, while she believed herself unworthy, concerned that their passion might spiral out of control. Ng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he urged, "We have ample opportunities ahead. Focus on recuperating first. There is no need to rush." With that, he pressed a fervent kiss to her lips before hastily departing. In the days that followed, Ng sought rare spiritual plants from various locations, eager to bolster her health and showcase his prowess. In just 3 days, 7 orcs went missing from the tribe, including a highly fertile female. This alarming event prompted the old chieftain to dispatch a team to the Misty Zone. The Misty Zone, an area of uncharted primitive jungles, was shrouded in a thin veil of white mist that could not be dispelled by force. Entering, it would result in being consumed by the fog, leaving weaker orcs hopelessly lost and destined to become prey for star beasts. Ng was among the emergency rescue team formed in response. The orcs in the rescue team were all at least peak third-tier warriors, while LNCang's own rank had plummeted to the first tier. How had he been selected? Do not worry. It is likely that Star Beasts have stealthily emerged from the Misty Zone and attacked the Tribe S orcs. We only need to eliminate those beasts. It is no different from our usual hunting missions. This is not my first assignment. I am not that useless. Although he had regressed to the first tier, his skills and combat experience remained intact. Even against several third-tier orcs, he would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. LNCing spoke with ease. Yet Glue felt a pang of concern as she kissed his eyes. She understood that large hunting expeditions often resulted in casualties among the orcs. That afternoon, the females gathered to bid farewell to their departing mates, and Glue naturally joined them. The ointment LNCing had purchased worked wonders. Her facial injuries had nearly healed, revealing a stunning visage with delicate features and flawless skin, her figure slender yet alluring, and her scent enchanting. Many unattached males were captivated, unable to tear their gaze away. Glue embraced LNCing tightly for an extended moment before taking his hand and softly advising, "Be cautious. If danger arises, do not engage. Flee quickly." There was no more touching sentiment than this. LNCang's heart melted at her words. Amidst the envious stares of many, he leaned down and pressed a swift kiss to her lips before hastening to the front of the group. Glue noticed his ears turning crimson once more. The team prepared to set off, yet a gaze remained fixated on her throughout, one filled with covetousness and an aggressive desire that had not wavered since her arrival. This gaze was unmistakably not LNCang's. Are you that little mute?" Tu Zhu approached her, his eyes filled with astonishment, as the sweet tenderness of her smile lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Sang Luo cast him a fleeting glance before turning to leave. The gaze of this male orc was unsettling, as if appraising a fine object, one that could be owned and toyed with at will. She had heard from Li Man and others that he had always been at odds with Lan Song. In the past, he was the youngest and strongest orc of the tribe, but upon Lan Song's arrival, he was overshadowed, harboring resentment. He was the loudest in mocking Lan Song when he suffered a severe injury and fell in rank, and it was he who suggested sending her, this mute, to Lan Song as an act of humiliation. He intended to say more, but was abruptly pushed back by another force. Lan Song returned, cradling his partner in his arms, his cold gaze piercing like an arrow directed at Tu Zhu. "You must be mistaken. Luo does not know you at all, not even your name. Do not indulge in your own fantasies here." Tu Zhu's expression darkened. "Do not forget your current predicament. Even if I wish to take Luo by force, what can you do to stop me?" The tension between the two escalated. Tu Zhu, Man La emerged from the crowd, grasping his arm and glaring furiously at Sang Luo. The two strongest orcs in the tribe were also her ideal partners. How infuriating that this wretched woman was trying to entice both. Man La, though not truly bonded with Tu Zhu, was well aware that they were seen as a destined pair, one likely to become the next tribe leader and the other the heir to the shaman. It was rumored that their families had already discussed the union, securing Tu Zhu's position as the first partner. Today, Man La had deliberately chosen to wear the most beautiful pomegranate red linen skirt, which hugged her waist tightly. With a larger frame and a fuller figure, she could only walk with great effort. When she finally relaxed, her abdomen revealed several folds. She had also applied a special rouge made from a particular stone, the red hue being a color of elegance, but poorly executed, it appeared vulgar. Man La was naturally fair and delicate, but this transformation rendered her garish. The other female partners present noticed her ostentatious display and the waves of her pheromones, exchanging odd glances. Li Man even rolled her eyes, muttering that she was nothing but a brazen hussy. Some of the male orcs couldn't help but glance her way, only be pulled aside by their partners. Pleased with herself, Man La had intentionally consumed sweet fruits to induce her heat 2 weeks in advance. The search and rescue team consisted of the most elite warriors from surrounding tribes, summoned urgently by the chief for assistance. Tu Zhu, however, directed his gaze not at her, but rather fixated on Sang Luo. She stood quietly beneath the tree, captivating attention. Her long dress was made of exquisite fabric unseen by the tribe's orcs, clearly crafted from the bustling metropolis, its sky-blue hue and flowing satin reminiscent of clouds. Dancing gracefully in the breeze, like a hint of deep blue in a clear lake, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. instantly eclipsing the attention that should have belonged to man. La jealousy surged within man La, her nails digging into her palms. Tuju, suppressing his displeasure at man La's interruption, noticed her unevenly applied rouge, frowning deeply. You look ridiculous. Wash that off, lest you become the laughingstock of others. With that, he brushed her aside and strode off with his team. Once in the misty area, Tuju's thoughts lingered on the delicate beauty of the little mute, brushing his lips in contemplation. How fortunate it would have been had he been the one to take her away. Her aura was enchanting and pure, despite her low fertility. Her beauty rendered that irrelevant. She could easily serve as a lover, providing pleasure. The thought of indulging in her charms was utterly delightful. Most orcs did not endorse the concept of one male with multiple females, but a sufficiently powerful male, capable of supporting two females, would face no opposition. Such a beautiful female with low fertility, if not wanting to end up in a female shelter, likely would willingly submit to a powerful male for protection and sustenance. Tuju cast a heavy glance at Lan Song ahead, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he perked up, his expression changing drastically. Move aside. In an instant, he vanished from his spot as a massive black beast, as formidable as a mountain, charged forth, toppling a line of colossal trees. Several orcs narrowly escaped, witnessing the ground where they once stood crack ominously, a sight that instilled terror. In the next moment, Lan Song appeared atop the star beast, his hands morphing into claws as he pierced the thick hide of the creature's neck, blood spraying forth like a fountain, staining his dark mane. Kneeling atop the star beast, he twisted his fingers and extracted a verdant beast crystal from its carcass, causing the colossal creature to collapse lifelessly. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Tuju's expression turned perplexed. How could a mere first-tier orc slay a peak fourth-tier star beast? Lan Song, your injuries, could it be that your strength is returning? An elder among the crowd, a middle-aged leopard orc, patted his shoulder. They often hunted in groups with neighboring tribes. The presence of a powerful male orc, despite overshadowing others, ensured greater protection for the tribe's females and young. Their joy was palpable. I can't help but feel that since you met that delicate female, your condition has been improving steadily, right? After all, who wouldn't want to catch more prey and collect more crystals when gazing at such a beautiful little female? Otherwise, what if she runs off with another male? By the way, it seems she still bears no mark of partnership. You two haven't bonded yet, have you? Someone nudged him playfully, jesting about seizing the opportunity before another male does. Time is of the essence. What are you idling about for? Hurry up. Toujours coldly reprimanded, prompting the group to cease their chatter and focus on traversing the forest. Lan Song, take a few individuals to search the western woods. I will lead the others to the south. The terrain there is complex, with a water route directly connecting to the tribe. If an intelligent high-tier star beast were to exploit the absence of our elite warriors, it would pose a grave danger to the tribe's females and young. As the search team leader, Tuju held the authority to dispatch team members. The western woods were secluded, likely devoid of star beasts, but sending a few to investigate would not hurt. The southern route clearly posed a greater risk and required more manpower, to which everyone agreed. She reassured herself, yet still found herself seeking updates from the old chief every few days. One day, as she approached the chief's dwelling, she noticed several elders hastily making their way there, a sense of foreboding rising within her as she hurried to follow. The atmosphere inside was tense and solemn. A messenger eagle beast knelt on the ground, announcing that Lan Song had lost control again. Over the years, has he not maintained an impressive level of control? What would have led to this sudden loss of composure? The patriarch, filled with fury, lamented his lack of heirs. Yet he had never regarded the identity of the foreign beast from LNC-ing as anything less than his own successor. Alas, 3 years prior, he had succumbed to a fit of uncontrollable rage, subsequently plummeting to the status of a lower beast, thereby compelling him to cede the position of future patriarch to TZH. Recently, as he observed the gradual improvement in LNC-ing's condition, emerging from the shadows of despair, the old patriarch felt a wave of relief. Yet, a disquieting thought crept in. Could history be poised to repeat the tragic events of 3 years ago? Essenglu had spent over a month within the tribe, gaining some understanding of the genetic frenzy afflicting the beastmen. She had even witnessed firsthand a 4th-level beastman stricken by a genetic outbreak, being cast out by the tribe. While she was not privy to the precise causes of this affliction, it appeared that this condition predominantly affected male beastmen. The higher the innate talent and strength of a beastman, the more susceptible they were to genetic frenzy, devolving into mindless primal beasts, with their lifespans drastically curtailed, ultimately leading to their demise. The sole means of alleviation from this frenzy was through mating with females. The higher the female's rank, the more effective her calming abilities. If the female's rank was too low, she would be incapable of mitigating the frenzy of a powerful male, and might even be unable to bear offspring from him. Thus, unlike the lower-ranked males who frantically pursued females, the more gifted males exercised considerable caution in their choice of partners. Unfortunately, females were not only scarce, but also significantly weaker than males, with very few even awakening the power of beast patterns. It was said that many beast kings across the continent remained single, struggling to find suitable partners for procreation, leading to ancient races facing extinction after millennia without new bloodlines. "Ah, you have arrived," remarked the patriarch of LNCing upon seeing Singlu propping herself against the door, her complexion pale, clearly having received distressing news. The old patriarch inhaled deeply, making the arduous decision to allow the search and rescue team to continue their quest for the lost star beasts, deeming all else unnecessary. The star beasts now posed the greatest threat to the KRD tribe. Any dispersal of their forces would only provide the star beasts with the opportunity to strike, endangering the tribe's females and young. In contrast to a male who had experienced a decline in rank, the tribe's females and young were paramount to the continuation of their race, always prioritized above all else. Moreover, it was evident to everyone that LNC Ang's unparalleled talent meant that, should he succumb to genetic frenzy, there were no females within the tribe capable of calming him. Surviving the first bout of genetic frenzy by mere chance, resulting only in a drop in rank, was already a stroke of fortune. Such luck would not present itself a second time. This time, he was surely doomed. The loss of a mate was undoubtedly devastating. The old patriarch intended to comfort the young female, only to suddenly realize that she had vanished. "Quick, go find her." Chapter 7. Do you care so much for me? The people of the KRD tribe, weighing the pros and cons, remained indifferent to LNCing's plight. However, Esenglu could not bear to watch him perish. LNCing was the first person in this foreign land to treat her with such kindness, and he was the beast man to whom she felt the deepest connection. Even if she could do little with her current abilities, she still desired to search for him. She would not let go of even the slightest chance of survival. She departed from the safety of the KRD tribe's jurisdiction, venturing into the region known as XLN, as described by the eagle beast. The forest grew increasingly towering, lush, and dense, with the distant low stone dwellings disappearing from view, shrouded in a faint white mist that thickened with time. Behind her, a rustling noise emerged, akin to some gliding creature traversing the dry branches and leaves. Instantly, she felt as if frozen in place, her body tense with fear as the mist revealed a colossal serpent exceeding 10 meters in length, raising its upper body and lunging at her with its gaping maw. Given the distance and speed, she, a mere human woman, had no hope of evading it. A wave of despondency washed over Esenglu. Yet there was also a sense of resignation akin to embracing death. Suddenly, a massive shadow erupted from the mist, swiftly severing the great serpent's body. The fresh scent of blood filled the air, tainting the mist with a faint crimson hue. In mere moments, the serpent's carcass lay reduced to a pile of bloody bones, silent and still. The gigantic beast turned its gaze upon her, its crimson eyes evoking both familiarity and strangeness. She widened her eyes. LNCing. The giant wolf pounced, knocking her to the ground, emitting a low growl of fury from its throat. Its maw dripped with blood, reeking of the carnage of countless star beasts consumed. It fixed its gaze upon her, a look akin to that of a predator eyeing its next meal. The neckband around its neck transformed to a deep crimson hue, displaying a series of numbers that surged from 70 to 80, nearing the brink of 90. Simultaneously, an increasing amount of sinister black energy coiled around the wolf, nearly engulfing it entirely. If LNCing were to completely lose his sanity and devolve into a mere beast, she would likely have become nothing more than a meal for him, afforded no time to react. Yet, a flicker of immense pain and struggle flashed in his crimson eyes. He still retained a sliver of reason. However, The sudden influx of dark energy enveloping him extinguished that reason in an instant. He howled into the sky, then pressed a paw down heavily on her, his sharp claws nearly tearing her body in two. Glue screamed, her body instantly drenched in cold sweat as she curled up in agony. Simultaneously, an indescribable force surged forth from her in her moment of despair. A gentle green light materializing in her palm that dispelled the dark energy surrounding the wolf. Before long, the crimson hue in the wolf's eyes faded to their normal color, and the creature collapsed, transforming into a naked man. Seeing Glue disregarded her injuries and hurried over to him. Seeing had completely lost consciousness. The red hue of his neckband had vanished, yet was largely cracked. The shaman quickly arrived to tend to their wounds. Seeing remained unresponsive, yet it was evident that the genetic frenzy had subsided. Glue briefly recounted the events in the East Forest to the patriarch and the elders who came to inquire. She intentionally omitted any mention of the peculiar power she possessed, for some matters are best left unspoken until their nature is fully understood, to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. Truly, may the beast god bless them. The patriarch and elders harbored no doubts. After all, Seeing had survived his first bout of genetic frenzy, albeit losing all his strength, which was a fortune compared to the countless beastmen who had perished from the same affliction. Perhaps this time was also a manifestation of the beast god's grace. As the visitors departed throughout the evening, the patriarch retained a few beastmen at the door to provide care. Glue requested assistance in bringing a basin of clean water into the room. After washing a towel, she meticulously wiped away the blood from Seeing's body and the wounds on his back. Though Seeing was still relatively young, his back and chest were riddled with a disturbing array of old and new wounds, evoking deep sympathy within her. The most prominent was a gash on his left chest, nearly piercing through entirely. As the hours ticked by, Seeing remained unresponsive. Glue inquired with the shaman, who could not ascertain when he might awaken. The previous bout of genetic frenzy had stripped him of all his power, and now, after enduring yet another, his frail body faced a grave question of survival. If he could awaken within 3 days, he would escape this dire fate. Should he remain in slumber beyond 3 days, he risked becoming a living corpse, forever trapped in a state of unconsciousness. Days passed, and on the third night, Seeing showed no signs of awakening. Lansong seemed to have plunged into a lengthy slumber, ensnared within an inescapable nightmare. Endless darkness gnawed at his sanity, and he realized that he had once again succumbed to his genetic frenzy. This time, he could not hope to escape unscathed. Through the kaleidoscope of his life, he encountered many memories from the past, recalling events from the Western continent and later, the individuals he met in the Kelder tribe. The insults, mockery, degradation, and struggles that had once tormented him now faded, leaving only a singular, poignant attachment that he found difficult to relinquish. A diminutive and tenacious figure stumbled towards him, enveloping him in an embrace, tears seeping onto his chest, scalding in their intensity. Although she was a mute, she spoke in his dream, her voice unfamiliar, yet deeply comforting. As she clung to him, weeping and lamenting how he could abandon her, as she awaited their union and the birth of their child. "Lansong, wake up!" Sangluo cried, nearly choking on her sobs, yet suddenly, a pair of strong arms encircled her. "Be gentle, you've touched my wound." Chapter 8. Your voice has returned. Are you so concerned for me? The man held her close, his voice low and imbued with a tenderness that belied his strength. "Lansong." Sangluo wriggled free from his embrace. Not only had he survived, but the little mute could now speak. Lansong's cheeks flushed. It was the first time he had heard her voice. As melodious as he had imagined, sweet and gentle, like the chirping of birds, melting his heart. In that moment of overwhelming joy, he felt compelled to act. He grasped her arm and leaned down to kiss her. Sangluo furrowed her brow and gasped. Lansong quickly halted, tearing open her garment only to discover several layers of bandages wrapped around her chest, with blood seeping through. His earlier tug had reopened her wound. "I'm sorry, Luoluo. You are injured." He bit his lip, despondent, knowing it was his actions that had caused her harm. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. He had no recollection of his manic episode, yet the claw marks were unmistakably left by his beastly transformation. Lansong's voice trembled, a mixture of joy and sorrow. Did you come looking for me? Yes. I am sorry, he reiterated, his heart aching as he chastised himself. An unfortunate incident. Lansong frowned. He had taken 2 beastmen to patrol the Shilin area, which was notoriously steep. Normally, star beasts did not roam there, even if some resided in Shilin. They were typically of a lower level. Any intelligent high-tier star beast would opt for the concealed waterways of Donglin for a nighttime ambush on the tribe. Thus, he had only a small contingent. However, to everyone's astonishment, a 6th-tier star beast had appeared. Combat and bloodshed could greatly trigger the frenzy genes within a beastman, with the severity of the frenzy being proportional to their innate abilities. This led to the subsequent events. Had he taken more beastmen with him, they might have stood a fighting chance, but Zhu was only able to assign him 2, and no one could have predicted such a scenario, rendering it merely an unfortunate accident. Sang Luo sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, too coincidental. However, relieved that Lansong had awakened, she chose not to dwell on it any longer. By the way, Luo, open your mouth. I have something for you. Before Sang Luo could discern what he had retrieved from his embrace, he swiftly placed the cold, hard object in her mouth. Instantly, the stone transformed into a familiar warmth that coursed through her limbs, enveloping her in comfort. The wound on her chest healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Her eyes widened. It was a 6th-tier crystal core. You kill that 6th-tier star beast. Sang Luo's voice rose, shaking her head. What a waste. It should be for you. I have no use for it. Despite the comfort derived from absorbing the crystal core, she had attempted to sense the faint, mysterious energy within her body. But there was no change. Indeed, a female's constitution was not suited for cultivation. She was born a waste. The crystal core can enhance your physique. Consuming it will benefit your body, which makes it worthwhile. He ruffled her hair affectionately, while tranquility reigned in their abode. The Kelder tribe had been anything but peaceful in recent days. Particularly, within Manla's dwelling, sounds of destruction echoed. Sang Luo could no longer endure it. She had to devise a means to expel that weak female from the tribe. Though Manla had previously been envious of Sang Luo's relationship with Lansong, now that Lansong had fallen from grace, her desire to claim him had waned. She did not wish to jeopardize her pride by confronting a weak female. However, things had changed. Lansong had slain a 6th-tier star beast. Such a powerful male could not be relinquished. That weak female must not remain. Sang Luo sought the shaman to settle the recent medical expenses, but Manla seized the opportunity to corner her in a secluded corner. I advise you for the final time. Leave the Kelder tribe immediately. I can offer you some compensation for your journey, ensuring you can live comfortably elsewhere. If you dare to linger and cling to Lansong, do not blame me for ensuring you do not see the sunrise again. Sang Luo merely regarded her coldly, silent. This female was clearly consumed by jealousy. She had not anticipated that even in her low profile, she would incite such envy. Fortunately, she would soon depart from this place. Otherwise, being regarded as a rival by a jealous female was a concern, as she feared being poisoned one day. Sang Luo resolved to continue feigning her muteness, apprehensive that the Kelder tribe might force her to stay. For a healthy, high-quality female's allure and significance to the tribe far surpassed that of a high-tier beastman. Why are you staring at me so intently? Do you not comprehend my words? You cannot possibly be a mute. Perhaps your mind is unhinged? Manla taunted, advancing to lay hands on her. A sudden force surged forth. She was thrown several meters away, her head striking the wall with a sickening thud. He immediately shielded Sang Luo behind him, glaring coldly at the rising Manla and her 2 bewildered beastmen. What do you intend to do? Lansong, I didn't do anything to her. I just wanted to speak to her, Manla stammered, clutching her head in panic, not wishing to leave a negative impression on him. You were about to push her, he retorted, his eyes sharp. Realizing her deception had been uncovered, Manla's demeanor shifted, and she glowered. I'm doing this for your sake. Now that your strength has returned, you need not be tied to this weak female. You could choose a more worthy mate, like me. I possess superior fertility and can bear you the finest offspring. I could even help you ascend to the position of chief, while this weak female can offer you nothing, not even the ability to conceive. Do not let her hinder you. Lansong's expression turned icy, as if he might unleash his wrath. The 2 beastmen hastily restrained the agitated Manla, fearful of his murderous gaze. With Lansong's strength restored, they were no match for him. Unless she accompanies me to the female stone for assessment, proving her fertility, she cannot remain in the Kelder tribe. Sang Luo gripped his hand tightly, and Lansong's expression softened slightly, turning to her with a gentle demeanor. What is it? Noticing her furrowed brow, pale face, and a thin sheen of sweat beading on her forehead, he believed she was frightened. He was about to comfort her when Chapter 9 unfolded. What ails you? Is your stomach troubled? The two beastmen suddenly became overly excited, sniffing the air, with one even transforming into his beast form and howling to the sky. Manla, already irked, grew even more furious at their antics, kicking one of them. What are you two doing? Useless fools! Get out of my sight! The leopard beast emitted a couple of plaintive whimpers, as if he detected a lingering scent in the air, an exquisitely sweet pheromone that incited a wild excitement within the male beast. The female, unable to discern it, observed that Manla was teetering on the brink of a frenzy. Thus, he dared not linger and scurried away. Upon arriving home, N.C.ing immediately noticed a glass of juice on the guest room table, recently emptied, with remnants of red liquid at the bottom. Approaching, he picked up the glass and sniffed it, his expression shifting slightly. You drank this? Yes, she replied. N had it delivered this morning, claiming it was freshly squeezed and quite delightful, so I thought I would try it. Glue had taken a sip out of thirst as she left the house. And indeed, the flavor was rather pleasant. But this contains an aphrodisiac fruit. He chuckled with a hint of exasperation. No wonder you're feeling unwell. The sweet fruit is typically consumed by females preparing for mating. You shouldn't have taken so much before entering your heat cycle. It could either hasten your estrus or lead to physical discomfort, though it isn't a grave issue. Just drink plenty of water and rest. The effects will wear off soon. A rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air, intensifying over time, igniting the primal desires within the beast. N.C.ing had been so preoccupied with her well-being that he had hardly noticed until now. He exhaled, relaxing as he breathed in the scent that emanated from her. Realizing a certain possibility, his expression shifted to one of surprise and joy as he laid Glue on the bed, reaching for her skirt, only to be halted by her flushed face. I think I might be in heat. Unsure how to convey the concept of her menstrual cycle to a beast man. She thought that the meaning of being in heat was somewhat similar. N.C.ing was visibly exhilarated, having believed she lacked reproductive capability and would not experience heat. It seemed that Glue's body was perfectly healthy. I will fetch you some water, he exclaimed, a bit flustered as he hurried out. Before long, N.C.ing returned with a bucket of water from the river. Glue insisted on cleaning herself without his assistance and found a few clean cloths to change into at home. Perhaps influenced by the aphrodisiac fruit, her emotions were in turmoil throughout the day, especially as night fell. She tossed and turned, consumed by a fervent desire to find a man and engage in intimate activities. N.C.ing finally entered the house after taking a bath in the river. As he approached the bed and began to remove his shirt, Glue forced herself to close her eyes and feign sleep. However, her senses were heightened beyond measure at that moment. The rustling of fabric, the refreshing and intoxicating scent of water clinging to the man, and the potent aroma of his masculine hormones made her cheeks flush and her heart race. She felt parched and her mind wandered uncontrollably to certain thoughts, her body betraying her with a hint of shameful physiological responses. Unable to contain herself any longer, she pounced on him, pushing him onto the bed. N.C.ing found himself beneath her, hesitantly exploring her waist. She felt unusually warm. In a state of confusion and desire, Glue craved to be closer, yearning to absorb the coolness emanating from his body. The fabric of their clothing seemed an impediment as she focused on removing his shirt. N.C.ing, is the effect of the aphrodisiac still upon you? He blushed, turning his face away, his words trailing off. N.C.ing swallowed hard, stirred by her allure, and, relinquishing his restraint, pressed his lips to hers, taking the lead. After a considerable interval, he released her, his voice hoarse and breath unsteady. I will sleep outside. She was still bleeding. It was certainly not the time for such activities. The house lacked soundproofing, and the noises outside fluctuated in intensity, leaving Glue blushing as she bit down on the blanket. Once her period ended, she was determined to claim him as her own. The following day, N.C.ing recognized that he was merely expending pent-up energy. He had been overly restless during the nights, The pheromones secreted by a female in heat were overwhelming for a male beast. With the heightened sensitivity of a wolf's sense of smell, these past days had been a torment for him, both physically and mentally. Remaining by her side, without being able to act in any way, was driving him to madness. Then, she wrapped her legs around his waist, her body clinging to his tall frame like a parasitic vine, their skin pressed tightly together. Yang's face flushed crimson, his hands resting on her waist. At a loss for what to do. "I am no longer bleeding," she whispered in his ear, playfully nibbling on his heated earlobe. Yang's eyes brightened, though he still restrained himself from moving. "Are you ready?" "Yes, I desire you." His breath faltered, his throat working as his gaze deepened like a storm brewing. Her physique was indeed different from that of a true beastman female. The sweet fruit had a fleeting effect on them, yet for her, the effects lingered significantly longer. Just the sight of ignited an insatiable urge within her, intensifying over time, akin to the effects of an aphrodisiac. It seemed she could not avoid seeking a man for such intimate encounters. Perhaps swift resolution was the answer. Better to embrace the pleasure than to endure prolonged suffering. As the night deepened, she languidly embraced his broad shoulders, never ceasing her movements. When became overwhelmed with desire, his ears would twitch. In her dazed state, Glue felt a tuft of soft fur, instinctively giving it a gentle squeeze, causing him to pause momentarily before his actions intensified. After an extended period, he lost control, sinking his teeth into her shoulder, a trickle of blood trailing down her pale skin. The young man, inexperienced in such matters, exhibited a lack of finesse. The vigor of a beastman was almost unbearable. Fortunately, he had previously given her a considerable amount of beast crystals. Otherwise, the relentless passion throughout the night might have left her utterly exhausted. Afterward, Ying, his forehead glistening with perspiration, gazed at the disheveled Glue in his arms. A satisfied smile gracing his face as he showered her with affectionate kisses before carrying her to wash up. Glue remained utterly spent, allowing him to rub and knead her weary body. In the morning, he kissed her ear, his voice now a charmingly deep timbre. "Breakfast is ready. I'm heading out to hunt. Remember to wake up and eat." She lazily responded with a murmur, her eyes still closed, feeling him place lingering kisses upon her lips before reluctantly departing. Glue slept soundly until midday, roused by someone knocking on the door and calling her name. Slowly, she dressed and descended from her bed. Surprisingly, she experienced no soreness in her legs or back. Instead, she felt utterly refreshed. Standing before the mirror, she admired her reflection. The woman gazing back had lustrous black hair, fair skin, and a rosy complexion, radiating vitality. Suddenly, she sensed something within her, her eyes widening in realization. That mysterious power inside her had surged. It had grown significantly, transforming from a delicate thread, nearly invisible, to a robust rope, strong and potent. Could it be that she was cultivating the Hahuan sex techniques, which absorbed yang energy? Glue, are you home? The weather is splendid. Let's go fruit picking together. A voice outside called again. It was Du Jay and the others. Grabbing a bamboo basket from the corner, Glue opened the door. "I'm coming." Chapter 10. The merfolk beastman as they journeyed. The female companions exchanged glances, their faces betraying their curiosity. Mn, unable to contain her words, leaned closer to Glue, sniffing around her. "That aphrodisiac juice I sent you was delightful, wasn't it? It seems you finally found a partner. It's essential to hold on to a promising male tightly, lest another female snatches him away and you find yourself regretting it." With that, Mn glanced at Y, whose expression was less than favorable. She should be wary of Manla. Seeing has no interest in me, now that his strength has returned. He looks down on me even more. I have long since given up hope. Li Man once again seized Sang Luo, eager to uncover some intimate details. "I heard that you two were quite raucous last night. Even the neighboring beastmen could hear the commotion, and it lasted the entire night." Before she could finish her sentence, Sang Luo's face flushed crimson. Are the ears of these beastmen truly so keen? They could discern such matters so clearly? Duo G chuckled teasingly. "Your male seems exceptionally vigorous. The ones in my home can only last half an hour, leaving much to be desired. Why not have all three come together?" Liman retorted. "I wouldn't dare let them all together. they would surely end up brawling, and I would be the one with a headache, fantasizing about others' males. How disgusting of you. Just be quiet. Aya rolled her eyes. It was evident that the beast women frequently discussed such topics amongst themselves. The others merely smiled and shifted the conversation to other matters. Indeed, the atmosphere in the beastmen's world is quite liberated. However, it is rather impressive. Several young females laughed and walked together, drawing attention wherever they went, and many unbonded males approached, attempting to showcase their physiques and curry favor. Numerous male beastmen cast their ardent gazes upon Sang Luo. The identity of an infertile mute proved rather advantageous in maintaining a low profile. Sang Luo, wishing to remain undisclosed before leaving the Ku Air Duo tribe, had refrained from venturing out during her heat cycle. The pheromones she exuded still attracted young males. Were she in a place like Earth, surrounded by so many handsome, muscular men towering at nearly 6 feet tall, she would have felt quite bashful. Yet now, she carried herself with the same composure as the local females, ignoring them as if they were mere air. The weather today was indeed delightful, and nearly half of the young females in the tribe had come out to play. Man La seemed to have forgotten the events of the previous days and nodded towards Sang Luo's group. But her gaze darkened momentarily when it fell upon the red marks on Sang Luo's neck. The river was crystal clear, allowing the rocks and swimming fish to be seen distinctly, with many river shrimp the size of half a palm. On this rare, sunny autumn day, the temperature varied greatly in the beast world, while the daytime was somewhat sweltering. Several females could not resist the allure of the cool river water and eagerly leapt into frolic, prompting others to join in the fun. Look over there. Is that a Ingwa you swimming beneath the rocks? Someone called out, swimming towards it. Sang Luo also turned her gaze. That silver fish was quite plump, nearly 2 palms long, its body translucent enough to reveal its blood vessels and a complete fish skeleton within. The females grew intrigued, with Man La being the first to swim out, clearly intent on capturing it. The males on the shore clamored to enter the river to assist. With that, she provocatively raised her eyebrows at the other females and suggested, "How about we have a competition to see who can catch the silver fish first?" The beastmen were inherently competitive, regardless of gender. However, females were typically protected by the tribe and lacked opportunities to showcase their strength. Such a low-risk activity naturally ignited their desire to compete. Li Man and the others quickly restrained their partners from entering the river and swam over. "Who's afraid? Luo. We cannot let her underestimate us. Come on, we must catch that silver fish today and teach her a lesson." As Li Man spoke, she held tightly on to Sang Luo and swam forward. The deeper they ventured into the river, an almost imperceptible pull swirled beneath them. The originally clear water gradually became murky, and the river ahead began to turn blue, then deep blue, with a section in the center even appearing ominously dark. Sang Luo clutched Li Man's hand tightly. "The central river area is quite deep. It's dangerous below. We should not proceed." Duo G and the others also noticed, but did not take it too seriously. "It's fine. Our partners are watching. Nothing will happen." The Ingwa you seemed oblivious to the approaching females, swimming calmly beneath the rocks as they drew nearer. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged from the riverbed, breaking the surface. It was a stray snake beast. A stray beast is lying in wait. Run. The terrified screams echoed throughout the area. The females turned pale and fled without hesitation. However, amidst the chaos, Man La suddenly lurched forward as if pushed by an unseen force. Just ahead of her were Sang Luo and Li Man. It appeared to be a mere accident caused by the panic of the crowd, but Sang Luo was certain of the deliberate strength behind that push. Sang Luo and Li Man fell into the river as the stray beast charged towards them at lightning speed. In a moment of crisis, her power surged forth, and the riverbed's aquatic plants grew wildly, ensnaring the stray beast in a web-like embrace, preventing it from moving further. Yet, Li Man had vanished into the river, right into that dark water area. Sweat beaded on Sang Luo's forehead as she attempted to summon her powers once more. Suddenly, a head broke the surface not far away. Li Man emerged unscathed, holding the thrashing silver fish high above her head, sputtering water. "She can breathe underwater? Hey, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Don't forget, I have a merman husband." As she spoke, Li Man's upper body also emerged from the water. A merman with deep blue hair, cradling her, swimming effortlessly to the shore. The stronger the beastmen, the more striking their appearance. Mermen were particularly renowned as the most beautiful of their kind, and any random one would be breathtaking. One could only imagine how exquisite the top-tier mermen must be. Mermen are a rare breed, nearly extinct. Thankfully, Li Man had fortuitously found such a merman husband years ago in the Datang River. Though not particularly powerful, their bond granted her the ability to thrive underwater. Or else she might have faced dire consequences this time. Duo G breathed a sigh of relief, her palms slick with sweat. Chapter 11. Who is the secret admirer? How could there be a stray beast lying in ambush here? Manlaw, are you intentionally trying to harm us? What does that have to do with me? I didn't know. You insisted on following us. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Why should I bear the brunt of this? Don't slander me. Stop making excuses. I know it was you, you wretched woman. You've always had it in for Luo. You must have been waiting for a chance to harm us. You were the one who pushed us. Don't think I don't know. In the aftermath, blame was cast on both sides. Li Man, infuriated, stepped forward and slapped Man La across the face, leaving it instantly reddened. You wretched woman. How dare you hit me? I hit you because you deserve it. Keep harassing me, and I swear I'll ruin your mouth. Man La retorted, swinging her hand in retaliation. The mute could not defend herself, but Li Man was notorious in the tribe for being difficult to deal with. Anyone who crossed her would surely find themselves in trouble. Of course, Li Man wasn't acting out of pure goodwill to defend Sang Luo. Years ago, Man La had taken a male whom Li Man had fancied, and she had long harbored resentment, seizing this opportunity to vent her frustrations. Beastmen are inherently irritable and combative. Although the females are not physically strong, their scuffles quickly drew blood. The males, unable to dissuade the fighting, saw their partners injured and furiously joined the fray, leading to a chaotic brawl. Stop! What are you doing? Reluctant to confront the tribe leader, someone called for Elder AMU to intervene. Elder AMU was at the back of the group with Sang Luo. You must be the little female from the Lan Song family. Indeed, you are quite lovely. No wonder several young males in the tribe are so enamored with you. Elder AMU suddenly spoke to her, his gaze warm and gentle. However, you do seem a bit fragile. You should visit the female stone to test your fertility and seek out more males for mating. Otherwise, you may truly struggle to conceive in the future. Gaze silently at the sky, her thoughts ambiguous. Unlike the beastmen, she did not possess an ingrained instinct for procreation, prioritizing mating and bearing offspring above all else. However, engaging in copulation with males could indeed bolster her physical strength. Most females were frail and struggled to awaken their extraordinary abilities. Even if they did, the chances were slim, making cultivation difficult. Yet, by mating with more males, they could absorb their strength to nourish their bodies. Some formidable male beasts possessed innate powers, and if one could acquire the essence they released during their initial mating, a portion of their strength could be obtained. Furthermore, conceiving offspring endowed with extraordinary abilities would allow the mother to replicate the child's innate gifts as her own. The third elder noticed her confusion and mused that this young female might genuinely be oblivious to such matters, prompting him to elaborate further. After a few seconds of contemplation, realized that this was indeed a form of dual cultivation. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the distant figure of Li Man, nestled in the embrace of her merman partner. Reflecting on her ability to breathe underwater despite being a land beast, it became clear that the female's eagerness to seek powerful males was not merely driven by lust, but rather a serious pursuit of dual cultivation. In her youth, encountering exceptionally talented males left her disinterested in the other beastmen of the tribe. Presently, only Camus, who had recently advanced to the 4th tier, was by Aya's side. Their modest hunting efforts barely sustained their household expenses, and they had yet to bear offspring. Duoji had even fewer partners, only 3. However, her criteria for selecting partners prioritized quality over quantity. As the sole female of her family, it was her duty to expand the lineage and produce stronger offspring, thereby enhancing the family's power. Hence, she was meticulous in her partner selection, with her 3 companions being young warriors from the Ku-Air Duo tribe, 2 4th-tier beastmen, and one who had recently reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, likely to break through to the 4th tier soon. In contrast, Li Man collected partners more whimsically, primarily judging based on appearance and physical prowess. Although she had amassed numerous partners, over 10 since her coming of age, their overall strength remained weak, predominantly at the second and third tiers. Consequently, despite her many partners, she appeared less robust and vibrant than Duoji. The proud, powerful males of the tribe were generally averse to females like Li Man, whose excessive flirtations often led to internal conflicts and eventual abandonment by their partners. Unlike the typically fickle females, male beastmen rarely sought new partners after the death of a mate. On one hand, the scarcity of females made finding one a blessing. On the other, losing their initial essence meant they could no longer bestow their innate powers upon another, leading to disdain and rejection. Recalled her initial encounter with that mysterious man, realizing she had gained nothing. Had she sullied the essence of a married male? Although Lan Song was undeniably strong, she should not limit herself to him alone. Many young, talented beastmen in the tribe were worthy of consideration. The third elder, who now seemed more like a matchmaker than an authoritative figure, had previously approached her, expressing interest in her and insisting she should not let such a quality male slip away. What? Became increasingly bewildered when had she accrued romantic obligations. Was his name? Wuke. The third elder, surprised by her ignorance, asked, "You do not recognize him?" Shook her head, admitting her unfamiliarity. Aside from associating with a few females like Li Man, she seldom sought connections with others, particularly males, as she was destined to leave and did not wish to entangle herself in romantic debts. Rapidly searching her mind, she could not recall any beastman named Buku. He is infatuated with you at first sight. It seems the flower has feelings, but the stream is indifferent. Noticing her lack of interest, the third elder changed the subject, inquiring if she had become mates with Lan Song. She nodded in affirmation. That child is the most gifted beastman I have encountered. He should have awakened his innate powers long ago. Have you received any of his gifts? Hesitated and shook her head, apart from feeling physically improved. She seemed to have gained none of Lan Song's innate powers. However, it was peculiar that he appeared not to have had other females. As for the mysterious green energy within her, it did not stem from anyone else, but seemed to be her own power, slowly germinating since her arrival, only growing stronger after mating with a male, even taking on a tangible form. While few females awakened innate powers, they were not entirely absent. Perhaps this was a unique gift meant for her? After all, she was still a creature of the animal kingdom. Was it too much to awaken such a power? Chapter 12. Man lies dead. A rogue beast had stealthily infiltrated the tribe, nearly harming a precious female. The severity of the incident prompted the tribe leader and the elders to summon all involved parties to the tribal square for questioning. The third elder, AMU, served as a witness, ensuring fairness and discouraging deceit. Earlier, I witnessed this individual attempting to assassinate the rogue beast, so I intervened. It should not have hindered your affairs, correct? A brown-haired beastman strode onto the square, dragging the rogue serpent beast, scanning the area before fixing his gaze upon. He flashed her a light-hearted smile, immediately averted her gaze, feeling disconcerted by his presence. Anu lost interest and turned his attention to the elder, stating, "I have brought the individual." The crocodile tortoise beastman fell to his knees before them. "Isn't this man La's partner, Duoluin?" Someone inquired. "Buka, why have you brought him here?" In the crowd, a fleeting look of panic crossed man La's face as she cursed silently. Useless. He could not even handle this trivial matter and had been caught. What would happen if she was implicated? Duoluin, not one to be foolish, quickly defended himself. "My partner nearly died at the hands of the rogue beast. I was furious and lost control. Want to kill that damned creature. I understand your feelings, but the rogue beast entered our tribe unprovoked, nearly endangering our females. This matter is certainly more complex than it appears. Simply killing him would be too lenient. There may be a traitor among us who deliberately allowed the rogue beast to infiltrate. If you kill him, it would be tantamount to destroying evidence and allowing the true culprit to escape unscathed. I didn't consider that at the time," Duoluin lamented, filled with regret. Anu chuckled lightly, kicking the unconscious serpent beast on the ground. "Did you hear that? Stop pretending. They were going to kill you." The half-dead serpent beast suddenly sprang to its feet, and Camus and Palmy Air rushed forward to restrain it. The serpent beast spat defiantly onto the ground, glaring angrily in one direction. "You two treacherous scoundrels. We agreed that if you succeeded, you would give me beast crystals. How dare you betray me and attempt to silence me?" Man-La swallowed hard, stepping back to urge the rogue beast to keep quiet. Anu shot her a glance, intrigued, and addressed the rogue beast. Who are those two? If you speak the truth, perhaps someone might take your place in death. If you do not speak the truth, harming the tribe's females is a grave sin. All that awaits you is a dead end. Without hesitation, the rogue beast accused Man-La. It was her. She said her partner would be patrolling today and could secretly let me into the tribe, allowing me to hide in that water area and take the opportunity to kill a female. The female you intended to kill. Is it her? Anu pointed at. The rogue beast's face twisted with greed and infatuation. Yes, it's her. She's the most beautiful little female I have ever seen. I could never bear to kill her. I want to imprison her in my cave and enjoy her with my brethren. Let her bear us a clutch of serpent eggs. Glared furiously, feeling disgusted and nauseated. The old shaman delivered a resounding slap to Man-La's face. You bring shame upon the family. She addressed the chieftain, urging him to act in accordance with the tribe's customs, without sparing her feelings in the matter of her punishment. Everyone's thoughts were as clear as a mirror. After all, Man-La was a remarkably fertile young female of the Korjuo clan, and expelling her from the tribe would constitute a significant loss. Several powerful individuals stood by her side, and she was the daughter of the shaman. Although her actions had indeed been excessive, fortunately, there had been no female casualties. The old shaman's slap merely provided her daughter with a means to save face, ultimately trivializing the incident, allowing it to fade into the background with a minor reprimand. As Sang Luo stepped away from the square, a brown-haired orc approached her. Do you remember me from that night? He asked. Sang Luo turned her head, realizing he was Byuk, who had previously introduced himself as Anu. This individual seemed quite enthusiastic about her, suggesting he was genuinely interested. However, Sang Luo had little interest in this cheerful, sporty type. She turned and continued walking. Don't you like me? I am a 5th-tier orc and will soon ascend to 6th tier. Perhaps I could even become the future chieftain of the Korjuo tribe. He positioned himself in her path, fervently promoting himself. Sang Luo changed direction, ignoring him as if he were invisible, her demeanor unmistakably conveying her disinterest. Anu did not pursue her any further. His gaze dropped, revealing a hint of disappointment. What type do you prefer then? Someone like Lansong? His appearance is quite appealing, I must admit. What is he talking about? Sang Luo finally halted, staring at him in bewilderment, pondering if he might be a male with unorthodox inclinations. In a world where resources were scarce, such peculiar situations could arise. She had heard whispers of jealousy among males towards females, leading them to create trouble. She certainly did not wish for yet another rival, having just dealt with a female adversary. That evening, the verdict regarding Man-La and her partner was announced. Dolan was stripped of his partner status, receiving 50 lashes, and was gravely injured before being cast out of the tribe, destined to become a wandering beast. Although he had not received a death sentence, his fate was akin to one, as he would soon be devoured by the star beasts at midnight. Man-La was confined for 3 months of reflection, with no visitors allowed, and her status as a shaman's apprentice revoked. Should she transgress again, she would be expelled from the tribe. This punishment was, in truth, somewhat lenient. After all, Man-La was the daughter of the shaman. Even in confinement, her days would likely not be overly harsh, serving more as an external warning than anything else. Although Sang Luo had anticipated a mild sentence, she still frowned, resolving to leave the Korjuo tribe with Lansong as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Man-La was released, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. In the confinement chamber, Man-La seethed with rage, locked in a dark stone room. How could they treat her this way? Just because she was an outsider? She vowed to make that wretched girl pay when she emerged. She would ensure she never left the Korjuo tribe alive. As she fumed, she failed to notice a tall figure silently materializing within the room. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced her abdomen, and blood gushed forth as she collapsed to the floor, lifeless. The night in the Rubel forest was fraught with danger, countless crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, watching the approaching man. Lansong unhesitatingly discarded the body into the woods, disgusted as he wiped the blood from his hands. In an instant, numerous shadows pounced, ravenously tearing at the flesh. The next chapter began with Sang Luo standing at the door, sensing the faint metallic scent of blood on Lansong. Are you injured? She inquired. No, he replied, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin atop her head. I heard from Pamir that you almost fell victim to a wandering beast today. It was a scheme orchestrated by Manla. I was genuinely terrified. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Manla has been punished and confined, and she will not act recklessly in the near future. Yes, she will no longer have the opportunity to harm you. You mentioned before that you would take me away from the Korjuo tribe in a month. Have you decided where we shall go? Sangluo thought he was referring to that matter. Lansong smiled and nodded, saying, I have arranged everything for Saluo City. In a few days, we shall pack our belongings and depart. Life in the city will be far superior to that in the tribe. I believe you will enjoy it. As they conversed, his gaze fell upon her. Tonight, Sangluo wore a rose-colored silk nightgown with butterfly motifs, which Lansong had specifically chosen for her during his last visit to the market. He had imagined how lovely she would look in it, and indeed, the well-tailored fabric accentuated her delicate curves, embodying both innocence and allure. Lansong's hand gently explored her soft waist, his eyes gradually igniting with desire. Sangluo understood his intentions and smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. With a hint of playfulness, she whispered in his ear, Today, the third elder told me that copulating with you would enhance my strength. Lansong's ears flushed crimson at her words. They spent an entire sleepless night together, reveling in each other's company until dawn approached. The weather was splendid. Sunlight streamed in through the window, gently rousing Sangluo from slumber. To her surprise, Lansong was still asleep, tightly holding her as his head rested on her chest. She found it somewhat difficult to breathe under his embrace, so she gently pushed against his head. Lansong immediately raised his arm to shield half of his face. His ears drooping, she stifled a laugh, finding this adorable side of him endearing. As she caressed his soft black hair, she knew he was awake, but chose to let them enjoy this rare moment of intimacy. What were your thoughts when you first met me? She asked, her fingers brushing over the black collar around his neck. What is this? You wore it when I first met you and have not removed it since. She had initially believed it to be mere decoration, but she recalled that it had changed color during his previous outburst. Don't touch it. Lansong's voice became tense as he grasped her mischievous hand, kissing it before continuing. It's a suppression collar from the black market, designed to regulate the frenzy value within a beastman. If a beastman's frenzy value exceeds 80, they will lose control and go mad. At 100, they'd evolve into a mindless beast, completely irredeemable, and will be hunted down by all beastmen. The peril he faced 3 years ago was far more serious than the tribe had rumored. He had encountered a pinnacle 7th-tier star beast, causing his frenzy value to soar above 80. Fortunately, he had crossed paths with a mysterious organization of beastmen who possess suppression collars, which saved his life by regulating his frenzy value. Lansong touched the collar at the back of his neck, noting that it had a limited number of uses. Having cracked during his last outburst, it would likely become unusable after one more instance. Ever since meeting her, his genetic volatility had calmed significantly. Perhaps he would no longer require the collar. The third elder mentioned that you awakened your innate ability long ago. Why have I not received your innate powers? Have you sought companionship with other females before? This thought suddenly crossed her mind, and her expression fell. Lansong quickly shook his head, insisting, No, absolutely not. You are my first and only female partner in this lifetime. He explained that the secret lay within the collar. His innate power was so potent that it could induce genetic frenzy, so it was sealed within the collar to be unlocked when the time was right. Even he could not access his innate powers for now, nor could he share them with her. Some speculated that the wandering beast tribe might retaliate, prompting the chieftain to urgently arrange for heightened security. Lansong did not lift his eyelids as he placed several dishes on the table, responding with a nonchalant sound, appearing as if he had not yet fully awakened. The incident had occurred too abruptly. Sangluo wiped her hands with a towel, as if caught in a dream. Do you believe her punishment is too severe? No, she reaped what she sowed. It is a source of great satisfaction. She pouted, recalling how Manla had repeatedly sought trouble, and yesterday had truly harbored murderous intent against her. If she were to remain in the Kedruobiluo tribe, who knows how she might be ensnared in the future. She was no saint, and would likely applaud the situation. Lansong found her demeanor endearing and invited her to dine, suggesting she put aside her worries for the day. Today, as per your request, I prepared a dish. What do they call it? Xiaomai? Sangluo observed him while eating, noticing that Lansong showed no surprise at all, as if he had known all along, causing her heart to tremble. Could it be you who orchestrated this? You said it yourself. She deserved her fate. He lowered his head and quietly continued his meal, indirectly affirming her suspicions. Lansong had been relatively lenient towards females, having previously warned Manla. Yet she had persisted in her schemes against Sang Luo. This outcome was her own doing. Do you think I am too cruel? Seeing Sang Luo remain silent, Lansong put down his chopsticks, feeling somewhat anxious. The male's act of killing a female was a capital offense. He chastised himself for being too impulsive. If the people of the Kejubulo tribe discovered this, it would spell disaster. You forget what I am, a mercenary. In this line of work, I have taken countless lives. Lansong's choice to tread this perilous path indicated that he was no virtuous soul. He bore no essential difference from the notorious wandering beasts. And the lives he had taken far exceeded theirs. The old chief had shown him kindness, but to the rest of the Kejubulo tribe, he was merely a stranger. Sang Luo was his only Achilles heel. He would spare no one who harmed her. Let us hasten to pack and flee. Sang Luo sighed, finishing her meal before gathering their valuables. Her figure reminiscent of a great escape. Lansong smiled and assisted her, saying, "Rest for a moment. I will handle this." Chapter 14. I love you. Before they could make their escape, calamity struck. The Rubel forest erupted in an unprecedented beast tide. Star beasts and beastmen preyed upon each other. And every year, as the cold season approached, the primal beastmen would hoard provisions for the winter. The starving star beasts would form a tide, launching attacks on nearby beastmen tribes to seize food. The Kejubulo tribe had encountered beast tides before and had measures in place to cope with ordinary ones. But this tide was of a scale never seen before. Thousands of ravenous star beasts surrounded the entire tribe, and no one could escape alive. The Kejubulo tribe vowed to resist the beast tide to the death. In just one night, nearly 100 beastmen were killed or injured. The old chief came personally and knelt, beseeching Lansong to stay and protect the tribe, offering a final favor in exchange for a glimmer of hope. Lansong did not immediately acquiesce, but went to the backyard to consult Sang Luo. The Rubel forest had indeed erupted into war, but unexpectedly. It was a war against the star beasts. The Rubel forest was now unsafe. Staying longer only increased the risk. Sang Luo saw the conflict in Lansong's eyes. She understood well that he was a man of deep loyalty, and it was precisely this quality that drew her to him. Let us stay and help the Kejubulo tribe fend off the beast tide, and then we shall leave. To be honest, having stayed in the tribe for so long, she had developed some feelings for the beastmen here. Lyman and Aya were also within the tribe, and Sang Luo could not bear to watch them perish in the beast tide. I understand, said Lansong, his gaze intense upon her. Sang Luo smiled playfully, taking his hand and placing it on her abdomen, saying, "Perhaps one day when I'm in a good mood, I might give you a little one." This was not merely conforming to local customs or for the sake of her special abilities. Sang Luo genuinely cherished Lansong, envisioning a future of family togetherness. She had to admit, she had formed new attachments in this foreign land. No male beastman could resist the allure of words about bearing children. He pressed his lips heavily against hers, saying, "All right, I will wait." Lansong turned to the chief and agreed to stay to resist the beast tide. In the following days, he seemingly vanished, and the number of injured beastmen in the tribe drastically declined. Sang Luo heard from the chief and others that Lansong led the charge valiantly, slaying numerous star beasts. The Kejubulo tribe, which had been unable to withstand the onslaught for even 3 days, managed to hold out for nearly half a month. Having failed to subdue this small tribe for so long, the star beasts seemed to have grown wary, ceasing their reckless assaults and resorting to a war of attrition. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, their numbers only increasing while the beastmen dwindled day by day. This beast tide was a fierce battle. As the cold season approached, the Rubel forest was beset by a storm of rain mixed with snow, a sharp drop in temperature, dark clouds looming over the city. Outside, thunder rumbled, and though it was daylight, it felt as if night had descended in an instant, devoid of any light. A sudden bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the world as if it were a horror film's apocalypse. A tall, familiar, blood-soaked figure appeared outside the window. Sang Luo's breath hitched as she hurried to open the door. The biting cold, mixed with wind, snow, and the scent of blood, assaulted her senses. Lansong nearly collapsed into her arms, his face alarmingly pale, blood trickling from the corner of his lips, his clothes tattered, his body riddled with wounds, staining much of her skirt crimson. Tears streamed down Sangluo's face as she tightly embraced him, choking on her words. As soon as Lansong closed the door, he eagerly held her close, his icy lips kissing hers with fervor. Feeling his urgent and passionate desire, Sangluo momentarily forgot to resist. Your wounds. Do not speak, Luo. Let me savor you once more. His voice was hoarse. This time, it was not as gentle and patient as before. It was raw and intense, as if he sought to encapsulate all his future longing in this moment, giving her everything he had. Sangluo felt overwhelmed and fell into a deep sleep, unaware of when it ended. In her daze, a kiss fell upon her forehead. Luo, I love you. When she awoke, Lansong was already gone, leaving behind a bag full of beast crystals by the bedside. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Sangluo, leaving her feeling empty. Outside, someone was frantically knocking on the door, and in the next moment, it seemed the door would burst open. Sangluo hurriedly stuffed the bag of beast crystals into her clothing and ran to answer the door. It was Lyman and the others. Lyman's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She had lost 3 partners in this battle. She urgently grasped Sangluo's hand, exclaiming, Luo, we must flee. The Kejuobulo tribe is doomed to fall. It cannot withstand any longer. If we do not hurry, it will be too late. Outside the door stood not only Lyman, but many familiar female members of the tribe and their young, all ready to depart, with the number of male beasts noticeably reduced. And most bore injuries. Sangluo suddenly shook her head frantically, grabbing Aya's hand beside her. There are no more beastmen outside. We must live. Aya exchanged a knowing glance with her partner, and Kimu spoke with great sorrow. Sangluo felt her blood run cold, stumbling back a step. He dared not continue. Everyone present knew full well that it was unlikely anyone could survive the beast tide. How could this be? We encountered a pinnacle 7th-tier star beast king, the very one that nearly killed Lansong years ago. And this time, the Star Beast King is even stronger, far beyond the capabilities of beastmen like us to withstand. Brother Lansong cannot possibly be alive. Sangluo nearly collapsed to the ground, realizing that his hurried visit the night before had been a farewell. It is no wonder that he behaved so unusually. Luo, now devoid of time for sorrow, realized that the Kejobu tribe was on the verge of being overrun. The Star Beast would soon find this place. This morning, half of the orc warriors sacrificed their lives to help us discover a hidden passage leading to the outside world. We hurriedly gathered our belongings and fled through the dark passage, seeking refuge in other tribes. Large tribes and cities possess protective walls capable of withstanding the invasion of the beast tide. Time waits for no one. We must hurry before the Star Beasts discover us, or we will be utterly trapped. Li-Man urgently transformed a tiger tribe companion into beast form, pulling her onto its back. The remaining orc forces traveled day and night, leaving the besieged Kejobu tribe behind. Chapter 15. Hold me tight. I will take you away. The sudden tempest, accompanied by a mix of rain and snow, roared with thunder that echoed for a long time before the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the light of day. With little ability for night vision, Sangluo was finally free from the confines of blindness. The cold season had silently descended, and the snow increased steadily. Within half a day's journey, it accumulated nearly half a meter thick, rendering the females and cubs unable to find footing, relying solely on the beast forms of the male orcs to press onward. Fortunately, Lansong had previously procured several warm cloaks for her in the city. Sangluo, shivering from the cold, hastily rummaged through her pack, wrapping herself tightly like a dumpling, barely resisting the bone-chilling cold. The daylight quickly faded again, this time truly plunging into darkness. The orc warriors, exhausted from a full day of relentless travel, exited the boundary of Rubel Forest and stepped into a new woodland, where traces of the beast tide were scarcely visible. They sought a safe place to rest. Having gone an entire day without food or water, Sangluo felt both hungry and thirsty. The female companions had ventured nearby to hunt, but prey was pitifully scarce in the cold season, managing only to catch a few rabbits and field mice to roast for the females and cubs, while the weaker males could only endure hunger. Without a male companion by her side to offer her food, and with Li-Man and the others preoccupied, she hesitated to ask for sustenance. How she regretted not learning some hunting skills. At an uncertain moment, Tu Zhu approached, offering her a roasted fish. His gaze swept across her delicate, fair face, but he said nothing before striding away. Sang Luo accepted the fish, still feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Perhaps he was not so bad after all. Overwhelmed by hunger, she bit into the roasted fish without further thought. Suddenly, Anu rushed over, snatching the fish from her grasp and tossing it to the ground. Looking at her empty hands, Sang Luo glared up at him. "What are you doing? If you don't want to be taken advantage of by him tonight, don't eat that." Sang Luo paused, her expression shifting suddenly. She had been so starved that she hadn't even noticed the faint scent of an aphrodisiac fruit mingling within the fish. Thankfully, she had not swallowed it yet. She quickly spat out the chewed fish flesh and rushed to the riverbank, where the ice had cracked, and drank several mouthfuls of icy water to cleanse her mouth. How despicable! How disgusting! To think he would resort to such underhanded tactics. No wonder he had looked at her with such possessiveness, as if she were already his prize. Anu approached her with 2 rabbits in hand, also carrying a large bundle of firewood. "Do you like roasted rabbits?" Sang Luo looked up at him in surprise. Anu quickly made a fire, clumsily skinning and gutting the rabbits before cleaning them by the river. He then skewered them on 2 wooden branches and roasted them over the flames. After nearly half an hour, the rabbit meat was perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, exuding a hint of acceptable bloodiness that the female orcs favored. Anu handed her one of the roasted rabbits. Sang Luo, entranced by the aroma, accepted the meat, eager to take a bite. However, recalling the earlier incident, she hesitated. Just because Tu Zhu was not a good person did not mean Anu was trustworthy. He took a bite from the meat she held and swallowed before passing it back to her. Seeing no change in his expression, Sang Luo finally relaxed and began to eat. After devouring half a rabbit, her hunger was significantly alleviated. She then rummaged through her pack for some canned spices, sprinkling them over the meat before savoring every bite. "Give me some too." Anu leaned closer, intrigued by the enticing aroma. Sang Luo shared a bit of the seasoning with him, and after tasting it, he praised its delightful flavor. "Lansong cooks very well. This is some spicy ground. Quite convenient," he remarked, displaying a surprising level of thoughtfulness. After this statement, Anu focused on eating the meat, lapsing into silence. As night fell, the orc warriors ceased their journey and sought nearby places to rest. Anu discovered an abandoned cave. Though small, it was ample enough for 2. He gathered some unwithering vines outside, bundling them into a makeshift broom to clean the cave interior and exterior, before lighting a large fire and laying down several thick animal skin mats. Sitting cross-legged on one mat, he patted the space beside him with a charming smile. "It's cold. Would you like to sleep next to me?" Sang Luo shook her head in refusal. "I have a partner. So, are you suggesting I should sleep outside?" He replied, exasperated. "You're quite adept at taking liberties." Sang Luo contemplated seeking out Li Man and the others to sleep, but they were all females with their partners resting in the same cave. Li Man would likely not refuse her, yet as an outsider, it would be somewhat inconvenient. He moved forward, adding more firewood to the fire, ensuring it would last until dawn before leaving the cave. Warmth from the flickering fire eased Sang Luo's tension and fatigue from the day, and she quickly drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, she was stirred by the soft sound of footsteps drawing near, a pair of predatory eyes surveying her form with malicious intent. Her body's instinctual warning jolted her awake. Tu Zhu had stealthily entered the cave, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Sang Luo's face turned pale, nearly releasing a terrified scream. Seeing no signs of her being in heat, Tu Zhu was somewhat surprised. "You didn't eat that roasted fish." Sang Luo continued to glare at him, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at him. Tu Zhu, irritated, waved his hand, an invisible force deflecting the stone back to the ground. It seemed she indeed hadn't consumed the aphrodisiac fruit. This little female was quite clever and cautious. However, it mattered little. Whether she had eaten it or not made no difference to him. With a female's strength, she could not resist a male. Whatever he desired, she could not refuse. "Mate with me, and you shall no longer suffer on this journey." Tu Zhu's gaze lingered on her delicate, fair face, gradually descending with heat. "As a single female, you are a coveted prize. Even without me, other males would pounce on you. It will be better to accept me early than to be sullied by those other worthless beasts." He reached out to pull her into his embrace, but Sang Luo bit down hard on his strong, muscular arm. Ugh! The orc's muscles were as hard as rock, and Sang Luo nearly broke her teeth. "Tu Zhu, in pain, pushed her away. She collided painfully against the stone wall, a shiver of agony coursing through her, curling up in response. Any remaining compassion in Tuju vanished as he advanced upon her, pinning her to the ground and roughly tearing at her clothing. While sorrow and anger filled Sang Luo's heart, a fierce desire to resist ignited within her, a flash of golden light flickering in her dark pupils. A bolt of lightning struck down. Tuju staggered back several steps, disbelief etched upon his face. "You possess innate power?" Sang Luo was equally astonished, staring at her hands. No, this was not her innate power. It was Lan Tsong's innate power. The power of Essing Lu leans more towards the healing arts, gentle and soft, lacking in offensive strength. However, this thread of lightning power is distinct. Although she can only inherit a fraction of LNC's innate abilities, and her physical limitations imply she can only exert a mere fraction of her original strength. Judging by Tzich's fervent yet wary gaze, the potency of her attacks is undeniably formidable. Thus, she must rise to the occasion. Essing Lu shook off her despondency and unleashed the lightning upon Tzich with reckless abandon, growing more adept with each strike. She coalesced spheres of lightning in her hands, vigorously directing them towards him. Tzich raised his hand to conjure an earthen shield, blocking most of the electrical onslaught. Yet some would inevitably slip through. Soon, he was marked by crimson, his garments tattered and in disarray, looking rather disheveled. "I had no intention of being rough with a female, but your disobedience leaves me no choice," he declared. Dozens of earthen vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring her like a cage. "Utilizing your innate power against a female is somewhat unethical, Tzich." A clear and melodious voice resonated at the cave entrance, stirring Essing Lu to the brink of tears. Although En may harbor ulterior motives, he at least possesses the qualities of a gentleman. She truly should have insisted he stay the night. In an instant, En appeared by her side, harnessing an intangible force to shatter the earthen vines, shielding her behind him as he faced the grim-faced Tzich. "Have you not left?" "I was resting in the nearby cave, but upon hearing the commotion, I felt compelled to investigate. BK, I advise you not to meddle. You cannot contend with me." Tzich's fury flared as he had just managed to send LNCing away, only to be confronted by the bothersome BK. Both were at the 5th tier, yet he stood at its pinnacle, while BK had only recently ascended to the initial level, making him no match. "Not necessarily," En replied with an unconcerned chuckle, but Essing Lu sensed a facade of calmness from him. "Do you truly believe you can protect this young female?" "LNCing could not withstand me, and should you oppose me, you will meet a similarly grim fate." Essing Lu widened her eyes at Tzich, realizing he was responsible for LNCing's downfall. Th, noticing her furious gaze, smiled coldly, aiming to dismantle her psychological defenses. "That fool indeed possesses a remarkable fate. The first time I encountered the Star Beast King severely injured, I had intended to deliver the final blow secretly. Yet, to my surprise, he merely suffered a drop in rank and managed to cling to life. That worthless individual even secured such a beautiful young female. He is unworthy of you. You should belong to me." Thus, the second time I spotted the Star Beast trace in XLN, I deliberately lured him there, believing he would surely fall to a broken state. Yet again, he survived, regaining his strength. As Tzich spoke, his jealousy seethed, yet he suddenly burst into laughter. What does it matter if he survived 2 calamities? That fool ultimately remains devoid of the beast god's favor. This time, he will finally perish at the jaws of a star beast, and you will obediently join me, thus sparing yourself further suffering. Tzich, you have committed these acts. The chieftain and several elders, along with numerous beastmen, had gathered at the cave entrance unbeknownst to them. Tzich stiffened, glaring furiously at En. "You summoned them. Had it not been for BK's warning us of your intentions towards the female, we would have remained ignorant of your sordid deeds. You nearly caused LNCing's demise years ago." I shouted. "And so what? Given the current plight of the K-Air Du tribe, do you truly intend to expel me, old chieftain?" Tzich, having regained his composure, laughed mockingly. He pointed at Essing Lu while speaking, casting a furtive glance at the second elder. The second elder, struck by inspiration, stepped forward to the old chieftain, whispering, "Tzich makes a valid point. The tribe is in dire need of capable leaders. With LNC deceased, TZH is the only one left to serve as a pillar of support. If we were to expel him now, it could lead to internal strife within the tribe. The old chieftain, now frail and aging, had long since relinquished much of his authority to the elders. TZH, being the descendant of the Grand Elder, had been covertly supported by both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder to ascend as the new leader, naturally aligning themselves with him. This was precisely why TZH acted with such audacity. The heirs tribe was teetering on the brink of collapse, nearly devoid of existence. He could leave the heirs tribe, yet the tribe could not afford to lose him. The chieftain clearly hesitated. Edwed, you currently lack anyone to care for you. Perhaps you should accept TZH, even if you do not favor him. Having a partner of peak 5th tier would pose no harm. It is your best option at present. Dujay stepped forward, unwilling to refrain from offering his counsel. She held the interests of the tribe in high regard and chose to side with the tribe at this moment. Essing Lu felt a twinge of irony in her heart. If LNC knew that the tribe he so valiantly defended would force her to bind herself to another male, would he still sacrifice so much for this tribe, even at the cost of his life? Seeing this, TZH grinned triumphantly, reaching out to seize her. If you decide to leave the heirs tribe, then hold on to me. And suddenly wrapped his arm around Lu's waist, his low, seductive voice whispering in her ear, reminiscent of another unfamiliar man. Without hesitation, Lu embraced him, and in a flash of white light, they found themselves in an unfamiliar mountainous terrain. Chapter 16. Who are you really? Teleportation? Spatial leap? Lu stared wide-eyed, her expression peculiar. How did you do that? The lower-tier beastmen are inherently greedy and self-serving. Leaving that tribe was indeed the correct choice. The snow outside fell heavier, and In teleported them to a new cave, a temporary refuge. This one was far larger and cleaner than the previous, with a fire already crackling in preparation. Lu, deep in thought, pushed him away. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? In paid no heed to Lu's sudden coldness, still smiling at her, raising an eyebrow. His handsome, sunlit visage appeared both the same and yet different from their first encounter. There was a new hint of mischief in his gaze, which now bore an unsettling glint of desire. It felt as though she had just escaped a wolf pack only to stumble into the jaws of a tiger. And lowered his head, grasping her chin gently, caressing it as he whispered, I know you can speak. Lu's heart raced. She was certain she had never revealed her ability to speak in front of anyone. Now that you have left the heirs tribe, there is no need for such pretense. Surely, you have questions for me? Are you not a beastman of the heirs tribe? Why are you so eager to induce my departure? What do you truly intend? Etnavelu, no longer wishing to feign ignorance, calmed herself, increasingly aware of the strangeness surrounding the situation. The man gazed intently at her rosy lips, a shadow flickering in his eyes. I desire you. You smell delightful. I find you quite appealing. Let us mate and bear offspring together. Is this the reason you have been following me? Indeed, I coveted your reproductive capabilities. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your uniqueness. The scent you carry sets you apart from other beastman females. I can assure you that you will bear many offspring of superior genetics for my kind. He grinned wickedly. Who are you? Etnaluquestin, or perhaps neither. The man before her was undoubtedly not a beastman of the heirs tribe. Bear me a child, and you shall know. In released her chin, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, their proximity charged with tension, while his other hand moved to untie the strap at her back. Do not touch me. Lu swatted his hand away, shouting. In an instant, N's eyes transformed into dark, glimmering gold vertical pupils, instilling a sense of inhuman dread. Yet the next moment, he reverted to his relaxed, charming smile, reluctantly releasing her. You are unwilling now, but that is all right. We have plenty of time to grow closer. I will not force you. Are you angry with me? His tone softened, his gaze dropping, rendering his face exceptionally beguiling. Has the beast tide been resolved? She no longer gazed at him, making her way to the cave entrance. Anu followed closely, casting his eyes towards her line of sight, which led to the direction of the Lubular forest, seemingly at peace now. I'm quite famished. There should be plenty of prey nearby. What would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you, he chuckled, clearly relishing the act of caring for the female. Anything will suffice. I'm not picky. Sang Luo stepped out of the cave, scanning her surroundings. Once she confirmed that Anu had completely departed, she took a deep breath and summoned her courage to dash out, heading straight for the Lubular forest where the Kordu tribe resided. She never believed that Lan Tsong had perished. If he were alive, he would surely be searching for her among the ruins of the tribe. The pale morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the path ahead. Yet the snowstorm continued to rage. Sangluo's pace slowed, forcing her to struggle step by step through the accumulating snow. The temperature plummeted sharply, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. With white flakes settling upon her hair and eyelashes, her face reddened from the cold. She touched her face, which felt feverishly hot, her head spinning, her body heavy as if laden with lead. The scenery before her blurred, making it difficult to discern her direction. Suddenly, a pack of wild wolves converged from all directions, encircling her and blocking her escape. The famished beasts were ravenous, and a gaunt gray wolf lunged at her with a powerful leap. Sangluo, feeling weak and powerless, struggled to summon her innate strength when, out of nowhere, a black dagger sliced through the air, cleaving the wolf in two with a clean and precise strike. Warm blood splattering on her face. In an instant, she fell into a warm and strong embrace. Anu held her tightly with one arm, while his other hand raised, conjuring dozens of black blades imbued with power that swiftly dispatched the pack of wolves. The tide of beasts was quelled, yet many more remained in the vicinity. You recklessly ventured out. Do you wish for death? Anu forcefully tilted her chin, his smile vanishing, his eyes transformed into a deep abyss of darkness, chilling to the bone. Or do you wish to escape? Sangluo swallowed hard, fully aware that this man would not hesitate to kill her. She opened her mouth to speak, but darkness engulfed her, and she lost consciousness. Anu quickly caught her, then noticed her alarming condition. Her body was scalding hot, akin to that of a furnace, far beyond what was normal for a female. Is she ill? Has she a fever? A pang of anxiety struck him, making it difficult to breathe. So fragile? Caring for a female was indeed troublesome. He had never had experience in nurturing one. She can't die, can she? Anu became flustered, having finally found a delightful little female. He couldn't let her perish in his care after just 2 days. He recalled a modest settlement located several dozen miles away, which likely had a shaman. Cradling Sangluo in his arms, he made his way there. Sangluo's hands weakly draped around his neck, her head resting against his chest as she nuzzled him feebly. Anu tightened his grip, her natural fragrance wafting to his nose, quickening his heartbeat. He truly adored her scent. It was irresistible. Sangluo half closed her eyes, studying the enlarged, handsome face of the man before her. The overlapping images made it difficult for her to discern reality. She reached out to touch Anu's face. Her voice soft and frail. Take me to the Kordu tribe. You have a fever. I shall take you to see the shaman first. Please, I want to see it. If you take me there just to have a glance, I will go with you. Chapter 17. What is his true name? Above the vast expanse of the Lubular forest, an enormous warship loomed like a colossal iron beast suspended in the sky, its hull nearly blotting out the horizon, casting a suffocating shadow. It radiated powerful and terrifying mental energy that swept across the land, causing the beasts to cower in fear. Inside the starship, the orcs donned uniform military attire, each tall and well-trained. A lion man orc approached the main command room, his expression serious and demeanor respectful as he knocked on the door. Soon, a cold and detached voice, as frosty as ice, commanded, "Enter." The man seated at the head of the table was strikingly handsome, exuding a divine aura, with long black hair cascading like silk. His military uniform, adorned with gold, signified his status as the highest commander of the empire, encasing his tall and slender figure with an alluring allure. He kept his eyes closed, his face slightly pale and weary. The lion man orc merely caught a glimpse of the man before hastily bowing his head. The commander's appearance was indeed unparalleled in the empire, and even he, a male beast, dared not to look directly. Time passed slowly, a minute, 2 minutes. Just as the orc began to speculate whether the general had fainted from his injuries, the man suddenly opened his narrow purple eyes, filled with a chilling and intimidating murderous intent. "I have found you." Before reaching the Lubular forest, Anu halted, feeling as if his blood had frozen solid. Like prey caught in the gaze of a venomous snake, he realized he had been detected. That man's mental energy was capable of enveloping the entire area, searching without missing a trace. Anu looked down at the small female in his arms, feeling her increasingly feverish face, sighing helplessly. I really should not have believed your words. Not taking you there nearly cost me my own life. He noticed the starship hovering in the distance like a monstrous beast, gently placing her on a patch of flat ground, and with a gesture, he opened a portal to a chasm. We shall meet again. An invisible and terrifying mental attack surged towards him, and in an instant, Anu vanished without a trace. A man with long black hair descended from the sky, his piercing purple eyes coldly fixed on the direction Anu had departed, the murderous aura still lingering. Could he be an enemy? Sangluo thought of how Anu had just held her, their intimacy making her fear that she might be caught in the crossfire, and that this man might kill her in a fit of rage. Sangluo nervously closed her eyes, thinking, it's over, that scoundrel has implicated me. The next moment, she was swept into someone's arms, the person having retracted their menacing aura, seemingly afraid of frightening her. The scent of melting snow from the mountain peaks lingered at Sangluo's nose, intoxicating and lulling her into a deep slumber. I have found you. Leaning against the man's embrace, she inhaled his pleasant scent, oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it before, but at this moment she could hardly discern anything, only managing to ascertain that he bore her no ill will. Her physical exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The commotion attracted a number of star beasts, both low-level and sentient high-level beasts, all eager to partake in the feast. Kaiser, having concealed his powers, appeared no different from an ordinary orc. The beasts surged forward, greedily eyeing the two. Countless star beasts lunged at them. With a mere glance, the man unleashed a terrifying mental force, annihilating the entire swarm of star beasts in an instant, reducing them to nothing but dust scattered upon the pure white snow, as if they had never existed. The military doctor hurriedly arrived with a medical kit to examine Sangluo. Having served alongside the general for many years, he had never witnessed him so anxious before, fearing that this small female might be afflicted with a terminal illness. After the examination, the doctor concluded that the female had caught a chill, resulting in a fever, compounded by some nervous exhaustion, but with some medication, she would recover. The military doctor, relieved, prescribed the medicine and took his leave. Kaiser looked at the unconscious female on the bed, brushing his fingers against her flushed and feverish face. As soon as she felt his cool palm against her skin, she let out a contented murmur and nuzzled closer to him, the heat within her body diminishing slightly. Kaiser decided to hold her in his arms. As her fever subsided, Sangluo awakened, the clean and tidy room filled with the scent of medicine and disinfectant. When she raised her gaze, she collided with the man's intense stare, her face flushing as she lowered her head. His beauty was breathtaking. Merely looking at his face made her heart race and her throat dry. As she found herself in the embrace of a man, she hastily descended from his arms. Kaiser looked at her reaction with some surprise. You do not remember me? Such a breathtaking visage could not possibly be forgotten. Indeed, she had no recollection. He replied, I am Kaiser, the general of the Alliance Empire, and I shall also be your legal guardian. What? A complimentary ticket to a meal? She could only nod. I won't trouble you for long. Once I find a means to make a living, I will certainly repay you. By the way, have you seen the orc by my side with brown hair quite young? He is dead. Was he killed by a star beast? Or did Anu fail to escape? Sangluo glanced at the expressionless Kaiser, her emotions swirling. He died over 2 months ago. Huh? How could that be? That poor orc was infested by the Zerg. They possess the ability to usurp the bodies of orcs, disguising themselves and learning their ways, making it difficult to be detected. Kaiser explained, the orc you spoke of has long since perished. The one by your side is a Zerg. Sangluo opened her mouth, murmuring, what is their purpose in doing this? To seize females. No wonder Anu had been so intent on escaping the tribe. Over 2 months ago, I engaged him in battle. I was caught off guard and was poisoned by the Zerg. The returning military vessel was destroyed by them, but he was also severely wounded by me, and we both fell near the Rubel forest, where he took the opportunity to seize an orc's body to recuperate. Sangluo pondered for a moment and asked, what was his true name? The Zerg Prince, Anubia. Chapter 18, The Whereabouts of Lan Song. You have attracted the attention of the Zerg. If you remain by my side, I will ensure your safety. Kaiser looked at her earnestly. Who? Your beast husband? His voice was calm. Yes. Sangluo had no intention of concealing anything. Since Lan Song had bonded with her, he was indeed her legitimate beast husband, her first Regardless of whether he was alive or dead, she would never forget him. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, and a pang of sorrow welled up within her. Kaiser remained silent for a long while, while the two orcs at the door felt a cold sweat trickling down their backs. When the general displayed such an expression, it indicated his displeasure, and those opposite him would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Fortunately, he did not make things difficult for Sang Luo and quietly asked, "Is he from the Kordo tribe?" "Yes. I passed by that tribe. It has long since become a wasteland with no signs of life. The person you seek is not there." Sang Luo lowered her head in despair. In desperate situations, one often clings to unrealistic hopes, but she had to face reality. In such perilous circumstances, Lan Song had no chance of survival. Perhaps it was the aftermath of her recent nervous breakdown or the surge of emotions. She felt a heaviness in her chest and dizziness. Kaiser laid her upper body flat on the bed. "You should rest well. The recent Zerg tide in the Kordo tribe is quite unusual and has drawn the Empire's attention. I will leave a portion of my men in the Rubel forest area to keep watch. If anything arises, I will inform you immediately." "How does that sound?" "Good." Only then did Sang Luo feel relieved, grasping his departing hand, her lips moving. "Thank you, Kaiser. Just a trivial matter." His voice was enchanting. "Rest well. We shall soon be home." Sang Luo quickly fell asleep. Kaiser dismissed the others. Half a day later, Kaiser brought Sang Luo to a villa with a garden, inputting her facial features and iris, granting her free access to the villa. Sang Luo gazed in awe at everything she passed. The Kordo tribe resembled a modern remote village, while the road and architectural planning of the Western Continent city were akin to a 21st century metropolis, perhaps even more advanced. Along the way, there were many visible cleaning robots and various bizarre beasts. No, orcs were racing along the roads, prosperous and thriving. They lived in peace without crime, filth, or disorder. No wonder Lan Song claimed that the Western Continent was the most technologically advanced of the four continents. Living in the city was far happier than in the tribe. Why had he chosen to leave? She could not tear her eyes away, her body responding instinctively. It must be said that this man's appearance was indeed exceptional. Lan Song could not compare. This place was indeed splendid, Sang Luo affirmed in her heart. Even in modern times, she could not afford such a large independent villa. The Empire's general was indeed financially affluent. Kaiser emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bottles. "What flavor of nutrient solution do you prefer?" Sang Luo thought she had misheard. After a moment of hesitation, she randomly selected a bottle and took a few sips. It was strawberry-flavored and tasted passable. Do orcs in the Western Continent consume these things? She missed Lan Song even more. Thinking of him, whose fate remained unknown, she sighed again. Noticing her lack of appetite, Kaiser recalled his unique constitution. He had been consuming nutrient solutions since childhood and had nearly forgotten the taste of normal food. Although nutrient solutions were more scientifically beneficial for the body, most people still preferred the more primitive method of cooking. Females were particularly picky eaters. Kaiser took Sang Luo out for a proper meal. "How about trying this?" Kaiser cut her piece of steak. Sang Luo readily accepted his offering. The roasted lamb chop was a bit tough and somewhat gamey. It seemed the Western Continent prioritized technology over culinary finesse. The roasted fish, however, was quite good, tender, and flavorful, causing her cheeks to bulge like a little hamster. Worried that she might choke, Kaiser poured her a glass of juice. Meanwhile, he had hardly touched his own food, merely watching her eat. How adorable! Sang Luo felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. Yet after 2 days of heavy sleep, she had hardly eaten. Her stomach was quite empty. She hesitated. "You don't mind that I'm eating too much, do you?" "Don't worry, I have beast crystals. This meal is on me." "No need." At the checkout, he had already paid the bill. After Kaiser left, Sang Luo did not remain idle. She familiarized herself with the room and went to the study, where the iris recognition prompted the door to open. Inside, the study resembled a small library, with various collected books neatly categorized. Sang Luo found a book titled A Brief Chronicle of the Interstellar Era, only an inch thick. In the year 20 AG, a global viral outbreak occurred. In the year 2 AG, Blue Star fell into an energy crisis, glaciers melted, tsunamis occurred frequently, hurricanes swept across the continent, and food production plummeted. In the year 34 AG, scientists accidentally discovered that human genes, when fused with animal genes, could alter the arrangement, allowing cells to still undergo differentiation and division. In the year 37 AG, the first experimental subject survived for 3 months before dying. In the year 4 AG, humanity successfully bred gene orc warriors and proposed a planetary migration plan. In the year 1 of the star calendar, the planetary migration plan was initiated. We found a new place to inhabit and named it Reboot Star, only to encounter an even greater crisis. In the year of the star calendar, we encountered the void divine beast. Closing the book, her suspicions were confirmed. This world indeed had a connection to her original one. It was a world a million years into the future. The environment of Blue Star had deteriorated increasingly, suffering multiple natural and man-made disasters, with humanity's survival hanging by a thread. Until a crisis erupted that could extinguish all of humanity, the scientists of that time had created a new species, the orc, by combining human and beast genes, hoping to combat the impending doom with the valiant and powerful orc warriors. Alas, humanity ultimately could not withstand the extinction. The genetically evolved orcs inherited human civilization and technology, migrated from the desolate Earth, and sought another resource-rich, habitable planet, Reboot Star, upon which she now stood. The landscape and climate of Chongqing bear a striking resemblance to Earth. Its expanse is nearly tenfold that of our planet, inhabited by billions of beastmen. Meanwhile, pure humans have long since vanished, relegated to mere historical footnotes. Would she be subjected to dissection for research? Saint-Louis hate deeply her emotions tumultuous, prompting her to conceal her identity. With little desire to continue reading, she noticed the time and decided to take a shower. After exiting, Kaiser was met by a lithe leopard beastman, his most trusted subordinate responsible for intelligence gathering. Kaiser inquired about her experiences over the past 2 months. Lion presented the information, stating they could not trace the noble female's origins, only that she escaped from a shelter near Luber Forest over 2 months ago, subsequently falling off a cliff and being taken in by the Cordo tribe. It was noted that she indeed had a wolfman companion in that tribe. Kaiser perused the documents, and seeing his calm demeanor, Lion continued, reassuring him that the recent beast tide in Luber Forest was significant. Many beastmen from the Cordo tribe had perished in the onslaught, and the wolfman had gone missing, likely meeting a grim fate. Lion expressed this delicately, acknowledging the low aptitude and weak strength of the lower-tier beastmen, making survival against the tide improbable. Kaiser remarked he had not heard further military updates on the beast tide, only that a 7th-tier pinnacle star beast had appeared in Luber Forest, leading to the near annihilation of nearby tribes. According to our latest measurements, that star beast has surpassed the 7th-tier pinnacle and is now classified as a half-king tier. Kaiser paused, intrigued by the emergence of such a high-tier star beast in this remote region. He inquired about the current whereabouts of the half-king tier star beast. Such beings are rare and elusive. With his current strength, ordinary crystal cores would be of little assistance, making the half-king tier beast crystal ideal. The energy residuals of the star beast had dissipated, and the search team discovered the corpse of the star beast king yesterday morning, its crystal excavated. Lion activated a holographic display, presenting 2 recordings. Would the Lord like to view them? A virtual screen materialized, revealing a colossal star beast resembling a tortoise snake, towering hundreds of meters, shaking the ground with each step, followed by a dark mass of beasts, numbering in the thousands, sweeping through like a locust plague, leaving devastation in their wake. Beastmen from various tribes fled in terror, but one young beastman with black hair remained, clearly outmatched against the gigantic creature, which could crush him with a single blow. Exhausted, he tore off his nearly torn neck ring, and the number of beast patterns on his arms surged, displaying 7 vividly intense purple lines. He then transformed into his beast form, a massive black wolf crackling with golden lightning, charging into the beast tide. Simultaneously, the heavens trembled, dark clouds swirling with countless strands of golden lightning striking down in a chaotic display, engaging in a desperate fight with the Star Beast King. Though the king's strength exceeded that of the Beastman, the latter somehow continued to resist until he was nearly out of breath, ultimately exhausting the Star Beast King. A lightning affinity, notably the most potent golden lightning type. Kaiser's gaze sharpened as a realization dawned upon him. Which tribe did this wolfman belong to? Our investigation revealed that no such level of beastman had previously emerged from Luber Forest, indicating he was likely not a native. Dion, having worked closely with Kaiser for many years, discerned his thoughts and quickly added, This wolfman is likely not the noble female as companion. I dispatch someone to investigate. And her partner is merely an ordinary wolfman of the Cordo tribe, whereas this wolfman is a mutated thundercloud wolf, not the same individual. I beg to differ. He appeared desperately searching for something, excavating every collapsed structure, his trembling claws drenched in blood. As time wore on, his mood darkened, and in a frenzy, he scoured the nearby ruins, uncovering only countless disfigured corpses. He howled mournfully to the heavens, and, after 3 days and nights of waiting atop the highest rubble, departed. Lion found it curious. The instruments indicated his frenzy value had surpassed 80, suggesting he was on the verge of losing control. Yet he seemed to retain a sliver of rationality, unlike other frenzied beastmen. Where is he now? The wolfman exhibited remarkable caution, unlike ordinary tribal beastmen. He behaved like a trained warrior, adept at evasion, quickly detecting our operatives and disappearing with the beast tide. Additionally, our personnel discovered the neck ring he lost at the ruins, marked with the insignia of the Chuanxing organization. Lion produced a seal bag. Kaiser donned white leather gloves and retrieved the broken neck ring from the bag. The reverse side bore the marks of 3 shattered stars, the insignia of the Empire's largest rebel group, Chuanxing. Lion stated, "This wolfman is highly likely associated with the rebels." Kaiser remained silent, his fingers tracing the neck ring, stained with dark blood. He removed the gloves and handed them to Lion. "Have it analyzed." "Understood." After her bath, Sang Luo changed into a misty blue robe made of ice silk and poured herself a glass of fruit wine, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Her tousle black hair, still damp, cascaded over her delicate shoulders, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her palm-sized face was alluring with enticing red lips. Was this prepared for me in advance? Yes. Do you like it? Chapter 19. The king beast possessiveness. A male beast man only shows such care for his partner. Sang Luo gazed at the man before her, his impressive stature sparking a sudden, absurd thought. Could he be the tool beast man from the day of her escape? Though his face was battered and bloodied, his physique remained unchanged. His attire, singed and torn, was identifiable as military garb. The more she observed, the more convinced she became. Yet, why did Kaiser not acknowledge it from the outset? Sang Luo lowered her gaze, admitting she had no recollection of their initial encounter, and requested him to recount it. "Do you wish to know?" Kaiser drew her closer, his breath warm against her. "Yes, I wish to understand." She sought clarity on his intentions. A faint blush crept onto his handsome, aloof face as Sang Luo caught a whiff of that peculiar, intoxicating fragrance emanating from him. Curiously, she leaned in to sniff, attempting to discern its source. "You smell delightful. What is that scent?" His arm tightened around her waist, and she felt his rising desire, causing her cheeks to flush. "You promised to form a bond with me and become my partner." Kaiser gazed at Sang Luo's enchanting visage under the moonlight, his voice barely above a whisper. As she inhaled his increasingly potent fragrance, she found herself inexplicably weak and flushed, parched with an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Compelled to regain her composure, she pinched her thigh and pushed him away, her face still flushed. "Until I locate my partner, I have no intention of forming a bond with any other male." Sang Luo was not an ardent paragon of loyalty, as the beast world lacked such notions. Accumulating partners was merely a female's duty, and as an ordinary individual, she found it challenging to resist the world's operating rules. However, Lansong represented a significant hurdle in her heart, and until she confirmed his fate, she had no space for romantic entanglements. Moreover, she had never consented to Kaiser's proposition. He was merely a temporary remedy for her predicament, a tool. Should he indeed harbor intentions of courting her, she would not entertain such advances. His purple eyes narrowed slightly, yet his voice remained remarkably calm. "Et neve. I promise you I will find someone, and I shall not deceive you, but I have one condition." "What is it?" "Once I locate him, we shall dissolve our partnership." Was straightforward, unabashedly revealing his desires. "I want you to be mine, and I wish to be your sole partner. I do not wish for any other male to intrude upon our bond." Although there were no beast markings on his arms or neck, a golden pattern flickered on his forehead. Sang Lu could surmise that this mysterious and powerful man before her was the legendary King Beast. Having awakened the pinnacle of talent from a young age and receiving the Empire's finest resources for cultivation, He was the most gifted and youngest king beast of the Western continent. The realms above and below the royal tier are worlds apart. Unlike those lower-tier beastmen who would compromise themselves to gain the favor of females, often lowering their stance to the dust, king beasts are typically proud and possessive, unwilling to share their females with other males, and may even secretly eliminate weaker rivals. If Essing Lu were to develop feelings for N.C. or even harbor resistance towards him, it would only intensify his desire to eliminate this hidden rival. To him, lower-tier beastmen were scarcely regarded as rivals, let alone the thought of sharing a partner, which would be an affront to a king beast. Recalling that forces were still stationed in the LB, or forest, Essing Lu struggled momentarily before feigning submission. All right, I agree. However, I wish to meet him at least once. After all, he is my first partner, and even if we are to dissolve our bond, I wish to discuss it with him amicably. Essing Lu stepped forward and embraced, causing his breath to quicken once more. She lifted her face and smiled at him. If I have not heard from him in 3 months, I will bond with you, all right? Lowered his head and gazed at her tenderly. Very well, as you wish. Once departed on official business, Essing Lu's expression darkened. This man's desire for control was overwhelming, and his depth of thought was unsettling to her. Once she received news of N.C., she would plan her escape. The restaurant she had visited last night had been quite pleasant. As Essing Lu stepped outside in search of food, she collided with a lithe and agile snow leopard, who came to an abrupt halt. The snow leopard spoke in human words, its mouth clutching documents that scattered across the ground. "Madam, greetings. I seek Lord. I have urgent matters to report." As he spoke, his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, transforming into human form. A flash of white light passed before Essing Lu's eyes as he swiftly donned appropriate attire. With silver hair, a youthful face, and round eyes that resembled those of a miner, he bore 7 faint purple markings on his neck that nearly spread across the lower half of his face, making him quite handsome. Essing Lu attempted to assist in gathering the scattered documents, but the man was quicker. She caught a glimpse of the words genetic testing, causing her to pause momentarily. "My apologies, madam. I was too rash and nearly startled you." Essing Lu recognized him as Said Liang. No, it's not urgent. I will wait here for the Lord." He stood with a straight back, embodying impeccable military posture. Must have been quite busy, as he had scarcely been at home during her stay. Liang entered the house with her, surveying his surroundings as if it were his first visit. "How old are you?" Essing Lu poured in a cup of tea, seeking conversation. "Report, madam. I am 43 years old." Essing Lu's hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea as she stared at Liang's youthful face, his voice akin to that of a pure-voiced young man. She almost forgot that the lifespan of beastmen correlates with their strength. 7th-tier beastmen can live 200 to 300 years, so Liang was indeed still quite young. "Ahem. I am not in a partnership with General, so you need not address me as madam. Simply call me Essing Lu." "Understood. Etna de Lu, madame." She was too fatigued to correct him further, pouring herself a cup of water. "How many years have you served under?" Liang scratched his head sheepishly. "Lord is exceptionally gifted. He was commanding on the battlefield at the age of 15. For ordinary individuals like us, it takes decades to earn a qualification in the military. I was transferred from a military district 3 years ago, primarily responsible for information collection. The general appreciated my efficiency, so he has kept me by his side. What is it that you have in hand?" "I have brought a blood sample to be submitted to the testing department on behalf of the general. This is military confidential, so I cannot disclose too much." Essing Lu did not press further and offered him a bag of homemade meat strips. "Thank you, madam." 3 days later, the test results were released, tracing the blood sample back to the slums of District 517 on the Western continent. This mutated wolf beast hails from the slums? Liang questioned the accuracy of the test results, remained silent, examining the documents in his hand. While the Western continent flourished, the class divisions were stark and severe. Beastmen of inferior bloodlines would be banished to the slums, where they would reproduce, resulting in increasingly mixed bloodlines. These inferior beastmen were born with genetic defects, making them prone to violent outbursts. If discovered, they would be executed on the spot by the Imperial Army. Over millennia, the slums had devolved into a lawless chaos, devoid of sunlight or legal oversight. Naturally, the YLNS Empire remained indifferent, thus not conducting genetic testing on every beastman in the slums. Beyond confirming the origin of the wolf beast, no further information could be gleaned. By the way, this individual is also connected to the KRDU tribe. Should I inform Lu, madam? Li ne inquit. No need. He is not that wolf beast. The documents in his hand turned to ash. The berserk value of this mutated wolf beast has exceeded 80. Upon encounter, it will be dealt with according to imperial law. Understood. Chapter 20. Temptation. As Li Ying exited, he ran into Lu. He quickly bowed and saluted before hastily departing. Wait, she called out, but he was already gone. I'm a carnivore. I do not favor fruits. He politely declined. How uncouth. By the way, I just saw Li Ying hurriedly leaving. Is there news from the KRDU tribe? Paused for a moment, smiling as he replied, Not yet. If there is, I will inform you. Lu did not miss the fleeting coldness in his eyes. He was concealing something from her. When she encountered Li Ying again a few days later, she brought some dried fish, fully winning over the snow leopard. Lu's heart raced. What does that wolf beast look like? What powers does it possess? A black wolf of the lightning type. Do you know that wolf beast? No, continue. I have encountered that wolf beast in the tribe, but we are not well acquainted. Seeing her calm demeanor, Li Ying was reassured that it was not the same wolf beast and spoke more freely. That is good. Its berserk value has surpassed 80. And Lord has issued orders that, according to imperial law, it shall be shot on sight if encountered. Lu abruptly stood up, causing Li Ying to rise in a fluster, unsure of how to react. She smiled at him. Are you thirsty? I pressed some fresh juice this morning. Would you like a glass? Yes, please. Since learning that the dried meat was her handiwork, Li Ying held her culinary skills in great esteem and often sought reasons to visit. Lu turned towards the kitchen, her smile fading. Anger at the deception causing her hands to tremble. However, she soon regained her composure, preparing a cup of lightly brewed tea and offering him more dried meat. After exchanging a few inconsequential words and realizing she could not extract any useful information, she bid him farewell. According to Li Ying, to ensure safety within the city, beastmen required identity verification to enter and exit, necessitating a light brain device, similar to an upgraded mobile phone, which was essential for every beastman in the YLNS Empire and required prior registration of identity. Will you come to my room tonight? I bought some new clothes and wish to show them to you, Lu said, playfully tugging at his belt, her tone laden with innuendo. Ing. His abdomen tightened, yet he remained fixed on her, unmoving. There exists but this singular opportunity. If one is unwilling, so be it. She lost interest and turned to leave. How could Kai Sa-er relinquish such a proactive chance? Without further ado, he swept her into his arms and brought her to his quarters, sitting her upon his lap and pressing his lips against hers. Their first kiss, cool and gentle at first, gradually ignited into fervor as time unfurled. Sang Luo leaned against his chest, responding to Kai Sa-er's tentative advances, his large hands roaming her waist, the warmth enveloping her, almost melting her entirely. Just as he sought to take it further, Sang Luo unilaterally curtailed their enjoyment. Cradling his face, she gazed down at him. Her eyes filled with a playful mirth as she noted his desire, saying, We agreed on 3 months. The time has not yet come. Kai Sa-er found himself utterly enamored, leaning down to bite her collarbone, confessing, Indeed, I have fallen for you. All I seek is a companion for a lifetime. Then why have I not received your innate powers? Kai Sa-er, taken aback, asked, Do you remember? Of course not, she replied, hastily explaining. When we first met, I was gravely injured. The venom stirred a genetic frenzy, forcing me to seal away my powers entirely. You have already acquired my innate abilities, but they remain sealed and thus unusable. How can one unlock the seal? By mating with me once more. His ears flushed a deep crimson. How can I trust your words? You do not intend to manipulate me into calming your frenzy, do you? She playfully bit his earlobe. Sang Luo understood clearly why Kai Sa-er sought her. A fleeting encounter with someone he had never truly met. The royal beast had no shortage of companions, and his eagerness to find her could not merely be a fleeting passion. Rather, he was drawn to the power within her that could quell the royal beast's frenzy. Her strength was sufficient to drive any royal beast to madness. Kai Sa-er let out a soft hum but did not deter her, gently stroking her soft, thick hair with affection. Sang, do you know? I am a born royal beast, and there is not a single female in the entire empire who can match me. I have long prepared myself for a life of solitude. She understood the notion of guilty of possessing beauty. Ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with paper. Sang Luo feared becoming a mere tool, controlled by those in higher echelons. Yet, she did not trust Kaisar. No one could remain eternally loyal to another. The only truly reliable strength is that which one possesses in their own hands. Kaisar had ulterior motives regarding her, but that was acceptable. She too had her eyes on his powers. An exchange of interests, devoid of emotional ties, left neither party indebted to the other. So, you are indeed drawn to the power I possess. She teased. Ahem, my body can only respond to you, Kaisar admitted shyly, having spent years in war zones. His frenzy levels soaring. He had long thought his body was flawed, even undergoing examinations. Now he was certain that his body was perfectly normal. His gaze upon Sang Luo grew more fervent, akin to a beast locking onto a sumptuous prey, eager to devour her at once. Sang Luo felt her heart flutter under his intense scrutiny, fully aware that if the atmosphere continued to escalate, she would be compelled to surrender that night. However, the moment had not yet arrived. She wished to savor this delicacy slowly. Relationships require a gradual process. Are you free tomorrow? Would you accompany me for a stroll? I have time, he replied almost instantly. Sang Luo laughed, playfully tugging at his hair, drawing circles on his chest. You are truly wonderful. Kaisar could no longer contain himself, cupping her face and kissing her deeply. He recognized that he had completely succumbed to her charm, willingly. Chapter 21. The teleportation array. The following day, Kaisar took her out to shop. Sang Luo returned with numerous bags, but with a mere thought. Kaisar made them all vanish. What is this ability? Spatial affinity. You possess, too, innate abilities? Sang Luo was astonished. Upon ascending to royal beast status, one awakens a second innate power. I am a born royal beast, inherently endowed with two innate abilities. Spatial ability is incredibly useful, she remarked, her gaze upon him igniting with fervor. Kaisar raised an eyebrow, his demeanor more restrained compared to last night. In 3 months, I shall help you unseal your powers. She had woven herself into a complex web. I wish to ride that. Sang Luo pointed to the Ferris wheel at the amusement park. Perhaps as a tribute to human civilization, the Yalansi Empire boasted many structures reminiscent of ancient human architecture. Kaisar led her there. As the Ferris wheel ascended, it revealed a panoramic view of the city, and Sang Luo, somewhat acrophobic, found the height daunting, estimating it to be 400 or 500 meters. Kaisar embraced her from behind, instilling a sense of calm as they surveyed the cityscape, plotting a route in her mind. She noticed the silver bracelet on his wrist and casually remarked, It's quite beautiful. I would like one too. I just acquired this last night. I intended to give it to you in the coming days, Kaisar said, retrieving a small black velvet box. Inside lay a snake-shaped silver bracelet, which he fastened onto her right wrist, perfectly adjustable. This was a custom-made light brain bracelet, resembling a serpent eating its tail, with a blue gemstone at the head that connected directly to the user's consciousness, capable of projecting holograms. I have registered your identity and linked it to my account. When I am not around, it will facilitate your life in the city. Do you need me to teach you how to use it? No. I observed you and Leon using it before. I already know how. Sang Luo smiled, standing on her toes to peck his cheek. As the Ferris wheel reached its zenith, a burst of fireworks erupted, and in that moment of embrace and kiss, Kaisar felt his heart race, a moment he knew he would never forget. On their way back, seeing Sang Luo joyfully fiddling with her bracelet, Kaisar felt reassured. She was beginning to enjoy her life here, and in time, she would come to cherish it. Soon, Kaisar became busy again, often absent, while Leon frequently visited. Over time, Leon was completely won over by Sang Luo, becoming her new little brother. Sang Luo said to Leon, The codfish jerky is delicious. ISNT it? We're running low at home, and I wish to buy some beef to make jerky to share with you later. Some areas in the city are not very safe. It might be dangerous for a female to go out alone. How about I accompany you? Leon, though a foodie, was also tasked by Kaisar to protect Sang Luo. She did not refuse, agreeing, All right, those things are quite heavy. Please help me carry them. After a long afternoon of shopping, Leon, burdened with bags, felt as though he had been through a tougher battle than usual. Just as Sang Luo spotted something intriguing, she vanished in an instant. Leon searched nearby, but could not find her, hastily sending her a message. After evading him, Sang Luo arrived at the teleportation array in the city, confirming her identity and handing over several beast crystals to the attendant. The teleportation array, powered by beast crystals, could instantaneously transport individuals to another location, though it required the use of the array as a medium. Fortunately, there was a teleportation point in Yuanshi City, with a brisk journey of 20 to 30 miles. She would reach Lubur Forest, surrounded by numerous tribes and small settlements. She had nearly mastered her lightning powers, capable of self-defense against outsiders. Upon locating the positioning system on her bracelet, she found it operational and promptly deactivated it. Sang Luo arrived at a small border town characterized by stone architecture, where buildings rarely exceeded 3 stories, exuding a primitive and wild style. She found an inn and took a night's rest. The inn served simple breakfasts in the morning, offering roasted meat seasoned with coarse salt, bland, yet sufficient to satisfy hunger. A figure caught her eye. A tall young man approached the front desk. His golden hair and azure eyes complemented by chiseled, mixed features and a robust, athletic build that radiated explosive power and sexual tension. Within the inn, several females were drawn to him. One slightly plump fox female raised her glass of red wine, swaying her alluring figure as she approached to flirt. The man cast a brief glance before averting his gaze, clearly uninterested. The fox female felt a pang of humiliation, but, recognizing her failure, turned to seek the company of another imposing bear orc. Sangluo's attention was captured by the golden-haired man, whose naturally noble aura suggested a style reminiscent of the Western continent, devoid of beast markings on his arms. She smiled to herself, reflecting on the peculiar turn of events where royal beasts seemed to emerge without a price. I apologize, esteemed guest, but we have no rooms available at Qianshan Inn. However, there is another establishment, Wanfuku Inn, nearby. Perhaps you could consider that? I can vacate my room for you. A melodious, enchanting voice interrupted from behind, and as the man turned, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, landing on Sangluo's short brown hair, raising an eyebrow. Very well, esteemed guest, I shall refund you for the remaining night. No need for a refund. Simply allow him to stay, Sangluo replied as she returned the key and turned to leave. The man's gaze lingered on her, captivated by the elegant curve of her neck, which exuded a subtle fragrance, artfully mingled with a hint of disarray from her perfume, yet failing to conceal her delicate scent. Just as Sangluo stepped outside, she was halted by a pair of long arms. It was the golden-haired man, his flirtatious azure eyes sparkling with mirth. Shall we be friends? I don't have any beast crystals on me, but I can transfer the payment to you. Virtual currency in the Western continent could convert beast crystals through transactions using light brains. One would hardly venture out without money if they appeared to be of noble status. No need, I am not in one of that sum. Haha, esteemed guest, you possess keen discernment. That esteemed female likely masquerades as a male to avoid complications, having doused herself in perfume. However, any orc with a sensitive nose would easily detect the ruse. The innkeeper, accustomed to such occurrences, noted that these were typically noble females from prominent families, either sneaking out for a thrill or wishing to remain discreet. Likely surrounded by orcs and secret protection, best not to provoke them. Holding the room key, the man wore a smirk that hinted an unexpected encounter. Chapter 22. Fate ultimately seems to have eluded us. The crowd had long dispersed. Sangluo lingered in the ruins for half the day before heading towards another forest in the direction the tribe's orcs had fled, seeking refuge in a nearby tribe. As dusk approached, she knelt by the riverbank, cupping icy water in her hands to splash her face clean of makeup. The wig was discarded. It felt too stifling. Luo, is that you? A familiar voice called from behind. Lyman, it has been ages. Sangluo greeted warmly. Lyman, clutching a bamboo basket, hurried towards her, eyes reddened with emotion. I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you. You are alive. Before her stood a stunning female with flowing black hair, her skin delicate and radiant, glowing with health. She appeared even more beautiful than before her departure, undoubtedly well cared for in the past half-month. Sangluo, adorned in luxurious silk, seemed like a goddess by the riverside, leaving Lyman momentarily entranced. You were taken by that stray beast. We all thought you perished. Lyman stepped closer, grasping her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Anubia had indeed been mistaken for a stray beast. Such acts of seizing females were typically attributed to rogue beasts. Fear not, I am well. I encountered a benefactor who assisted my escape. Sangluo smiled, withholding further details, her gaze drifting to the approaching tiger orc behind Lyman. Which new tribe have you joined? The unfamiliar male, a 4th-tier orc, seemed strong, suggesting that Lyman had secured a favorable position in her new tribe. Generally, large tribes required external females to bond with a member of their own kind to receive protection. Most of the orcs from the Kordu tribe perished during the beast tide. We had no choice but to seek refuge in the Xinjiang tribe, which is substantial, led by a formidable 7th-tier elephant orc. There are many treasures here we have never seen before. Where do you currently reside? Would you consider staying? Do you know where he's gone? Sang Luo recalled seeing a world map in Kaiser S. study, noting that the Yalin's empire occupied nearly half of the western continent, with numerous independent factions scattered throughout. Finding him was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Sang Luo sighed, acknowledging that her connection with this man seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. However, it was enough to know that Lansong was alive. It was time to let go. As twilight descended, she sought temporary lodging within the tribe, uncertain of the arrangements. Though an external female, her status was valuable within the beast world, and, given Lyman's acquaintance, the tribe leader graciously offered her a room, suggesting she could stay as long as she wished, implying that a lifetime would be acceptable. In the dead of night, Sang Luo was awakened by raucous noises outside. She donned her clothes and stepped out to find females and younglings gathered in the tribe square, their faces tense and alert. After inquiring, she learned that another beast tide was upon them. Instability seemed to follow her wherever she went. Fortunately, this tide was significantly smaller than the last. The Xinjiang tribe, being large with a population of over 10,000, boasted many high-tier orc warriors capable of withstanding the onslaught. Though some casualties were inevitable, an orc rushed over. It's bad, called a shaman quickly. Kimu lost a leg while saving Aya. Outside the tribe, the beast tide had been mostly repelled, with Aya cradling Kimu, weeping in despair. Do not cry. As your partner, I would gladly trade my life for yours. I am content, Kimu said, wiping away Aya's tears with a smile of bliss. Aya, I know I am not your best choice. You do not favor me. But you should know, I truly like you. From the very first time I saw you at the Korda tribe, I fell for you. It's a pity you never noticed me. Even our bond was forged through my relentless pursuit, and you accepted me under pressure. If only I'd been stronger back then, I could have saved you, and perhaps you would have fallen for me at first sight. As Kimu spoke, he coughed blood, his voice growing weaker. Look, I can save you too, and I can die for you. Stop saying that. I do not dislike you. I also like you. Aya finally accepted her feelings for Kimu, but it was too late. She broke down in tears. You must survive. I will bear you a litter of little fox cubs. When Sang Luo arrived with the tribe as shaman, Kimu had already slipped into unconsciousness, on the brink of death, his severed leg lying bloodied beside him, an unsettling sight. In addition to the lost leg, Kimu bore multiple serious injuries, including a gaping bite wound in his abdomen, which likely caused severe internal bleeding. Several orcs carried him inside, where the shaman used various unknown herbs, grinding them into a paste to apply to his wounds, tightly wrapping the severed leg with white cloth. The treatment seemed primitive and crude. Observing the somber expressions of those around, it was clear that hope was dwindling. Kimu's fate lay solely in the hands of fate. Sang Luo sighed, realizing that such injuries might be treated in the urban areas of the western continent, but under the tribe's medical conditions, survival was bleak. Even if he survives, this leg will likely be of no use. A male with a severed leg cannot hunt or provide, relegated to the lowest echelon of the disabled, abandoned by both females and the tribe. It won't be long before despair claims him. Allow me to attempt a remedy. Sang Luo stepped forward, initially reluctant to interfere, yet recognizing the gravity of a life at stake. She could not stand idly by, especially given the close bond between Camus and Lansong, brothers who had faced life and death together. Chapter 23. The breath of time and space. You are not a shaman. Do you possess any medical knowledge? At such a critical moment, do not cause disturbances. The shaman's apprentice, a temperamental rabbit beast, offered no kindness to Sang Luo, insisting that this foreign female be ejected. Sang Luo interjected, I am familiar with some herbal remedies and have healed injuries before. Really? The grand shaman turned to her, skeptical. Li Man nodded, acting as a witness, affirming her claims. My former partner sustained severe injuries during a beast tide and nearly perished, but thankfully, Luo was there. Sang Luo stepped forward to assist, and naturally, Li Man supported her. Very well, let her give a try, the grand shaman conceded coolly. My methods are somewhat unorthodox. May I request that the shaman and others step outside to facilitate my work? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were filled with doubt. What did she intend to do? Did she require others to vacate to conceal her actions? Would she resort to treachery? Had it not been for the knowledge that Sang Luo held no enmity toward Camus, they might have suspected ulterior motives. Yet, seeing Camus' condition deteriorate, he seemed all but condemned. Aya's face turned ashen. Let Luo attempt a remedy. With the partner's voice raised, the others had no objections. Aya's heart quivered, her hands clenched, as a flicker of hope ignited within her. Once the room was cleared, Sang Luo inhaled deeply. While she possessed some medical knowledge, she was not adept at resetting bones. In such dire circumstances, she would need to unleash her hidden potential. The power she had cultivated within was of a healing nature, derived from the wood element, capable not only of mending the chaotic black energy of the beast kin, but also effective in healing physical wounds. This was her first encounter with such severe injuries. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from within the room. The crowd outside tensed, nearly bursting through the door. The rabbit beast stamped its foot in frustration. I told you she shouldn't have been allowed to enter. What does she know of medicine? Camus is surely beyond salvation now. Before it could finish speaking, a graceful figure emerged, lifting the curtain. Sang Luo smiled at the anxious crowd outside, proclaiming, I have completed the treatment. Would you like to come in and check on the patient? So soon? Skepticism filled their hearts. Even Aya hesitated and rushed inside to see. Camus had awakened. Weakly rising from the bed, he staggered a few steps. Aya broke into tears of joy, rushing to support him, and they embraced tightly. How did you achieve this? Can you teach me? The rabbit beast was utterly astonished. Its gaze toward Sang Luo filled with disbelief and newfound respect. A secret, one that cannot be shared. Suddenly, a green light emanated from Camus, signaling a potential ascension. Truly, from misfortune comes fortune. Aya was elated, and Camus, flushed with excitement, planted a fervent kiss on Aya's cheek before offering his entire fortune in gratitude to Sang Luo, then hurried to stabilize his newfound power. Soon, a beast approached with a message. Is the esteemed female Sang Luo present? The Grand Shaman wishes to meet you. The Grand Shaman? Sang Luo pondered, uncertain of the identity. Aya smiled. Camus is a descendant of the Grand Shaman of the Qianxiang tribe. You have saved such a gifted descendant. The Grand Shaman will surely express a profound gratitude. Rest assured as you go. Sang Luo nodded, following the elephant tribe beast to the Grand Shaman's stone dwelling. The Grand Shaman was an exceedingly aged female, her face heavily lined with wrinkles, yet she emanated a subtle divine radiance, devoid of the typical frailty of the elderly. Commanding respect. The Grand Shaman's gaze scrutinized Sang Luo, carrying an air of inquiry. Sang Luo held her breath, a frown creasing her brow as if her innermost self was being laid bare. Thank you for saving my grandson, a small token of gratitude. I hope you accept it. The Grand Shaman presented a wooden box containing a deep purple beast crystal. Sang Luo, having exerted herself, accepted it with grace. As she prepared to depart, the Grand Shaman called her back, dismissing her retinue. You are quite extraordinary. There's an essence of time and space about you. Sang Luo's body jolted, a spark of lightning energy coalescing in her hand. Noticing her tension, the Grand Shaman softened her tone. Esteemed female, please do not worry. I do not wish to pry into your secrets, and with my limited aptitude, I cannot discern the mysteries you carry, so please be at ease. When I heard you speak of these matters, I found them somewhat mystical, akin to the tales told by the ancients. However, it appears there is some truth to it. In my youth, I traveled to the eastern continent, where I learned the art of divination. Regrettably, my talent is insufficient to uncover more. Yet, I am certain that you are no ordinary individual. Should you ever require assistance from me or the Qianxiang tribe, feel free to speak freely. The Grand Shaman presented her with a jade token. Please, esteemed female, do not hesitate to ask. What does this essence of time and space signify? The Grand Shaman hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully. While I cannot ascertain your origins, the essence of time and space can only be revealed through collisions and compressions across dimensions. The aura you possess belongs to another world. Perhaps you have encountered a powerful being who wields the laws of time and space? This was precisely why the Grand Shaman sought to befriend Sang Luo. Given her appearance and demeanor, adorned in luxurious silks, she undoubtedly had many highly gifted and powerful beastkin around her. Her ability to save Camus must have drawn upon the talents of her partner. And this essence of time and space might indicate an encounter with a legendary being adept in temporal laws. Sang Luo understood the Grand Shaman's misunderstanding. Her essence was indeed due to her origins from another realm. Yet this explanation might allay suspicions regarding her identity. She felt a sense of relief wash over her, a hint of shyness appearing on her face, further solidifying the Grand Shaman's belief that she was a cherished female of some beast king. Is there a way to conceal this essence? Sang Luo frowned with unease, fearing it might invite calamity. Rest assured, esteemed female, no matter how powerful the beastkin, they will not perceive the essence that resides within you. Only those skilled in divination can detect it, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. If you remain concerned, the Jade token carries my power and can assist in concealing it to some extent. Chapter 24. The Insect Clan Again. Sang Luo gleaned from the Grand Shaman's hints that upon reaching the legendary realm of power, one might even comprehend the laws of time and space. In theory, reversing time and space could also be within reach. Duo Ji was accompanied by two beastkin, one of whom was her familiar companion, Pommier, while the other was a newly acquired fifth-tier elephantkin. Were you pondering so intently? The Grand Shaman did not trouble you, did she? Duo Ji teased with a smile, her loose silk maternity garment swaying with her movements. Pommier carefully supported her, fearful she might stumble. Sang Luo glanced downward. Duo Ji had indeed gained weight recently, her figure more robust, and her belly had grown, gently stretching her maternity attire, yet it did not appear excessively pronounced. For most beastkin, pregnancy is not overtly obvious. The Qianxiang tribe's beast displayed a hint of despondency, while Pommier was overjoyed. Even though Duo Ji had taken on a new fifth-tier partner, their firstborn would still be his. Sang Luo easily discerned the lineage of the child and smiled sincerely. Duo Ji and Pommier belonged to the flower leopard tribe, which did not have a protracted gestation period. The Grand Shaman summoned me to express gratitude for saving her grandson. She not only refrained from troubling me, but also gifted me many fine items. What about you? When are you due? Did the shaman provide any insights? Sang Luo hastened over, taking her hand with great joy at the prospect of new additions to the tribe. She produced a small wooden box, saying, "These little ones might not have me around when they arrive, so consider this a gift to welcome them." With laughter, she continued, "In less than half a month, I shall give birth. Recently, I have been plagued by backaches. These little creatures are quite restless within me." Duoji, initially hesitant, eventually accepted the gift with a smile, gently caressing her belly, radiating happiness and contentment. The gestation period for the leopard clan is approximately 3 months. "Did you conceive while in the little forest?" Sang Luo asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I did not expect these little ones to come so unexpectedly. The journey has been fraught with fear, worried that something might go awry," replied Pamir. "Fortunately, the beast tide did not affect us. We have the beast god as protection." Pamir, blessed with exceptional fertility, conceived so swiftly, while Lyman and the others, possessing only average fertility, were envious. They had been cozied up in their dens with their partners, rarely emerging. The birth of offspring is a significant event for females, particularly as the time approaches, with inherent risks involved. For the past half-month, Duoji had to reside in a designated birthing chamber prepared for pregnant females, ensuring that the shaman could respond immediately should any complications arise. Duoji's partners were few and comprised core members of the hunting team, necessitating a rotation that often left them unavailable. Consequently, the tribal elders dispatched several orcs to attend to her. "Why have you been so clumsy these past few days? You can't even complete such simple tasks. What if you accidentally injure a pregnant female?" Scolded Doya, a rabbit beast shaman, as a lemur orc inadvertently knocked over a water basin. "My hand is still healing from an injury sustained during the beast tide," the lemur orc mumbled, head lowered. Sang Luo, seated by the bedside pouring tea for Duoji, was drawn to the commotion, her gaze landing on the reprimanded lemur orc, her brow furrowing. At first glance, the orc appeared no different from ordinary ones. But upon closer inspection, his gaze seemed vacant, and his movements were stiff and sluggish, resembling a marionette controlled by unseen strings, eliciting discomfort. As Doya berated him, he kept his head down, his hair partially concealing his eyes, where a fleeting shadow of darkness passed. Sangluo's heart raced, nearly spilling the tea from her cup. It is an insectoid. Thanks to Anubia's previous encounter, Sangluo recognized the insectoid S-disguise, which sought to plunder the females of the orc race. This one seemed intent on exploiting Duoji's high fertility. Compared to Anubia's nearly flawless impersonation, this insectoid S-disguise was woefully inadequate. The males, accustomed to rough handling, were ill-suited for delicate tasks. Given that she had been in the tribe for a few days without much to do, Sangluo cheerfully offered, "Why not let me take care of Duoji tonight? It's unnecessary. The chieftain has sent several males to assist. I refuse to believe none of them are capable. Just take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else," Doya replied, cleaning up the spilled water and bringing a fresh basin. She ordered the males outside, instructing Duoji to lie back on the bed, then proceeded to wipe her down and apply olive oil to her belly. "Do not worry, it is no trouble at all. I come from the same tribe as Duoji. Her pregnancy brings me joy, and I wish to care for her for a few days. Furthermore, as a female, I find certain tasks more manageable," Sangluo explained, rinsing a towel in the basin with a smile. "Very well, but remember to apply this oil 3 times daily. Starting in the morning," Doya instructed, offering no further resistance. After ensuring that the males outside were attentive, she departed for the rooms of other pregnant females. Sangluo noticed a flash of red in the disguised insectoid's eyes, heightening her excitement. She assigned the males some tasks and sent them away. "Thank you, Luo." Duoji sighed, touched and at a loss for words. "In truth, I have long wished to find a moment to apologize to you. When you were coerced by Tu Zhu, I should not have said those things. I know you meant well. Indeed, Tu Zhu is formidable, and forming a partnership with him has its advantages. But I simply do not wish to be forced into such matters," Duoji replied, her perspective differing somewhat from that of the native females, who often prioritized family power and lineage. She wished to find a partner she genuinely liked. "Please share your thoughts." Previously, in his pursuit of the chieftain's position, he had betrothed himself to the shaman's daughter. Now, barely a month after Manla's departure, he should be in mourning for 3 months, yet here he was, having secured the tribe's only valuable female within just a few days. They were set to hold a union ceremony soon. The Wanshang tribe harbored many young males with talents surpassing his own. The chieftain had intended for his daughter's first partner to be chosen from among the tribe. Yet unexpectedly, he had claimed that position. I believe he has set his sights on the Wanshang tribe. Such a male, filled with ambition, would only bring calamity. Thank you for revealing this to me, but I shall not remain in the Xinjiang tribe for long, nor will I have any further entanglements with him. That is good. However, do remain cautious these days. He may harbor resentment towards you. Understood. As night fell, Sangluo lay on another bed beside the slumbering Duoji. She felt no fatigue throughout the night, her eyes fixed on the door. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance, morphing into an indescribable darkness that crept like a spider's web up the wall, encircling the 2 vulnerable females. In that moment, as they were engulfed, Sangluo rolled over and swiftly conjured a lightning orb, striking the shadow. With a whoosh, the tentacle-like shadow retreated like a tide, and she seized the opportunity to hurl the lightning orb towards the entrance. A scream echoed as the disguised orc collapsed at the door, transforming into a large, black centipede. Other orcs nearby, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, fearing that a pregnant female had been harmed, rousing the chieftain and several elders. Upon seeing the corpse of the lowly insect creature at the entrance, crackling with the power of lightning, they turned to Sangluo. "Do you possess gifted powers?" One exclaimed in surprise. "I have become quite adept at utilizing my partner's abilities." Several fertile females within the tribe had formed bonds with high-ranking orcs, thereby acquiring portions of their gifted powers, yet few females wielded such prowess. She was nearly on par with genuine high-ranking orcs. Duoji turned pale. "Luo, you have saved both my life and that of my child." How astute she was to realize that Sangluo must have sensed something amiss, prompting her to stay behind that night. Had it not been for Sangluo, she would have faced dire consequences. The chieftain and elders were furious. An insectoid had infiltrated the Xinjiang tribe. Conduct a thorough investigation. Noticing that the tribal orcs seemed to have prior knowledge of the insectoids, Sangluo inquired of an elder. "Has the tribe encountered insectoids before? Where do they originate?" The insectoids' disguises were exceedingly potent, They would not relent until they had captured females. Sang Luo felt concern for Duoji and sought to understand the origins of these insectoids. Moreover, given the recent sporadic outbreaks of minor beast tides in the forest and the insufficient manpower within the hunting team, she resolved to remain a few more days to assist the Xinjiang tribe's hunting team on patrol. There had never been a precedent for females joining the hunting team, as they were typically frail and lacked special abilities. Any casualties would be a significant loss to the tribe. Even for foreign females, protection was paramount. The chieftain initially opposed her involvement. After much persuasion, Sang Luo mentioned her previous encounter with high-ranking insectoids, claiming to possess a keen eye for discerning their disguises. Considering that she had been able to eliminate an insectoid, the chieftain surmised that the beast tide would likely not pose a threat to her and reluctantly allowed her participation. Outside the tribe, within the lush, primordial forest, Sang Luo donned her gear and armor, slinging a quiver of arrows across her back, gripping a wooden bough with ease as she nimbly leaped onto a rock. Among a group of towering, robust orcs, this petite and delicate female appeared utterly out of place. Not far away, Tu Zhu was utterly incredulous. She was indeed still alive. Surrounding her were several 5th-tier beastmen and another 6th-tier beastman. It seemed they had never encountered such a delicately beautiful female before, nor had they ever worked alongside a female in a hunting party. The youthful males' gazes were fixed upon Sang Luo, some filled with admiration, while others bore disdain. What had possessed the chieftain and the elders to assign a young female to the hunting team? Our task is perilous enough without having to babysit this hindrance. According to the chieftain, we not only had to prioritize her needs, but also follow her commands. The other 6th-tier beastman beside Tu Zhu scoffed, jesting that listening to a female in matters of hunting was absurd. Surely the chieftain had lost his senses. Sang Luo cast a calm glance at the rowdy group. They were merely Tu Zhu's companions, a band of sycophants. She had no doubt that Tu Zhu had incited them. Males may be infatuated with females, but such inclinations were generally limited to reproductive desires, and they held little regard for the weaker sex in other respects. Hey, little female, why not hide behind us? We'll protect you. Asking nothing in return, just a few litters of cubs. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Very well, Sang Luo replied with a gentle smile, her red lips curving alluringly. The cacophony abruptly ceased. The ruffians were entranced by her smile, their faces betraying a hint of infatuation. Tu Zhu too fixated on her, narrowing his elongated eyes. Sang Luo tightened the bowstring in her hand, realizing that winning her favor would not be so simple. Or perhaps you would like to compete with me. If you win, I might consider bearing you a cub. She drew an arrow from her quiver, nocking it with precision, aiming for the loudest bear beastman. The arrow flew forth, and the beastman, startled, broke into a cold sweat, narrowly dodging the projectile. Fortunately for him, it missed its target, merely grazing a strand of his hair before striking down a venomous serpent star beast 100 meters away. Whether it was due to the arrow or the failed ambush, the bear beastman was drenched in sweat, his garments soaked through. Some turned to investigate the serpent star beast's carcass, its wound crackling with lightning. A single blow had been fatal. No 5th-tier beastman could achieve such prowess. How formidable was she, regardless of her innate power or her marksmanship? This female was not to be underestimated. The bear beastman's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Haha, manly. You can't even best a little female and still dare to ask her to bear your young? I think it's you who should be the one to bear. Laughter erupted anew. A man Li, utterly humiliated, transformed and fled. Little female, why not accompany us? We can look out for each other. We expect nothing from you. The leader, a snow-white-haired snow owl beastman, appeared far more amiable. No, you all may continue as before. I am capable of defending myself, Sang Luo stated before moving to the front of the group, focusing intently on hunting the star beasts. This farce lasted but a moment, as the beastmen soon immersed themselves in battle, lost in the fray. Chapter 25. Taken by the insect tribe with the power of lightning enchanted upon her arrows. Each shot was deadly accurate, even surpassing the hunting efficiency of most of the males in the group. She even succeeded in slaying an insect tribe member. The creature had been lurking within the ranks, potentially ready to strike from behind. When its corpse fell, reverting to its original form, a chill swept through the assembled beastmen. Even the rowdy ones became subdued. Though unspoken, These male beastmen had to concede that they instinctively looked to this little female for guidance. Little female, would you like to ride on my back? I can take you high above, where the view is expansive. You'll be the first to see any dangers. The previously enthusiastic snow owl beastman had just hunted a deer-like star beast and had yet to revert to his humanoid form, his massive wingspan stretching 3 to 4 meters. Sang Luo gazed in awe, reaching out to lightly stroke his sleek feathers. In that moment, envy and jealousy radiated from the other males, their gazes nearly piercing the snow owl beastman through. The snow owl beastman blushed with excitement, fortunate that he was still in beast form. I'll accompany you. No need. Sans lui replied. The snow owl beastman watched her retreating figure with a hint of melancholy, realizing she had not taken an interest in him. With a sigh, he joined the other bird beastmen to patrol the nearby forest. Tuju's eyes remained fixed on Sang Luo, and upon seeing her walk away alone, his expression darkened. He exchanged a few words with his companions, stating he needed to relieve himself in the forest, then followed her stealthily. Your innate power is earth-based. One of your abilities is to detect tremors, which allowed you to secretly uncover the beast hide's whereabouts and frame Lan's song, correct? Tuju suddenly halted, belatedly realizing he had been detected long ago. He scoffed, crossing his arms, feigning nonchalance. You know I'm following you and still dare to stray so far from the group? Seeking your own demise. Do you wish to kill me? Sang Luo turned to face him. She had always known of her striking beauty, but upon locking eyes with Tuju, he found himself momentarily spellbound, only to have his expression darken again. This female had repeatedly rebuffed him, turning him into a laughingstock. Since Sang Luo was captured by the wandering beasts, Tuju's prestige within the tribe had plummeted. Both males and females mocked him behind his back. If Sang Luo had been killed by the wandering beasts, it would have been one thing. Yet here she was, alive and before everyone. If he could not possess her, then he would destroy her. As Sang Luo perceived the unmasked malice in his gaze, her smile deepened. Do you know why I allowed you to follow me? Because we share the same intent. She had lured him here intentionally, ready to settle accounts with him and Lan Song. With a sudden burst, Tuju transformed into a massive gray wolf, lunging towards her. A row of earthen spikes erupted from the ground. In her earlier days, Sang Luo, with her ordinary human physique, would have been impaled, but now her strength rivaled that of a 5th-tier peak beastman, even approaching 6th-tier levels. With a graceful leap, she soared 3 to 4 meters high, landing atop a tree, evading the wolf's attack. Simultaneously, she swiftly drew her bow. The arrow, imbued with lightning power, struck the gray wolf's body. Unfortunately, it failed to penetrate. The beast form was the most potent state for beastmen, and Tuju, now a 6th tier, was clad in a hide as tough as iron, leaving only a gash on his flesh. His years of hunting and combat had honed reflexes far beyond what Sang Luo, a novice in battle, could hope to match. Her arrows repeatedly missed, lacking the accuracy of her earlier shots. Observing this, Tuju took a few fearful steps back, disbelief etching his features. You have 2 abilities? Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize. A thick vine, akin to a venomous snake, ensnared the gray wolf. The vine appeared weak and unthreatening, yet charged with lightning power. The spiked tip pierced through the wolf's abdomen, blood gushing forth as the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. She had turned the tables on Tuju. Yet in that moment, Sang Luo felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She knew her primal power had been depleted. Sang Luo could wield both lightning power and her innate talent simultaneously, but there was a distinction between the two. The lightning power was drawn from Lan Song, and her ability to utilize it depended entirely on her mastery over that force. However, the innate power of origin is undeniably drawn from her very essence. Sang Luo's current strength remains woefully inadequate. Each time she exceeds her limits, her body succumbs to extreme fatigue, even leading to unconsciousness. An unremarkable orc wandered through the forest, his movements appearing somewhat rigid and peculiar. Suddenly, his eyes shifted, fixating intently on the young female collapsed on the ground. Those irises suffused with exhilaration, transformed into a pitch-black hue. He carried the female upon his back, murmuring incantations dedicated to the insect prince Si Beekman Sunlin. The orcs of a once thriving city had been entirely assimilated into the swarm, transforming it into a new stronghold for the insectoid race upon this continent. Orcs from all directions entered the city, each bearing a comatose female on their backs, their expressions vacant and their movements rigid. Though they appeared as orcs on the outside, their very essence had long been replaced by that of the insect tribe. A portion of the orcs' heads and limbs were ensnared by delicate white threads, nearly indistinguishable from the air, manipulated as puppets by the insectoid creatures. Rows of these marionette orcs bore stones and building materials, diligently constructing a new palace at the heart of the city. The females, captured in the raid, were being transported to this grand edifice. A strikingly handsome youth, with black hair and golden eyes, emerged from the palace, and the passing insectoids bowed in reverent salute to him. Your Highness, Chapter 26, what is your prototype? With so many exceptional females, surely they can enable His Majesty the Insect King to produce offspring. A towering figure of the Zerg approached, filled with exuberance as he beheld the female specimens being transported. His appearance was entirely that of an orc, harmoniously aligned with his formidable stature, suggesting he was indeed a high-ranking Zerg. Anubia remained silent, harboring a cold smirk within. In a short while, these females would transform into mere corpses. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. You there, come here, he called out sharply to a Zerg ahead. The Zerg's expression was one of numb fear and reverence, showing no inclination to resist as it hurriedly carried the female on its back. Anubia reached out, grasping the female's face, and upon discerning her features, even the imposing Zerg general gasped in astonishment. Among countless females, this one stood out as a paragon of beauty, her alluring scent unmistakably indicating her exceptional fertility. I have taken a liking to this female. Please keep her for me. The voice of Anubis is devoid of discernible emotions, merely, Your Highness. The Zerg General Gelly intervened, for these females are to be presented as tribute to His Majesty the Bug King for the purpose of bearing royal offspring. Your actions appear to be an attempt to usurp individuals from His Majesty the Insect King. Should His Majesty become aware of this, it is likely that the plundering of this region shall be attributed to Gellier. Anubia merely came to inspect out of boredom. Are you defying me? A flicker of crimson light flashed in Anubia's eyes. The hierarchy within the Zerg species is exceedingly rigid. Gula found himself drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing to the ground under the weight of the pheromones he released, and he half kneeled on the floor. Anubia let out a cold chuckle and spoke, reflecting on the numerous females he had sent over the years. That old fellow had yet to produce even a single offspring. It seemed that his capabilities had long since diminished. It would be better to have him given to me. When Sang Luo awoke, she found herself lying on a lavishly adorned palace bed, with red drapes cascading around her. The scent of fragrant wood wafted through the air, as wisps of blue smoke elegantly ascended, creating a rather pleasant aroma. Luo Luo, we meet again. Have you missed me? A man approached from the entrance. Upon recognizing the individual, Sang Luo suddenly froze, with his raven hair and obsidian eyes, tall and strikingly handsome. Who else could it be but Lan Song? However, it is impossible. Seeing has never spoken to her with such a mocking demeanor and a teasing tone. It is utterly disingenuous. Who are you? She coldly questioned him. The man chuckled softly, his countenance transforming into that of a handsome young man with chestnut hair. Sang Luo's expression grew even colder. Anu, perhaps I should refer to you as Anubis? Do you not dare to confront me with your true visage? Anubis gazed upon the charming little female before him. He was initially in the Ruber forest, where he had set his sights on a wolf beast. The beast's innate abilities were unexpectedly formidable, seeking to seize his body for its own purposes. However, he encountered his delightful little female instead. This exquisite creature represented the most remarkable and unforeseen gain of his expedition. Anubis snapped his fingers, and his form abruptly transformed, elongating into that of a tall and graceful young man with flowing black hair. He leaned casually against the wall, his long legs propped up and shrouded in shadow. He narrowed his beautifully elongated peach blossom eyes, their hue glimmering with a faint golden sheen. A subtle red mole beneath his eye added an enchanting allure, evoking an indescribable temptation. What do you think of this appearance? Do you find it appealing? Essing Lu was captivated by this exquisite appearance, swallowing hard to feign composure, and wondered if this was truly your authentic self. Can you guess what my true form is? My essence, perhaps? Anubis chuckled softly, fearing you would not wish to behold my true visage. Surely you are not a cockroach. Are you? Sang Luo was taken aback. Anubis's expression darkened. I am not such an unsightly creature. My true form is among the most aesthetically pleasing of the Zerg. Fortunately, as long as it is not a cockroach, everything can be discussed. Was it you who brought me here? Ing Lu surveyed her surroundings, an entirely unfamiliar locale, and was taken aback to realize that she had indeed been abducted by the insectoid race. It was I who saved you. Had it not been for me, you would likely have perished by now. She was utterly disinclined to believe his deceitful words. Are you feeling hungry? Would you like to have something to eat? Sang Luo, initially infuriated, had no intention of acknowledging him. However, the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat that wafted toward her instantaneously captivated her senses. She could not help but swallow hard, for the roasted venison was generously seasoned with a special blend of spices. To her surprise, he still remembered the advice she had imparted to him. One should never compromise oneself, nor should one neglect the needs of the stomach. Indeed, Sang Luo felt a pang of hunger. Without further ado, she accepted the grilled meat and indulged in it with great delight. The flavor was quite exquisite. It may not rival the culinary skills of Lan Tsang, yet it far surpassed the offerings from the restaurants of the Western continent. After you were taken away by Kaiser, did you form a bond with anyone? He inquired softly. What business is it of yours? It seems there is none left. This piece of prime meat is not even marked, yet it is easily snatched away. The smile on Anubia's face became increasingly sincere. Once Sang Luo finished her meal, he eagerly exclaimed, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. We should not delay. Let us bind our fates together now. Sang Luo offered him no opportunity to draw near. As he leaned in, he was met with a jolt of 100,000 volts. In truth, Anubia's formidable strength rendered him unafraid of such power, feeling akin to a mere tickle. Yet, the sight of her resistance pierced his heart deeply. Anubia's expression darkened, and an ominous chill enveloped him. He rescued her twice, yet she treats herself in such a manner. Furious, Anubis stormed out, uncertain of where to vent his anger. Once he had completely departed, Sang Luo hastily arose from the bed, seeking an avenue for escape. The entire palace was sealed tightly, with no other exits aside from the grand entrance. As soon as Sang Luo stepped beyond the threshold, she was met with a multitude of pitch-black, soulless eyes fixated upon her. A line of insectoid sentinels stood watch outside the door, while in the distance, countless thousands of these creatures turned their gaze toward her. In that moment, a shiver ran down Sang Luo's spine, leaving her covered in goosebumps. Thousands of Zerg, under the veil of night, with pairs of eyes glowing ominously red, reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse, evoke a chilling terror. Embraced around the waist, a voice, sultry and enticing, whispered in her ear, do you desire to possess my abilities? Should you acquire my power, perhaps you would succeed in your escape. Sang Luo is far too astute to be deceived. The ability of females to obtain the innate talents of males during mating fundamentally stems from the initial essence of the male's prime yang. Anubia, with her lascivious demeanor, has undoubtedly shared her bed with countless females. How could she possess any prime yang? My yuan yang still resides within me. Should I desire it, I shall bestow it upon you. Sang Luo fell silent, yearning for strength, yet she recognized that not all sustenance is worthy. Such malevolent creatures that ensnare themselves are far from benevolent. However, the Zerg outside lurked with greedy and insatiable eyes fixed upon Sang Luo. Suddenly, shadows flitted past, revealing Zerg creatures clinging to the window, peering inside. You were meant to be offered to the Zerg king, yet I have spared you. In the eyes of these male Zerg, you are merely a free female, available to all. His husky breath brushed against her neck. These lowly males devoid of females could become aroused at any moment. If you do not mate with me now, the pheromones you emit will attract more males. After tonight, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. This was an unmistakable threat. Chapter 27. Seizing his power, Sang Luo turned to gaze into his eyes, which shimmered with barely concealed excitement. Recalling the Zerg's innate ability to disguise themselves, her pure human identity was no longer safe in this beastly world. Acquiring this innate ability would undoubtedly allow her to conceal her identity more effectively. Is this truly your first time? Yes, you. He chuckled. Why not simply try and see? Let's try. She seized his collar and kissed him fiercely, biting down, their blood mingling as it flowed between their lips. Anubia's excited gaze transformed into a vivid crimson. Outside the window, the Zerg collapsed lifelessly, while the crimson drapes fell, concealing their entwined bodies. She was exquisite, utterly captivating Anubia, drawing him into an addictive fervor. The pheromones emitted by a female in heat were intoxicatingly sweet, with each of her responses nearly driving him to madness, pushing him to the brink of losing control. Yet he found himself invigorated, yearning for more. In the midst of their fervor, a Zerg approached from outside, announcing dire news. "Your Highness, there has been a disturbance at the pollution source." After a prolonged moment, Sang Luo emerged from the depths of bliss, licking her lips and closing her eyes to savor the newfound innate powers within her. Innate ability, spatial shifting, innate ability, mimetic transformation. This man appeared rather unrestrained. Yet it was surprising to discover that he was indeed a novice. Before she could revel in her newfound abilities, a frown crossed her face. The innate powers bestowed upon her by Anubia were of a royal beast level. Although her realm had significantly ascended, stabilizing around the peak of the 6th to 7th tier, it still paled in comparison to the strength of a royal beast, unable to fully harness the power of her innate abilities. The distance for spatial shifting was limited to merely a few kilometers, and she had not even left the palace. This place bore no map, and she was uncertain of her current location, fearing she might inadvertently traverse to another continent. Outside the palace, Zerg patrolled the grounds, spotting a dead mouse in the corner. Sang Luo seized the opportunity, transforming into a small gray mouse, her clothing falling to the ground as she scurried through an iron door. Uncertain of where she had burrowed into, the area was dim and damp. Suddenly, she heard faint sobs, and following the sound, she ventured into a dark passage. One by one, she passed by cells, discovering numerous females imprisoned behind iron bars. Over 100 in total. In this beastly world, females were so precious. Yet they were confined in such a wretched place. Sang Luo climbed up along the iron bars, biting down on the iron lock, but it would not yield. The iron door and lock appeared to be forged from specialized material, impervious even to lightning. The heavy door creaked open, light flooding in as Sang Luo lifted her front limbs to glance at the tall Zerg entering. She dare not linger. A mouse hole in the corner beckoned her to escape. After several twists and turns, Sang Luo finally managed to slip out of the palace and evade the city, vanishing into the protective forest in the blink of an eye. "Where's my female?" The fury of the prince swept through the city, igniting chaos among the Zerg, who disregarded the capture of other females and mobilized all available forces to turn the palace and city upside down, yet found no trace of her. Only a set of female clothing was discovered in the corner of the palace. Sang Luo frolicked through the forest, utilizing her short-range spatial shifting to escape several dozen kilometers away, confident that the Zerg would be unable to catch her. After quenching her thirst by the river, she was suddenly lifted into the air by a robust golden lion, who gently carried her forward. What was happening? Sang Luo, filled with trepidation, froze, afraid to move. To an outside observer, she appeared as a common mouse, paralyzed with fear. The golden lion sauntered leisurely, seemingly indifferent to her presence. She was but a mere morsel, hardly enough to satisfy its hunger. This golden lion, however, showed no intention of devouring her. It was no mere star beast, but a beast man, yet it remained silent. As did she. Once assured of her safety, Sang Luo took the opportunity to observe. The golden lion was a magnificent creature, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length. Its fur gleaming like gold in sunlight, pure and devoid of impurities, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Sensing her cautious scrutiny, its bright eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Such emotional subtleties were absent in star beasts, further confirming that this was indeed a beast man. Yet the more she gazed, the more familiar it appeared. She reflected deeply, recalling the golden-haired man she had encountered at the inn. The golden lion carried her into a cave, finally breaking its silence. "Ha ha ha, little darling, I did not expect such beauty to be encapsulated in a small mouse." "Wait, does he recognize me?" Sang Luo hesitated. Continuing the charade seemed futile. She lifted her small head, her delicate whiskers trembling. "How did you recognize me?" The golden lion leaned down to sniff her, its expression shifting. The scent remained unchanged, still as delightful as ever. "I could smell you from afar." Are beastmen's senses truly so acute? Her previous disguise now seemed a mere jest. Why are you carrying me? Sang Luo dared not disclose that she had recently escaped capture from the Zerg. I shall take whatever I can find. I am not picky. Very well. The golden lion leapt from the cave, vanishing into the forest. Indeed, the words of men could not be trusted. She would have to hunt for herself. Sighing, Sang Luo ventured out to seek sustenance. While hunting larger star beasts might pose a challenge, capturing smaller creatures like wild chickens and hares would be effortless. Alas, her lack of fire abilities prevented her from cooking at will. Suddenly, she halted. No wonder he did not procure food for her. It seemed he was injured. Inubia, the tool of the Zerg, had taken her powers and fled. Chapter 28. Saving the Golden Lion. Sang Luo hesitated, yet ultimately approached, sniffing at the man to check his breath. Thankfully, he was alive. Although his injuries were not severe, he was enveloped in a dark aura, symptoms of genetic mania, distinct from the typical outbursts of ordinary beastmen. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the condition of Caesar aboard the warship when he had been afflicted by Zerg venom. Had this lion fought against the Zerg? Inubia had left in haste. Could it be that he had clashed with him? Both were of royal beast caliber, evenly matched in combat, yet Inubia was known for his treachery. Ah, two chance encounters could be deemed fate. This lion had just endeavored to protect her. Her forelimbs gradually emitted a faint green energy, enveloping the man's body, slowly dissipating the dark aura. After awakening from a deep slumber, he felt as though he had traversed a nightmarish dream, yet his body was enveloped in indescribable pleasure. He opened his eyes and looked down to find small, gray satin mouse resting on his chest, fast asleep. Upon awakening, the little mouse also opened its dark eyes, gazing back at him. He found her human form quite appealing. Indeed, beautiful. Ing Lu's face flushed. Her garments had been left behind in the insect tribe's palace. Presumably, now that she had transformed into human form, she would appear as a naked beauty. Du Ti, realizing the situation, clicked the pendant at her neck and retrieved a coat to drape over her. Ing Lu grasped one side of the clothing with her claw, peering out to gaze at the golden pendant around the man's neck. This was a magical artifact crafted by orcs with spatial abilities, albeit with a limited internal area and incapable of controlling the passage of time within its confines. It offered no preservation for food, serving merely to store clothing and other trivial items. She yearned for spatial talents herself. Turn around. The man raised an eyebrow at her, obediently standing and turning to face the tree. Sometimes, what is unseen ignites the most imagination. Hearing the soft rustle of fabric behind him, he found himself blushing for an unusual moment. Ing Lu swiftly donned the clothing, freeing her long hair from the collar and allowing it to cascade down her back, revealing her slender, snow-white neck. Are you ready? Yes, she replied. He approached, his gaze fixed intently on Ing Lu, his eyes gleaming with admiration. You are truly beautiful. Du Ti's throat bobbed, his heart racing. Thank you. Ing Lu lowered her head to adjust her clothing, aware of her own attractiveness. No need for that. Ing Lu shook her head. I am not from the Western continent. I am a native female from a nearby tribe. My former tribe was destroyed by a beast tide, and I have since found a new home, so I won't trouble you. Like attracts like. The friends of a king beast are also king beasts. Ing Lu felt a twinge of concern that this golden-haired man might know Kisr and that her secret excursion could be exposed. It was best to avoid attracting attention for now. Glancing at the man, who appeared expectant, she realized that, at this moment, both the star beasts and the insect tribe posed less danger than the male before her. Sensing her discomfort, the man discreetly loosened his tail. I will go gather some fruits for you. Having just finished roasted meat, which left her slightly greasy, she nodded. Thank you. Just as the man was about to rise, his expression suddenly changed, and he shielded her behind him. Be careful, there are insect tribe members. Countless eerie shadows surged forth, and the man instantly transformed into his beast form, enveloped in flames, launching fireballs that obliterated the shadows in an instant. The sheer number of insect beasts was overwhelming. The golden lion could only manage so much. With a flick of his long tail, he placed her upon his back. A swarm of insect beasts with transparent wings descended from the sky, prompting Ing Lu to swiftly conjure lightning spheres to strike. Her current strength rivaled that of a beginner-level 7th-tier orc, and her lightning spheres had more than doubled in size. When it came to sheer attack power, Lightning was undoubtedly paramount. Those low-level insect tribes were annihilated the moment they came into contact with the golden lightning. You possess the talent of a capable partner? The golden lion exclaimed in astonishment. Essing Lu affirmed with a hum. His disappointment was quickly extinguished by the relentless onslaught of the insect tribe. Can we continue? Yes. Essing Lu eagerly rubbed her fists together, reveling in the thrill of battle. The strength of 7th-tier warriors was indeed formidable. Ha! A pleasurable rumble emanated from the golden lion's chest as he bounced her slightly. Then let us join forces and cleanse this area of all insect beasts. Hold on tight. They moved like locusts crossing the land, thunder and fire intertwining, and by the end of the night, the entire region was cleared of insect tribes. Du-Ti fought with great fervor, expelling all the frustration from earlier encounters with the insect tribe. His gaze upon Essing Lu was almost radiant. The first stirrings of his heart were ignited by the alluring scent she exuded, awakening his primal instincts as a male. The second was her exquisite beauty, which lingered in his thoughts. The third was her innate battle prowess and the vigor she radiated, which was precisely to his liking. Essing Lu did not decline his advances. She took out her holographic device and shared scan with him. This device could alter appearances, and the bracelet she wore resembled an ordinary crystal bracelet. You truly are not a female from the Western continent. People from other continents do not use this. I have a friend in the Western continent. He gifted it to me. If you ever need assistance, you can find me in the Western continent. My name is Du-Ti. I am Essing Lu. Don't you find my name somewhat familiar? Shouldn't I know you? Du-Ti was convinced she was not from the Western continent. Perhaps we can discuss it another time. Essing Lu waved her hand and turned to leave. As her hair brushed past, Du-Ti reached out to grasp that fleeting scent, but his hand met only air, leaving him enchanted by her silhouette. Chapter 29. Tempting her unexpectedly, upon arriving home, she encountered the man seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, leading to an awkward moment. I went out for a bit. It seemed her secret escapade had been discovered. Aren't you usually quite busy? I didn't want to disturb you. She coughed lightly, feeling a twinge of guilt as she approached him. For you, I always have time. KISR naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her onto his lap. His silky, dark hair cascaded down to his waist, and his captivating violet eyes were enchanting, with long, thick lashes and subtly pale lips. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden sheen upon him, rendering him elegant and beautiful, akin to a deity, truly flawless. Still clad in military attire, the collar concealed his Adam's apple, exuding an aura of restraint and sensuality, tantalizingly inviting. Essing Lu swallowed hard, feeling a stir of desire. She had to admit that KISR's flawless visage perfectly aligned with her tastes, effortlessly stirring her passions. She reached out to entwine a strand of his hair around her finger. Leaning down, she pressed her lips lightly against his. KISR deepened the kiss, their breaths growing heavier, his gaze filled with subtle anticipation and longing. Essing Lu could sense his arousal, her own body responding instinctively. What is your strength? She recalled the high priest's words. She felt that KISR's power surpassed that of NBY, true king tier. What is true king tier? Essing Lu understood the spectrum of ranks from 1st to 7th, but was uncertain beyond that. Her heart raced. KISR was likely the most powerful orc she had encountered thus far. She could surmise that NBY was of semi-king level, and the Golden Lion was likely on par with him. The higher one ascends in rank, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Essing Lu's delicate fingers grazed his chest as she slowly unbuttoned his military uniform. Do you know why I didn't bond with you last time? I detest being deceived. Her fingers lingered at his belt, gently caressing. KISR's breath grew heavy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke hoarsely. The wolf beast's frenzy value has surpassed 80. It has lost control. It is likely connected to the rebel army, and the Empire will not spare him. I do not wish for you to be implicated. Do you know where he is? If I can find him, he will never appear before you again. Essing Lu's slender fingers lingered near the forbidden zone, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. KISR, do not act against him. He inhaled deeply, the lust in his eyes receding. Did you come to find me because of him? I promise not to let personal feelings interfere, but if I encounter the rebel army, I will handle it as a matter of duty. Essing Lu felt a pang of disappointment. This was his greatest concession, and she had no right to interfere with his duties. How did you know I had left? She exclaimed in shock. Ah, My connection with him was ultimately too shallow. She had somewhat let go of it. Prove it to me. What if I change my mind? A beguiling smile blossomed on Lu's exquisite face, imbued with an alluring charm as her hand ventured toward the forbidden zone. I find myself wanting you now. Without granting her a chance to reconsider, Kaiser swept her up and carried her to the bedroom, laying her upon the bed. His heated lips descended upon her, showering her in delicate kisses. Allow me to care for you with rightful dignity. Initially, he was quite gentle and patient, ensnaring one in the delicate art of tenderness, but as time progressed, he grew increasingly audacious, relentlessly toying with her. Had it not been for Sang Luo consuming a few beast crystals, she would have been utterly overwhelmed. The Wang show, indeed, lived up to its reputation, exhibiting a formidable and terrifying prowess that no ordinary female could withstand. Upon waking the next day at noon, Sang Luo found her mouth parched. Kaiser, ever considerate, presented her with a glass of water. After sipping a few mouthfuls, she craved juice, prompting Kaiser to fetch her an iced beverage, kissing her lips before finishing the remaining half-glass of water. I am hungry, Sang Luo remarked, patting her stomach, attempting to rise. Remembering her lack of attire, she modestly covered herself with a silk quilt and shot him a playful glance. This glance, imbued with tenderness and shyness, stirred Kaiser's heart, leaving him parched with longing. Taking a deep breath to avert his gaze from her exposed, delicate skin, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, inquiring whether she was ready to eat or needed more time to rest. I am starving after a day and night of exertion. It's all your fault. Yes, it's my fault, he replied, his voice soft enough to be almost tangible. He clasped her small hand, unable to restrain his affection as he kissed it once more. Once Sang Luo donned a misty blue silk cami dress and arrived at the dining table, a lavish lunch awaited her. Chicken, duck, fish, eggs, milk, meat floss cakes, seasonal fresh fruits, and an assortment of delicacies unique to the beast world. Since learning of Sang Luo's aversion to nutritional liquids, Kaiser had employed skilled chefs at the estate. As he sliced the meat, he noticed Sang Luo approaching and poured a glass of fresh milk, suggesting she taste it, having procured it directly from the beast forest. Sang Luo took a bite of the sweet-sauced meat, finding it delightful, and sipped the milk, her full, rosy lips leaving a trace of white on them. Kaiser watched her swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing as his ears turned crimson. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention something important. Many female members of tribes in Beastmen Forest have been captured by the insect race and taken to a city now overrun by them, serving as a base on the Beast World continent. After finishing her meal, Sang Luo wiped her hands and requested paper. Kaiser promptly retrieved a pen and paper from the study. Following her memory, she sketched a map and handed it to him. Kaiser furrowed his brow after reviewing it, asking, "Where did you learn this?" "I was accidentally captured by the insect race in Beastmen Forest, but I managed to escape. Do not worry." Sang Luo répondit briefly. Choosing to conceal the matter of Anubia, the only man among the three she had encountered with whom she had no emotional connection. A mere tool for a one-night stand. He would not have a future. "Don't worry, I will go take a look tomorrow. I will accompany you." "All right." Kaiser gently kissed her cheek before rising to return to the study, projecting the image of a golden-haired man. Chapter 30. I am an orc for the Eastern Continent. "Your Highness." Kaiser saluted sharply and proceeded to discuss serious matters regarding the golden-haired man's expression, which was notably indifferent. "Did you visit Lubble Forest a few days ago? Are you that eager to know my whereabouts after just a few days apart?" The golden-haired man reclined on the sofa, lazily narrowing his beautiful azure eyes, swirling a glass of red wine, and chuckled. "Even if the projection only reveals a portion of my life, it is evident I have been living extravagantly. What was your purpose in Lubble Forest? As your childhood companion, how could I ignore the fact that you were ambushed by those vile insects? Naturally, I went to seek vengeance. Was it the old Beast King who sent you? Did you take it upon yourself to mobilize my direct troops?" Kaiser swept his hair from his forehead, his tone as frigid as ice. His direct troops were stationed in Lubble Forest, and, at this juncture, the Beast King dispatched a prince, utilizing royal authority to command troops, which was undoubtedly a warning to him. The elite forces he had nurtured over the years had captured numerous territories for the Empire. Now, the old Beast King sought to reclaim them all. Truly an exquisite strategy. Duo 2, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Do not overthink it. My father simply believed I was idling at home, indulging in a life of excess, and thus sent me out to find something to occupy my time. Fortunately, with the assistance of your station troops in the forest, I successfully acquired this. In his palm appeared a black core. This is the cause of the massive regional beast tide disturbances. Kaiser raised an eyebrow, not surprised, and scoffed coldly. Pollutant source in Ubia has engaged in such deeds before. I discovered this type of black crystal pollutant after destroying 2 of his bases. I wonder where he obtained it. Indeed. Duo 2 nodded seriously. The area of Libel Forest is situated on the border, with average resource reserves. However, it is at the confluence of the eastern and western continents, making it a historically contested territory. I suspect the insect race aims to incite conflict between the 2 continents for their own gain. Moreover, the city of Seer has become an insect race base, imprisoning hundreds of females. I heard many tribe females have gone missing while heading to Beekman Forest. What do you intend to do? The old Beast King intends to cultivate your influence. You should also focus. After Kaiser finished speaking, he prepared to disconnect the communication. Duo 2 hastily called out, "Wait, do not hang up just yet. I have something important to discuss. Are you not considering sending that little female to Yalin's military academy for study? You are often busy, and leaving her alone at home is quite dull. The enrollment for this year's military academy ends tomorrow. You will have to wait another year otherwise." Kaiser thought of saying Luo, coming from a tribe, having missed out on many lessons. Yalin's military academy is the premier institution of the empire, boasting the finest resources, yet it demands rigorous discipline, with few females able to endure there, so he sought her opinion. School? Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback by the news. I have traversed realms only to attend school again. I have had enough of that. Yet, she was somewhat intrigued. You can go and see. If you do not wish to attend, I can arrange for your withdrawal, Kaiser reassured her. Sang Luo inquired about Lion, who came over to indulge in food and drink. What is Yalin's military academy like? Well, madam, you have asked the right person. I graduated from Yalin's academy and was the top graduate in the reconnaissance department of my class, graduating first in my year, which qualified me to serve as an aide to Lord Kaiser. Sang Luo hesitated. 30 years of study and still graduated first. How terrifying. Clad in a gown of white adorned with golden patterns, embroidered with mountain birds and floral designs that accentuated her graceful figure, Kaiser styled Sang Luo's hair into a gentle side braid, securing it with a white jade hairpin, pure and simple, yet not lacking in allure. Sang Luo gazed at her reflection, resembling a delicate beauty emerging from water, entirely unlike the female from the mountain tribe, instead resembling a pampered noble lady. This was her first time dressing up so formally since arriving in the beast world. So you enjoy this aesthetic. Sang Luo playfully hooked his chin with a finger as she teased, "Your taste differs from that of the orcs from the western continent. I am an orc born from the eastern continent. This attire suits you beautifully," Kaiser replied, his eyes filled with adoration. At Yalin's military academy, on the final day of registration, the crowd was still considerable, with a long line ahead. Have you heard? The selection for new students this time is much stricter. The talent testing level has been raised again due to the recent frequent outbreaks of beast tides. It is rumored that the beast tides are related to the insect race. How have those insects returned? The voice of a general suddenly halted, as the surrounding crowd awaited his words. The orc exclaimed excitedly, "General, I cannot believe my eyes." The previously boisterous crowd fell into silence, all eyes drawn to a figure ahead. Kaiser, tall and striking, with a handsome visage, commanded attention even with his restrained aura. Sang Luo, in her cloud-patterned gown, holding a flowing white veil, was equally captivating. The exuberant faces of the youthful orcs flushed with excitement, some nearly fainting, unsure whether it was their idol they admired or the rare encounter with such a stunning female. One orc contemplated approaching her, but upon noticing Kaiser beside Sang Luo, none dared to advance. The principal and teachers of the academy approached, saluting Kaiser, wondering why the esteemed general had personally come to oversee this matter. They facilitated her registration. The principal's gaze then fell upon Sang Luo, and upon realizing she was a female, he was even more astonished, yet he said little more and invited her to follow him. Kaiser accompanied the principal to handle the paperwork, while Sang Luo, feeling at ease, noticed the flowers blooming beautifully in the pavilion of the garden and decided to wait there. You wretched creature, you have seduced Brother Kaiser. Chapter 31. I wish to go to the study. Sang Luo sat beneath the pavilion, intending to pick a few vibrant flowers to weave a garland, when suddenly a blade of wind struck, turning towards the source of the ambush. Two figures approached swiftly, one tall and the other short. "Wretched one, I intend to strike you. Do you dare to evade?" The leader was a veiled female, her figure graceful and elegant, accompanied by a robust and striking eagle beast, both exuding an air of nobility and arrogance. The wind blade had originated from the eagle beast. Having been struck, only a fool would stand still, Sang Luo thought, bewildered by who these two were and whether they bore a grudge against her. "What is your relationship with Brother Kaiser? Why are you entangled with him? I'll warn you to keep your distance, or the princess shall make you pay." Sophie had heard from the principal that Kaiser was visiting the Yalin's military academy and initially thought he had come to seek her out, filling her with joy. However, upon hearing from onlookers that Kaiser had brought a beautiful female to register, personally attended by the principal, she was consumed by rage and sought to assert her dominance. Sang Luo raised an eyebrow. So, she was an admirer of Kaiser. It was unsurprising, given the man's looks and strength. It would be odd if there weren't a few noble females enamored by him. "I have no relationship with him," Sang Luo smirked, finding amusement in the situation, her tone elongated. "It's merely that I slept with him." "You wretched liar." The female seethed with fury, wishing she could strangle Sang Luo on the spot. The eagle beast frowned and pulled her back, stepping forward to fixate on Sang Luo, his sharp eyes cold as a frozen lake. As he slowly gathered another wind blade in his palm. "I typically do not strike females, but if you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for displeasing the princess." Sang Luo, intrigued by the arrogance in his tone, glanced at the 6 blue markings on his arm and chuckled, thinking he was not as formidable as he seemed. Most females lacked abilities, and even those who possessed them were often weak. Perhaps it was because Sang Luo was not an orc. Her strength did not manifest as beast markings on her arm, making her indistinguishable from an ordinary female without powers. Just as the eagle beast launched his attack, she felt a surge of energy and decided to test her strength. With a resounding clap, an invisible force sent the man tumbling to the ground, landing in a heap. Bewildered and comical. Who attacked?" he stammered, looking around in confusion, while the noble female stumbled back in fear. Then, another slap struck her face. Her veil fell to the ground, revealing her delicate features, one side of her face marked with 5 finger impressions. She barely registered the pain, overwhelmed with fear, and kicked at the man on the ground. "Aemon, you useless fool, get up. Who dares to ambush the princess?" Eagle beast Aemon had not yet managed to rise when another slap landed forcefully. 2 loud cracks. Both fell to the ground, yet no one could see who had struck. Was a ghost. Aemon's eyes burned with rage, and he let out a howl of frustration. Smack! Another fierce slap. 3 consecutive strikes. Aemon was pushed to the brink of fury, his clothes tearing as he transformed into his beast form, unleashing a wind blade directed at Sang Luo. "Stop!" The wind blade shattered in midair as Sang Luo glanced at her unmoving hand, turning to see a golden-haired man striding towards her, anger etched on his face. The pressure from the royal beast enveloped Aemon, rendering him motionless. The difference between a 7th tier and a royal tier was not merely 1 rank, it was a chasm, greater than the gap between 1st and 7th tiers. Ordinary orcs spent their lives striving to ascend to the royal tier, instinctively fearing and venerating those of royal lineage. "What are you two doing?" It is strictly prohibited to transform into beast form and attack others within the military academy. Serious offenders will have their enrollment revoked. The noble female, frightened and aggrieved, cried out, "Cousin, why are you siding with her? Clearly, this female has been scheming behind my back, and she even slapped me. Just look." Sophie Aes Sedai, "This is not a place for your antics. The principal is still looking for you. Do not keep her waiting," the man said sternly. Upon hearing the principal's name, Sophie's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. Yet before leaving, she shot a fierce glare at Sang Luo and hissed, "You wait. If you dare to entangle yourself with my males again, I will not let you off lightly." The man before her, with golden hair and azure eyes, donned a simple white shirt and sleek black trousers, accentuating his broad shoulders and slim waist, exuding a noble elegance that starkly contrasted with their previous meeting. Duotu, raising an eyebrow with an amused smile, turned to Sang Luo, bending down to take her hand and placing a gentle kiss on her knuckles. "We meet again, little darling. Last time, I left in haste. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Duo Tu Yalins, the royal heir of the Yalins Empire. The awkwardness of their reunion left Sangluo at a loss for words. Weren't you supposed to be a female from the West Continent? Duo Tu teased, having suspected something amiss. This encounter with Sangluo was a delightful surprise, though he was not overly shocked. I brought her here. At that moment, Kaiser returned, having completed the registration process. He took Sangluo's hand, effectively blocking Duo Tu's advances. Duo Tu observed the two, momentarily stunned. Are you hurt? Kaiser asked gently, his gaze filled with concern. Sangluo, feeling a touch of pride, replied, that six-tier eagle beast barely posed a threat to me. Next time someone dares to provoke you, feel free to unleash your full strength without holding back. I will protect you. Kaiser chuckled, confident in her abilities, knowing that few could harm her. He had observed her enjoying herself indoors and chose not to disturb her. Even Duo Tu, slow to comprehend, finally grasped the situation, astonished as he turned to Kaiser. So, she is the little female from your family. He then looked at Sangluo. Little darling, you have deceived me terribly. However, the snake and the mouse are natural enemies. Kaiser, why did you choose a little mouse for your companion? Sangluo felt an urge to rush forward and cover his mouth. She never intended to be a mouse. She had not expected to run into Duo Tu, and given that the insect tribe's disguise technique required blood to transform, her identity as a rodent beast was now indisputable. Yet, Kaiser was indeed a snake beast, though she had not realized it. The bracelet he wore was likely his true form. You're a rodent beast? Kaiser inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at Sangluo. Sangluo's heart skipped a beat. Would he despise her beast form? Kaiser turned to Duo Tu and asked, how do you know Sangluo is of the mouse tribe? Have you met her? Even he had never encountered her. How could this lion have? If he had seen her in her beast form, it would have been quite the predicament. The atmosphere suddenly grew cold, and in that moment, Duo Tu sensed that Kaiser might just devour him whole. Ahem, nothing happened between me and your little female. We merely crossed paths twice in the river forest. I haven't even had the chance to develop any relationship with her. What a pity. He shrugged, feigning regret. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with. Duo Tu could not help but let out a bitter smile deep within his heart. His future partner may not necessarily be someone he admires, but she must be an exceptionally fertile, noble female, as that position solely recognizes bloodline and offspring. Kaiser invited Duo Tu to a lavish lunch, with the servants preparing dozens of exquisite dishes alongside freshly squeezed juices. The table was laden with all of Sangluo's favorite delicacies. It was astonishing how quickly her preferences were understood. Sangluo cast a glance at Kaiser, finding him truly intimidating. This is delicious. You should try some, she said, using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and offering it to his mouth. Kaiser rarely dined, but how could he refuse when it was offered by Sangluo? It was delightful. Is it sweet? He asked. I think the sweetness is just right. Sangluo, not one to back down, took another bite. If you enjoy it, have more, she urged, while Duo Tu felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, a deliberately sweet voice rang out from outside. Is Brother Kaiser there? I heard cousin came. Were you all playing? Why didn't you call me? It seemed to be his cousin, and Duo Tu felt as if he had received a reprieve. Sangluo recognized the voice of the female who had made things difficult for her earlier that morning, Princess Sufir Asitai. Your little admirer has arrived, she remarked. Upon hearing her somewhat jealous tone, Kaiser's earlier annoyance dissipated. Please enjoy your meal. I will handle this. If you wish for anything else, just instruct the servants. Principal Rarda had come to discuss matters with Kaiser, yet this little princess insisted on tagging along. The academy was funded by the royal family, and Rarta did not dare refuse the royal offspring's request, so he permitted her to accompany him. As they arrived, Sufir Asitai began to chatter noisily, showing little decorum. Your Highness, please maintain silence. The general prefers a calm atmosphere. Sufir quickly closed her mouth. Duo Tu and Kaiser stepped out in succession. Sufir's gaze bypassed Duo Tu and landed on Kaiser, causing her cheeks to flush instantly as she discreetly adjusted her hair. Their encounters were few, yet each time, her heart raced at his striking appearance. Kaiser briefly regarded her before turning his attention to Rartu with a polite smile. Shall we move to the study for our discussion? Of course, my apologies for disturbing you, General. Sangluo continued to nibble on her chicken leg while surreptitiously observing the happenings in the study. But alas, the soundproofing was impeccable, and she could hear nothing. She discreetly emitted a hint of mental energy. After Kaiser and the principal concluded their discussions, Sophia seized her chance. Brother Kaiser, you know my feelings. I have liked you since childhood. Those partners were forced upon me, and I do not care for them. I have reserved the position of the main consort for you. According to my father's previous arrangement for us, you are to come propose next month. Sophia's eyes, filled with a hint of shyness, sparkled with emotion. However, she bit her lip in frustration. The principal did not allow her further opportunity to create mischief and hurriedly led his entourage away. Kaiser turned to find Sang Luo. Duota glanced toward the door and quickly followed him, whispering, "But honestly, are you truly considering taking that little mouse as your partner? You know her genes are too chaotic and inferior. If you were to have children, they might end up being a horde of mixed beasts with low innate abilities." How clever of Duodu to slyly disparage Kaiser's choice. Sang Luo held her breath, eager to hear Kaiser's response. Kaiser had long sensed her mental fluctuations. A slight smile graced his lips as he subtly manipulated several invisible strands of mental energy. Sang Luo felt a tingle of exhilaration coursing through her, her face flushing as if she were being teased. "I do not care about her race or genetic lineage. I simply like her for who she is," Kaiser asserted with a smile. "Ah, so you have indeed fallen for that little mouse." "Indeed, I willingly succumbed. However, Sophia said I explicitly desired you for years, and your father arranged your engagement. If you truly like that little female, you could take her as a lover. Never mind, I have spoken out of turn. This is your concern now. You shall manage it as you see fit." After Duota departed, Kaiser approached Sang Luo, knowing she had overheard everything, and took her hand, saying charmingly, "In a few days, I will visit the imperial capital to annul this engagement. Why didn't you annul it earlier? Was it because of me? I never intended to wed the princess. I just hadn't given it much thought and let it slip my mind. Why not consider it? To be frank, Princess Sophia is quite beautiful. It is only natural for a male to be stirred by a lovely, high-quality female. I am not a native beastman of the Western continent. Those who are not of my kind often harbor different intentions. The old Beast King has always been wary of my intentions towards Sang Luo. His talents are exceptional, and after years of combat, he has gained notable achievements, causing the royal family to feel threatened. They aim to control him through marriage, taming this unsheathed sword. The partner and offspring are the most cherished aspects for a male beast. Once he binds himself to the royal family, Kaiser would inevitably have to submit to their will, becoming a loyal servant. Thus, Kaiser has always held disdain for this arrangement and for Sophia's overt advances as well. "I see," Sang Luo nodded, her fingertips gently radiating a wave of mental energy only the two could perceive. "Your talent for mental energy is quite useful. So, you have been eyeing my mental abilities?" He chuckled. "I've been eyeing you too. Sang Luo, I just tested it. My mental energy can only cover a radius of several dozen meters. Can yours reach much farther?" "Not so exaggerated. It can cover a city of 1,000,000 people. Is that not still quite extraordinary? So, you can perceive any movement in the city? Does that not leave her with no privacy? Maintaining mental energy for prolonged periods is extremely taxing on the mind. My body cannot endure it, which is why I do not keep it active all the time. I typically activate it only during battles." Kaiser cautioned, "Your mental energy is too weak. You must use it sparingly. Then will you supplement me further?" Sang Luo gazed at his face, playfully beckoning him with her finger, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. Kaiser swallowed hard, fully aware of her intentions. He wrapped his arms around her, eager to retreat to the bedroom. "Today, I wish to change locations. Shall we go to the study?" she said, her body soft and pliant, wrapping around his neck. "That is for work. I wish to try different positions." His lower abdomen tightened, his ears flushing deeper red. "All right." He carried her to the study, securely locking the door behind them. The room was exceptionally soundproof. Chapter 32. It turns out to be a nominal engagement. 3 days later, there would be an entrance examination. "Will you attend?" Kaiser, looking satisfied and in high spirits, played with her silky long hair. Sang Luo nestled in his embrace, greedily inhaling the refreshing scent of pine and snow emanating from him, unable to resist burying her head against his chest as she murmured, "Is it difficult?" "Not particularly. It mainly assesses talent and practical abilities, along with a written test. If you find it troublesome and do not wish to go, I can arrange for you to be admitted without examination." "Taking the back door?" Sang Luo chuckled softly. "I shall give it a try." she still held confidence in herself. The entrance examination for Yalansi Military Academy had not significantly changed from previous years, primarily divided into 3 tests. The first assessed talent, the second was a written examination, and the third, the main event, evaluated students' practical skills. The first round of talent testing was slightly stricter than in previous years, with male beastmen required to be under 18 years old and possess a talent level of 5 or above, selecting the most promising young beastmen throughout the empire. The conditions for females were considerably more lenient. Young females of childbearing age only needed to reach a strength level of 3 to pass the test. This clearly illustrates the Academy's differing objectives in recruiting males and females. Certainly, the females admitted into the Academy seldom possess a genuine desire to enlist in the military. Rather, they come seeking to select exceptional beast husbands. Those who can pass the selection of Yalansi Academy are undoubtedly the elite among the Empire's elite. The Academy is fully aware of this reality, but it cannot appear too overt about it, thus setting conditions that require females to complete the assessments as per the rules. Females devoid of any talent or ability are incapable of producing highly gifted offspring with outstanding males, which would also constitute a loss of resources. Sang Luo is not particularly concerned about the first round. Her apprehension lies with the second round's written examination, as she is utterly ignorant of the theoretical knowledge pertinent to military academies. 3 days have passed, and her last-minute cramming feels futile. Kaiser brought her a few past examination papers from Yalansi Military Academy, saying, "I've organized these. You can practice with them, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Sang Luo eagerly grabbed the papers and immersed herself in her work. Kaiser offered her a glass of fruit milk, inquiring if she would like something to drink. "I'm not thirsty. How about some food then? I'm not hungry. Perhaps take a break and study later. Don't overexert yourself." Without lifting her head, Sang Luo insisted, "Not enough. Bring me 20 more. Is it truly that difficult? I am treating this like a dying horse being treated as a live one." Sang Luo fundamentally grasped none of the theoretical knowledge. She merely memorized the answers. 3 days later, at Yalansi Military Academy, Sang Luo wished to avoid inciting the same commotion she had on the day of her enrollment, thereby attracting troublesome rivals. She deliberately donned a simple, understated outfit and parted ways with Kaiser upon arriving at the academy. She arrived quite early, with only a few individuals ahead in the queue. After the personnel verification, she was led into the academy hall. Some were organizing equipment, while others were cramming last-minute questions. There were nearly a few thousand people, not including those still in the registration process. The females numbered only around 100, each adorned in splendid attire, possessing exquisite looks, predominantly hailing from noble families. Surrounding each female were several beastmen, seemingly their companions. In a forthcoming practical elimination round, the majority of the females stood little chance of selection based on their capabilities, leading them to bring their peers for assistance. The school's higher-ups turn a blind eye to this practice. The ability to command powerful males to fight loyally on one's behalf is, in itself, a female strength. And over time, an unspoken tradition has formed between the two parties. Sang Luo glanced at the emptiness beside her and sighed. One must rely on oneself. Before long, the commotion in the crowd quieted considerably as a carriage drawn by 3 enormous beasts entered the academy. These colossal creatures were tamed high-tier star beasts, known as giant dragon lizards. The sight was indeed imposing. Many beastmen gazed on with envy. A strikingly handsome, white tiger beastman accompanied the scene, lifting the curtain to carry a person down from the carriage. Sophie Heir wore an elegantly styled emerald green gown, with golden wavy curls and pink eyes, resembling a finely adorned doll, welcomed by the crowd in the foremost position of the line. Sang Luo raised an eyebrow and inquired of the nearby Rabbit Marmot Beastman about the origins of this princess, Sophie Heir. One extravagant display. She does not appear to belong to the Yalansi royal family. There is only one prince under the Beast King, Mutu Yalansi, and no female offspring. Sophie Heir was conferred the title of a nominal princess from a distant royal relative of a fallen house a few years ago. For the declining Aes Sedai family, aligning with the royal family is a cause for immense joy. Their fortunes have risen with this hard-won female child. However, although Sophie Heir is nominally the Beast King's daughter, the king has not granted her the surname Yalansi, rendering her situation somewhat awkward. No wonder Mudu refers to Sophie as his cousin. Sang Luo chuckled, noting that the old beast king, lacking any female alliances, had simply settled for a surrogate female. A counterfeit princess could be used to manipulate Kai's heir, and with the power of a fallen noble family, it would be challenging to stir up any significant waves. The old beast king indeed has a clever scheme. As more individuals arrived, they entered the testing grounds in batches. On the podium, Kai's heir sat at the right hand of the principal. The previously raucous crowd fell silent, as if frozen, and the attending dean and teachers were also extremely tense. Kai's heir not only holds the rank of general in the empire, but had also once studied at Yalansi Academy, breaking all academic records during his 4-year tenure. Records that remain unchallenged to this day. No one at Yalansi Military Academy is unmindful of the awe inspired by this legend. Yet this general, usually preoccupied with military affairs, seldom appears in public. How fortunate he is to witness the new student's election. His sudden presence caught the principal off guard. Raoul too fidgeted restlessly, overwhelmed by pressure, constantly sipping water. Could it be that this year's cohort has produced some promising talents? Kai's heir's gaze remained fixed on the audience. But with so many students, it was impossible to determine whom he was observing, leading the dean and teachers to speculate. Upon seeing Sophie Heir's entrance, some recalled that General Kai's heir had a betrothal arranged with this princess years ago. Now that she has reached adulthood, her marriage is imminent. The general must be here to see his beloved. Sophie Heir Asetai gazed toward the strikingly handsome man on the podium, her joy evident as she shyly followed a beastman into the first batch of testing rooms. General, how are the qualifications of this batch of students? Are there any promising talents? Raoul too rubbed his palms, smiling amiably. The principal poured a cup of tea, offering, "Please sample this exquisite longing tea, a rare gem from the eastern continent. It is an honor." Kai's heir accepted the tea with a smile, but did not drink his long, jade-like fingers gently tracing the rim of the cup as he spoke leisurely. "Principal Raoul too, regarding your previous suggestion, I have given it considerable thought in recent days." When Sang Luo arrived at the loft, the previous group of females had mostly completed their tests, with nearly half failing to meet the passing mark. Many had never even utilized their innate powers, unable to perform the most basic manipulation of their abilities. She did not see Sophie Heir Asedai. Perhaps she had already departed after her assessment. "Please place your hand on this stone and close your eyes. Channel your innate powers." An elegant and handsome male beastman approached to remind her. Standing on the stone platform, Sang Luo placed her hand on the 2-meter-high stone and effortlessly summoned her innate powers. The teachers present for the testing were astonished. They had never encountered a female capable of wielding her innate powers with such proficiency. At the moment Sang Luo's hand touched the stone, it illuminated instantaneously, radiating a white light that surpassed all others. Her innate power evidently exceeded the 3rd tier, possibly reaching the 4th tier or even the 5th tier. Lightning affinity. Another testing teacher exclaimed in surprise, rising from his seat. As the brilliance of the power stone faded, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Fortunately, Sang Luo had only utilized a fraction of her innate power, or else the stone would likely have been shattered on the spot. "May I inquire which noble family you hail from?" the testing teacher asked with great respect. Lightning affinity is exceedingly rare, and the offensive power of golden lightning ranks among the top 3, with the potential to evolve into the legendary purple golden lightning. Such talents are typically exclusive to great noble beast families. Could she be from the Ziyunbao family? However, no one had heard of any female offspring being born into the Ziyunbao family in recent decades. Sang Luo, I am not from noble family. I come from a humble place. One teacher even specifically reviewed the enrollment documents. Kai's heir had indeed registered her as an ordinary female with an unremarkable background. Greetings. I am Guren Tujia, responsible for students in combat disciplines. I dare say, with your innate talent, your admission to the academy is a certainty. Your entire family will rise to prominence through you, Guren Tujia stated with a knowing smile. A female with lightning affinity is exceptionally rare throughout the entire empire, and her talent far surpassing the 3rd tier will undoubtedly attract countless suitors from noble families once the news spreads. In the lower realms, the orcs place great emphasis on the reproductive capabilities of females. The higher the innate talent of an orc, particularly those of royal lineage, the more they value the inherent abilities of females. Those of their rank do not possess the capability to have offspring, rendering female fertility largely irrelevant. It is merely that the innate talents of the females are too feeble to match their own. Even if they were to seek out a female with exceptional reproductive prowess, it will be challenging to produce offspring. Even in the rare event that they do succeed in giving birth, the resulting hybrid offspring would likely possess low talents, making it difficult to uphold the family's honors. The venue for the second written examination is located in the West Tower, and I shall accompany you there. Do take care on the stone steps. Goluin Tu is concerned that Sang Luo might stumble. Someone has specifically sought out the principal to relay this news. A female with lightning affinity has emerged. What is her rank? La ER immédiately stood up, astonished. He has taught at the academy for over a century and has never encountered a female with lightning affinity before. The academy's talent stones prepared for females can only test up to the 3rd rank, but based on our previous experiences, her abilities are likely superior to the 4th rank and may have even reached the 5th. A 5th rank lightning affinity female is exceedingly rare. It could take centuries to find another. This time, Yalansi Military Academy has struck a considerable fortune. Liar 2, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainted and inquired about the identity of this female. Upon reviewing the information, he was taken aback, quickly glancing at the handsome man beside him. Could it be that this is the little female whom the general brought in a few days ago? No wonder he came personally. It seems he is not merely interested in Sophie Arasatai, but rather in this esteemed female. A 5th rank lightning affinity female is far more aligned with the courtship preferences of royal beasts than a talentless princess. In the classroom for the second written exam, Sang Luo gazed at the familiar questions on the paper, nearly identical to those given by Kai Saer. How little faith do they have in her? Resorting to deceit even in the examination questions. Sang Luo could effortlessly score above 90 and was the first to exit the examination room, garnering immense envy from others. The first 2 talent assessments and written exams had already eliminated over half of the orcs. However, the 3rd round of eliminations is the true highlight of the entire freshman competition, as it will further filter out a significant portion from the remaining 2,000 orcs. Ultimately, only 800 will secure admission slots. The participants were transported to a forest designated as the hunting ground established by Yalansi Academy, where numerous star beasts, ranging from low to high ranks, are kept. Their task is to hunt these star beasts. The star beasts have a chance of carrying tokens released by the academy. The stronger the star beast, the higher the likelihood of obtaining a token. The number of tokens will determine the rankings of the new students. Updated in real time on the holographic interface over a testing period of half a month, with the top 800 being admitted. Several holographic screens appeared on stage, broadcasting live footage from a hunting ground. 7th rank star beasts might appear, and to ensure the safety of the newcomers, senior students will lead the teams. Sang Luo extended her mental energy, surveying the area within several dozen meters. Every movement of the participants was encompassed within her awareness. Suddenly, she paused. The senior leading the team cast a cold glance in her direction and mockingly remarked about a female from a remote village lacking even a decent male companion, deriding her as an unwanted lowly mouse female. He insinuated that while she managed to enter, her chances of exiting alive were uncertain. With that, he turned and departed. Sang Luo caught his disdainful words, furrowing her brow. His malice was palpable. How could he possibly know she was a mouse female? Expanding her mental energy further, she observed him hastily approaching a figure in the distance. The senior, resembling a leopard beast, maneuvered through the crowd and reached a hidden cave, where Sophie Arasatai was also present. Fair, there are many star beasts outside. You should stay in the cave for the next half month and not venture out. Kuer Chi has set up a defensive barrier at the entrance, preventing any star beasts below the 7th rank from entering. You will be quite safe here. Is that really all right? What about my scores? At least you 2 are sensible, Sophie remarked, munching on fruit while casting a glance in a certain direction. I do not wish to see that insufferable mouse female. Do you both understand what needs to be done? Rest assured, Fei Air, Yalansi Military Academy does not allow just anyone to enter. The challenge of the 3rd round of eliminations is formidable. Every year, a few newcomers go missing during this stage, and this year will be no exception. The brown bear orc said with a knowing smile. Sophie finally smiled with satisfaction, stroking her abdomen with a coy grin. Once the task is accomplished, Rewards will certainly await you both. The gazes of the two orcs turned fervent. Had the circumstances been different, they might have succumbed to their desires right then and there. A few days prior, Sophie had heard of the mouse female's surprising talent, a fifth-rank lightning affinity, which fueled her jealousy. How could a low-blooded mouse female possess such formidable abilities? Her own lack of talent had always been Sophie SSS-grade's greatest source of anguish, surely. It was due to the inadequacy of the orc husbands surrounding her. If she could secure a royal beast, her talents would undoubtedly surpass those of Sang Luo. This lowly mouse beast, lacking any background or lineage, would pose no trouble if discreetly dealt with. The entire scheme devised by the three was overheard by Sang Luo. A cold smirk played on her lips. She typically preferred to avoid conflict, but if provoked, she would show no mercy. These two orcs are companions of Sophie SSS, both at the 7th rank. The leopard bee senior also possesses the rare talent of mental control. He ventured to the very center of the hunting ground, where the star beasts are of a higher rank, frequently encountering 6th and even 7th rank star beasts that most newcomers dare not approach. The duo quickly located a 7th rank star beast, resembling a dinosaur and towering over 30 meters. Its massive form akin to a small mountain, shaking the ground with each step. He wiped the blood from his face, grinning malevolently as he stood before the star beast's snout, producing a small lock of hair. Now that I've recognized your scent, go ahead and kill her. The star beast, under control, suddenly erupted, swallowing the bare beast whole. The leopard beast instinctively stepped back, but one of his arms was violently torn away, blood splattering everywhere. What is happening over there? Someone is engaged in a battle with a high-ranking star beast. Hurry, let's go take a look. Throughout the past half-month, Sang Luo traversed every corner of the hunting ground, dispatching solitary star beasts with equal ease, whether low or high-ranking, finishing them off with a single strike. Her scores on the interface surged, propelling her into the top 10. The newcomers were utterly astonished. A killing deity had emerged in this elimination round. And she was a female. The instructors outside were equally incredulous. Once that esteemed female emerges, should we conduct another talent assessment? One teacher inquired. How could the principal dare make such a decision? He replied, glancing at Kaisai. General, this little female you brought is truly exceptional. Typically, only 7th rank orcs maintain such scores. She cannot possibly be. Kaisai declined the Academy's proposal for a retest of her talents, even regretting allowing her to participate in the recruitment competition as it drew too much attention. He noted several eager young orcs clustering around her, like peacocks displaying their feathers, which was quite irksome. Having fought her way through, the reputation of Sang Luo spread throughout the hunting ground, with some aristocratic youths seeking to team up with her. But Sang Luo had no desire to carry any deadweight and rejected all offers. With her scores, securing a spot as a newcomer was a foregone conclusion. She was less concerned with rankings and more focused on honing her innate powers through the hunting of star beasts. When a female pairs with a male beast, she receives an enhancement of 110 of their innate power, but whether she can refine this into her own ability depends on her. Most females struggle to utilize even a fraction of their partner's power, while a small number are entirely incapable of harnessing it, rendering their partner's innate strength a wasted resource. The several newcomers were utterly astonished to see her exerting herself so fervently. Do females truly need to strive this hard? With merely 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the competition, chaos would ensue. The star beasts within the hunting grounds had mostly been decimated, and to obtain tokens, one could only seize them from others. The real elimination rounds were about to commence. The reputation of Sang Luo, the star beast hunting machine, had long since spread far and wide, and being a striking female, few males were willing to take action against her. Thus, in the ensuing tumult of the final 2 days, very few dared to provoke her. Sang Luo observed her stable position among the top 10 on her holographic display, feeling quite relaxed as she sat upon a gnarled wooden stump, retrieving the provisions she had prepared in advance from her spatial storage. The spatial ability truly is an essential talent for travel. No matter how long food is stored, it remains fresh and unspoiled. While other newcomers had subsisted on nutrient liquids for the past half-month, Sang Luo indulged in sumptuous meals, a delightful assortment of meats and vegetables, leading one to believe she was merely on a leisurely excursion. Others were consumed with envy. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she clapped her hands and rose, intending to scout the vicinity, for any solitary star beasts. Expanding her mental energy outward, she soon spotted a group of noble youths bullying a young wolf beast. No more than 16 or 17 years of age, Sang Luo was momentarily stunned, as the boy bore a striking resemblance to Lan Song. How could it be so easy to conceive a child? Where does this inferior wolf beast come from, daring to enroll in Yalansi Academy? Hand over your token, and we may spare your life. Yalansi Military Academy is indeed the most prestigious institution in the empire, yet it is also a school for the elite. The exorbitant tuition fees alone deter most. Nobles tend to form cliques, and newcomers from lower backgrounds are often subjected to their covert bullying. This wolf beast, lacking any background, possessed considerable strength and had garnered the attention of these spoiled youths due to his tokens. A group surrounded the boy, seizing his holographic device. I want to enter the academy to study. I cannot give you my token. Please return it to me. Ha ha, what a joke. A lowly wolf beast with mixed bloodlines wishes to attend the academy? You must not have tasted our fists. One particularly burly beastman swung a fist towards him. Those with eyes, step aside. Those without will receive a beating. Sang Luo charged forward, kicking the beastman away. Virtually no one in the hunting grounds was unaware of Sang Luo, and these noble youths, lacking in strength, merely at the 5th level, promptly fled in fear. Sang Luo picked up the fallen holographic device and returned it to the wolf beast, momentarily entranced by his appearance. With short black hair and clear, warm amber eyes, he was exceptionally handsome, bearing resemblance to Lan Song. Thank you. The boy took the device, lowered his head, and hurriedly departed. Sang Luo was left dazed for a moment, but by the time she regained her senses, he had vanished without her even having the chance to ask for his name. She quickly pursued, but was unable to locate him. As the half-month elimination round concluded, the testing instructor activated the teleportation array. Sang Luo approached Guluantuya and inquired if he could assist her in finding someone, specifically a wolf beast. Guluantuya regarded her for a moment, stating that there were numerous newcomers this year, with hundreds of wolf beasts, most of whom would opt for combat specialization. I can assist you in locating him. Yes. Once found, please provide me with a copy of his information. I shall treat you to a meal once the task is accomplished. It would be an honor to assist a noble female. After enduring over half a month of physical and mental fatigue, a soak in the hot spring was rejuvenating. It was Sang Luo's first time visiting the back courtyard's hot spring, the delicate mist infused with a pleasant herbal aroma. The interior of the spring was adorned with beast crystals, and the bottom was layered with healing crystals. Was Kaiser experiencing health issues? Lost in thought, Kaiser approached and, seeing Sang Luo in her bathrobe, lounging by the stones of the spring, smirked as he stepped forward to embrace her, inhaling her refreshing scent mingled with the steam. Kaiser was displeased upon learning of the troubles Sang Luo faced in the hunting grounds, grateful that she was unharmed, and his disdain for Sophie Heir Asetai intensified. Do you still wish to attend the academy? To be honest, Sang Luo had little interest in schooling. However, the memory of the wolf beast youth she encountered in the hunting grounds lingered in her mind. Was it merely coincidence? Lan Song had mentioned he had a younger brother studying in the western continent, who would likely be around the same age. If time permits, I may go. Perhaps I will encounter that wolf beast in the academy. Kaiser released her, beginning to remove his garments. Very well, I shall arrange for you to attend as an auditor. You can go whenever you wish. It is relatively unrestricted, and as long as you accumulate sufficient credits, you may graduate. Sang Luo watched him slowly disrobe, his bare upper body exuding strength and grace, his fair skin glistening with droplets of water cascading down to forbidden territory, rendering her momentarily breathless. Ahem, enough of that. I have something more important to tell you. Sang Luo smiled seductively, beckoning him closer. As Kaiser approached, freshly undressed, she pounced on him, splashing water everywhere. Sang, don't be mischievous. Though he said this, he showed no intention of resisting. Sang Luo giggled, perched atop him. What does your beast form look like? I have never seen it. My beast form is not as attractive as my human form. Kaiser was well aware of the allure his human appearance held for females. Yet most did not favor serpent beasts. He feared that Sang Luo might dislike or even fear his beast form, hence he had never revealed it. Let me see it. Will you not dislike it? I like you. No matter what you look like, I will like you. Kaiser's heart raced, and he lowered his head to kiss her. The water's surface began to ripple gently as Sang Luo caught a glimpse of slender dark shadow lurking beneath the surface. A sudden surge of heat ignited within her as she wrapped her legs around his firm waist, whispering in his ear, "I desire you." Kaiser's breath quickened. His ears flushed with warmth, and his hands on her waist tightened in a mix of struggle and desire. "You, give it to me. I will be careful," he murmured, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. The cool sensation traversed her calf, gradually moving upward, entwining them closely. Unlike the usual gentleness, Kaiser kissed away the tears from her eyes with a fervor that left her breathless. Sang Luo spent 3 days and nights in the hot spring, sustained by the nourishing beast crystals. Otherwise, she might not have survived. As she neared the brink of unconsciousness, she bit his lips, the taste of blood spreading forth. Kaiser chuckled softly, thoroughly satisfied. "You're the only one who has seen me like this, and the only female who can withstand my presence." Outside, the dawn was indistinguishable from dusk as Kaiser languidly embraced her, playing with her hair. His lips, usually pale, now appeared deep, enticing red as one hand gently caressed her abdomen, as if anticipating something. Sang, "Will we have children in the future?" Kaiser asked with a hint of joy in his voice. "It is quite easy to conceive." "It cannot be that easy. Male beasts are often desperate for offspring. If it were so simple, the royal beast would not be on the verge of extinction. But female mice have good fertility, and your talent is exceptional." Kaiser kissed her again. "Then shall we try a few more times?" "Umph, you lecherous serpent. You have become quite wicked." Kaiser buried his face in her neck. "You are too enchanting. I wish to possess you at all times." A young, naive rabbit beast held scissors, but was quickly stopped by an older beast man. "What are you doing running around? Have you finished trimming the bushes on the Shaline side?" "Yes, it's all done. Only the flower wall over here remains untrimmed. Perhaps soon our estate will welcome a new little master." Orcs have never shied away from such matters. In fact, they often take delight in them. The old steward instructed the servants to attend to other tasks and not to disturb the interests of Lord Wang Shou. If memory serves correctly, it is currently the mating season for the snake beasts. In the past, that esteemed Lord Wang Shou always administered suppressants to forcibly restrain his urges. Now that the tension has been released, it remains uncertain whether that noble female can endure it. He contemplated rushing to the kitchen to instruct the servants to prepare some chicken soup, nourishing broth, whatever it takes to restore his strength. Since that day, Sang Luo has completely awakened the long-suppressed passions and desires of Kaiser, who clung to her at every opportunity. Each day, she oscillated between exquisite pleasure and torment, dying and coming back to life, ensnared in an inescapable spiral. She could no longer indulge him. This snake beast was insatiable, and what she had replenished from him was far from sufficient for his demands. For the first time, Kaiser's indulgence had incited the ire of the little female, leading to several days of distance between them. Though he gazed at her with longing, he could not partake, and while he felt helpless, he was aware that he had indeed been excessive in recent days. It was hard to fathom how Lm managed to cope with this horde of randy males. Did she not tire herself to death? At the dining table, where she usually relished her vegetable noodles, Sang Luo barely glanced at them, fixating solely on the meat. Observing her rapid consumption, Kaiser hastily summoned the servants to bring forth additional meat dishes. By the time Sang Luo finished a bowl of garlic-roasted fish, 2 plates of braised pork knuckle, 3 plates of cold venison, and an entire pot of hen soup, consuming both the broth and the meat, she also enjoyed 3 or 4 meat cakes, licking her lips in satisfaction. Kaiser was taken aback by her voracious appetite, momentarily at a loss for words, his expression slightly grave. "Sang, are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all," Sang Luo replied, having devoured a spicy duck leg in a few bites. She simply felt hungry and craved meat. She shot him a reproachful glance. "It's your fault. I haven't been eating well these past few days, so it's only natural I eat more meat." "Are you saying you disapprove of my appetite?" Kaiser quickly reassured her. "I have no objections to your appetite. Eat as much as you wish. I am merely concerned that you might overindulge." Oddly enough, despite her substantial intake, she did not feel overly full, as if her stomach contained an endless void that welcomed all sustenance. Sang Luo glanced at the 7 or 8 empty plates before her, feeling a tad speechless. When did she become so gluttonous? This had been the case for several days, leaving Kaiser in a state of trepidation. Stepping out of the bedroom, Kaiser encountered the old orc who was tidying the dining table. The elder, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Madam, you resemble someone who is pregnant. My partner exhibited similar traits during her pregnancy, an insatiable appetite. If this child is indeed a carnivorous offspring, everything would make perfect sense." Having just awakened, Sang Luo found Kaiser sitting at the edge of her bed, staring intently at her. With cautious excitement, he embraced her, unable to contain his emotions. She blinked in confusion at his flushed face. "What's wrong?" Sang, "You might be pregnant, but it's very difficult for the Wang show to conceive. We have only tried a few times." Kaiser often expressed his desire for a child during their passionate moments. Yet he was acutely aware that he might never have offspring in this lifetime. However, Sang Luo's recent peculiar behavior increasingly suggested that she was indeed with child. "You haven't had your monthly cycle this month," Kaiser noted. "It has already been 16 days. In the past 2 months, you were punctual." Sang Luo paused to reflect, then realized he was referring to her menses, her eyes widening in disbelief as she muttered, "How do you remember this better than I do?" Sang Luo shook her head. "However, my cycles are usually irregular. They can come a few days early or be delayed." Kaiser's flustered demeanor was a first for her, and she placed her hand over his, suppressing a laugh. "No, I feel perfectly fine. Even if I were truly pregnant, your child wouldn't be so fragile." Though a flicker of apprehension resided within her, it was overshadowed by an ineffable anticipation and joy. The high priest had once said that a child's innate powers could also be transferred to the mother. She wondered how much this child might enhance her own abilities. In a society where polyandry was the norm, male beasts possessed a heightened sensitivity to the bloodline fluctuations of their offspring, ensuring that the lineage could be confirmed. About half a month later, Kaiser realized with certainty that this pregnancy was secure. He spent several restless nights filled with excitement, lacking experience as a first-time father. He took Sang Luo to the hospital to procure numerous prenatal supplements and the finest nourishing medicines. Furthermore, Kaiser mandated that Sang Luo regularly consume beast crystals, starting with lower-tier crystals and progressing to higher ones once her body adjusted. Sang Luo picked up a piece of purple crystal but set it down again. "I understand your desire for me to nourish my body, but my ability to absorb beast crystals is not very strong. Consuming these would be less beneficial than eating more meat for my health. Such precious resources would be squandered on her." "Not all. Consuming more is beneficial for the child. It can enhance their innate abilities," Kaiser replied with a smile. "The orc's innate talents, aside from those inherited by blood, primarily improved through the consumption of beast crystals. The most crucial period for an orc's abilities to form was during gestation within the mother's womb." "Really?" "Indeed." Kaiser gazed tenderly at her slightly rounded belly. Although this child might only be a hybrid or a beast of lesser lineage, he still wished for his and his beloved's offspring to possess greater talents. Even if they were no longer present, he wanted their descendants to thrive. Sang Luo, disregarding the notion of waste, grasped a handful of crystals and swallowed them whole. Kaiser watched in alarm, advising, "There's no need for haste, take it gradually." Upon witnessing her consume so many high-tier crystals without detrimental effects, he finally exhaled in relief. He resolved to be more diligent. Although Kaiser had amassed a considerable number of crystals over the years, he had used them all for himself and left little for future security. After all, he had never anticipated that he would truly seek a partner to build a life and family with. Now that he had a small family, it was time to plan for their future. Upon learning of this joyous news from the hospital, MT hurriedly made his way from the royal palace to see Sang Luo's visibly growing belly, confirming the reality of the situation. The natural-born Wang Shou could essentially prepare for the end of his lineage. "What sort of belly is this? It has only been 2 months, and she is already pregnant?" The old Beast King had not fathered a child until he was over 500 years old. MT suppressed his astonishment and turned to Kaiser. "Are you certain you wish to raise this child? This brood is likely a litter of rodent or hybrid offspring with little innate talent. The pure-blood Wang Shou lineage is exceedingly difficult to conceive. Even the difficulty of birthing hybrid offspring surpasses that of ordinary orcs. Given the rapidity of this pregnancy, it is highly probable that it consists of a litter of small rodents. Regardless of the species, they are my children," Kaiser declared, his elation unwavering. He had long ceased to yearn for pure-blood descendants. The mere blessing of having offspring was enough for him. MT remained silent for a long time, studying him seriously. "This complicates matters with your father. If Kaiser has no offspring for an extended period, the old Beast King does not concern himself with who your partner is. However, now it is different. A male with offspring will be exceedingly zealous in pursuing power, posing a formidable threat to those in authority. Your father will not approve of your marriage to her. If you wish for this child to be born safely, you must become bonded with Sue Firsti, allowing her to be your secret lover. Only then might your father recognize your disdain for this child and preserve her and the baby's safety. Sang Sang is already pregnant. She is my legitimate partner, and I will not allow my child to be an illegitimate offspring. Kaiser's gaze turned icy, issuing a warning. I implore you, Prince Mtylns, to convey to the Beast King that I harbor no interest in power struggles. If he desires power, I can readily relinquish all military authority and depart from the Western continent forever. However, should he dare to lay a finger on my partner or child, I shall ensure he experiences the flames of national ruin. You have known Duodu for quite some time, yet this is the first instance where you have encountered such a dangerously cold gaze from him, momentarily entranced into silence. Duodu produced a considerable assortment of delightful items from his spatial storage and, noticing her fondness for jerky, selected a generous bag of freshly made flavored jerky. Crafted from the tender belly meat of the high-tier star beast, thorny white deer, and enhanced with a unique honey seasoning. The energy contained within rivals that of beast crystals, rendering it not only delicious but also nourishing. Upon receiving the jerky, Sangluo took a bite, her eyes brightening at the delightful flavor, and she unabashedly devoured it entirely. As a carnivorous species, Duotu was not taken aback by Sangluo's appetite, having witnessed pregnant lionesses before. He cheerfully inquired if she desired more, assuring her that he had plenty in his palace, and if that were insufficient, he could procure some from his father's treasury or even capture some high-tier star beasts with Kaiser on the spot. Observing Duotu's attentive demeanor, Sangluo couldn't help but smirk, pondering that one might mistake him for the child's father. Initially, she believed their bond to be superficial, yet it seemed he truly embodied the sentiment that a brother's child is indeed his own. Duotu's gaze frequently drifted to Sangluo's belly, revealing a profound curiosity about what sort of creature she might bear. The gestation period for the mouse clan is notably brief, approximately 20 days, and with half a month having elapsed, her pregnancy appeared rather subtle. It seemed he had perhaps underestimated the situation. This offspring might indeed be a hybrid beast. In a few days, I shall take you on a cruise to relax. Kaiser gently tucked her hair behind her ear, stating that the role of a pregnant female is to eat, drink, and rest, but it was not healthy for her to remain cooped up indoors. Aren't you rather busy? He had completed all his official duties for the coming months and dismissed various trivial matters, all in order to spend time with her. Duotu jested. Sangluo glanced at Kaiser. He had been increasingly present these days, contrasting sharply with the time when he was scarcely seen upon her arrival in the Western continent. Now, he accompanied her 5 out of 7 days. The Beast King might consider your lackadaisical approach to work grounds for dismissal. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your livelihood, as your mother and child rely on you. Sangluo chided while caressing her belly. Rest assured, I can provide for us. Shortly thereafter, Sangluo grew weary again. After Kaiser tucked her in, the two males exited. Duotu brought forth a bottle of aged wine and poured himself a glass, suggesting they celebrate their long-overdue gathering. I do not partake in alcohol. Kaiser merely glanced at it, unmoved. What about a cigarette? He lit one, enveloped in swirling smoke. Sangluo is pregnant. Keep your distance. Very well. You are about to become a father. I shall heed your wishes. Duotu begrudgingly extinguished the cigarette, sniffed it, and removed his jacket, revealing a white shirt with 2 buttons left undone. He poured himself another glass of wine and reclined on the sofa, no longer concealing his curiosity. I have heard that the mouse clan gestation period is merely around 20 days, while hybrids tend to last longer. Her pregnancy appears somewhat reminiscent of a hybrid beast. What does the hospital say? It is too soon to determine the gestation period, but it should not be excessively long. Indeed, unless it is a pure-blood royal beast. The gestation for ordinary beasts rarely exceeds a few months, and hybrids, even if prolonged, would not be overly lengthy. Chapter 36. A reunion with Lan Tsong, a man with short, tousled black hair, possessing a stern visage, stood tall in a slightly snug combat suit that accentuated his muscular physique. The test was passed with commendable results, ranking him 139th, securing a place in the combat division. Lan Ruo hurriedly changed into slippers upon entering the house, clearing the clutter from the table. Yes, I know you have always wished to attend there. The Yalance Military Academy boasts the finest instructors in the Empire, and its graduates are highly sought after throughout the Western continent. In the future, I will be able to assist you, dear brother. Lan Ruo glanced at the man, a wave of melancholy washing over her. In truth, her brother harbored similar aspirations. Yet he was unable to gather the tuition fees and was rejected by the academy. His desire to attend Yalance Military Academy was partly fueled by a wish to fulfill their brother's long-held dream. Lan Ruo expressed her dissatisfaction, asserting that many of the orc students at Yalance Academy were not particularly formidable, and many were inferior to her brother. Had he attended, he would undoubtedly have excelled. The man chuckled softly, saying little more, and turned toward the kitchen. To celebrate your successful admission to Yalance Academy, what would you like to eat today? I am the best cook. Since you joined the mercenaries, I have not had the pleasure of your culinary skills for quite some time. Lan Ruo offered to help, her chatter increasing as she recounted her experiences during the competition. Noting the noble offspring were not all that impressive, some possessed qualities no different from those of the impoverished. Several had surrounded her, attempting to snatch her token, but fortunately, someone came to her aid, a female. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and the man, having experienced his own youthful naivete, understood her unspoken feelings. He smiled lightly, asking if she had feelings for a rescuer. No, Lan Ruo hastily denied, her cheeks flushing. I am simply grateful to her. She felt like an older sister, reminiscent of the bond one shared with you, brother. She, like you, possesses lightning affinity and utilizes golden lightning. Just then, as Lan Ruo stepped into the kitchen, a loud crash echoed as dishes shattered on the floor, leaving her momentarily stunned. Brother, what happened? It is nothing, just a minor injury to my hand that is yet to heal. I accidentally slipped, he replied, turning away to conceal his expression, his voice slightly hoarse. She possesses lightning affinity? Lan Ruo hurriedly grabbed a broom and dustpan to clear the shattered pieces, instinctively responding, yes. I have never encountered anyone with a talent similar to yours. She is formidable, likely a 7th-tier orc. It is my first time meeting such a powerful female. She must belong to a prominent family. The man fell silent, a bitter smile playing on his lips. What was he hoping for? She is gone, lost to the beast tide. It was his failure to protect her, the greatest pain of his life. Until dinner was finished, the man remained silent, enveloped in an atmosphere of oppression. Enough. Lan Ruo hesitated to accept, as her current financial circumstances rendered it difficult to refuse, considering the upcoming tuition fees. She lowered her head. Brother, I have found a few odd jobs in the imperial capital, so I can manage my living expenses and won't trouble you any longer. You are still young. Focus on your studies and do not worry about anything else. Brother, you are about to embark on a mission. Want you rest for another night? Seeing him don his coat and prepare to leave, Lan Ruo felt an increased sense of guilt. Her brother had toiled for her for far too long, simply because he was her only family. He is a man who places great value on relationships. Having longed for a family of his own due to his childhood experiences, he deeply envied the orcs with families and loved ones, yearning for a home to call his own, yet he had never found the right one. Lan Ruo felt as though she was a burden to her brother, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. If not, perhaps I should withdraw from school. This institution in Aloha City is quite good as well. Nonsense. I promised your beast father and mother to raise you until you are 18 and see you grow into adulthood. The man patted her shoulder, noting that in a few years, she would almost match his height. Once you finish your studies, I will have no further concerns. Lan Ruo sensed something peculiar in his words, as if his smile concealed a hint of sorrow, yet she could not articulate her feelings, dismissing it as mere misperception. Brother, that is premature. Once you have a family of your own and children with your beloved partner, I can help take care of my little nephew when you are busy. The underground black market, an illicit zone on the western continent, where everything imaginable is sold, even human lives. The orcs coming to trade were cloaked in thick gray robes, their faces concealed by bizarre masks to hide their identities. A man turned into an underground bar, where the front desk orc mixed a cocktail and handed it to him with a smile, saying, esteemed guest, it has been far too long. The master thought you had retired. Take me to see your leader. The big boss is not here. The second-in-command recently emerged from that place and came all the way to Aluoching just to see you. Please, esteemed guest. He has been waiting for you for quite some time. The orc at the front desk pressed a mechanism beside the counter, and a door opened in the wall, leading him into a secret passage that led to the bar's real underground trading hub. The second in command, as the orc had referred to him, was a formidable middle-aged tiger beast with a buzz cut, a broad face, and muscular arms adorned with intricate black tattoos. Lan Song remained expressionless, his aura frigid. I do not wish to indulge in idle chatter. Convey any task from the organization to me. The black-armed tiger beast extinguished his cigarette and replied with a mysterious smile. There's a substantial job available. Are you interested? Yes. It matters not. Lan Song had long ceased to care about life and death. How much will I earn upon completing this task? Ha! I knew coming to you was the right choice. Everyone knows that the lone wolf has been entrusted with tasks for many years, never failing, and is the most trusted talent within the organization. The bounty for this job will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. The tiger beast produced a wanted poster and handed it to him, grinning. Endless glory and unimaginable wealth await you. Lan Song glanced at the wanted poster and recognized the name of a general from the Yolance Empire. Yes, that damned fellow. He recently eliminated all my brothers and imprisoned me. After much effort to bribe the guards, I escaped, but I lost everything. I will make him pay in blood. Lan Song sneered. That individual is a royal beast. No one in the organization can kill him. The money I offer is not without merit. What if I cannot kill the royal beast? He currently has a female companion, rumored to be pregnant, and he is very protective of her. If I can capture her, I never harm females. His voice grew heavy. The black tiger beast gestured to another orc nearby, who tossed him a gun. This is the latest model, the 570. It can take down any beast below the 7th tier with a single shot, though we have yet to test its effectiveness against a royal beast. Lan Song accepted the weapon and paused in silence before speaking. What if the mission fails? Do not forget. You're also among the top 10 on the wanted list. Consider it as purchasing your life. It will suffice for your brother's tuition. On the yacht, Sang Luo reclined on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and savoring delectable seafood, truly relishing the moment. Kaisir approached her from behind, brushing his hand against her cheek. How are you feeling? Are you seasick? How many days until we arrive? A group of orcs brought in dozens of platters filled with fish, shrimp, and shellfish delicacies. And Sang Luo relished every bite. Orcs, by nature, preferred raw meat, but those from the western continent had moved past their barbaric phase, mostly consuming cooked meat, while seafood was often served as sashimi. Sang Luo touched her belly, sensing that the baby seemed to have a taste for raw meat. Oh dear, I may eat you out of house and home. Fear not, I can afford to care for you. My only concern is that you do not eat well. Kaisir handed her a few purple crystals. Use these for now. Once we reach the eastern continent, there will be plenty of rare treasures. And the star beasts, they're far more powerful than those in the west. I will hunt some higher-tier star beasts for you. After their meal, a server came to clear the table. The orc kept his head down, casting a furtive glance at Sang Luo. She responded with a soft hum, and he carefully lifted her into his arms, taking her to the cabin. In a room on the highest floor, a figure emerged from behind the curtains. Observing through a scope, the target appeared in view. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, the female in his arms turned slightly, revealing a portion of her delicate face, with raven hair, fair skin, and crimson lips. The gun slipped from his hand. Strangely, Sang Luo seemed to sense something, turning her head to look in a certain direction. The room was empty. No one was present. The window was ajar, and the curtain fluttered gently. You have chartered the yacht, so there are no other tourists, correct? Besides the two of us and the dozens of staff aboard, there is no one else. Kaisir's tone remained gentle but inscrutable. All right, Sang, you should rest. Do not come out before nightfall. I will handle the other matters. As night fell, Sang Luo was awakened by the sound of gunfire outside. She recalled Kaisir's warning from earlier. It seemed he had anticipated tonight's events. Having held a high position for many years, Kaisir was surely no stranger to assassination attempts. However, unlike previous occasions, he now had a female with him, likely to avoid alarming her, and thus refraining from revealing the truth. Kaisir was formidable, but those desperate enough to attempt an assassination were not merely seeking death. They likely had traps laid. The worry grew stronger in Sang Luo's heart. Just as she approached the door, she suddenly heard unfamiliar footsteps drawing near. She hurriedly peered through the peephole and saw several masked individuals in black clothing standing at her door. One of them, an orc, produced a key to her room and approached to unlock the door. Were these people after her? Sang Luo stepped back. Suddenly, the glass window shattered, and before she could react, a man embraced her from behind. He grasped her right hand, and the surge of lightning energy she had summoned flowed directly into his body. At that moment, several black-clad figures burst into the room. A large hand covered her eyes, and a wave of iron-scented blood filled the air. The room was splattered with blood, and an orc clutched his severed neck, fear evident on his face as he looked at the cold-faced man. Lan Gang, do you dare to betray the organization? Chapter 37. Is the child in your womb his? After Kaisir dealt with the hidden assassins on the yacht, he sensed a few stragglers making their way towards Sang Luo's room. His heart tightened, and, as he raised his hand to act, he suddenly saw another figure rush in first, eliminating the black-clad intruders. He hesitated, lowering his hand, his expression devoid of emotion. The figure vanished in an instant. Luo, I missed you so much. I truly missed you. Lan Song struggled to contain the overwhelming emotions of reunion, holding her tightly as if to freeze time at that moment. He fought back tears. They said you were captured by the wandering beasts. I thought you were dead. Over 2 months ago, he had traversed numerous tribes from the ruins of the Kurder tribe, finally locating the new Tribe S encampment, where he learned that Sang Luo had been taken by the wandering beasts. Females captured by wandering beasts usually met a grim fate. He went on a rampage, slaying all the nearby wandering beasts, yet still could not find her. At that moment, his heart had died alongside hers. He had even considered leaving this world with her. Seeing you alive brings me immense joy. Gazing upon that familiar, handsome face, Sang Luo felt her eyes welling with tears. Countless words swelled within her, yet at this moment, all she could do was hold him tightly, unable to utter a single word. She had thought there would never be a chance to see him again in this lifetime. She had told Kaisir that she had moved on, but how could she forget someone she had genuinely cared for? Sang Luo gently caressed the man's face. It had only been a few months since their separation, but Lan Song appeared more mature and worn and slightly thinner, which tugged at her heartstrings. She patted his back softly. As long as you are well, I can rest easy. I'll be gentle. You are pregnant? Sang Luo, clad in a maternity dress that concealed her condition, felt the curvature of her belly when Lan Song held her. He quickly released her, afraid of inadvertently causing harm. Yes, I just became pregnant a little over half a month ago. Sang Lu Totsitiapidi. Lan Song parted his lips to speak, but ultimately said nothing. After a considerable time, he lowered his head and searched through his pockets, yet found nothing of value. A look of embarrassment crossed his face. I did not anticipate encountering you this time, nor did I bring anything to present to you and this child. I apologize. You have taken care of me sufficiently. There is no need for apologies. It is I who should be thanking you, replied Essing Lu with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. Seeing pressed his lips together and once more glanced at her slightly protruding abdomen. After a moment of silence, he asked, Is the child within you his? He has met that royal beast, strikingly handsome and powerful, who treats her exceptionally well, his gaze solely upon her. Seeing felt inadequate in comparison. Yes, he longed to stroke her head as he once did, but his raised hand curled back down, and he smiled with a hint of solace. I knew that with Lu's charm, no matter how formidable the male beast, he would be captivated. With her attributes, she would not settle for less. Only a royal beast is worthy of her. Essing Lu could clearly perceive the regret and sorrow in his eyes, but was at a loss for words. Seeing spoke softly again. May I touch it? Of course. She reached to take his hand. No, my hands are dirty. They have blood on them. Seeing was rarely so flustered. He wiped his hands on his clothing before cautiously and excitedly placing them on her abdomen. Perhaps due to the early stage of the pregnancy, the child was quiet, scarcely moving. Yet he could sense the faint energy emanating within, sincerely stating, it is developing healthily. As he gazed, he became somewhat lost in thought. If we were to have a child, he whispered a few words, which Essing Lu could not quite catch, raising her gaze to his long, exposed neck. Why did you not bring a suppression ring? The suppression ring is meant to control the genetic frenzy of beastmen. During the last beast tide, Ning's frenzy had erupted again. The old suppression ring was likely broken, yet he had not replaced it, and the frenzy was significantly suppressed. Only a female can provide genetic solace to a male. Ning had another female by his side. Have you found a new partner? Et no inquit. Ning gazed steadily at her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Do you wish for me to find one? To be honest, Essing Lu felt a lingering guilt towards LNCing. Initially, she had promised to bear him a litter of wolf cubs, but unexpectedly found herself carrying another's child. Could that man endure this? However, a royal beast like KISR, proud and haughty, would never deign to share a partner with other male beasts, particularly when LNCing's strength was beneath the royal tier. In the beast realm, it is common for one female to have multiple males, but the prerequisite is that the partner's strengths should not differ vastly. Otherwise, the stronger male beast would feel insulted, and the weaker one would be more susceptible to hidden traps that could lead to death. Even if they were to be together in the future, KISR would likely make things difficult for LNCing. Essing Lu did not wish for LNCing to lose his pride entirely, living in such a lowly manner because of her. He was too good to not have a partner who could love him wholeheartedly. Essing Lu nodded. As long as you can be happy, that is all I wish for. Upon seeing the relief in her eyes, LNCing understood everything, a faint, not particularly pleasant smile tugging at his lips as he quietly said, I went to the female shelter. Essing Lu was taken aback. Are you disgusted by my filth? Not all. Then, may I hold you once more? Essing Lu willingly embraced him. His head nestled against her neck. His voice muffled. Lulu, I truly intended to abandon this identity and find a place where no one knew us, to live a peaceful life together. Essing Lu was unsure of the man's expression. A sudden warmth surged through her shoulder, as if it had seared into her heart, a gentle warmth spreading. A tear fell upon her neck. Essing, the assassins have been dealt with. I did not find you in the room, so I took the liberty of coming to look for you, hoping not to disturb you. A clear, gentle voice resonated. Simultaneously, a tall figure appeared on the deck of the luxury ship. KISR smiled at her, exceedingly tender, while the male beast beside her was disregarded entirely, treated as though he were invisible. Essing Lu had sensed KISR's presence long before. He had deliberately refrained from intervening, providing her and LNCing with a precise opportunity for a farewell. KISR had previously promised her this. It was unclear how long he had been watching from the side. Initially, KISR had no intention of revealing himself, but the atmosphere between the two had instilled a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to act. KISR approached, taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze, saying, You should rest now. The two were still bound by the saying, destined to meet, yet fated to part. Soon, rain began to fall. LNCing was drenched by the chilling raindrops, yet remained motionless, lost in thought as he stared at his hands, his breath trembling uncontrollably. A beast man, having shed his disguise, approached cautiously. S was not a member of the organization. He had been saved by LNCing in the past, and had since devoted himself to him. As a beast man skilled in spatial traversal, he often partnered with LNCing on missions. That royal beast could not have overlooked him, yet did not act against him. Having followed LNCing for many years, it was the first time S had seen him so despondent. He whispered, Boss, you clearly like that little female. Why did you deceive her? The suppression ring can only be used once by each beastman. After that, it becomes ineffective. Over 2 months ago, LNCing's frenzy level had exceeded 80, teetering between consciousness and loss of control, unable to shift forms freely. Yet, he would not accept other females, resorting instead to using crude enhancement suppressants, damaging his bodily functions to lower his frenzy levels. S did not understand. LNCing did all this for that little female, yet when they finally reunited, he denied it completely. She has someone else in her heart, and I no longer deserve her. Upon seeing the caliber of the beastman standing beside Essing Lu, LNCing realized he was no longer worthy of her. Furthermore, his current identity as a rebel and a fugitive, with countless lives on his hands, would only bring her suffering and entanglement. He could not drag her down with him. Moreover, she was pregnant, carrying the offspring of that royal beast. He understood he had become a relic of the past. I never intended to keep you, but you possess a degree of self-awareness. KISR had appeared unbeknownst to him. The area encircling the three was enveloped by an invisible spatial force, rendering outsiders unable to perceive what transpired within. S's face turned pale with fright as he seized LNCing, attempting to flee, only to find that spatial transmission was impossible within this sealed area. Boom! The power of the royal tier swept through, sending both men flying several meters. Seeing collapsed to the ground, spitting out blood, his hands slowly clenching into fists. In that moment, he truly recognized the chasm between his strength and that of a royal beast. It was a vast divide. He lacked even a shred of strength to resist. Kis cast a disdainful glance at him. You and I are not even in the same realm. Kill me. It seems Lu still cares for me. In that case, I shall cherish my demise. Seeing, clutching his chest, rose from the ground. Fixing his gaze on Kisr. His desire for strength had never been so fervent. Kisr narrowed his eyes. I truly wish for you to disappear forever. Seeing gritted his teeth. Within 3 years, if I do not become a royal beast, I shall never disturb her again. Kisr regarded him with the gaze of a jester. You, an inferior male beast, are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Then let us make a wager. Should you not kill me now, you will surely regret it in the future. Kisr's indifferent demeanor finally cracked slightly. This wolf beast was intentionally provoking him to force him into action. If Seeing were to die, he would become irreplaceable in Lu's heart, eternally immune on the sea, her beloved. There would always be a barrier between her and him. I have said, I will not kill you, dispelled the spatial barrier, and I find myself intrigued to see whether you truly possess the qualifications to stand by her side. As Asa swiftly grasped Lan Tsang, their figures vanished. Unbeknownst to Sang Luo, this would mark her final encounter with Lan Tsang on the Western continent. You must refrain from drinking. It is detrimental to the child. Sang Luo, however, responded with a question that sidestepped the topic. Has he departed? Yes. Memories of past affection and intimacy surged forth. And how could a heart that had grown so attached simply let go? Sang Luo, a woman who preferred to cut through complexities swiftly, loathed entangled emotions. Given that Lan Tsang had been with other females, what was there left for her to cling to? Resolute, she seized hold of, attempting to let a more fervent passion overshadow her old sentiments. I desire your half-beast form. Now, as pupils contracted, and his breath grew heavy as he released her hand and replied hoarsely, no. Sang Luo wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing his lips, her eyes sparkling with allure. Can you truly resist? Gripped her hand tightly, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. It had been nearly a month since he had touched her. How would he not yearn for her? The desire was maddening, yet he cast a glance at her abdomen, and in an instant, his longing dissipated. I will compensate you after the child is born. I have consulted the doctor. Your power can nourish the fetus, ensuring no harm comes to it while making this child even stronger. She was already beginning to strip off his clothing. Could not refuse her. I will be careful. In a moment of deep emotion, she caressed his face. Will you leave me? I will never leave you, he replied, lowering his head to bite down gently on her heart. The following morning, Sang Luo awoke to find a purple totem resembling a dragon snake near her heart. Kissed it softly, informing her, this is a soul mark that only a king beast can leave. It allows us to sense each other's presence and safety, to summon one another at any moment. In times of dire danger, I can reach you instantly, and it will also withstand lethal strikes from other royal beings. A king beast can only forge one soul mark in a lifetime. Once given, he will have only one companion for life, and will be unable to feel affection for any other female. If his companion departs or dies, the king beast's strength diminishes drastically, leading to a life of gloom, and he may even resort to extreme actions, such as seeking to accompany his beloved in death. Chapter 38. Feeding the merfolk understood that Sang Luo merely sought an outlet for her emotions, so he refrained from indulging in reckless behavior. Once she had succumbed to slumber, he carefully coiled his serpentine tail around her, with the tip resting on her abdomen. Outside, a tempest raged. The seas had been tumultuous lately. As Sang Luo nestled in his embrace, a sudden clap of thunder jolted her awake. Remarked, this storm is unusual. There are fluctuations of gifted power. Sang Luo gazed outside, but, regrettably, her senses were too dull to detect anything abnormal. Are you suggesting there are beasts obstructing us? As he spoke, he created a spatial barrier, enclosing the entire cruise ship within it. The sounds of thunder and rain abruptly ceased, and even the cold winds could not penetrate. Adjusted her into a more comfortable position to prevent any accidental harm to her abdomen. Sleep now. Sang Luo rubbed her belly and pouted. Oh no, I'm hungry again. Quickly retrieved several purple crystals for her to consume. Although Sang Luo was not yet a month pregnant, her appetite had skyrocketed, and ordinary meat could no longer satiate her hunger. No matter how much she ate, she could not fill the void. Only by consuming high-tier star beast meat and beast crystals could she barely alleviate the emptiness within her. Are you still hungry? What hardships are you speaking of? After all, I am a king beast. I can't even provide adequately for my companion and child. Chuckled, pinching her cheek, though his mind was already racing towards the East Continent. Having once indulged in a life of luxury, he was now aware that his resources were dwindling. After several days of relentless wind and rain, the sea finally cleared, allowing Sang Luo to sit on the deck railing and bask in the sun, as she enjoyed the sea breeze, gnawing on dried meat while swinging her legs. Her white dress billowed in the wind. The sea parted with 2 rows of dazzling white waves, occasionally splashing droplets on her legs. As night deepened, the sea beneath was a canvas of darkness, dotted with glimmers. Initially, Sang Luo believed the reflections were merely floating algae, but upon scrutinizing with her mental energy, she was horrified to discover pairs of ravenous, red eyes. Startled, she nearly cried out. In the next moment, the creatures scattered as if they had seen something terrifying. Approached from behind, draping a mink coat over her shoulders. It's chilly at night. Be careful not to catch a cold. Or those lurking beneath the sea? Sang Luo asked, still shaken. All right, was quite indulgent, reaching out to caress her slightly rounded belly. Are you hungry again? What would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you. Sang Luo licked her lips, craving fresh fish soup, prompting to head to the kitchen to make arrangements. As she gazed down at the tranquil sea, not long after departed, a multitude of fearless sea beasts began to gather around the cruise ship, nearly surrounding it, their numbers swelling to an estimated 1,000. Unable to suppress a grimace, she felt a twinge of anxiety due to her mild fear of crowds. However, Sang Luo was undeterred. The spatial barrier set by prevented beasts below the royal tier from approaching. These salivating, red-eyed creatures could only watch longingly from a distance, unable to touch her delectable form. Sang Luo casually tossed a few pieces of dried meat into the water, which were instantly snatched up. It felt akin to feeding fish from a bridge. Sang Luo retrieved more dried meat from her space. Though it barely provided the necessary nutrition for her body, it served as a mere snack for her cravings. Bored, she continued to feed the creatures, throwing handfuls into the water. After several attempts, her attention was drawn to a flash of silver blue. She noticed that her tossed morsels were consistently landing in the mouth of a single figure. Was it a mermaid? Under the moonlight, in the ethereal blue sea, a strikingly beautiful figure emerged, with damp silver blue hair, misty blue eyes, and an exquisite visage. His alluring red lips were androgynous, and his bare upper body was as pale as jade, with strands of long hair cascading down his shoulders. Seemingly sensing the gaze of the small female aboard the ship, he tilted his head, curiously observing Sang Luo. His gaze fell upon her rounded abdomen, and a fleeting spark of heat glimmered in his eyes. Sang Luo was captivated by the mermaid's beauty. The rumors of merfolk using their looks to seduce were not without merit. Having encountered a myriad of handsome men in the beast realm, she had thought herself immune to such charms, yet she found herself unexpectedly entranced by this face. A playful impulse surged within her, and she beckoned him with a finger. The mermaid's eyes lit up, and he swam over immediately. However, as he approached the barrier, it abruptly erupted with a blinding light, scorching hot, causing him to retreat. Someone has tampered with the barrier? Appeared in an instant, relieved to find Sang Luo unscathed. But his brow furrowed as he gazed at the sea. The silver blue tail of the mermaid flickered and vanished into the pitch-black depths. Cough, not bad looking, but still a bit lacking compared to you. I prefer your style. Sang Luo leaned in closer and planted a kiss on him, beaming with a smile. In truth, was her aesthetic pinnacle, cold, handsome, and elegant, yet undeniably masculine. Was filled with joy, but warned against temptation. The merfolk were on the brink of extinction, and in their desperation to ensure future generations, they resorted to all manners of deceit, using their beauty to entice fertile females from the land, luring them into the depths of the sea. Ah, can't they seek companions on land? Sang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Sea creatures below the royal tier could not remain away from water for long, which led them to frequently abduct females, whose partners were mostly land beasts unable to rescue them. Devoid of support, these females had no choice but to submit, mating with the males of their entire race, endlessly bearing offspring. With a melancholic tone, spoke again. Observing her fearful expression, he smiled lightly, realizing he had indeed exaggerated a bit to prevent her from being enamored by the alluring yet deceitful creatures outside. Relieved, Sang Luo thought that the mermaid was quite loyal to Li Man, thus unlikely to engage in the abduction of females. A few days later, while savoring steamed vermicelli with scallop meat, the cruise ship came to a halt, glanced outside with an unusual seriousness, instructing her to remain in the room and not venture out before rising to leave. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sang Luo expanded her mental energy to follow him. On board, several unfamiliar beastmen clad in court attire appeared. For my safety? Found it amusing, casting a disdainful glance at them. The beastmen's expressions changed dramatically as they fell to their knees, blood streaming from their eyes, noses, and mouths, their bodies trembling as if on the verge of bursting. A more profound power countered theirs, allowing them to rise, too terrified to utter a word. A middle-aged man with brown hair and green eyes appeared on the deck. "It has been a long time," he said, standing with his hands clasped, his aura subdued to blend in with ordinary people. All beastmen, except 4, knelt before him in utmost reverence, not daring to lift their heads. Sang Luo, noticing the resemblance between this man and Mu Tu, deduced his identity. He was the Beast King of the Yalance Empire, Igalia Yalance. With a friendly smile, Egan addressed, "I heard you intended to take your little female to the eastern continent without informing me in advance. Given the ongoing friction between the eastern and western continents, it is unwise to take her there, especially since I've heard she is pregnant. I wish to take my partner on a honeymoon, yet I am met with so many restrictions. Is the Beast King perhaps overstepping his bounds? Partner?" Egan chuckled lightly. "It seems I have not agreed to your dissolution of the engagement with Sophie Asetai." Egan's demeanor remained pleasant. S' expression darkened abruptly. "What does His Majesty mean? Females are a precious resource. That little female belongs to the beastmen of the western continent and cannot go to the eastern continent. Her child should remain in the west. Is this a royal decree? You are like a son to me, raised since childhood. I would never harm you. With your strength, you could easily traverse both continents. But she is pregnant. Should she encounter misfortune in the east, it is not a scenario you would wish to face." Egan's gaze fell upon Sang Luo, his laughter booming. What does this esteemed female think? The soul mark allowed her to sense a fleeting intent to kill. Just moments ago, he had nearly acted against her. The aura emanating from the Beast King was evidently more powerful and restrained than his own, likely at the peak of royal beast strength. In combat, would find it challenging to gain an advantage. The Beast King aimed to control, prioritizing her and the unborn child. Once he had them under control, would be compelled to comply with his wishes. This confrontation was merely a prelude to that plan. Egan would not allow her to leave the western continent as a hostage. Glanced at their clasped hands, his lips pressed tightly together, his anger slightly quelled. "Do not worry," Sang Luo whispered softly, then turned to the Beast King with a respectful smile. "The western continent is far more prosperous than the tribe I previously belonged to. I am rather inclined to remain here. His Majesty's concerns are valid. I might not adapt quickly to the eastern continent. The medical facilities in the west are more advanced, providing greater safety during childbirth." Egan intended to ensnare both Sang Luo and her child, but had no intention of causing them harm. Otherwise, a complete fallout would yield no benefit for him. Gazed intently at her belly, wishing to escape Egan, yet knew the time was not right. Sang Luo released hand and walked away with them. As watched her retreating figure, his demeanor grew increasingly icy. Passing by Egan, he scoffed coldly and vanished from the deck in an instant. Egan's previously warm smile darkened abruptly. This young man dared to show him disrespect. This meticulously crafted weapon was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Sang Luo's pregnancy was becoming more apparent, and she donned loose-fitting maternity attire that barely concealed her condition. She contacted Glenn Tuya in advance and went to the teaching building of the combat department. Lan Ruol was training with a group in the training grounds when a student approached. "Teacher Tuya is looking for you. Hurry." Without suspicion, Lan Ruol changed out of his combat uniform and went to the office, only to unexpectedly encounter another person. Seeing the flustered and blushing youth, Sang Luo waved cheerfully. "You must be Lan Ruol, right? I saw your monthly exam scores. You did quite well." Lan Ruol replied nervously, "I wonder what brings you to seek me. I have something to pass on to your brother." Chapter 39. A parting gift? Sang Luo flipped through a few pages of the monthly exam results Glen Tuya had given her. Lan Ruo had ranked among the top 10 in the recent exam. For an ordinary wolf beast who was not even a mutated one, this achievement was commendable, even exceptional. Glen Tuya, noticing her particular interest in this wolf beast, shared a few more remarks about Lan Ruo's situation. Truth be told, he was quite pleased with this student, as he differed greatly from the noble offspring he usually interacted with, quiet, diligent, and grounded. He often provided guidance during class. Lan Ruo's family circumstances were not ideal, but with his grades, he could secure a scholarship, which would significantly alleviate their financial burden. Sang Luo recalled Lan Tsang mentioning that he grew up in the slums and had to raise a younger brother, starting to work at the age of 7 or 8 to earn money. The class stratification in the Western continent was rigid, with a vast wealth gap. No matter how talented the lower-class beastmen were, good jobs eluded them, relegating them to menial tasks, barely scraping by. Lan Tsang had to take risks and join mercenaries to afford his brother's exorbitant tuition fees. Compared to Lan Tsang, Lan Ruo was fortunate. She remembered Lan Tsang loved reading. Yet he had never attended school and received no formal education. Lan Ruo felt the heavy weight in his hands. Startled, he opened it slightly, his expression changing before quickly closing it again, looking at Sang Luo in shock and confusion. What is this? He had never seen so many beast crystals in his life. Almost all of them are high-grade beast crystals. Sang Luo replied, "If you have any questions, just ask your brother. There are many things he hasn't told you, and as an outsider, I shouldn't say too much." Lan Tsang publicly claimed to be a mercenary, but in truth, he engaged in numerous illicit activities behind the scenes to earn a considerable amount of crystals, which he certainly had not disclosed to Lan Ruo. Sang Luo refrained from saying more to avoid bringing trouble to Lan Ruo, which Lan Tsang would undoubtedly wish to prevent. "All right, please rest assured, esteemed female. I will certainly pass these on to my brother." The youth lowered his gaze, staring at his toes bashfully. "Thank you for your help during the elimination round. Otherwise, I might not be here now." Essing Lu chuckled and remarked, "At that moment, you ran away so swiftly that I thought you were ungrateful." No, he replied. "I was merely too shy. Having grown up, I have never conversed with such a beautiful and noble female, and I instinctively fled." Essing Lu ceased to tease him, her smile dimming slightly. "Additionally, please convey a few words to your brother, urging him to take better care of himself." "Is that true?" Ru observed a spring-like smile on his face, which did not appear to reflect a sense of failure. She presumed he had just completed a significant task. "Brother, do you still remember the sister who assisted me during the competition? She seems to know you and asked me to deliver this to you." Seeing accepted the bag, opening it and remaining silent for a long while. "What is her name?" "Etna Velu." "Brother, why are you crying?" However, judging by the sister's demeanor, she likely will not accept it again. "This is my dowry for her." Ellen Rustud Frozen, struck by the revelation that there was indeed a connection between them. However, it seemed that his brother had been rejected. "Brother, do you want to open it again?" "I glanced inside on my way here, and it appeared there was something within, perhaps a gift specifically for you." The pendant, though not exquisitely crafted, bore a certain clumsiness. Yet it was evident that it had been carefully carved. It vaguely resembled a wolf's head, with a blue crystal embedded in the center, emanating a faint energy. Ng's breath became heavy. Had she truly made this by hand? A thread of consciousness delved within, revealing numerous healing potions. "This is a spatial necklace. I once saw a teacher in class with a spatial bracelet. It is said that such items can store belongings and are incredibly convenient to carry. Only spatial-type beastmen can forge these treasures, and they are priceless, gifted to you by that esteemed female." Hélène s'est chuckled softly. "Appartient gift?" His heart, with a mixture of bitterness and sweetness, utterly at a loss for what to do. He solemnly accepted the necklace, intending to return the crystal to her. Lulu is now pregnant. The energy required for the offspring of a royal beast is immense. Even if she currently lacks beast crystals, she will still need plenty. Having some is better than nothing. "Huh? What do you mean? Hurry, you found work in the imperial capital, so you should be able to manage your tuition without my assistance. When I was your age, I could support you." Before finding a partner, beastmen prioritize family. But once they have a partner, males focus solely on providing for them. Ru did not expect that this trip would result in her being sent away. Urged on, She quickly rummaged through her belongings, gathering not only her tuition, but also her brother's dowry. After finishing their meal, Seeing inquired, "Brother, where are you headed?" Enru was not too surprised. Seeing often had missions and frequently left home, having previously vanished for 3 or 4 years. To the northern continent. Enru froze, dropping her chopsticks. "What prompted you to suddenly go there?" The frigid northern border was harsh and barren, its dire conditions giving rise to formidable star beasts. Some beastmen, seeking to surpass their limits, ventured to the northern continent to hone their skills and elevate their realms. Yet, 9 out of 10 perished. The northern continent was famously known as a battlefield of death. Recently, Lu's appetite had become alarming. She lay on the sofa, caressing her increasingly round belly, sighing repeatedly. All she could nibble on were some jerky to quell her cravings. I didn't buy anything. Upon opening the box, Lu discovered it was entirely filled with beast crystals. Though the quality was not particularly high, the sheer quantity was impressive, alleviating her immediate crisis. Lu's mouth watered at the sight. Without a second thought, she took a purple crystal and quickly consumed it, relieving her hunger somewhat. At the beginning of every month, at most delayed by 2 or 3 days, Lu would receive a box of beast crystals devoid of an address or name, leaving her unaware of the sender's identity. As time went by, the quantity of crystals sent increased, as did their quality. Eventually, Lu received transparent beast crystals, obtainable only from slaying royal star beasts. For the first time, a note accompanied the box, which read, "Lulu, I miss you so much." Instantly, tears streamed down her face. This man truly left an indelible mark on her heart. Chapter 40. Artificial Females in Recent Days. Lu would often visit YLNS Academy whenever she had free time. "It's nothing. I just came to take a look and will leave shortly." She was not genuinely there to study. She hadn't read a single book issued by the school and merely wished to see Enru. With a connection to Seeing, she considered him a half-brother in her heart. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu spotted a familiar face approaching and waved with a smile. GLNTY walked over and said to the principal, "Miss Lu hasn't visited the academy much since completing her enrollment. I believe she wants to familiarize herself. I happen to have no classes this afternoon, so I can show her around." "Very well. You may accompany her as she explores the academy. The forest behind the playground has lovely scenery. Many flowers are blooming. Just be careful not to trip," the principal advised before a teacher called for him, and he hurriedly departed. Lu followed GLNTY to the combat department's teaching building, seeing Enru engrossed in his studies. She refrained from interrupting and intended to leave. GLNTY, blushing, touched his neck and asked, "Shall we go out for a meal together?" Within a few short months, she had conceived the offspring of a royal beast, an unparalleled fertility in the YLNS Empire for a century. Lu's name had spread far and wide, and many wealthy young men from the empire were eager to pursue her, including GLNTY, who had taken a liking to her since her first day at school. Lu glanced at his arm, a level 7 primary beast man. He was quite handsome and refined, but unfortunately, his strength was insufficient, making further development unnecessary. Just as she was about to decline, she remembered the emptiness of her refrigerator and decided to conserve her beast crystals, sighing, "You're treating me? Of course it's my treat. GLNTY replied. All right, but this meal may cost you a bit." "Haha, no worries, it's my honor." Half an hour later, GLNTY stared at the dozens of empty plates, his hands trembling slightly. The female of a royal beast was indeed extraordinary. His salary could not sustain such extravagance. This thoroughly extinguished any thoughts of pursuing her. Lu ate a few more pieces of beast crystals, barely managing to satisfy her hunger, and shyly smiled at him. "I apologize. Being pregnant has made me a bit greedy. If it's too much, I can treat you instead." No. We agreed that I would treat you. How can I go back on my word?" GLNTY quickly rose with a smile, saying, "It is my honor to earn a favor from Miss Lu. I may need your assistance with General KIS or in the future. I aspire to join the military. Of course, I will certainly speak well of you. I truly appreciate it." Across the street, a female of slender build, with a pale complexion that suggested malnutrition, appeared rather ordinary. Normally, Lu would not have noticed her, but the girl's expression was distinctly vacant, bordering on daft. The female held a fruit, Drooling as a nearby beastman skillfully wiped her mouth. Essing Lu initially thought the female might be mentally impaired, but soon a few more beastmen approached, leading another female. The males whispered among themselves, discussing a breeding inspection. All the females beside them exhibited the same vacant expression. GLNTY also glanced that way, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. These are artificial females. What? Essing Lu's eyes widened, appeared reluctant to engage in this topic. But under the persistent questioning of Essing Lu, she hesitantly revealed some truths. In recent years, the number of females born has dwindled significantly, with the ratio of females to males approaching 201. This has resulted in a severe negative population growth among the beastmen, potentially leading to extinction in the long run. In light of this situation, the idea of creating artificial females was proposed to enhance the fertility rate. However, these genetically engineered females lack innate powers and serve merely as tools for reproduction. Due to immature technology or other unknown factors, they often suffer from significant physical and mental defects. GLNTY glanced across the street. For instance, the genetically engineered females purchased by several male beastmen were the cheapest available and appeared somewhat daft. Such inferior artificial females typically do not live long. Their physical defects combined with continuous pregnancies allow them to survive only about 30 to 40 years. After their optimal breeding period, they are often tormented by illness and subjected to forced euthanasia. She frowned and asked, "Is cloning artificial females a practice across all continents?" "No," came the reply. "The other 3 continents strictly prohibit such research, and they do not prioritize technological development. Many regions are still in a primitive state, lacking the necessary conditions to support this research. Only the Western continent has a scientific academy that retains the methods for creating genetic females. The royal family passed legislation 20 years ago to legitimize artificial females and heavily funded the experiments. How many genetic females exist now, after 20 years? I am not well versed in the details, but approximately 1 million artificial females have been introduced into the market. The other continents completely ban this illegal product. So only the Western continent has circulating artificial females. Does this mean that in the Western continent, 1 artificial female exists for nearly every 100 females? The probability is not particularly high, but the research has only just begun 2 decades ago. Over time, the future could be quite different. Essing Lu was taken aback by this number, but as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to comment. Perhaps this was a necessary transformation for the survival of the beastmen. However, the artificial females possessed no rights or personalities. They were merely breathing reproductive tools. Do their offspring have issues? Uncertain. The duration of their introduction is too short, and there are not yet enough samples to support research data. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Please hold on." Amidst a cluster of male beastmen, a stately noble female approached, casting a glance at her belly and smiling graciously. I have long heard of the esteemed name of Essing Lu, yet I never had the chance to meet. May I invite you to dine together? Another noble extending an invitation for a free meal. Essing Lu readily accepted. "It would be my pleasure." GLNTY gazed at her in astonishment. "Did you not just eat? Are you already hungry? What about me?" He scratched his head, seemingly unsure of his role. "Teacher TY barely ate. You should join us. After all, you have no classes this afternoon." MSHLBLNT looked at the two of them. "I have arranged for a table, so let us go together. The more, the merrier." With the invitation from another, nobles do not lack funds. Essing Lu ordered without hesitation, particularly choosing meat dishes, indulging with such gusto that it was hard to believe she was a noble. MSHLBLNT glanced at her belly, barely concealed by her maternity attire, and laughed. This child must possess excellent talents. As a carnivorous Black Panther tribe member, she understood that the more one eats during pregnancy, the higher the energy requirement for the fetus, typically indicating stronger innate abilities. Who knows? Whatever the child becomes is what it becomes. I do not concern myself with talent. Regardless of innate abilities, they are all my children. MSHLBLNT could not hide her envy. "Ah, you are indeed remarkable, becoming pregnant with the child of a royal beast so swiftly. Even if this child is merely a hybrid beast, as long as that esteemed individual S genes prevail, the child's talents will not be lacking. Many noble offspring would vie for a union with you. Not necessarily. If they see how much I can eat, they might reconsider. Being able to eat is a blessing. If one cannot even support their own offspring, what use are they? After satisfying her appetite, S-ing Lu reclined in her chair, engaging in light conversation with MSHLBLNT. The latter displayed no haughtiness typical of noble females, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Perhaps this individual possessed exceptionally high emotional intelligence, displaying remarkable tact. Regardless, S-ing Lu's initial impression of her was quite favorable. It would be beneficial to cultivate such friendships. A petite white figure suddenly darted in, prompting S-ing Lu to pause as chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. Several burly male beastmen rushed in, their expressions anxious. Upon noticing the presence of two noble females in the room, the lead beastman wore a face of fear and respect. Apologies for the interruption, esteemed ladies. Might I inquire if either of you have seen any suspicious individuals enter? MSHLBLNT shook her head. Not at all. GLNTY and her companions also indicated they had seen nothing. Thank you. My apologies for the disturbance. You fellows, please continue searching over there. The beastmen, not daring to linger, quickly departed. Before leaving, S-ing Lu cradled the trembling white rabbit that had been hiding under the table. MSHLBLNT exclaimed, "How is there a rabbit here? Is it a beast or—" GLNT responded. "It appears to be a wild animal without intelligence. Generally, beasts do not transform in such situations. This rabbit likely stumbled and accidentally, and frightened, sought refuge under the table." S-ing Lu nodded, stroking the soft fur of the rabbit in her arms, which gradually relaxed. Suddenly, the rabbit sprang, nipping at her. Ling, astonished, asked, "Is it a beast?" S-ing Lu shook her head. "I do not know. I just found it." The rabbit hopped onto the lawn outside, happily munching on grass. "It seems you do not favor this little rabbit," she remarked, stepping outside to cradle it once more. "It appears to be a low-tier star beast that accidentally wandered in. Perhaps I shall keep it. Madam, you can focus on nurturing your pregnancy. Leave the rabbit to me. I have time to care for it." Ling's eyes sparkled upon seeing the snow-white rabbit, eager to touch it. "I have never seen a white rabbit before. It resembles me. Very well, you may keep it." Before S-ing Lu could hand it over, Ling cherished the rabbit as if it were a treasure, stroking its soft, white fur. "Madam, should we give it a name? Since it is so white, let us call it Shiobi. All right," she admitted, "I'm not good at naming." S-ing Lu had not anticipated that Ling was a hidden plush toy enthusiast. He doted on the rabbit daily, caring for it with great tenderness. S-ing Lu had raised 2 rabbits on Earth, finding them easy to care for. The estate featured a forested area where the rabbit could roam freely, grazing on grass with minimal supervision. On that day, several servants brought newly delivered food to the kitchen. The rabbit perked its ears, then stood on its front legs as a beastman cautiously entered, glancing around. Following its meal, the rabbit trailed after him. Seeing the beastman produce a small pouch of colorless powder and pour it into the water, the rabbit quickly darted away as the man turned around. A beastman entered, bringing the food. Just as S-ing Lu poured herself a glass of water and was about to drink, the white figure suddenly dashed forward, knocking over the cup and soaking half her skirt. S-ing Lu's brow twitched as she seized the rabbit by its ears. "It seems tonight's dinner will feature spicy rabbit heads. Madam, how can you bully Shiobi? Lion suddenly appeared, snatching the rabbit beast and placing it atop his head. "Your affection for it is quite evident." This little rabbit had just dashed in, causing a spill of water. Upon hearing this, Lion was incensed and gave the creature a light smack on its rear, exclaiming that it was rather reckless, especially since the lady is pregnant. If it were to inadvertently bump into her, we would both find ourselves in quite a predicament, one with a spicy rabbit head and the other with a spicy leopard head. Xiao Bai, anxious, wiggled free from his grasp, leaping onto the table. Propping up its front paws, it pretended to nibble at the food, then reclined back, lying flat on the table. Lion seemed to comprehend this abstract body language. His expression turned serious as he produced several containment vials from his spatial storage. He poured the remaining half glass of water into one and collected samples of the food, stating that there might be an issue with it. "Madam, please wait. I will take these for testing." Sang Luo's eyes widened in shock. "Are you implying someone has poisoned me?" "Indeed, this toxin is quite peculiar," Lion replied cautiously. Glancing at her expression, it can lead to miscarriage in pregnant women. This poison does not immediately induce miscarriage, but gradually harms the fetus, making it impossible to trace the cause after consumption, leading one to suspect other unfortunate events. Should a significant dose be ingested, it could even result in both mother and child perishing near the time of delivery. Sang Luo instantly stood up, demanding to know who was responsible for such vile treachery. Rest assured, madam, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and show no mercy. Their gazes then turned to Xiaobai. Now, speak up. Who exactly are you? Such intelligence cannot belong to a mere beast. You must be a beast man. There is no point in further concealing it. The rabbit beast timidly spoke, could I have a piece of clothing? It turned out to be a young female. Lion was taken aback. After the initial astonishment, Sang Luo handed over one of her dresses. The white rabbit burrowed into the garment and transformed into a young female with short white hair. With red eyes, a round face, and fair skin, she appeared quite delicate and lovely, but was somewhat slender. In the beast realm, females are treasured, and the aesthetic tends to favor those who are plump and robust. In the tribal regions, one might occasionally encounter females of leaner stature, yet in the Western continent, Sang Luo seldom saw such frail females. Lion's face flushed crimson. He had been holding her naked form for days, and even had the audacity to spank her. I must investigate. He swiftly transformed into his beast form and dashed away. This leopard is truly peculiar, Xiaobai remarked, glancing back. Do not mind him. Sang Luo said with curiosity, what is your name? Shualai, in Tuasabiat. Names of beastmen from the Western continent are indeed difficult to remember, Sang Luo sighed. I shall simply call you Xiaobai, do you mind? Not at all, madam. You may address me as you please. I never cared much for that name. Xiaobai replied obediently. So, those beastmen were attempting to capture you? Yes. Why? What crime did you commit? What does a genetic female have to do with you? A genetic female is cultivated from a viviparous female. Each year, the Empire selects a viviparous female of superior fertility and utilizes her blood to create a genetic female. Our rabbit beasts have always had good fertility. Unfortunately, one female in our family was selected this year. She is the only female cub cherished by the clan leader. The leader did not wish to relinquish her, fearing the risks associated with the experiment. Hence, they intended to substitute me for the high-fertility female. Xiaobai lowered her head. I am an albino rabbit with only mediocre fertility. Sending me in her place would not result in any loss for the family. Sang Luo's expression turned grave. The origins of artificial females are truly heartless. The royal palace. In the princess's chamber, a cacophony of crashing and breaking sounds echoed. Is the princess still in a tantrum? Upon seeing Marzali Brent arrive, the servants instantly donned eager smiles and said, Miss Brent, you have finally come. We could not calm the princess. You must persuade her. You may all withdraw. I shall soothe her. She has always had a rather stubborn temperament. Marzali Brent smiled warmly. Once the attendants had left, Marzali entered the room, surveying the shards of porcelain strewn across the floor and the tear-streaked face of Sophie Asetai, who sat sobbing on the bed. Her smile faded. Did you poison that female? What? Do you intend to stop me? I assure you, it is impossible. Sophie Asetai was consumed with jealousy. How dare she steal Kaiser from her? And now, even the unborn child. Has she conceived so quickly? I absolutely will not allow that child to be born. Foolish, Marzali Brent replied, settling beside her and pouring a cup of tea with elegance. I met her not long ago. It is highly likely that this child carries more than half of Kaiser's bloodline. The potential of a mixed blood offspring is not to be underestimated. They are qualified to become heirs. Then I must not allow that brood to be born. Sophie exclaimed. Kaiser places great importance on this offspring. The authorities are keeping a close watch. Given the previous incident, you have no chance of successfully intervening. Moreover, that child is the progeny of a born king beast. Even if it is a mixed beast, its vitality surpasses that of others. Even if your plan succeeds, it may not necessarily lead to a miscarriage. Fortunately, the beastmen you sent last time bit their tongues and committed suicide, leaving no trace of the mastermind behind. Should the investigation lead back to you again, do you believe you could withstand the wrath of a king beast? Marzali sipped her tea leisurely, continuing, males are particularly concerned about their offspring. Framing a king beast child is akin to seeking their life. Even if you succeed, once discovered, you would not be able to escape with your life. Then what shall I do? A flicker of panic crossed Sophie Asetai's eyes. How about allowing this child to remain? I only wish to possess Kaiser. But that female must die. Even if she perishes, Kaiser, devoted to nurturing the offspring, would never take another female as his mate, Marzali scoffed. No matter how hard you strive, it will be in vain. But I refuse to accept this. What does it matter if you refuse? Do you truly believe you can compare to her? Sophie Asetai rose in anger, exclaiming, I am a princess. In what way am I inferior to her? A mere mouse female. Why does she have to be compared with me? Ah, even if she's merely a mouse female, she is still a legitimate viviparous female. What do you think you are? Marzali produced a dossier and handed it to her. Take a good look at how you acquired your title as princess. Upon reading the document, Sophie trembled, speechless. How could this be possible? Do you not wonder why the old Beast King specifically chose you to be his princess and betrothed you to Kaiser? Marzali's smile remained gentle. Do you remember now? The true Sophie Asetai has long since perished. You are merely a fabricated substitute. Chapter 42. Marry me. Marzali Brent approached Sophie Asetai, pinching her face to inspect it closely, and sneered, Your visage does bear a slight resemblance to the queen. No wonder the Beast King dotes on you and has granted you a hollow title of princess. Alas, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. You shall never become a Yalansi. No, it cannot be. If I were truly a genetic female, why am I not pregnant? Genetic females are crafted specifically for the purpose of childbirth, and their fertility is generally not low. Yet Sophie Asetai, despite having 7 or 8 partners, has yet to conceive even a single offspring. On the day you were successfully incubated, your womb was prematurely removed. Sophie Asetai's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. You are merely a pawn used by the Beast King to solidify his power. He had those beasts in the laboratory remove your womb and arrange your betrothal to Kaiser. As she transitioned from despair to resentment, her animosity toward everyone, especially toward Sang Luo, intensified. She would never be able to bear children. Meanwhile, that mouse female not only captured Kaiser, but also possessed such formidable talent, conceiving so swiftly. Why should she, who yearned for all that was denied to her, have to see it come so easily to another? MSHLBLNT slowly remarked, It is not only you who wishes to eliminate her, but I too have intentions. What do you plan to do about it? Such fertility will undoubtedly attract the entire empire's attention. Should we maximize the breeding of such fertile females, it would be a significant event for the empire. Do you think the Beast King would agree? Indeed, you intend to persuade the Beast King to send her to the laboratory for genetic modification into a female. MSHLBLNT chuckled. No matter how envious we may be, we cannot stir any considerable turmoil, let alone openly provoke the King of Beasts. If discovered, it would lead to our demise. The only force capable of suppressing K is the old Beast King and the empire itself. By leveraging the interests of the entire empire, he cannot refuse. MSHLBLNT held a favorable impression of Essenglu, yet regrettably, they stood on opposing sides of interest. The next day, after GLYLNS concluded his morning court, SUFIRST, I clung to him, sweetly coaxing him, gradually steering the conversation towards genetic females. Father, I have a matter to discuss with you, of course not for my own sake, but for the future of the empire. SUFIRST, I wrapped her arm around GLYLNS, her voice soft and sweet, delighting the Beast King, though a flicker of disdain momentarily crossed her eyes before she concealed it. GLYLNS smiled and inquired, Speak, what is it? This year's genetic female program is about to commence. Father, why not let that mouse female participate? Cultivating a large number of such highly fertile females to produce more quality offspring. It would greatly benefit the empire. A servant exclaimed, But that noble female is pregnant with the offspring of the general. Undertaking the genetic plan may harm a mother. She is my orc from the western continent. Naturally, she should contribute to it. With such high fertility, why not utilize it? However, in the 3rd year of the genetic program, a female perished. The laboratory claimed it was an accident, and over the years, the genetic technology has matured. The subsequent females have all been safe. What is there to worry about? With an impatient glare from SUFIRSTI, the servant lowered his head, not daring to speak further. GLYLNS pondered for a moment and addressed the servant. Has the list for this year's genetic program been released? Each year, the genetic program randomly selects 10 highly fertile females from the YLNS empire, from which one is ultimately chosen to be sent to the laboratory for blood collection. A servant presented a list. These are the 10 selected females for this year. But recently, a rabbit clan female escaped, leaving only 9 candidates. And one more is being urgently sought. No need to search further. GLYLNS waved his hand decisively. That mouse female shall be listed as a candidate. A triumphant glint flashed in Sue Firsti's eyes. Once included on the list, she had ample means to ensure S&Glu's complete selection as a sacred female. And in a place like the laboratory, accidents were not uncommon. In the estate, Liang had found the orc who had poisoned, but before he could extract information about the mastermind, the orc committed suicide by biting his tongue, leaving no evidence. He replaced all the estate servants, scrutinizing their backgrounds and origins. S&Glu suddenly found her meal unappetizing, although high-fertility females were rare in such a vast empire. The total number was still considerable. With only 10 slots available, what were the odds that she would be selected? Liang had gathered intel from his informants in the palace, revealing that it was the old Beast King's intention. It seemed he sought to manipulate Izar with her. Though labeled as a candidate, one could only wonder what the old Beast King was secretly plotting. Perhaps she had already been predetermined. Once sent to the laboratory, blood tests would be inevitable, and her pure human identity would likely be exposed. This candidate status was something she could not afford to accept. S&Glu recalled duty. The male beasts prized their biological offspring, especially the sole heirs. No matter how cunning the old Beast King was, he would be no exception. Would he be willing to assist her? Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Duty had previously given her his contact information. When S&Glu called, the call was instantly disconnected. Could it be that this father and son are colluding? Unyielding, she tried again, but the call went unanswered. Currently verifying treasury expenditures with the finance minister. Will be free shortly. S&Glu hurriedly replied. When are you available? Tonight. Come find me this evening. Though Duty appeared carefree and reckless, he was, after all, the future heir of YLNS. With a busy schedule that left him no time for visitors during the day, only allowing some personal time in the evening, which was quite reasonable. S&Glu harbored no doubts and readily agreed. That night, S&Glu arrived at the prince's residence as promised. Duty did not reside within the royal palace, but had constructed a separate palace, grand and opulent, adorned with intricate carvings and lavish decor. Upon seeing her approach, the guards promptly moved to greet her respectfully. Noble female, please enter. Your Highness has been awaiting you. S&Glu proceeded directly to the bedroom. Duty greeted her with a smile, his voice low and alluring. I have waited for you for quite some time. He appeared to have just bathed. Lounging languidly on the sofa, his golden hair tousled and soft, tall and slender, clad in a light silk white bathrobe, the buttons undone, exposing his chest. His skin pale and delicate, a few droplets of water clinging to his well-defined abdomen, trickling down into the hidden depths of his shorts, inciting unwelcome thoughts. S&Glu halted, captivated by the striking figure before her, involuntarily swallowing hard. In truth, Duty was exceptionally handsome and deep-featured, rivaling Izar. Yet this man's casual demeanor made it difficult for her to take him seriously. Now, in this tranquil moment, his gentle expression was unexpectedly enticing. Yet, he seemed to embody the aura of a lover rather than a partner for serious discussion. I sought you out to discuss a matter, S&Glu stated earnestly. What matter? He asked. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. Noticing her hesitation, Duty rose and approached, casting a shadow over her. S&Glu suddenly realized how towering he was, making her feel diminutive in his presence. The scent of his recent bath enveloped her, momentarily distracting her from her purpose. Instinctively lowering her gaze as they drew closer, she inadvertently caught sight of the thin silk failing to conceal his form, the outline unmistakably prominent and impressive. It was clear that the future partner of this man would lead an exciting yet challenging life. Seeing S&Glu's cheeks flush, Duty glanced down, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What, did you not come to discuss matters of the heart? Absolutely not, she retorted, annoyed. You specifically sought me out. Not to express affection? I made sure to freshen up and wait for your favor. Business. She stepped on his foot. All right, speak. I'm listening. Duty winced. Feigning grievance. You are aware of the genetic female program, correct? Of course, it has been in place for 20 years. I was quite young back then. Duty regained his serious demeanor, guiding her to sit on the sofa. He intended to pour her a drink, but suddenly remembered something and switched to a cup of warm fruit juice, handing it to her. I do not support this experimental program, but it was a command issued by my father long ago, and I cannot voice my objections. So, you have been caught up in this? Essenglu, this morning the Beast King personally issued a command, and I have become a candidate for the sacred female. I would like your assistance in having my candidacy revoked. Such a thing exists? Duty expressed his displeasure. Can you help me? Of course, he readily agreed, appearing quite willing. I have a good plan, but I wonder if you are willing to hear it. What plan? Marry me. Essenglu was momentarily taken aback. Observe her attentively within the multitude of images. This list bears the personal signature of the Beast King. Though I am his only son, I remain merely a prince, esteemed in status yet devoid of real power. Should my father harbor intentions against you, I am powerless to dissuade him. He gently twirled a lock of her long hair, inhaling deeply, and coaxed, yet if you were to marry me, the situation would transform entirely. He asserted, no one would dare to threaten the future queen of the empire. Sang Luo furrowed her brow. Are you attempting to ensnare me? You possess remarkable fertility, Duo 2 replied, sidestepping the question, casting a glance at her abdomen. A flicker of envy crossed his eyes as he pulled her into his embrace, inhaling her alluring fragrance. An unexpected thought of claiming her surged within him. Once you give birth, would you carry my child? His lips neared her ear, his warm breath disheveled. This male had indeed become emotionally attached. The innate prowess of this royal beast was commendable. However, Sang Luo was currently with Kaiser S. child and was reluctant to entertain the advances of other males. Her hand traced along his chest, gradually ascending, delicately caressing his prominent Adam's apple, and she smiled. If your highness is willing to raise a litter of little mice, they could be arranged. Duo 2's expression stiffened, desire receding significantly as he released her. He was indeed concerned. I am quite curious to see what you will bear. Sang Luo had long discerned that Duo 2 was exceedingly particular about lineage, which was why he refrained from contesting with Kaiser. He liked her undeniably, yet he prioritized offspring above all else. A rodent of common lineage could hardly ignite his desire for the hunt. Are you not willing to assist me? Sang Luo lowered her gaze. Her charming and pure countenance laced with a hint of seduction, easily evoking the protective instincts of a man. Duo 2 pinched her delicate face reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. How could I allow you to venture into such a place? Even if you're not my partner, I would still feel pained. You jest. How could my father possibly create a rift over a mere quota? Duturlugt. Night has fallen. Stay with me tonight. He grasped Sang Luo's hand, causing her to tumble onto his thigh, gazing down at him. Under the moonlight, his emerald-hued eyes shimmered with a jade-like brilliance, imbued with emotion, rendering him irresistible. Perhaps upon waking tomorrow, you shall receive splendid news. And if I choose not to stay, then I cannot guarantee anything. He swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Chapter 43. The Father of the Child. Someone seeks to harm your child. Sang Luo placed a hand protectively over her belly, retreating to the foot of the bed. I am with child now. Do not act recklessly. I am not so desperate as to pursue a pregnant female, Duo 2 retorted, casting her a mournful glare. In her eyes, was he truly a creature beneath the beasts? His form was tall and lean, his hands large. With ease, he pinned Sang Luo's legs down with one hand, the smoothness of her skin captivating him, compelling him to caress her further. Sang Luo's face flushed crimson. You claim not to harbor ulterior motives, yet what are you doing? Merely massaging your legs. Duo 2 replied, sitting at the edge of the bed, one hand gently kneading her thigh, his gaze clear and his technique practiced. His loosely tied bathrobe slipped down further with each movement, revealing a substantial portion of his pale, firm shoulder. Backlit by the moonlight streaming through the window, his golden curls, high nose, deep-set eyes, and flower-like lips softened the angular features of his handsome face. Fine, the way you massage is rather pleasant, Sang Luo yielded, reclining on a bed, allowing him to tend to her, emitting a soft, satisfied hum. Duo 2 paused momentarily, then increased his pressure, her tender flesh spilling slightly from his grasp. Sang Luo winced, casting a flirtatious gaze at him. Is the genetic plan to proceed unimpeded? Duo 2's eyes sparkled intensely as he rolled his throat, chuckling. If you bear me a gifted heir, once I ascend to that position, I shall be free to do as I please. Upon hearing this, Sang Luo rolled away into the bed, unwilling to engage with him further. Duo 2 leaned closer, teasingly tucking a strand of her silky hair behind her ear. To be honest, if your child possesses exceptional talent, I would like another. I find you rather appealing. This admiration was for her fertility, not for her as an individual. Sang Luo rolled her eyes. How truly fearless she was of his intentions. Duo to himself was not so confident in his character. Alas, he quickly turned her back around. What if I accidentally pressed on your belly? The following morning, upon awakening, Sang Luo discovered that Duo 2 had already left the palace. A servant had prepared food, attending to her grooming. The wardrobe was filled with numerous exquisitely tailored gowns of luxurious fabric. As an imperial prince, Duo 2 had to maintain good relations with various noble females. It was entirely possible he had many childhood friends. And Sang Luo did not harbor the delusion that these were specifically prepared for her. After dining, it was not long before news spread through the palace that the Beast King had revoked Sang Luo's qualifications for the competition. Simultaneously, Sophie Ashatai had been confined. Sang Luo surmised who had orchestrated her downfall in recent days. Duo 2's gaze darkened as he approached, grasping her stunningly innocent face, leaning close to her fragrant, rosy lips. Just as Sang Luo anticipated a kiss, he released her, his tone exasperated. Do not mistake my intentions. My relationship with Kaiser is not so amicable. I approach my father on your behalf to plead for you. Any debt owed is yours to repay. And what do you desire in return? I mentioned last night, should this child possess great talent, I shall require the next. He hinted. She was capable of bearing Kaiser's offspring. Thus she could undoubtedly bear his as well. Very well. If I am merely a tool for procreation, then fortuitously, I have also taken an interest in your talents. We may both benefit from this arrangement. Sang Luo grasped his belt, her delicate fingers gently caressing it, raising her gaze to him, her enchanting eyes enticing. Observe your conduct. Duo 2 suppressed his own desires. Recognizing her allure, in the estate, Sang Luo reclined languidly on a wisteria chair in the backyard, basking in the sun. Since her pregnancy, aside from sleeping and eating, her sole indulgence was to find a sunny spot to relax. As she basked, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the day waned. A tall man adorned in a dark cloak with golden python patterns appeared, frowning upon seeing her, and scooped her into his arms, carrying her indoors. Did you miss me? Noticing his usually well-groomed hair appeared somewhat disheveled and a hint of darkness beneath his eyes, Sang Luo realized he had been tirelessly hunting star beasts without rest. The little ones remained remarkably tranquil, seemingly content. Sang Luo approached him, kissing him gently. You have worked hard, dear father of my child. Kaiser, his heart brimming with sweetness, replied in a low, tender voice, Sang, I must thank you for carrying my child. It is quite an endeavor. He hastily retrieved his spoils from his spatial pouch, insisting, eat quickly, do not let the child go hungry. Sang Luo gazed at the countless luminous crystals floating in the air, nearly drooling at the sight of so many beast crystals, more than she had ever seen in her life. Various grades of crystals were plentiful, with over 1,000 violet crystals. The semi-transparent beast crystals could only be possessed by royal star beasts. Upon a rough count, she estimated nearly 100 royal-grade beast crystals. Kaiser had slain hundreds of star beasts in just 7 days. Do not overexert yourself. It is all right if I eat a little less, she suggested hesitantly. Kaiser's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Such words were the least comforting for a male beast. If he could not even provide for his partner and child, he might as well relinquish his title as the royal beast. Sang Luo quickly closed her mouth, and Kaiser urged her to eat. She hesitated. There is something I am uncertain whether to share with you. What is it that we cannot speak of? Your child was nearly harmed. Kaiser's expression darkened suddenly, his demeanor turning grave. Who dares to threaten you? Not long ago, someone attempted to poison me, a scheme that could lead to the miscarriage of a pregnant female. If the situation escalated, it could even result in the demise of both mother and child. I remain uncertain as to who orchestrated this. All right, I understand, said Kaiser, lowering his head to kiss her forehead before vanishing entirely. Sang Luo realized he had employed his mental prowess to meticulously investigate the entire city. The reverence that the Beast King held for his offspring is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The following day, news of the princess's sudden death reached the palace. Chaos erupted within the Beast King's domain. Kaiser quickly suppressed the rumors, but one cannot conceal the truth forever, especially regarding such royal secrets that pique the curiosity of many. By evening, whispers from the servants found their way to Sang Luo's ears. Indeed, it was not just any perpetrator, but the old Beast King himself who had taken action. That night, in the silent palace, the disheveled Sophie Asetai appeared in the Beast King's chamber, her eyes filled with hatred. Concealing a dagger within her sleeve, she lunged directly at the Beast King. "You old fool! How dare you remove my womb? Justi!" Given the Beast King's formidable strength, how could he not sense an intruder in his chamber? Yet, upon seeing Sophie Asetai's face, reminiscent of an old acquaintance, and a mad hatred etched across her features, he momentarily found himself in a rare state of shock. Murmuring a name, Ananuel, with a swift motion, the blade pierced his arm, and Egilians twisted painfully as he clutched his bleeding right arm. The Beast King unleashed his peak power, obliterating Sophie Asetai in an instant. The old Beast King's expression darkened to its utmost, and he donned his garments, striding outward, commanding, "Summon everyone. Conduct a thorough investigation of the palace." After the vision faded, Sang Luo opened her eyes. Understanding that Sophie Asetai's midnight assassination attempt had incited the Beast King's wrath, leading to the demise of her companions, who were accused of treason and executed alongside her. Rumors circulated that the Beast King had shown great affection towards this princess of another clan, treating her as if she were his own. Yet witnessing their complex relationship left one perplexed. With a sudden insight, Sang Luo turned to Kaiser. "Could it be that you controlled the princess with your mental power?" Mastery over mental energy can allow one to manipulate thoughts to some extent, rendering individuals mere puppets. Nevertheless, Kaiser would not stoop to such tactics against a female. She already harbored resentment towards the Beast King, and I merely ignited the spark. Weren't they once close? Sometimes what one sees is not necessarily true. I only learned yesterday that Sophie Asetai is a genetically modified female. On the day of her creation, the Beast King ordered the removal of her womb, rendering her forever unable to conceive. I merely brought her resentment towards the Beast King to the surface. Even if I did not act, she would eventually take matters into her own hands. It turns out there are such hidden truths. Sophie Asetai sought to harm you. Kaiser's gaze turned icy in an instant. During my citywide search yesterday, I extracted memories from several suspects, which led me to the palace and to Sophie Asetai. Her last poisoning attempt was instigated under the pretext of forming a bond, secretly directing a bear beast to carry it out. Upon the failure of her plan, she was filled with rage and, unbeknownst to me, discovered a secret technique to abduct you and exchange your reproductive capabilities and innate abilities for her own, before eliminating you. Understood. Kaiser lifted Sang Luo and placed her on the bed. Just as he turned to leave, she tugged him back onto the bed. With her cascading black hair and slightly tilted head, she gazed at him, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, and her eyes narrowed in a smile. Were utterly captivating. Kaiser found himself breathless, unable to tear his gaze away, his mouth parched. "It has been so long since you've kept me company. I've missed you," Sang Luo said, her heart racing as she eyed his exquisite, elegant features, reaching out to unfasten his garments. Kaiser, feeling a surge of heat, his eyes filled with desire, knew she would be safe. Intimacy could expedite the development of their offspring. Thus he held no reservations. Such matters are best initiated by the husband. In a swift motion, Kaiser turned the tables, and before Sang Luo could fully remove his clothing, she found herself stripped bare, her alluring figure laid bare before him. He chuckled softly, whispering sweet words in her ear, causing her face to flush crimson as she placed her hands on his chest. Playfully protesting, "How annoying! You must have longed for it," he teased. After an extended period of tender intimacy, Kaiser held the languid Sang Luo in his arms, a look of profound contentment gracing his features. Her cheeks still bore a lingering blush, enhancing her allure. He pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, then to her full, rosy lips, cradling her rounded waist with utmost care, his heart swelling with indescribable happiness and satisfaction. After a brief slumber, an insatiable hunger washed over Sang Luo, and she opened her eyes, gazing longingly at the man beside her. Kaiser, aware of her hunger, instructed a servant to prepare a meal and simultaneously offered her a glass of water along with a few purple crystals. Once she finished the water and devoured the crystals, she licked her lips, expressing a desire for more royal beast crystals. "You just had some yesterday. It's only been a day, and your body cannot handle excessive replenishment." Not every beastman could withstand the potent energy of royal crystals. Kaiser had intended for her to consume one every half-month, allowing her body to gradually acclimate, thus avoiding any backlash from the power. I believe I can handle it. Grant me another. She gently caressed her belly. Kaiser retrieved a royal crystal from his spatial bag, and, upon seeing Sang Luo consume it without any adverse reactions, he felt a wave of relief. Yet, he also harbored doubts. It usually took him several days to refine a royal crystal, yet the potential of their unborn child seemed to surpass his expectations. Kaiser's gaze intensified as he focused on her belly. Sang Luo, feeling drowsy again, watched him. Suddenly, Kaiser cleared his throat twice. Sang Luo immediately opened her eyes. Noticing his complexion had paled, his brow furrowed, and his lips were noticeably pale, with a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She grew anxious. Are you injured? It is nothing serious. My body is simply struggling to cope. Kaiser's gaze darkened dangerously as he brushed his fingers against her swollen lips, murmuring, As long as you are willing, having a few more rounds is not an issue. Before Sang Luo could respond, her lips were sealed by his cool ones, and she experienced the overwhelming pleasure that came with the consequences of her words. The hours of passionate entanglement continued, but Kaiser, desiring more, noticed Sang Luo's concern for his well-being. I assure you, it is not that I cannot bear it, she insisted, playfully concluding their fervor. She languidly wrapped her arms around his lean waist, inhaling his enticing scent. What is wrong with your body? You appear uninjured, and yet you are so full of energy. There is no sign of fatigue, making me quite comfortable in your care. So that is why you rely on those nutrient solutions, Sang Luo realized. Indeed, these nutrient solutions are specially formulated by a physician to enhance bodily absorption, avoiding impurities and preventing excess strain. I will accompany you. Can your body handle it? Sang Luo blushed as his gaze drifted downward. You sly serpent. Just then, Lien barged in hurriedly. Kaiser covered Sang Luo with a blanket and exchanged a glance with Lien. Instructing, leave us. Lien quickly exited after him, closing the door behind him. Sang Luo, unable to sleep, extended her mental energy outward. In the outer room, Lien hurriedly reported, It's bad, my lord. Recently, the Beast King was attacked in the palace, and a search ensued. For some reason, it has led back to you. He suspects you controlled the princess with your mental power, intending to assassinate the Beast King, and believes you harbor treasonous intentions, demanding justice for his beloved daughter. Before Lien could finish, someone knocked at the door, requesting, Lord Kaiser, please step outside. Beast King requests your presence in the palace. Lien whispered, my lord. We still hold military command. Should I notify you? Not yet. Cast a glance into the inner chamber, sensing that S.N.Glu's due date was imminent. These days would be of utmost significance. She must remain calm and nurture the unborn child without any disturbances, as he wished to spare her from anxiety. Aware that S.N.Glu had been eavesdropping, he intended to enter and offer her comfort, only to find her emerging from behind the door, one hand supporting her belly while the other clutched the doorframe, her complexion pale. S.N.Glu, why have you come out? He exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he rushed to support her. Do not worry, I will be fine. The Beast King cannot harm me. My only concern lies with you. S.N.Glu grasped his hand, shaking her head. Do not leave. I will not leave, he assured her. Outside, the forces dispatched by the Beast King had surrounded the estate, blocking all exits. The generals of the Special Task Force, growing impatient with the lack of response from K.I.Z.R., attempted to force their way in. A terrifying force sent the intruders crashing to the ground, their insides feeling as if they were shattering. Simultaneously, the estate was enveloped by a transparent energy barrier, impervious to their relentless assaults. A few high-ranking beastmen, undeterred, attempted to breach the barrier, only to be reduced to dust upon contact with the formation. How has his power grown so formidable? The general's expression darkened, realizing that K.I.Z.R. had concealed his true strength while serving the Empire all these years. Now, his genuine power was revealed. Any attempt to force entry was futile. What shall we do now, my lord? Someone inquired. Even if they could not overpower K.I.Z.R., as long as that pregnant female remained within the Empire, he would have to submit. Surrounded by thousands of beastmen, they were unable to enter or exit. Even food supplies became inaccessible. K.I.Z.R. dismissed all the servants in the estate, for S.N.Glu no longer required food for energy. She could sustain herself with beast crystals. Her consumption of meat was merely a matter of craving. Izar himself did not require sustenance. The external beastmen, no matter how anxious, had little impact on the two of them. Izar remained indifferent to the outside world, treating them as mere air, becoming increasingly neurotic these days. Fixated on Glu's belly, never leaving her side for a moment, fearful of any mishap. In the Beast King's palace, the ruler's expression was equally grim. He had not anticipated Izar's mental prowess advancing to such a degree, allowing him to silently manipulate the minds of others, nearly ensnaring even himself in the process. An unsettling thought. He summoned the physician who had previously conducted Glu's prenatal examination. The female was nearing her labor, expected to give birth in the coming days. He could no longer remain composed. Just as DT arrived at the main hall, he overheard GLYLNS issuing orders to several assassins, intending to secretly eliminate Glu once she went into labor. He stormed in, his face stern with anger. "You cannot harm her. Who allowed you to come here?" GLYLNS's expression shifted, signaling his guards to apprehend DT. DT shook them off, confronting the Beast King with unwavering resolve. "She is the female my son cherishes. I will not allow you to touch her. She has promised to bear me a child. If you dare to kill her, I swear that GLYLNS will become extinct." Infidèles. GLYLNS struck him across the face. DT turned his head, a clear handprint marring his handsome visage. A flicker of darkness passing through his eyes as he looked up at the Beast King. "I'm not jesting. You intend to drive me to madness." Enraged, GLYLNS suppressed his urge to strike again, lowering his hand, exasperated. "You're my only offspring, the one I value most. I had intended to cultivate Izar, to make him a sharp blade at our disposal, to assist you in expanding the empire. But now, his rebellious intentions are glaringly evident. If we do not eliminate him now, the consequences will be dire. Both of you are born rulers of beasts, since childhood. You have never matched Izar. If you had only shown a bit of spirit, would I need to devise so many plans? GLYLNS. If Izar lives, do you think you can claim that little female?" As Glu approached her due date, her appetite waned significantly. Her abdomen felt uncomfortably full, and she spent her days in a deep, unending slumber. Izar remained by her side. One night, Glu suddenly awoke, gripping Izar tightly. Waves of pain coursed through her, cold sweat beating on her forehead, the agony prompting involuntary cries, her face contorted in distress. "It's time." Izar quickly enveloped her in his arms, draping his outer robe over her and hastily making their way to the hospital. The guarding soldiers outside, upon seeing him emerge, attempted to charge forward for an arrest, but hundreds of beastmen were instantly obliterated, their bodies a gruesome sight. The remaining beastmen were filled with dread, parting like the Red Sea for Moses, no one daring to advance further. With the life of his partner and progeny at stake, even the hastily arriving Beast King had to retreat from the oncoming danger. At the hospital, Glu lay on the delivery bed, clad in a large, deep blue gown that accentuated her pallor, her lips faintly bleeding from biting them. "My lord, the delivery room is a place of filth. Please step outside to wait." A physician approached. Izar did not lift his gaze, his voice hushed. "There are precedents for males accompanying females during delivery. I will remain here with her." Glu, observing his worried and sorrowful countenance, felt a swell of comfort within her, alleviating some of the pain. With a feeble smile, she said, "The doctor is right. You should step outside. It might not be a pleasant sight during delivery." Izar clenched her hand, trembling slightly, yet words eluded him. "Well, stay here then. I wouldn't want you to worry too much." Seeing his concern, Glu felt it unnecessary to argue further. Deep within, she too wished for Izar to be by her side during this critical moment. His presence brought her solace, alleviating fears of any hidden dangers. With a weak voice, she uttered, "If I embarrass myself later, please do not mock me." Izar's eyes suddenly reddened, pressing her hand against his face. How could that be? Several midwives arrived, summoned in haste during the night. One physician held a few tablets and a bowl of water, requesting the pregnant female to take the labor-inducing and pain-relieving medications. "We will assist the pregnant female in delivering, minimizing the chances of unforeseen complications." Kazar glanced at the medicine and the bowl of water, but did not immediately take them, instead focusing on the physicians, who instantly broke into a cold sweat. The aura of a seasoned general, hardened by years of battle, was not something ordinary beastmen could withstand. They were acutely aware that if anything were to happen to the pregnant female today, none of them would survive. Rest assured, they would not dare to tamper. I had these medications checked in advance. There are no issues, DT interjected, having arrived at the delivery room door unbeknownst to anyone. His gaze fell upon the pale-faced SSS-grade on the bed, his heart racing with anxiety, yet he did not step closer. The Beast King had promised him that SSS-grade would be left unharmed. Everything was to prioritize the childbirth. Should any unexpected events arise, a physician stammered. The Empire's medical standards for pregnant women have greatly improved, yet accidents can still occur, especially given the historical incidents involving the birth of highly gifted beast offspring. They were also inexperienced in delivering the progeny of innate royal beasts, filled with trepidation. Without hesitation, Kazar declared, protect her at all costs. SSS-grade could no longer discern their words, clutching the bedding, drenched in sweat. Kazar continually wiped her brow. After years on the battlefield, he had never felt as anxious as he did today, wishing he could shoulder all her pain. He extended a hand to comfort her. SSS-grade grasped his fair, beautiful wrist, opening her eyes and gasping for breath. Guess if this child is a male or female. One like you, one like me. Twins? SSS-grade chuckled. I can sense it. Less conversation will conserve energy. He is filled with compassion. SSS-grade closed her eyes once more, taking slow, deep breaths, attempting to envision herself floating among the clouds. Suddenly, a violent sensation of descent gripped her abdomen. SSS-grade bit into his hand as the contractions surged, and darkness enveloped her vision. Outside the hospital, the station troops witnessed the orcs unexpectedly transforming into their beast forms, howling into the sky. The innate dominance of the royal beast's bloodline instilled an instinctual submission in ordinary orcs. The arrival of GLYL and S felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing this scene. Within the delivery room, KIS are carefully extracted 2 bloodied eggs from beneath SSS-grade. Having prepared a large basin of warm water and towels to cleanse the remnants of the fetal membranes and blood, he swaddled the eggs and placed them in an incubator nearby. After completing these tasks, he immediately turned his attention to SSS-grade. Her complexion was pale, her eyes tightly shut, as if she were trapped in a slumber from which she would not awaken. The bittersweet pang in Kazar's heart overshadowed the joy of their new offspring as he cradled her in his arms, their foreheads touching. After half an hour of unconsciousness, SSS-grade slowly regained consciousness, her face damp and the taste of bitterness and salt lingering on her lips. Unsure if the tears were her own or Kazar's. As soon as she moved, Kazar noticed, gazing at her with tenderness and concern. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? SSS-grade gently shook her head. This delivery had been smoother than anticipated. Aside from her overwhelming fatigue and a dull ache in her abdomen, she felt no other discomfort. She considered herself fortunate. The first hatchling was an egg, easier to bear than live birth, which was far more tormenting. Bring the child to me. Let me see. Kazar hurriedly presented the child to her. SSS-grade gazed at the 2 pristine eggs, unable to suppress a wry smile. Even though she had known in advance that she had laid 2 eggs, witnessing them was still surreal. She wondered what would emerge from the eggs, tiny snakes or humanoid offspring. Upon holding one egg from the swaddling, she noticed obscure golden-purple runes inscribed on its shell. She was momentarily astonished and then retrieved the other egg, which bore similar markings but in a slightly lighter hue. What is this? Pure-blood royal beast, tongue, she's bloodline runes. Kazar exclaimed, embracing SSS-grade, wishing he could offer her his very heart. Etnavelu, you have given me the greatest surprise. Pure blood? SSS-grade was taken aback. Did I truly give birth to these? She had initially doubted whether a pure human could unite with an orc and considered a stroke of luck to bear offspring, never daring to aspire for their innate gifts. Yet unexpectedly, she had birthed 2 pure bloods. Moreover, these pure blood offspring possess intact bloodlines, destined to achieve far greater accomplishments than I. Kazar whispered joyfully in her ear. The others in the hospital were equally astonished, believing the offspring to be a hybrid, only to discover they were pure blood royal beasts. Is she truly just an ordinary rat female? After recovering from her shock, DT stepped into the room, requesting, "Can I see them?" Not a chance. KIS are immediately concealed the two children, refusing to let anyone see. DT oofed, surprised he had never noticed how stingy you are. "Your Excellency, the pregnant female has just given birth and requires peace and rest." Although DT could not hold the children, he felt relieved to see Ing Lu had safely delivered, and he departed. After the delivery room, doctor completed her postpartum examination. They too gradually left, leaving only KIS to accompany Ing Lu as her partner and the father of her children. He requested the hospital nurses to prepare a basin of water and meticulously washed her body, changing her into loose, soft cotton garments while soothing her somewhat anxious spirit with conversation. Ing Lu utilized her innate power to heal her body and consumed a few beast crystals, rapidly restoring herself to her former state, with only her lips retaining a faint paleness, showing little difference from before her pregnancy. At last, she had time to explore the newfound innate power within her. Purification. She turned to KISR, asking, "What is purification?" KISR replied, "It is an exceedingly rare innate power, somewhat akin to your own abilities, both leaning toward support, yet fundamentally distinct. Purification proves invaluable in combat, capable of instantly eliminating all negative states from the human body. For instance, some high-tier orcs possess special abilities such as poisoning, weakness, petrification, or paralysis. When confronted by you, they would be utterly helpless." Ing Lu's eyes brightened. "Your child's innate ability is quite formidable. Do you not consider whose child this is?" KISR could not conceal his pride. "What, am I not useful?" Ing Lu playfully glared at him. KISR immediately softened, kissing her lips with utmost tenderness. "It is all your merit." Regrettably, no breakthrough to royal tier. Ing Lu felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the realms above and below royal tier were worlds apart. She had ascended from the 1st to the 7th tier in merely 2 months. Yet, having birthed pure blood royal beast offspring, she had not managed to reach royal tier. KISR poured her a glass of water. The old Beast King is regarded as one of the most gifted among the orcs, having invested all royal resources. And only after surpassing 50 years of age did he attain the royal beast status. He is not a natural royal beast. DTYLNS is the true natural royal beast. He is not. It is no wonder that DT appeared so shocked upon seeing these pure blood royal beasts. Even the old Beast King was not a natural royal beast, having taken over 500 years to sire him. His bloodline talent surpasses that of the old Beast King, making the prospect of birthing offspring even more challenging. How did the old Beast King's grave emit green smoke, leading to the birth of a natural royal beast? Ing Lu could not suppress her curiosity. KISR chuckled. "It is related to the queen who passed away early. Are there angels in this world? Are there royal tier females?" Ing Lu was astonished. Royal tier females are exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. The angel clan is also a mysterious race of natural royal beasts, making the birthing of offspring quite challenging, and female offspring are even scarcer. However, once born, their innate strength is usually formidable. GLYLNS is quite impressive, managing to court such a rare angelic female. Ing Lu imagined the beauty of angels, wondering if the queen was stunning. DT must bear some resemblance to his mother. Indeed, but these are merely tales I have heard. By the time I arrived in the Western continent, that queen had already passed. Beautiful women meet untimely ends. Ing Lu felt a mix of sorrow and a semblance of comfort. The old Beast King possessed great talent and had expended countless resources to barely reach the threshold of royal beast status at over 50. How could an ordinary person achieve such speed? If I were to bond with another royal beast and bear offspring of similar talent, I might touch upon royal tier. DT remained by the hospital entrance, witnessing the old Beast King approaching. GLYLNS inquired, "Has she given birth?" "Yes." "Is a pure blood royal beast." DT nodded. Although he had received prior news, GLYLNS was still taken aback, his expression darkening as he gazed at the distracted DT. "You must secure her. Ensure the heir is born." "Yes." KISR had long been prepared for the unexpected. This offspring, regardless of its nature, was a delightful surprise. However, DT could not afford such luxury. He coveted the position above all in the empire. The old Beast King would not die just yet. Other relatives and nobles were eyeing that position. He must have an heir to become the rightful successor. The YL&S Empire cannot change its name. Since the birth of this child, it seems the royal palace has settled down, withdrawing troops and no longer mentioning previous events. Both parties appear to have shifted their focus elsewhere. Cradled the two eggs daily, utilizing the power of his bloodline to incubate them, hoping that the offspring would hatch soon, so that Essing Lu could have a good look at the precious little ones. Unable to withstand the eager gaze directed at him, he helplessly glanced at Essing Lu on the bed. Essing, it won't happen so quickly. It may take a few days. How long will it take? She inquired earnestly, eager to see what her own progeny would look like. According to the legacy memory, it should take at least a few years, he pondered, though this is already considered relatively fast. Is it really that long? Am I birthing two Neza? She jested. The two children were still not fully developed within her womb, and the incubation period for their kind took longer than that of ordinary beast eggs. The energy required for a naturally born royal beast is tremendous, Kaiser explained. If not controlled properly, it could consume the mother. There is a significant risk of complications during childbirth. Therefore, I used a bit of power to induce their early emergence, and I will continue to nurture them with my strength. Chapter 46. The Secrets of the T-ing-sh Clan. Kaiser placed the two eggs into the spatial realm, nurturing them with his spirit. He approached the bed and poured a glass of milk, offering it to her. Have you thought of any names? Essing Lu hesitated. Has my pregnancy made my brain sluggish? Perhaps you should decide. X&M and BIY, what do you think? He suggested. Essing Lu gulped down the milk. Those names sound lovely. Let's go with them. As for their nicknames, I will think of them later since they haven't hatched yet. And I don't even know what they will look like. Kaiser gently wiped her mouth. Of course, that sounds good. Playfully, Essing Lu tugged at his belt with her foot. I don't seem to recall you mentioning your surname. Kaiser is a name given to me by the old Beast King. It has no given name, only a surname. However, I am an orc from the Eastern Continent, so this name may not be my true name. He grasped her small foot, rubbing it against his chest. Once the children are born, they can take your surname. I was completely unaware of this matter. My memories regarding bloodline inheritance were sealed by another force until after you gave birth. When I awakened this part of my legacy memory, Kaiser's voice grew deeper, imbued with a chill. In the T-ing-sh clan, every generation is born as twins. Both twins carry a fragment of the incomplete T-ing-sh bloodline. Only by devouring the bloodline of the other can one attain the complete inheritance of the T-ing-sh bloodline. Essing Lu felt a jolt of alarm and quickly sat up. What about our children? Do not worry, they're safe. Kaiser held her hand, pressing it against his exquisitely handsome face, filled with admiration. Essing, you are truly remarkable. Both of our children will be complete pure-blood descendants. They will not need to fight each other for the inheritance of the T-ing-sh clan upon their birth. What about you? Have you encountered the other twin? Will he pose a threat to you? I have never seen him, nor he me. We have been separated since childhood. If he truly wished to harm me, he would have done so long ago. I fear he may already be dead. Before Kaiser's legacy memory awakened, he had no knowledge of this matter and did not particularly pursue the complete T-ing-sh bloodline. As long as he could protect her, that was enough. He swiftly changed the subject, smiling. I heard from Shiobi that you have been craving food lately. You must be tired of the kitchen's cooking by now. Let me take you out to eat. Yes. The drunken shrimp at WNF Lu was quite delicious. Essing Lu had spent the last couple of months lying in the room, fretting over her growing belly, and was eager to go out for a stroll. Kaiser dressed her in a light outfit and took her out to enjoy the day. Seeing his nonchalance, she decided to put her concerns aside. In the Beast King Palace, GLYL&S was furious. He had summoned Kaiser several times, but the latter had not appeared even once, offering various excuses to evade him. Look, I grant him respect, and he returns it to me. MT, Your Highness, please calm down. He has just welcomed offspring, and his partner requires care. Perhaps he is genuinely unable to attend to you. Indeed, a male beast with offspring is difficult to control. Kaiser is no longer as obedient as he was in childhood. Keeping him around will surely lead to trouble. Your Majesty, there is an envoy requesting an audience. Announce the guard outside. GLYL&S waved his hand, dismissing MT for the time being. A tall figure entered the great hall, clad in a cerulean robe and wearing a black iron mask that concealed his face. With a hand over his chest, he bowed. "I pay my respects to your highness." The Beast King. A faint red mark adorned the back of his right hand. GLYL and S found it difficult to discern this person's realm and squinted his eyes, asking in a deep tone, "You have traveled great distances to the Empire. What is your purpose?" "I offer a unique strategy to alleviate your majesty's concerns, ensuring all aspects are well cared for." However, in recent days, he seemed to have evaporated from existence, not appearing even once in a day. Ing Lu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Their occasional encounters had become quite cold. He would exchange only a few words before departing again. As night fell, with an empty space beside her, Ing Lu touched the icy quilt next to her, struggling to find peace in her sleep over the past few nights. Awakening in the middle of the night, she spotted a figure standing at the foot of her bed, nearly causing her to leap in fright. "What are you doing standing at my bedside in the middle of the night?" Kaiser gazed quietly at her, seemingly for an eternity, noticing her rapid breathing and evident distress. He inquired, "Did you have a nightmare? You startled me." Ing Lu looked at his beautifully cold face, her throat suddenly dry. "I feel a bit thirsty." Kaiser poured her a glass of water. Ing Lu accepted it and drank without speaking. Kaiser remained silent as well, and they lingered in silence. Ing Lu could feel his gaze fixed upon her. At a glance, everything seemed unchanged, yet she sensed a coldness, bordering on indifference, in his demeanor. Ing Lu rose and embraced his lean, strong waist, speaking in a soft, flirtatious tone. "Aren't you going to stay with me tonight?" Kaiser took her hand. Releasing it gently, "Let us do this another day. I have matters to attend to. If you're fine, I'll take my leave." And indeed, he departed, his figure vanishing in an instant. Ing Lu's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if struck by lightning. Her chest tightened, almost unable to breathe, confirming that this man had truly changed his heart. What went wrong? Was it because she bore children that he turned his back on her? Did these royal beasts only recognize their offspring? Ing Lu had always believed Kaiser was different from MT. At the very least, he had feelings for her. Yet she realized that in his eyes, she was merely a vessel for bearing children. Anger swelled within her, and she even forgot to grab her coat as she rushed outside to catch some fresh air, quickly regaining her composure. If Kaiser had indeed changed his heart, she had no reason to stay any longer. Ing Lu remembered her true purpose. She needed to acquire more power from the royal beasts, not relying solely on Kaiser. He had delayed her for far too long. It was best to part amicably. Lowering her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, she spoke with a cold, rational tone that bordered on harsh. "What are your plans? Have you found a place to stay? If you need assistance, please feel free to ask. My fertility is low, and I doubt any males would want to support me. I plan to leave the imperial city and open a small eatery in a nearby town to conduct business. Ambitious. Your cooking skills are indeed excellent. I was hoping to keep you around. With your kind words, if I truly succeed in the future, you shall be a distinguished guest at my establishment, free to dine as you please." Ong accepted the package and glanced at her, rubbing his neck. "You only invite madam. What about me when your shop opens?" "Of course, I will invite you." "Shiobi," I readily agreed, then urged Ong to step outside. Turning to Ing Lu, hesitating before speaking, "Madam, I have something else to tell you. I initially hesitated to mention it, fearing it might upset you, but I believe it is better for you to know." "What is it? Please do share." "I once witnessed Lord Kaiser in close interaction with other noble females." Xiaobai discreetly observed Sengluo's expression and, noticing her lack of anger, continued, "I inquired with Leon, and it seems that this noble female has known the Lord since childhood. You have just given birth, yet he is absent from home daily. Madam, you ought to keep a close watch. I hope I am merely mistaken." Sangluo's calmness was unexpected. If he truly desires to seek companionship, let him do so. I cannot hinder him. My relationship with her is non-existent. She sought me only to plead for her brother who has violated military law, but I did not acquiesce. Kaiser appeared unexpectedly, frowning. Sangluo ignored him and took a bite of her meal. Xiaobai sensed the tension and swiftly withdrew. Kaiser's gaze fell upon her, his lips pressed into a thin line. His tone icy. "Do you believe I am the type of male who is frivolous? Who knows? After all, the royal beast is noble. Having multiple lovers, even after finding a partner, is not an issue. You have given me a pure blood heir. I cannot seek other females. Ah, so it is merely for the offspring. Once I bear you a child, I am of no further use to you? You need not concern yourself with my feelings. No wonder you have been absent from home daily. I suspect you may have impregnated another female. Sang Luo. He stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand, only to be rejected. Sang Luo's suppressed emotions erupted. Your heart is clearly no longer with me. I can feel it. If you believe that having a child means you no longer need me, then speak now, and let us part ways cleanly without dragging this out. She had feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have borne his child. Her assertion of not being angry was a facade. Kaiser froze at her outburst. Sang Luo glared at him, her chest heaving. I'm not indispensable to you. If it comes to it, I can seek Lan Song. Though his talents are inferior to yours, he genuinely cares for me, unlike you, who have always been fixated on the power within me. Though Tu regarded her as merely a vessel for offspring, he possessed charm and wealth, recognizing only bloodlines. If she bore him a pure-blood heir, he would never involve himself with other females, no matter how one looked at it. He was superior to this serpent beast. Sang Luo regained her composure. If you wish to end this, say it now, and I will leave. No, you cannot depart from me. Kaiser forcefully embraced her, his breath laden with suppressed tension, his heart racing in fear of losing her. The child is secondary. You're my priority. And what of yourself? She retorted, breaking into a smile. You come after the two of them. He buried his face in her neck, speaking softly. Then why have you been so cold and hot towards me these past few days? I feel as if you no longer care about me. It is not because of the child. Kaiser turned her face towards him, gently wiping away her tears. His heart ached deeply. I do not know how to express it. I have been rather low-spirited and somewhat out of sorts. He had indeed noticed his recent aloofness towards her and found it peculiar, prompting Kaiser to seek clarity on the source of the issue. Each night, he visited her chamber, spending the entire night wanting to care for her, yet he was unable to muster the desire for greater intimacy. When she reached out to him, a voice within urged him to push her away. Kaiser was tormented, striving to sever this inexplicable emotion, yet he could not identify its origin. But Sang, I truly love you and do not wish to lose you. He was certain of his feelings for her. The moment she suggested a breakup, his heart shattered, rendering him almost breathless, trembling uncontrollably. Have you been too exhausted from the hatching recently? If you're not in a hurry, I can delay the hatching process. As he spoke, Kaiser leaned down to kiss her lips, the fervent love breaking through the fog that had enveloped them, and the cage of emotions began to unlock, returning to him what was rightfully his. As their kiss deepened, things became more intimate. Sang Luo hastily pushed him away, playfully chiding, I just gave birth. I do not wish to conceive again so soon. Sang Luo's hands encircled his neck, and suddenly a thought struck her. Her fingertips coalesced into a faint energy, parting his silken dark hair, revealing a crimson rune upon his neck. Chapter 47. The soul mark disappears. How did you acquire that red mark upon your neck? It could not be a birthmark. Sang Luo had never seen it on him before, appearing only after she had used her energy. Noticing the sinister aura emanating from the mark, she felt an ominous premonition. Could Kaiser's recent unusual behavior be related to this? Kaiser immediately probed with his mental energy, his expression darkening. Sang, you have truly been a great help to me. What on earth is this? Sang Luo observed his unprecedented pallor, solidifying her suspicions. The devouring curse, Kaiser murmured. It is a high-level spell from the eastern continent that can unknowingly assimilate the caster's mind and body. Had I discovered it any later, I would have been completely transformed into another person. Sang Luo recalled his seemingly indifferent scrutiny of her in recent days, shivering at the thought. When she had been intimate with Kaiser, she had instinctively sensed this unusual aura, and fortuitously, her accidental discovery had averted disaster. The thought of waking up next to a stranger, someone else's soul inhabiting the body of the person she loved, was terrifying. Releasing him with a sigh, she asked, Is there any hope for you? Kaiser playfully tapped her forehead, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Do you remember your newly acquired ability? Would you like to give it a try? Sang Luo recalled his mention of purification and realized it might indeed be effective. Kaiser lifted her onto his lap, and she eagerly summoned a silvery power, gently enveloping the cursed mark on his neck. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as she sensed the threatening energy. The crimson mark beneath his flesh trembled and writhed as if alive, attempting to flee. Sang Luo conjured a barrier with her spatial powers to contain it. And with a sudden force, the curse detached from Kaiser's skin. Kaiser captured the curse in his hand, holding it suspended above his palm without immediately destroying it. The caster possesses a talent for mental control, and their strength is not inferior to mine. That is why I could not detect it sooner. But I can likely guess who is responsible. That individual had cast a spell upon him. Naturally, he could reciprocate. Sang, I need to enter seclusion for a few days. Take care of yourself, and you can summon me if needed. Kaiser vanished without a trace, and Sang Luo felt a void in her heart for the next few days, but gradually acclimated. Her days resumed their usual rhythm. Xiaobai prepared to depart after settling her belongings. She offered Sang Luo some travel funds. Xiaobai had secretly saved some money from her family, though it was insufficient for starting a shop. Initially, she blushed with embarrassment, but upon insistence, she reluctantly accepted, profoundly touched. Madam, this money is your investment. I will certainly earn more crystals for you. Sang Luo laughed. Very well. I shall await that day, hoping you do not incur losses. What began as jest unexpectedly turned into a lucrative venture for the girl, much to Sang Luo's surprise. But that was a tale for another time. One night, a tall, cold shadow appeared in the room. Sang Luo abruptly awoke. It was the old Beast King. Come with me. Yigali Alansi's eyes were filled with fierce hostility as he reached out to grab Sang Luo. The so-called envoy from the eastern continent was utterly ineffective. Kaiser remained unscathed and even provoked him further, shattering the facade of their hypocritical peace. In the hands of the Beast King, Kaiser held dominion over nearly half of the Empire's military forces, a faction that would entirely disregard his orders, setting the stage for rebellion and a palace coup. Growing impatient, the Beast King resolved to abduct Sang Luo, intending to leverage her as a threat against Kaiser. As he advanced menacingly, Sang Luo swiftly rolled off the bed, channeling a bolt of lightning that struck the Beast King without leaving a mark. Her face paled as she attempted to use her spatial teleportation ability, only to find an invisible force had already sealed off the area, leaving her with no escape. The Beast King's patience wore thin, his hand transforming into a beastly claw, unleashing a peak-level attack upon her. Did he wish for her demise? Should Sang Luo perish, Kaiser would suffer a tremendous loss in power, plummeting a significant tier in strength. Yet, the power stored within her soul's imprint intercepted the blow, and Kaiser materialized instantaneously before Sang Luo. Edgley Alon C. Old scores and new grievances will be settled. His eyes radiated a chilling intent as he cast a formation that enveloped Sang Luo, and in the next moment, both he and the Beast King vanished. The wind howled, and the heavens darkened. Above the forest, two terrifying energies collided, producing waves that swept across the land, obliterating everything in their path. The entire forest was razed to the ground, and countless star beasts evaporated, akin to a cataclysm. Kaiser wielded a crimson and white bone sword. As he sliced his wrist, blood spiraled around him, saturating the sword and transforming it into a vivid red. His dark, purple, mental energy materialized, propelling his strength to the pinnacle of a Beast King. A cold smile graced Kaiser's lips. For those who plot shall inevitably bring about their own destruction. He recalled every detail with clarity. Kaiser had intended to settle accounts with Edgley Alon C after ensuring Sang Luo's safety, but was taken aback by his audacity to strike at her covertly. In this battle, one of them would surely perish. As fellow peak combatants, it was unclear how long they struggled, but Edgley Alon C ultimately beheaded Kaiser. Edgley Alon C's eyes shone with wild joy. Yet in the next instant, a chill swept through his abdomen as a blood-red bone sword pierced through him from behind, severing him in two. The events transpired too swiftly. His maniacal laughter remained on his lips as he was torn apart, blood and flesh in disarray. How could this be? Using an overload of mental strength had nearly shattered his body, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A cloaked figure materialized silently behind him, wielding a golden longsword, which he thrust into Edgley Alon C's chest. Kaiser looked down in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. It is you. The figure murmured softly, rest easy. With a sickening sound, the sword withdrew, and blood stained the ground. Flames engulfed the entire forest, reducing everything to ashes. A sudden, excruciating pain pierced Sang Luo's heart, and the formation dissipated silently. Sensing something amiss, she trembled as she slowly pulled aside her clothing, witnessing the soul imprint on her chest vanish. Her heart felt hollow, as if a significant piece had been lost. Overwhelmed, she felt an intense urge to weep. An unnamed sorrow threatened to engulf her entirely, and Sang Luo began to sob uncontrollably. Tears streamed until her voice became hoarse. And when she could cry no more, darkness enveloped her as she collapsed into a warm, dry embrace. Mutu arrived with his troops, cradling her in his arms. Grasping his hand, she gasped Kaiser. Mutu fell silent for a moment before softly replying. The Beast King Edgley Alon Si and Kaiser have both perished. What are bodies? She inquired. The forest was consumed by fire. Nothing remains. I promise to send others to search, and I will inform you immediately upon any news. All right? Chapter 48. Unable to understand her words? Sang Luo approached the charred remnants of the forest, now beset by a torrential downpour that extinguished the flames. Yet even the lingering essence of her former companions was washed away. She searched the ruins for an extended period but found no trace of Kaiser. Even the star beast's remains had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Had even the ashes been incinerated? Her 2 children. Sang Luo felt as though she could scarcely breathe, lost and aimlessly wandering forward. She sought once more for that familiar essence, but indeed found nothing. She was uncertain of her whereabouts. The silver-white expanse of the river shimmered with a cold light. Suddenly, Sang Luo's body stiffened, her hair standing on end. A primal instinct warning of danger. Countless crimson eyes lurked in the shadows, watching her intently. This sensation was eerily familiar. She recalled the group of sea beasts she had encountered on the cruise ship. She had nearly forgotten that many great rivers led directly to the sea, allowing sea beasts to venture inland via the waterways. This time of year marked the mating season for most sea beasts, prompting many to seek partners on land. Hundreds of sea beasts of various appearances emerged from the river, encircling Sang Luo. Clearly, they had set their sights on her. Considering the timing, her own cycle was approaching, which had inadvertently drawn them in. Sang Luo's hands trembled at her sides. Utterly exhausted, she could contend with a few, but against such a multitude, she had no chance. One leading 7th-tier sea beast, its crimson eyes greedily fixated on Sang Luo, emitted an excited screech before lunging forward, seizing her wrist and pinning her to the ground. Its dark, scaled claws threatened to shred her delicate skin. It violently tore at her clothing. Sang Luo's complexion drained of color as she activated her spatial powers, but unexpectedly, she and the male beast were transported together. He seemed taken aback by her latent abilities, his excitement only intensifying. Sang Luo cursed and kicked, striving to free herself. Utilizing electricity or mental force against the frenzied high-tier male beasts proved futile, and despair began to envelop her, a profound sorrow consuming her spirit. A sickening sound punctured the air. Warm blood splattered across her face as the sea beast was violently torn apart. A man with silver-blue hair appeared. Observing her with keen interest, he held aloft the remains of the sea beast, carelessly discarding it aside. Beautiful, fierce, and cruel were the 3 words that suddenly filled Sang Luo's mind. This striking sea beast, with its silvery blue hair, seemed to be the mere creature she had encountered previously in the ocean. Their reunion felt serendipitous. The mare beast circled her twice, then embraced her, transporting her to an island surrounded by the sea. The salty ocean breeze brushed against her, and as Sang Luo gazed out, the azure expanse seemed endless, her emotions swirling. Taking a step back, she asked, "What is your name? Why have you brought me here?" He emitted a rumbling sound, inching closer to nuzzle her cheek. Confused, Sang Luo blinked, uncertain of his intentions, and repeated her question. He remained silent, but produced an even louder rumble, seemingly eager to please. As Sang Luo leaned in closer, she discerned that this peculiar sound did not emanate from his throat, but rather vibrated from his chest, reflecting his current state of contentment. A bold hypothesis formed in her mind. "You cannot speak, can you?" He showed no reaction to her words, continuing to nuzzle her face. Sang Luo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair as she trembled. "You cannot understand me?" The beastmen she typically interacted with, despite their animal forms, were not vastly different from humans. They possessed a flourishing civilization, complete with language and script, often appearing even more formidable than humans. Sang Luo had always viewed the beastmen as an evolution of humanity, never perceiving them as mere beasts. Yet the mare beast before her seemed to upend all her preconceptions. He could not speak or comprehend her language, like an underdeveloped wild creature. For a moment, she stood frozen, unable to articulate a single word. He might have thought she was complimenting him, gently patting his tail. Inquiries proved futile. It appears that this fish was indeed meant for her consumption. Orcs are not known for their generosity when it comes to food. The creatures they hunt are primarily for their own sustenance or to feed their mates. Was she to be regarded as a potential companion? Observing that Sang Lu had no intention of eating, the mermaid anxiously flicked her tail and suddenly bit into the fish, softening the flesh before offering it to her directly. The fish, with its fishy and salty flavor, along with fragmented scales, was forced down her throat. Sang Lu pushed him away, coughing violently, her face flushed, nearly in tears. This mermaid was indeed a mindless beast. She had seldom encountered orcs in her tribe who would consume raw meat directly. How was she to eat this fish, which had not even had its entrails removed or scales scraped off? A freshly caught fish, and he expected her to swallow it whole? Sang Lu suddenly recalled having read somewhere that this area of land beneath her feet was predominantly maritime, with only 8 regions of deep sea explored, and fewer than 20 deep sea orcs connected to the land. Most of the deep sea areas remained untouched since the primordial ages millions of years ago, lacking civilization, written language, or speech. The orcs of the deep sea were akin to primitive, savage beasts. Ultimately, Sang Lu resolved to fend for herself and began to prepare the fish. The mermaid watched her actions with confusion. Initially, she had intended to cook the fish, but realizing their inability to communicate and his lack of means to fetch firewood, she opted for sashimi instead. She scanned her surroundings for any sharp implements, and her gaze settled upon the mermaid's hands. He was still in his beastly form, his silver-blue tail adorned with shimmering scales, transitioning upwards into a paler hue and smaller, softer, more translucent scales. The upper half of his body was a cold white resembling humanoid skin, but upon closer inspection, the unscaled skin had a thin, slick layer, likely a protective feature for swimming. His tail bore the largest scales, yet they were lighter and sharper than those of Kisr. Initially, Sang Lu contemplated plucking a scale from him, but hesitated, deeming it somewhat offensive, and instead took hold of his claw. His claw also exhibited a half-beast appearance, with sharp nails that effortlessly sliced through the fish, transforming it into neat pieces. After satiating her hunger, Sang Lu found herself growing drowsy as night fell. The mermaid carried her to a cave. Within, a hidden world awaited. High ceilings akin to a basketball court, a small pond exuding a mysterious blue hue, and clusters of unidentifiable flora blooming delicate white flowers. Aside from the gray-brown stones, the cave held little else. Sang Lu retrieved silk bedding from her belongings and lay down, determined not to suffer in any circumstance. She treated this trip as a leisurely seaside retreat. Noticing her disinterest, the mermaid scattered stones throughout the cave. As night deepened, Sang Lu observed that the cave was not dark at all. The variously colored stones likely contained phosphorescent materials, illuminating the space with a gentle glow. In the middle of the night, the mermaid transformed into human form, leaning down to sniff Sang Lu beneath him while attempting to pry her legs apart. His icy hands grasped her thigh, and the weight of his breath was laced with desire. Startled awake, Sang Lu kicked him. The force of her kick would hardly harm the formidable mermaid. Yet he took a step back, emitting a low whimper, though he had assisted her in vanquishing a sea beast that sought to assault her. Sang Lu nearly forgot that he too was a male mermaid in the throes of mating season. He had rescued her, but his intentions aligned with those of other sea creatures to mate with her. Just when she thought she had escaped one danger, she found herself in another. Sang Lu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the mermaid. He did not flinch. Instead, he stared at her blankly. To her surprise, she could distinctly sense his despondence. Her hand hesitated. She had no desire to genuinely harm him. Had she wished to, she could have utilized her innate abilities to attack long ago. The mermaid was striking, on par with Kisr, each possessing their own unique charm, especially in his aquatic form, which was breathtakingly beautiful. His strength was commendable, capable of slaying that pinnacle 7th-tier sea beast, indicating he was no weakling. Though she did not see any beastly markings on his arm, his presence was far less imposing compared to TM, N, and KISR, leading S-ing Lu to speculate that he had not yet reached the royal tier, likely teetering between the pinnacle of the 7th tier and the royal tier. His strength was barely adequate, yet still average. S-ing Lu was more inclined to seek out a royal beastman. Yet she couldn't deny her desire for the mermaid's aquatic innate abilities. KISR had once mentioned that even royal beasts could not easily navigate the deep sea. If she could acquire a sea-dwelling beastman, traversing the deep sea would become effortless. This special racial innate power was immensely tempting for her. However, S-ing Lu did not wish to be forcibly claimed by a male mermaid in heat in the wild. She was also not eager to have a mate devoid of intellect. Such a creature would be no different from a wild beast. Not to mention the insult to her dignity, communication would be an issue, let alone flirting or intimacy. Her criteria for selecting a mate included not only strength and appearance, but also the enjoyment of intimacy. Keep her distance from me. If you lay a hand on me again, I shall not hold back. S-ing Lu uttered, irrespective of whether he understood, then turned over, covering her head with the blanket, devoid of any guilt for encroaching upon his territory. The mermaid, disheartened, retreated into the pond. In the middle of the night, S-ing Lu awoke to find him stealthily lying beside her, asleep. This time, he refrained from any inappropriate actions, remaining in beast form. Curled up and encircling her with his tail, emitting gentle, contented purrs. His tail, extending over 2 meters, effortlessly formed a protective circle around them, embodying an instinctual defense mechanism inherent in the primal bloodline of beastmen. He had enclosed her within this protective embrace, further confirming S-ing Lu's suspicions that the mermaid indeed regarded her as a companion. Those stones and shells were likely his courtship gifts. No wonder he appeared somewhat dejected upon being rejected. Just as she thought the mermaid had fallen asleep, S-ing Lu attempted to rise. He opened his eyes, tightening his tail slightly to block her path. S-ing Lu, I need to relieve myself. He closed his eyes again, tapping his tail lightly on the ground, seemingly unaware if she understood, yet he did not follow her. Surrounded by islands, he seemed unconcerned about her escaping. This, too, was likely his intent in bringing her here. This primitive beastman was not devoid of intelligence. S-ing Lu stepped out of the cave, inhaling the moist, salty sea breeze while gazing at the boundless, deep blue sea adorned with twinkling stars beneath the profound night sky. She took a deep breath, her melancholic heart feeling somewhat lighter. The pain of memories was the most agonizing. She felt heartache and discomfort, recognizing her emotions were not normal. Yet she could not help but crave a secluded place where no one could find her, seeking solace and gradually letting go. Apart from the first night, when he exhibited mating urges, which were promptly rejected, the mermaid did not dwell in depression for too long. At dawn, he departed the cave to hunt. By the time S-ing Lu awoke in the morning, he had caught an even fatter fish for her, along with some smaller fish, shrimp, and scallops. As per her routine, S-ing Lu scaled the fish, removed its entrails, cleaned it thoroughly, and cut it into small pieces for easier consumption. Several days passed, marked by a tranquil and leisurely existence. S-ing Lu's spirits had been significantly soothed. One morning, she awoke to find that the merfolk had already meticulously cleaned the scales and entrails, even slicing the fish into convenient fillets, serving them on large banana leaves as platters. As she observed this familiar technique, a sense of astonishment flickered through S-ing Luo's mind. Was he learning from her? Many deep-sea beastmen had not been exposed to civilization, but that did not equate to a lack of intelligence. Their ability to learn and imitate was no less than that of ordinary beastmen. A sudden thought emerged in S-ing Luo's mind. Perhaps she could teach him. Teach him to speak, to communicate like a normal beastman, to share her thoughts. After 2 days of consuming raw fish and shrimp, S-ing Luo craved something cooked. She retrieved some flavorful jerky from her storage. The merfolk watched her for a while before suddenly approaching and biting into her food. S-ing Lu glanced at her empty palm, paused. Just as she was about to express her displeasure, the merfolk vanished. Moments later, he returned with a large pile of wood, which S-ing Luo noted was rich in oils, perfect for starting a fire. He somehow procured a few firestones and struck them forcefully, producing sparks. The sparks ignited the oil-rich wood, and he stepped back in slight fear, licking his hand. Seeing that his hand had suffered burns, Sang Luo understood that sea-dwelling beastmen harbored a profound fear of flames. This appeared to be his first encounter with firestones. He must have observed other land-dwelling beastmen using such stones and would to cook food, thus committing it to memory. After finishing her grilled fish, her hands and mouth slick with oil, he immediately came over and grasped her hand to lick it clean. His tongue bore a layer of fine, soft scales, which Sang Luo initially feared might prick her skin, but to her surprise, it did not hurt at all. The scales were evidently pliable, conforming gently to her flesh. He licked her palm and the back of her hand clean, then leaned into her lips. Sang Luo quickly covered his mouth, laughingly scolding him. "Are you a little puppy?" His long lashes fluttered as he noticed her smile, perhaps interpreting it as praise, and his tail wagged playfully. Sang Luo pointed to the coconut tree, expressing her desire for one. He followed her gaze, and in an instant, several water blades materialized in the air, effortlessly chopping down a coconut, which he then presented to her with water manipulation. Well, it seemed they could manage to communicate adequately most of the time. With a gentle scratch from his sharp claws, the coconut shell opened neatly, revealing a perfectly round opening. After drinking the coconut water and scooping out the flesh to eat, she planned to save the shell for soup in the morning. The merfolk was quite intelligent. After a few days together, he had learned to interpret her glances and knew precisely what she wanted. Sang Luo was unsure if he had a name, but privately took the liberty of naming him A's. A's. After calling him several times, he finally understood she was addressing him. Although Sang Luo could not discern what he comprehended, every time she called A's, he would immediately rush over, his eyes inquiring if she needed assistance. Her interest in A's grew daily. He was nothing like the rumored useless ornament. In his beastman form, A's cold scales, sharp claws, and fierce teeth all testified to him being an exceedingly dangerous creature of the deep sea, capable of tearing apart any prey. She speculated that weak merfolk had no competitive edge in the depths and thus ventured ashore. The strongest remained in the ocean, ruling as the undisputed sovereigns of the deep. One evening, he spoke to her. "A's, do you know that is your name?" A's, he obediently nodded, flashing her a breathtaking smile. Sang Luo was overjoyed and kissed him. A's seemed taken aback, blinking his silver blue eyes, a charming smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sang Luo then pointed to herself, saying, "Sang Luo, my name is Sang Luo, remember?" He tilted his head, gazing at her for a long moment, before leaning in to kiss her. Sang Luo chuckled. "That is not what I meant by kissing. It's my name." "Oh well, it would take time." A's became increasingly affectionate, initially wrapping his tail around her waist, but that night his tail began to wander restlessly, rubbing against her. His breathing grew rapid, and his gaze toward her brimmed with unquenchable desire and aggression. It seemed her kindness over the past few days had stirred his mating instincts once more. Sang Luo instructed him to sleep apart, forbidding him from coming too close. Until he learned to speak, she could not accept a beast as a mate. A's appeared anxious and distressed, curling up on the ground, emitting whimpers that hinted at his discomfort. Sang Luo opened her eyes and observed him, finding his state peculiar. Surely, even in heat, he should not be this troubled. In the morning, he returned to his usual self, venturing out to hunt as he typically did. So Sang Luo dismissed her concerns. However, she soon discovered she had started her monthly cycle. Fortunately, her storage had prepared clean clothing and sanitary supplies. Upon seeing the reappearance of the small female, A seemed thrilled and leaned in to sniff her lower body. Sang Luo's face flushed. "You little rascal." A struggled to utter a few words, attempting to reach for her clothing. "I'm really fine. If you want to help me feel better, why not build a fire?" It was a bit complicated. He could only comprehend simple commands of 2 or 3 words at most. A's looked at her, filled with sorrow. Sang Luo found herself both speechless and amused. As she reached out, he leaned in, clearly having grown accustomed to her touch over the past few days. "Are you genuinely unaware? Or just pretending?" If not for his genuinely distressed expression, Sang Luo would have doubted his sincerity. Yet, he could not understand her words, and any attempt at explanation was futile. In any case, it would resolve itself in a few days. Sang Luo absorbed the power from the crystal, but the next day, A's noticed she was still bleeding, her condition seemingly more severe than before, and his face turned ashen, evidently believing she was on the brink of death. Throughout that day, he remained unusually quiet. At night, he gently nuzzled her face, wrapping his tail around her while they slept, his movements more cautious and tender than ever before. In the deep-sea region close to the land, most areas maintained contact with various continents, and cities were built along the sea ridges, displaying impressive grandeur. One main city housed nearly 1 million sea beastmen. Ace led her to a medical clinic, where the shaman examined her and provided some herbal pills that tasted somewhat bitter. However, warmth soon spread through her abdomen, bringing her considerable comfort. Excited, she requested more from the shaman to store away. In the inn, there were 7 or 8 females, mostly from land races. Perhaps due to this, the inn was surrounded by an energy array that blocked seawater, making the interior resemble an ordinary land inn. Patrons chatted and drank, creating a lively atmosphere. Ace stepped forward, mimicking the other beastmen, and handed a few crystals to the innkeeper. "Are you staying the night, or just passing through?" Ace remained silent, and Sang Luo quickly interjected, "Bring us a few plates of appetizers." "Certainly." The waiter promptly delivered several dishes. Ace attempted to eat directly with his hands, but Sang Luo gently swatted his hand down with her chopsticks, gesturing for him to observe how the other beastmen at the nearby table were dining. After a few clumsy attempts, he soon learned to use the chopsticks. But instead of eating for himself, he continuously picked meat from his plate to place in hers, and it was all her favorite dishes. Sang Luo waved him over, and as he leaned in, she planted a small kiss on his cheek. A delightful blush crept across his stunningly beautiful face, and Sang Luo found great joy in teasing him, relishing in his bashful reactions. "You two are new here. You seem quite unfamiliar." A tall, slender, gray-haired orc approached, holding half a bowl of wine and exuding a familiar air. "Who are you? Is it not true that the beast fighting competition is to be held in Yinsha City in the coming days? I am an orc from a nearby tribe, here to participate in the competition and earn some crystal stones. You two must also be from other tribes, here, to join the contest? We are merely here to seek medical attention and shall be leaving shortly," came the reply. Sang Luo observed the orc's countenance, which hardly radiated benevolence. He was shrouded in a sinister aura, likely stained with the blood of many. She was not inclined to engage with such a person, and after exchanging a few perfunctory words, he departed, downing his drink in one gulp. As he left, the waiter approached with a warning. "You two are newcomers, I presume? It would be wise to refrain from wandering out at night for your safety. The city is currently hosting the beast fighting competition, attracting a multitude of unknown orcs and stray beasts. Many orcs, particularly those without connections, have gone missing lately." He hesitated, casting a glance at, as before addressing the beautiful female beside him. "Is it not true that you have no other male companion nearby? For a female of such beauty, it is quite unusual to see her accompanied only by an unmarked beast." He noticed the gazes of many solitary males in the tavern lingering on her, fearing that she might soon encounter unwanted advances. He felt a bead of sweat for the fate of the enchanting female. "Do not worry. If you find yourself in any trouble, you may certainly inform us. Many young males have also disappeared recently, alongside females." The waiter glanced at us again, prompting Sang Luo to understand his unspoken words, as a stunningly attractive visage indeed made him an object of envy, not just for females, but for certain depraved males as well. "Thank you," Sang Luo said, handing the waiter a few beast crystals and taking the key to the Tianzi room, initially intending to book 2 rooms. She found as had decided to accompany her into one, reasoning that the bed was ample enough for 2, and thus she did not urge him to leave. Since realizing Sang Luo's interest in beast crystals, as had been more frequent in his excursions, occasionally gifting her beautiful shells, corals, and pearls, though most of his offerings were substantial beast crystals, Sang Luo, who cherished beast crystals, had come to appreciate their rarity even more since her last pregnancy, accepting them without hesitation and storing them for future use. After a few days, her monthly cycle passed, and, as was elated, one evening, within the Tianzi guest room, food and wine were brought in. As picked up her glass and sniffed it. "Do you wish to drink?" she inquired. Most females did not favor the strong, pungent aroma of wine, while males, accustomed to the rigors of hunting, often sought solace in its embrace. Her drink was a light blue fruit beverage, fragrant and sweet. Seeing as interest, she offered him a sip and took his glass of fine wine in return. Delicious. Sang Luo had been prohibited from wine during her pregnancy, and the craving was overwhelming. As glanced at her, but remained motionless, Sang Luo downed her drink, and soon, An unsettling warmth began to envelop her. Her gaze uncontrollably fell upon the exquisitely handsome man before her. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he assumed she was unwell and moved closer to embrace her. His cool, firm body swiftly alleviated her surface discomfort, yet the deeper heat within her intensified. Looking down, she beheld his lean, yet undeniably robust physique, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Muscles taut with strength. Sang Luo, he called gently. Taking a deep breath, she released him, approached the table, and poured herself another drink. As perplexed, watched as she took another sip, then stood on her toes to feed him directly from her lips. Soon, a blush crept across his face, and his gaze grew hazy. His breath deepening. Someone had tainted the wine. Sang Luo could purify it, yet gazing into the now even more alluring features of the man. She narrowed her eyes and beckoned him closer with a coy smile. With a flick of her finger, her garment slipped, revealing her delicate, fair shoulder. His eyes darkened with desire, an urgent need welling within him. Sang Luo wrapped her arms around his slender waist, sensing the reaction, causing her to tremble slightly. She tilted her head back to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed and the air thick with allure. Have you not always desired me? He leaned down, kissing her lips softly, lifting her and placing her on the bed. The bed swayed and trembled throughout the night. He tenderly lavished her with affection, and they soon succumbed to a blissful, intoxicating embrace. Chapter 52. Cloning. Below the royal tier, orcs can awaken only one innate ability, while those above can unlock a second. Sang Luo had acquired 2 abilities this time. Yet there was something peculiar. Innate ability, water, innate ability, cloning, once? Why does it carry a limit on usage? Is he truly of royal tier? Sang Luo awoke, a profound sense of delight coursing through her. She felt the coolness of the bed beside her, realizing as had risen early. His expression was one of satisfaction as he diligently prepared food, sitting at the bedside, waiting for her without disturbing her slumber. Sang Luo observed him thoughtfully, choosing not to inquire further. After they finished their meal, they set out together and soon encountered the orc from a few days prior at the inn. Upon seeing them from a distance, the orc's face flashed with a malicious shock. Pretending not to notice, Sang Luo turned with as down another street. She remained vigilant, extending her mental energy, overhearing the orc mutter curses. I clearly had someone poison that female's drink, yet she did not perish. Sang Luo's heart raced at this revelation, recalling how, as had taken her glass of fruit juice. With her purification ability, she would be unharmed, but what of those who lack such powers? The thought sent chills down her spine. How could this orc be so vile as to poison a female? They had exchanged drinks. Yet, as had not consumed the tainted fruit juice, while her drink had been the poisoned wine intended for him. Remembering the waiter's warning about the recent disappearances of young, attractive male orcs, Sang Luo connected the dots. A smirk crept onto her lips as she realized the city lord must have placed a substantial bounty to capture the mastermind behind these nefarious acts, an entire 1,000 high-grade beast crystals. A windfall of free money was too good to pass up. Let us go. We are on the brink of a significant influx of beast crystals. Just then, an orc emerged from the gambling den, only to be enveloped in darkness as he was knocked unconscious and bagged. After delivering a few solid blows, Sang Luo finally unveiled the orc, revealing his bruised visage. He blinked in disbelief, then bared his teeth in anger. You? Surprised to find me alive, are you? Quite astonishing that you failed to poison me. Sang Luo's expression darkened. Were it not for my intention to exchange you for a bounty, I would have slain you already. The orc laughed derisively. You think you can kill me? You pathetic females are only good for breeding. Weak and useless. I could squash you with a single finger. With a fierce punch, she sent him crashing against the wall. As, witnessing Sang Luo's fierce demeanor, instinctively took a step back, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Yet the orc remained oblivious, continuing to hurl insults. If you have the courage, let me go. Otherwise, once I'm free, your life is forfeit. Is your anger towards females so profound? Could it be that the males you desired were taken by us? Sang Luo had not anticipated encountering such a contemptible creature in the beast realm, which soured her mood entirely. She had no intention of letting him off lightly. The orc's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Were it not for the fact that this group of useless females could still bear offspring, who would deign to flatter them, the arduous and noble task of nurturing life was being denigrated by this wretch. Sang Luo, infuriated yet amused, contemplated the notion of untying his restraints to teach him a lesson, to ascertain who truly was the worthless one. Just then, a cool, large hand enveloped hers, and Ace shook his head at her, furrowing her brow, unsure of his intentions. She kicked the orc again and told him to take the brute to the city lord's mansion, reminding him to collect his bounty before she left. Ace retrieved a flask of wine and poured a cup for the orc. Had Sang Luo been present, she would have instantly recognized it as the same wine from the previous night. The orc, mistaking A's intentions as flirtatious, believed he had deliberately sent away the female to share an intimate encounter with him. He was immediately consumed by excitement, gazing at A's exquisite face with a mix of obsession and greed. "You are truly beautiful. If only I could have you." A's offered the cup of wine to him, and the orc quickly reacted. He conjured a blade of water in his hand, but did not untie the orc. A piercing scream echoed from the alleyway. The orc was swiftly incapacitated and fell unconscious. Ace carried him to the city lord's mansion and discarded him in the punishment arena. The punishment arena housed the most vicious and malevolent criminals, alongside those sentenced to death among the feral orcs. The following day, the orc's lifeless body was removed and thrown to the beasts outside the city. Ace presented the orc's crystal to Sang Luo, and the two of them strolled through the city, purchasing numerous items. Sang Luo discovered a unique fabric from the sea, one that was non-existent on land. It felt like silk to the touch and was both waterproof and fireproof, a rare and exquisite textile. She selected several beautiful patterns and sent them to the tailor, intending to craft fine garments for herself and Ace. Until now, she had no proper clothing. When she ventured out, she merely donned her beastly form, but in human guise. She would be entirely exposed. Upon exiting the tailor's shop, Sang Luo noticed the city was particularly lively that day, bustling with people. After inquiring with a passerby, she learned that it was the opening match of the Beast Arena. She eagerly pulled Ace along to witness the spectacle. The architectural style resembled that of ancient Roman colosseums, and the circular seating was already filled with spectators. They secured a good vantage point, and although Sang Luo was not a bloodthirsty warrior, the raucous roars and cheers of the thousands of orcs stirred her blood. She initially intended to snack on some jerky while watching the fights, but when she witnessed an orc crush his opponent's skull, causing eyes and entrails to spill forth, her appetite vanished, and she passed the jerky to Ace. Ace, who relished the jerky, showed little interest in the carnage below, his gaze consistently fixated on her, often engaging in playful antics to draw her attention. The Beast Arena continued for half a month. Initially thrilling, the gruesome scene soon became tiresome and repulsive. As the day's matches neared conclusion, Sang Luo planned to depart with Ace, only to find herself embroiled in conflict. The victorious orc from the arena confronted them, provocatively declaring, "I have taken a liking to this female. Either we fight, and I claim her, or you both leave at once." Sang Luo turned to face him, recognizing the gray shark orc, whose rugged features and deep gray skin exuded a menacing presence. His lustful gaze unnerved her, as if she were already his possession. "I will fight you. If you lose, you will relinquish all that you won today in the arena." She gestured towards a storage pouch at his waist. "Fight a mere female? How absurd. If others were to witness this, they might think me a coward who bullies females." He scoffed. "Enough chatter. Do you accept the challenge?" She smiled alluringly. "If you defeat me, I shall be yours." The orc's eyes flared with desire, tightening in anticipation. "I grant you 3 moves. You may strike first." "Really?" "Indeed." At the moment the orc finished speaking, a punch landed on his face, sending him flying. Having refined numerous beast crystals, Sang Luo's physical abilities had vastly improved. The power of lightning surged through the water, and as the orc staggered to his feet, he was immediately paralyzed by the electric shock. The surrounding onlookers were caught in the ensuing chaos, begging for mercy. Emerging from the hunting grounds, Sang Luo successfully obtained the storage pouch. This spatial artifact, seemingly no different from an ordinary coin purse, contained an entire world within, capable of holding numerous precious items. Within, she found spirit sea jade, blue coral agate beads, and several hundred high-grade beast crystals. Ace, enchanted by the shimmering treasures, received everything except the beast crystals, which she kept for herself. Ace quickly kissed her cheek, a gesture of gratitude she had taught him. However, having witnessed her ferocity, none dared to challenge her in the arena. nor would they accept her invitation to battle. She was far more formidable than any male. In the days that followed, Sang Luo sensed that someone was covertly watching her. She inquired with the innkeeper and discovered that numerous females had gone missing in the city. Nearly 100 had vanished, as if in a thin air, causing widespread panic. The male beasts were increasingly protective of their females, ensuring they were never alone and always surrounded by escorts to prevent any harm. One day, after a meal, Sang Luo informed A's that she needed to visit the tailor to pick up her new clothes, instructing him to wait at home. She wasn't sure if he understood, but given his strength, she felt assured he would be safe, so she ventured out. He emptied the jewels and coral from the storage pouch, casting them aside without a glance, and stuffed the smaller items inside before lying down to sleep. When she was away, he typically remained in a dormant state. Meanwhile, as Sang Luo exited the tailor's shop, a ragged little orc rushed by and accidentally collided with her. "I'm sorry, I wasn't careful. Why are you in such a hurry? Is someone chasing you?" she asked, pulling the little orc up and wiping his dusty face. Recalling the recent disappearances, she asked, "Where are your kin?" "They're over by Lan Shanjia." "All right, it's not far. I will escort you there." Sang Luo knew that street. Sensing his trembling intensifying, she gently patted his small hand to reassure him. Upon arriving at the secluded street on the outskirts of the city, Sang Luo noticed the lack of people. Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly realized the little orc had vanished. A rough, large hand covered her mouth and nose from behind. A scented cloth laced with a tranquilizing aroma, and soon the female collapsed to the ground. Several orcs emerged from the shadows. One of them tossed a few star stones to the little orc, who, overjoyed, bowed several times and scurried away. A rift in the void appeared, and a burly man lifted the unconscious female and stepped through. They all vanished in an instant. When Sang Luo regained consciousness, she found herself on an open expanse, her hands and feet bound by ropes, surrounded by dozens of other unconscious females. She caught sight of a male orc turning around, his pitch-black eyes sending a shiver down her spine. It was another of the insectoid species. These creatures were insidious, infiltrating every corner. They even breached the sea's defenses. What were they planning to do with so many females? Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Sang Luo concentrated, and the ropes binding her snapped. She flexed her wrists and legs. In no time, the insectoids began transporting piles of red stones to the open area. Initially, Sang Luo thought they were merely stacking them haphazardly, but gradually, she discerned their intent. They were constructing a formation, with the stones serving as the array's foundation. A particularly hulking insectoid approached her, and Sang Luo quickly shut her eyes, channeling her mental energy outward. She observed as the creature tossed a female into the formation. The second and third female captives, seized by them, were all cast into the formation. They intended to use the females as sacrifices. Perhaps due to the previous capture of numerous females yielding unsatisfactory results, this time the insectoids altered their strategy. As one of the insectoids approached to seize her, Sang Luo suddenly opened her eyes, causing the creature's body to explode into a mist of blood. Other insectoids, drawn by the sound, rushed over. With swift movements, Sang Luo wielded her blade, leaving a trail of death and injury among the insectoids. Suspended in the air, she unleashed a barrage of lightning spheres, reducing the red stones to dust. Bold! Who dares to act recklessly here? A pair of slender, cold eyes fixated on her. In that instant, Sang Luo felt as though she was being targeted by a chillingly terrifying entity. Third Prince, this female is formidable. She has wounded many of our brethren. What? Have you seen me before? You carry the scent he left behind. Such a keen nose to detect that. This individual possessed formidable strength, nearing the semi-royal realm. Realizing she was no match, Sang Luo began to contemplate her escape. Each insectoid possessed the talent for spatial jumping, rendering her efforts futile. If I were to present your head to him, would he weep in sorrow? Do not speak so. It is rather distasteful. He likely desires to kill me even more than you do. Without further ado, Sang Luo launched an attack. The green-haired man did not flinch, his posture unwavering as he regarded her with mockery. Suddenly, he raised a hand, immobilizing her entirely, her eyes widening in terror. In an instant, he appeared before her, conjuring a dark green blade that grazed her beautiful face, remarking, "Such a lovely visage will soon cease to smile. What a pity indeed." Chapter 54, Buried Perverse Fiend. Keep your distance. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, Sang Luo executed a soul attack aimed directly at his eyes. "Ah, wretched woman," the man howled, clutching his bleeding eye, while his other hand lunged toward her heart. In the next moment, half of his arm exploded into a mass of flesh. So, Ace materialized, catching Sang Luo and enveloping her tightly in his embrace. His frost-like eyes pierced through the bloodied and pained green-haired man, and for the first time, Sang Luo witnessed his fury. "You have accomplices." The green-haired man's face twisted in rage as he activated the formation. The insectoids below, unable to escape, were instantly sacrificed. The eerie and terrifying red light surged forth, sending tremors of fear through Sang Luo. Alas, she was utterly ignorant of formations. Had she known, she would have perused more related texts in Kaiser S. study. "First, let us rescue the others." Ace turned to lead her away. "Wait, I asked you to save them first." His warm lips brushed against her forehead, and Sang Luo blinked in surprise. Ace held her face, gazing longingly, as though he had 1,000 words to say, but ultimately whispered, "Wait for me." He vanished in an instant, leaving Sang Luo free to soar into the air, surveying the entire city. The formation expanded rapidly, enveloping the city in an instant. In the final second before activation, a resounding explosion shattered the formation. The citizens of the city remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis that had not yet come to pass, and then they vanished. He insisted on clinging to her. Unlike his usual fierce fervor, Sang Luo quickly surrendered, her body yielding like a pool of spring water. Only then did he reluctantly release her, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Embracing him, Sang Luo nestled her head against his chest, her voice laced with a seductive satisfaction. "Is there anything you desire? I shall reward you well." The man's hand brushed against her abdomen, filled with tender affection. "The gift I seek lies here." She smiled such greed. Ace buried his head in her neck, seemingly exhaling a deep sigh. From that day forth, Sang Luo noticed Ace's condition deteriorating rapidly. He grew increasingly gaunt, his scales losing their luster, devoid of vitality. Sang Luo feared that Ace might slip into an eternal slumber, pondering whether he had been secretly injured by that insectoid. While he slept, she secretly attempted to heal him with her own power. It yielded some results, albeit meager. This was the first time she encountered a situation where her powers proved ineffective. Why? As she watched Ace grow weaker, his once robust physique now nearly skeletal. Her heart ached for him. "Ace." Sang Luo approached the bedside, nudging him to awaken. Ace shrank back, his eyes opening to reveal confusion and helplessness. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in alarm. "Sang, no." Sang Luo brandished a knife, slicing in her palm, crimson blood gushing forth. She hastily fed the blood into Ace's mouth. His pallid face regained a hint of color, but was met with a violent cough as he pushed her away, his eyes flashing with rare anger. Sang Luo sighed. "Obey me. My blood is beneficial to you." Having lost one, she was unwilling to lose another. His lips pressed into a thin line, refusing her offer of blood. Yet, he was powerless to resist her now, moving from pain to reluctant acceptance. His slender, elongated frame, with cascading silvery blue hair falling over his shoulders, and his striking silver blue eyes framed by thick lashes, formed a visage as captivating as it was cold, perfectly sculpted like jade. Sang Luo hastened to him, caressing his face. "Why have you emerged today? Are you feeling better? I bought some fresh fish you adore. Shall I prepare fish soup for you tonight?" He smiled at her, his lips tinged with a cherry hue, appearing notably improved since the previous days. Ace took her hand and led her inside, transforming into his beast form. He meticulously selected a scale from his tail and presented it to her. Sang Luo was perplexed by his intentions, but accepted it nonetheless. The scale was beautiful and would make a lovely necklace. "Meeting Sang brings me joy." He cradled her face in his hands, solemnly kissing her lips. A drop of coolness brushed against her, leaving Sang Luo momentarily stunned, before she smiled in response. "I feel the same." He returned her smile gently. "So, assist Ace in finding Lan Shuhua." Sang Luo believed it to be the remedy for his wounds. The next day, she inquired at the city apothecary, learning that Lan Shuhua was a rare herb found hundreds of nautical miles away in a more prosperous main city. However, the outcome was but a lifeless corpse. Sang Luo glanced at the Lan Shu Hua in her hand, grasping the deeper meaning behind the apothecary owner's words. This flower blossomed once every 3 years at the bottom of the abyss, and it held a romantic significance among deep-sea orcs, symbolizing precious love. Many males would present this flower to pursue the females they admired. So, that was his intention. With a heart full of complexity, Sang Luo turned to the merfolk curled upon the bed in eternal slumber, cradling him gently. He felt so light. He had once weighed over 300 pounds, and now he was nearly half that weight. Sang Luo pressed a kiss through his forehead, departing from the city of Yin Sha, arriving at a secluded cliffside. In this remote location, even sea beasts rarely ventured. She dug a deep pit and buried him there. As for the Lan Shu Hua, she kept it, marking the conclusion of her captivating rendezvous. After completing all of this, Sang Luo left the deep sea. What is happening? Is there trouble? An orc spotted her, his eyes lighting up as he hurried towards her. Lady Sang, we have finally found you. Please remain here and wait. We shall report this news to the prince at once. Before Sang Luo could inquire further, a group of orcs encircled her protectively, wary of any potential danger. Soon, she beheld a familiar, towering figure. The man's eyes were bloodshot, suggesting he had not slept well for many days. Luo, Luo. He rushed forward, enveloping her tightly in his arms, the force nearly crushing her bones. Hey, take it easy. She blinked. Are you angry with me? His expression stiffened. I am not. She rubbed her ear. Your loud voice is ringing in my ears. He softened his tone, expressing his apologies. I was simply too worried about you. It was evident that she had left on her own accord, vanishing for over a month without a trace. The duration of her absence had only heightened his anxiety. Yet he found himself apologizing to her in the end, which left him exasperated, although he could not muster any anger towards her. Seeing her safe was his greatest satisfaction. Be quiet, HL, Dota coldly admonished, although his cheeks betrayed an unnatural flush. Sang Luo smiled gently, playfully touching his lips. You are so concerned about me? You promised to give me a little one. You cannot simply disregard your word. He turned his face away, his ears growing even redder. Hee. How did I not notice how adorable you are before? Once you manage to cheer me up, I shall grant you a nest of our own. So eager. Yet I am not prepared. Duotu exclaimed, lifting her into his arms and striding forward, eager to prevent her from uttering any more suggestive remarks. HL watched them depart, filled with envy. The bond between the prince and his future princess was truly enviable. Regarding the future princess, it was evident that the prince would soon ascend the throne. And in his view, this noble lady was destined to become the future empress of the empire. This was a matter of certainty, and he ought to treat her with utmost respect. This was the first time he had seen the noble lady, and she was indeed beautiful, her presence enchanting. It was no wonder that both the sun and moon of the empire were captivated by her. Unfortunately, regarding the General Shu, stop talking. Do not mention it again. That incident had become a closely guarded secret of the empire. The general had attempted a coup and ultimately perished alongside the old beast king. The prince, displaying magnanimity, chose not to pursue the matter further, granting amnesty to all those who had rebelled. Nevertheless, it was common knowledge that the future sovereign did not appreciate discussions surrounding the incident. Even reports about it on Xinguang had been forcibly removed, erasing this royal disgrace from history. After exchanging a few words, the beastmen dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Duotu informed Sang Luo that the sea area beneath their feet was the YQL Straits, the boundary separating the western and southern continents. It was only then that Sang Luo realized her previous spatial leap had nearly taken her to the southern continent. The southern continent was the most peculiar of the four, rumored to be filled with toxic marshes and swamps, a place forbidden to beastmen. There were even tales of traces of the insect clan having been discovered there. Some speculated that the insect clan's lair lay within the southern continent. Regardless, if Sang Luo had inadvertently ventured to the southern continent, it would have been a certain death. This was why Duotu had been so worried and fearful. He nearly believed he would lose her forever. The scale she had retrieved from the spatial realm shimmered with a delicate silver-blue hue under the moonlight, exuding a magnificent brilliance. She sensed the faint psychic fluctuations lingering on the scale, realizing that A's had left behind memories of his few months of existence within it. He was merely a fragment of a kingly beast. That kingly beast commanded the boundless southern sea, a realm shrouded in mystery and abundance. isolated from the outside world, a mythical place that outsiders could not enter. It was said that the beastmen there had guarded the eye of the return for generations, never leaving the southern sea. The kingly beast, in its quest to propagate its lineage, had utilized all its powers, manifesting a sliver of its soul to seek out a robust female for reproduction. Ultimately, A's was but a pitiable tool. Even without encountering the insect clan, his life would have been tragically brief. Facing a royal insect, he exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, succumbing prematurely. No wonder A's seemed to carry a hint of sorrow in his gaze since their meeting. He had long been aware of his fate and knew that their time together would be limited to mere months. He sought to cherish every moment, making her remember him. Sang Luo, however, had no intention of seeking continuity with the original entity. If that kingly beast could produce a fragment like A's, it could surely create others. His desire to propagate through numerous fragments indicated that he held no regard for them. She would not be the sole female entangled in emotional ties with a fragment, nor would he care for her as anything more than a breeding tool. Chapter 55, A Fire in the Backyard Insect Clan, Royal Palace. The mission of the plague had failed, dragging its wounded form to meet the insect emperor. I saw your little female. She is quite beautiful. Enubia initially intended to disregard the plague, as usual, but upon hearing this statement, he abruptly turned, seizing the other's collar and slamming him against the wall. His gaze dark and frigid. You, did you lay a hand on her? Hee, as I suspected, you are indeed quite fond of that little female, the plague scoffed, dismissing him. It's truly a disgrace for an insect to be so enraptured by a mere female. Is it that she serves you so well in bed that you cannot bear to part with her? Enubia, visibly irritated, released him. Do not attempt to get close. She is not of my blood. The insect king had no biological offspring. This was a truth known to all insects. The princes at his feet were merely the heirs he had publicly chosen. Is capturing so many females of any use? Can he truly not produce offspring? Enubia glanced towards the royal palace, his expression cold. The insect clan had no females and had to raid the beastmen for them, but the latter guarded their females closely. In a situation where female resources were so scarce, they were exclusively supplied to the insect king. Yet, if he could not reproduce, it would be a waste. Who knows? The plague replied nonchalantly, casually seizing a passing insect and killing it without hesitation, extracting its crystal core and consuming it. His severed right arm rapidly regenerated, returning to its original state. If he truly cannot reproduce, then we can simply find someone who can. The plague raised an eyebrow with a smile, looking at Enubia. As your third brother, I bring you good news. That little female is now near the YQL Straits and has likely not gone far. If you wish to find her, you should be able to. Enubia lowered his head in silence, offering no reaction, as if he had not heard. Before leaving, the plague bumped his shoulder. She said she misses you. Once the plague entered the royal palace, Enubia vanished without a trace. EQL Straits. The expansive coastline gradually fell behind. How long will it take to reach such a distant place? Sang Luo plopped down onto the ground, taking a few sips from her leather flask. Her legs were aching from the journey. Duota chuckled. Who told you to run so far? At least it will take a couple of days to cover this distance. The military district was quite busy and could not spare personnel. It would be best not to trouble others with such trivial matters. She could see through his intentions. He merely wished to spend a few more days alone with her outdoors. If you are tired, shall I carry you? No, that would be too mushy. I'm not a child. Before she could finish, Duota swept her up with ease, striding forward effortlessly. Sang Luo wrapped her arms around his neck, resting against his chest, unable to help but marvel at his tall and agile physique. As night fell, Duota led her to a cave to rest. The cave had been prepped, and he placed Sang Luo on a smooth stone slab, crouching down to massage her feet while quietly lamenting, "You are truly delicate. After walking just a few miles, you have blisters on your feet. I wonder how you manage to travel such a distance." "A secret," Sang Luo replied. "Do you have paper and a pen?" "I do." Duotu, accustomed to handling documents, always carried such items. He retrieved a pen and paper from his spatial realm and handed them to her. "What do you intend to do?" "I encountered the insect clan in the sea. Some of them are amphibious and can enter the water. They also raid females from the sea tribe. But this time, their approach seems different. It appears they plan to use the females as sacrifices. I saw them employing this formation. Take a look." Sang Luo sketched the formation and handed it to him. Duotu's expression darkened as he examined the paper, recognizing it as an ancient and forbidden sacrificial array, one that uses death to nurture life. They intended to sacrifice these females to the rules, to nurture offspring for the legendary insect king. Was astonished for quite some time before inquiring about the origin of such a cruel formation. The sacrificial array was originally conceived by certain ancient royal beasts on the brink of death, who sought to ensure their lineage by offering their own lives as a sacrifice for pureblood descendants. Initially, this was a mutually agreed transaction, devoid of malice. Yet it soon became evident that females, inherently endowed with the power of gestation, could also serve as viable offerings, thereby producing offspring by utilizing a drop of their own essence. The higher the fertility and quantity of the female, the greater the likelihood of success. During those years, many females vanished from the empire, falling prey to the black market. Eventually, the royal family, upon realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, decreed the array as forbidden, only to find it seized by the insectoid tribes. "You were captured by the insectoids and nearly sacrificed?" he asked, his voice taut with concern. "Indeed, I was captured, but it was not as dire as it sounds. I managed to escape," replied, fell into silence for a while, then enveloped her in a tight embrace, a palpable sense of relief washing over him. His voice turned stern. "Next time, do not run off without a word." Okay, quickly agreed, though knew her heart was not as compliant as her words suggested. He sighed, pondering that perhaps no male could truly command her heart. "This area of the sea is beyond my jurisdiction, yet I will dispatch an envoy to inform the Beast King there. For now, rest assured and leave the rest to me." "All right." Nestled against him, fatigue overwhelming her, transformed into his beast form, lying on the ground so she could comfortably rest upon his soft belly. As caressed his silky golden fur, she mused, "Your beast mother is truly of the angelic lineage, isn't she?" "How do you know?" he asked. "Mention it to me once," responded with a soft hum, then inquired, "Why can't I find any trace of angelic blood within you?" S expression turned sheepish. Fortunately, in his beast form, he felt somewhat shielded. "I have not awakened the angelic bloodline." While being a hybrid royal beast sounded impressive, the reality was that awakening the legacies of two royal lineages was significantly more challenging than that of a pureblood. Upon birth, he had only awakened the legacy of the tribe, with no sign of the angelic lineage manifesting, though there was a slim possibility of later awakening it. The odds were exceedingly low, leading to seldom declare his mixed heritage publicly. S beast form was remarkably majestic and elongated, lying flat at nearly 6 to 7 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide, larger than a bed. Could even roll around on his belly. She playfully pinched his meaty paw, which was larger than her face, and tugged at his fur, marveling at its softness. It was evident that he took great care of his golden mane. Closed his eyes, allowing the small female to playfully tug at him. After a while, grew weary and leaned against the warm, broad expanse of his chest, enveloped in a sense of security, soon drifting into slumber. His long tail gently wrapped around her waist. Opened his eyes to glance at her before succumbing to sleep himself. In the morning, retrieved some jerky from her space, and after they had both eaten, they continued their journey. Although it was labeled as travel, their demeanor resembled that of a leisurely outing, pausing to frolic and play, until the distance covered warranted a teleportation to hasten their journey. Along the way, they spotted fish in the river and went fishing. Once a beast attained the royal tier, their power underwent a monumental transformation, allowing them to easily manipulate distances, a phenomenon known as teleportation. However, it is crucial to note that teleportation differs fundamentally from spatial jumping. The former merely compresses time, while the latter involves traversing through space. The range of teleportation is typically limited to several dozen kilometers, whereas spatial jumping theoretically has no spatial constraints. Yet, was not particularly adept at using this skill and feared inadvertently transporting herself to a perilous location. Thus, she preferred to avoid it when possible. They covered more than half the distance in a single day. That evening, craved grilled fish. So she produced a plump fish caught earlier from her space and began to prepare it over a fire. With a flick of his finger, ignited the firewood in an instant, prompting to once again marvel at the convenience of his fire-based abilities. After he cleaned the fish, he skewered it with branches and placed it over the fire, creating a perfectly crispy exterior while keeping the inside tender. Once sprinkled seasoning on it, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Unbeknownst to her, devoured an entire fish, licking her lips in satisfaction. She then glanced at who was busy working and hadn't had a morsel. Feeling a bit guilty, she asked, "Shall I go catch you another one?" Smiled at her, "I am not hungry." Suddenly, he leaned closer, his warm lips brushing against hers, his tongue teasing her between her lips. His eyes widened. His long fingers playfully caressed her soft lips, his voice lighthearted. "I crave this. Is that permissible?" Not far away, happened upon their flirtation, causing the bouquet of flowers in his hands to vanish into thin air as he turned and disappeared. Turned to look outside the cave, seeing no one. Did that mean there were star beasts nearby? "I'll step out for a moment," she said to. "All right," transformed back into his beast form, lying on the ground and stretching lazily. As soon as she stepped out of the cave, was abruptly pulled forward by a powerful force. Opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with a brooding, strikingly handsome young man with thick black hair. Before she could utter a word, he lowered his head and kissed her. What began as a kiss quickly morphed into a furious bite. A metallic taste filled her mouth as blood mingled with the air. Enraged, pushed him away, wiping her lips and grimacing in pain. "You're insane," regarded her with a stoic expression, saying nothing, and took a step closer. Retreated, feeling exasperated. Just when she thought she had rid herself of one, another had appeared. "Are you here to settle a score, or to kill me?" she asked coldly, one hand concealed behind her back. Seeing her wariness, realized he had been deceived. His hand tightened and then relaxed in frustration, a bitter smile spreading across his face. "You think you can discard me after using my abilities? You remember the unfinished business between us, don't you? You've had your fun, but now you want to settle the score? Not a chance." Fuming, lunged forward, attempting to forcibly take her away. At that exact moment, a bullet pierced the air, penetrating his arm. Ugh! Staggered back, clutching his wounded arm as he glared at the approaching golden-haired man. S' expression darkened, his gun cocked and aimed directly at its head. "Insectoid?" Turned to smirk at. "Your new lover is quite ruthless. Come here," urgently beckoned. Before could react, teleported beside her, gripping her hand with an alarming intensity. He could have easily whisked her away or used her to threaten, yet he did nothing, his heart filled with despair and rage. Gripping her chin, he kissed her fiercely in front of. S' face turned ashen as he teleported, delivering a punch too. The latter staggered back, wiping the blood from his lips, a wicked smile playing on his face. "I've marked her. No matter where she is, I can find her. You better keep a close watch." In a flash, vanished, leaving behind a rippling wave of energy. Cursed inwardly, are these insectoids like dogs? They've bitten me twice, and my lips are swollen and bleeding. Your spatial jumping ability. So this is how it manifests? Gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, realizing how she managed to traverse from the Imperial capital to the inn in such a short time. Previously, I was taken by the Zerg, and under duress. I had to submit to him, stealing his extraordinary abilities to escape death on multiple occasions. Essing Liu does not harbor fondness for NBY, yet she cannot deny the efficacy of his gifted powers. If given another chance, she would likely not let him off the hook. Upon hearing this, Duke T, disregarding any jealousy, exclaimed, "You are absolutely correct. Who is this Zerg?" he inquired. "NBY. So it is him." Duke T had once fallen victim to his treachery. NBY is known for his cautious and meticulous approach, often adopting multiple disguises to confound his adversaries, which is why Duke T had never encountered him in this form. "Next time we meet, I shall surely kill him." Chapter 56. Whose child is it? After a hearty meal, the two resumed their journey, yet Du Ti began to feel unwell. He leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, his expression difficult to decipher as he gazed at S-ing Lu ahead. "Lulu, what was it that you fed me?" He hurriedly stepped forward, demanding to see. S-ing Lu retrieved a large basin of live jellyfish from her space, which swam gracefully, its body shimmering with a delicate pink hue. Et nu chuba astonits. But I am fine. This aphrodisiac only affects males," he replied. "Then what shall we do? You must resolve this." He swept her up in his arms. There was a cave ahead. S-ing Lu's cheeks flushed, and she playfully struck his chest, chiding, "I do not wish to do this in the wild." Their servants had been dismissed. Du Ti hurriedly carried her into his chamber, placing her upon the lavish bed adorned with golden silk and down. in a husky voice. He asked, "Are you ready?" One hand propped before her, he gently caressed her cheek, neck, and collarbone with his long, warm fingers that bore a thin layer of callus. His touch sent shivers across her skin. His ears flushed uncontrollably as Lu cast a glance downward. It was evident that he was already aroused. She extended her soft arms, gently wrapping them around his neck, planting a kiss upon his rolling, sensual Adam's apple. Blushing, she sweetly murmured, "You must be gentle. I fear pain." Du deftly unfastened her straps, removing her garments before leaning down to kiss her, consuming beast crystals without restraint. He barely managed to endure a night of fervor with her. Afterward, he held her, nearly turned to a puddle of bliss, showering her with kisses, his low, languorous voice brimming with delight. "I wish for you to be wholly imbued with my scent." Lu nestled in his embrace, quickly succumbing to slumber. Du also dozed off for a short while. Outside the palace, someone announced his presence. He glanced at the delicate figure in his arms, pressed a kiss to her forehead, carefully tucked the covers around her, and then donned his attire before stepping out. The military-clad HL had been waiting for quite some time. He observed the man radiating contentment and was about to sneak a peek inside when he was stopped. "I see you are quite eager to relinquish your newly acquired rank." "Ha! Your Highness is magnanimous." Knowing Du was in a good mood, HL refrained from arguing and promptly presented a dossier. "This is a list of nobles secretly colluding with Prince BLNT. I implore your Highness to review it." Upon waking, Lu found the servants had prepared meals in advance, yet Du was nowhere to be found. He had long since departed the royal residence. Since that incident, the weight of the entire YLNS empire had fallen upon his shoulders, with both overt and covert forces targeting him, exhausting his spirit. Had it not been for her unexpected departure, he might have already held the coronation ceremony. Instead, he had postponed it repeatedly due to her, even missing the optimal moment to eliminate the old faction, allowing the aristocratic old guard to grow increasingly audacious. Lu learned of these secrets while conversing with the servants. Du had sent a servant named M.N. to attend to her. "A diligent and nimble guinea pig beastman. Your Highness has sent another box of treasures from foreign lands. How many times has this been this month?" M.N. chuckled, carrying a large chest through the door. The box was filled with various agates, emeralds, rare treasures, and exquisite fabrics woven from snow, silkworm silk, along with luxuriously crafted garments and an array of precious materials and handcrafted jewelry that dazzled the eyes. Each item could fetch a fortune in the market. Following the recent upheaval of power in the YLNS Empire, many nearby small nations sought to gather intelligence or express loyalty, sending numerous rare treasures. Du had essentially sent all of it to Lu without reservation. Lu selected a few cherished items to keep and gifted some jewelry to the servants, while the rest were instructed to be stored in the storeroom, nearly filling the space. Regardless of how busy he was during the day, Du would visit her at night. While he publicly welcomed Lu into the palace, he did not arrange for her to stay elsewhere, allowing her to reside directly in his chambers. Through this ordeal, Du-Ti's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Compared to the formerly frivolous young master, he had matured significantly, resembling a future sovereign more than a mere prince. One evening, after their shared pleasures, Lu was too exhausted to move, marveling at the man's relentless energy, managing both state affairs by day and indulging through the night. After it concluded, Du-Ti, touching her slightly rounded waist, chuckled dreamily. "Is your belly not a bit larger?" Du-Ti contemplated a certain possibility, his face flushing with excitement. "Lulu, are we to have a little one? Did your monthly cycle arrive?" "Not yet," Lu replied, placing her hand over his large one, gently caressing her abdomen. "Is it that quick?" Recalling the man's formidable vigor in bed, she gulped nervously, uncertain. "I wish you had conceived on the very first day." Soon a tall, thin healer emerged to deliver joyous news. Upon hearing the words "with child," Du-Ti's brows shot up in delight, but his expression darkened as the following month unfolded. Their first encounter had only been a mere fortnight prior. An orphan? The timing did not align. Throughout the journey, his expression darkened like a blackened pot's bottom. "Did you not conceive?" Lu asked. "I did," he replied coldly. "Then why the gloom?" "That is for you to ponder." "Huh, I know you're anxious, but please calm yourself." Lu took the diagnostic report he offered, resting her forehead for a moment before confirming her pregnancy. However, the child appeared not to belong to Du T, leaving only the possibility of it being Z's as the timing matched. Lu's emotions became complex. This child arrived at an opportune moment. What shall we do now that I am pregnant? If you do not wish to raise it, then how must I shall raise it? Du T quickly covered her mouth, halting her from uttering any ill-fated words. You are surprisingly broad-minded. Lu smiled brightly, straddling his sturdy thigh, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planting a kiss on his lips. His breath hitched, his vitality seemingly drained. After such ardent efforts, the child ultimately belonged to another. What man could bear such indignation? Whose child is it really? Du T grasped her waist, his captivating green eyes intensely fixed on Lu, fearful she might utter another deceitful lie. A deep-sea mermaid's. You truly sought another male. Seeing him nearly explode with anger, Lu hastily fell silent, soothing his chest. After a moment's thought, she whispered, he is dead. Du T's brow relaxed, and he beamed. I shall treat it as my own. The biological father was deceased. It mattered not, for any child born of her would naturally be his. However, after this birth, once your body has recovered, you must bear me a pure-blood heir. The last pure blood could have been a fluke. I cannot guarantee I will produce pure-blood offspring each time. If a child of lesser lineage emerges, would you abandon wife and child? As long as it is our child, I shall not care for the bloodline. A child bearing his bloodline shall undoubtedly not be ordinary, and he is certain to surpass the average beast folk. If necessary, he can always expend more precious resources, for his father had similarly persevered in the past. Duota carved out time each day to be with her, and by the third month, Sangluo's belly had become notably pronounced. During her previous pregnancy, Kaisar had harbored concerns for her health, prompting him to hasten the child's birth. In this instance, Sangluo remained unaware of the duration of her pregnancy. Her recent appetite had even surpassed that of her previous one, which struck her as somewhat alarming. Duotu cradled her upon the bed, his hand gently caressing her increasingly round abdomen, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the extraordinary talents inherent in the offspring of merfolk. He had specifically sought out 2 elder female wizards from the Imperial Hospital to provide dedicated care for Sangluo. The National Treasury, which had accumulated treasures over the span of centuries, had also been opened for Sangluo's benefit. Compared to her previous pregnancy, the most significant advantage this time was the abundant availability of crystal stones. As a member of the imperial family, Duota lacked for nothing in terms of crystals. With his family's wealth being unfathomably deep, she need not worry about hunger during this pregnancy. A pang of sorrow flickered within him, but he quickly suppressed it, soothingly caressing her belly. This time, she vowed to take personal care of them, ensuring that the children would not face any misfortune. It was merely a way to leave a legacy for heirs. She opened the window to let in some fresh air, observing the layers of guards outside, ensuring no one could breach the palace. Although Duodu had yet to formally conduct the bonding ceremony with her, the palace servants were already aware of her pregnancy with his child, privately referring to her as the royal consort. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated from a certain palace. Numerous guards hurried to investigate the situation, and Amon joined them. Sangluo remained indoors, but extended her mental energy to observe as they approached the palace, where a beast-folk corpse lay nearby. Shortly thereafter, a wisp of black smoke emerged from the corpse, transforming it into a creature of the insect race. Amon explained that the prince had recently recruited a group of talented individuals capable of extracting unique essences from insect creatures for marking purposes, and had established formations to penetrate their disguises, effectively isolating most of the insect race. The creature that had infiltrated the palace had inadvertently revealed its essence and was subsequently eradicated by the formation. Would this method suffice to isolate all insect creatures? According to current intelligence, the insect race was heavily divided into various factions. If they could obtain more essence samples from the insects, the formation's coverage would expand, and with time, they could potentially intercept all insects, alleviating their concerns about females being captured. While this was indeed a promising strategy, gathering essence samples from the insect race was a cumbersome task. Sangluo, resting in a chaise lounge while cradling her belly, experienced a sudden epiphany. Pregnant females symbolized a heightened fertility, and given that she was carrying the offspring of a born king beast, it was likely that those insects would show great interest in her. Perhaps she could venture out for a stroll, with some of you trailing behind. It seemed that this insect creature was targeting her specifically. She took a sip of milk. Duotu grasped her hand tightly, stating that he had dispatched envoys to inform the local lords of the nearby sea regions, selling the formation to them as well, fostering goodwill and strengthening trade relations with the aquatic races. Sang Luo smiled, remarking on his cleverness. Duotu chuckled, peeling a grape and feeding it to her. As the sweet and sour juice burst forth, he leaned in for a kiss. Amon and several other attendants promptly withdrew. Sang Luo, her cheeks flushed, pushed him away, admonishing him not to be foolish. Duotu sat quietly beside her, preparing a platter of fruits until someone called for him from outside the palace. After offering her a few more words of caution, he departed. Just as Sang Luo lifted a slice of sour citrus to her lips, her hand froze. She unleashed her mental energy. Duotu exited the palace, entering a side hall where a tall man clad in black awaited him. After a respectful greeting, the man said, "Your Highness, it has been a long time." Chapter 57. The Sea Emperor's Arrival. The man's silhouette was both familiar and strange. She recalled him having long, luxurious hair like silk, which she had found irresistible. Yet this man sported short black hair. She attempted to discern his features further, but pain suddenly pierced her mind, accompanied by a loud ringing. Cold sweat ran down her brow. Sang Luo dismissed the attendants, lying in bed for a considerable time. Duotu, concerned for her health, assumed she was unwell, but the wizards could not diagnose her condition, attributing her malaise to the fatigue of pregnancy and prescribing tonics. After 2 or 3 days, Sang Luo gradually regained her strength. As she moved her body and opened her eyes, she found Odo waiting attentively by her bedside. "Luo, how is your health? Do you feel any discomfort?" Upon seeing her awaken, Duotu promptly assisted her in sitting up, supporting her back against the headboard with 2 soft goose down pillows, and handed her a warm bowl of medicinal soup. After finishing the soup in one go, she turned to him and inquired, "Who was the person you met that day?" What person?" "A male beast folk clad in black, his attire differing from that of the Western continent." "That's not my concern." Sang Luo lowered her gaze, suppressing her suspicions. She had yet to see the true visage of the male beast folk, leaving her thoughts ambiguous. She proceeded to question Duotu further, learning that foreign envoys would likely remain in the palace for about a month before gradually departing. She pondered whether she would encounter that man in black again. Days passed, and Sang Luo's belly continued to grow, her body feeling an indescribable fatigue that dulled her thoughts, leading her to prioritize the childbirth over any other matters. Duotu had been scarce in recent days, occupied with diplomatic engagements with various envoys, yet the supply of precious resources from the kitchen remained uninterrupted. In the dead of night, a figure, elegant and tall, appeared within the palace. With silver hair and unparalleled beauty, adorned in resplendent garments, he exuded an air of utmost nobility. The wide robe, embroidered with silver and blue, made the magnificent palace seem dim in comparison. The man seated himself beside the bed, gazing at Sang Luo for a prolonged moment. He extended a long, jade-like hand, seemingly wishing to touch her, but upon noticing her sudden frown and pale visage, indicating her distress, he hesitated. His fingertips summoned a faint blue spiritual energy, which entered her brow. Soon, a black spiritual mark appeared in the air, but he frowned and crushed it. Sang Luo awoke, startled by the cool sensation, and upon seeing the man's stunning countenance, she found herself momentarily entranced, momentarily believing she was still dreaming. "Do as you wish." He casually grabbed a fruit from the table, effortlessly peeling it and offering it to her. "I never said I would follow you." Sang Luo did not reach for it, instead shifting slightly away from him. Reminded of the enigmatic man in black, she speculated that he might indeed be the twin brother Caesar had once mentioned. The similarities in their essences were both familiar and foreign to her. Sang Luo had always suspected that Caesar's downfall was not without reason. He would not have acted without assurance if he were carrying a child, unless he had encountered an unforeseen circumstance. She resolved to stay and investigate this matter thoroughly. Lu Xinyue's expression darkened. "You carry my child. You cannot reside with other males. It would be scandalous." The man had indeed traveled a long distance solely for the sake of the child. Sang Luo's mood had already been soured, and upon seeing him, she was reminded of the deceased days, which only deepened her displeasure as she retorted angrily, "What do you mean, your child? This is my child, one I have painstakingly carried. What connection do you have to it?" If you wish to take it, you must earn it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You. The fruit was crushed in his grasp as he glared at her, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. Sang Luo caressed her belly, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at him with icy indifference. This child is not yours. It will never call you father. You need not seek us out in the future. My child and I have no ties to you. Lu Xianyue stood abruptly, incredulous. You intend to raise my child with another male. What other male? That is my rightful partner. My child is his child. And you? Who are you? I have never seen you before. What bond do we share? He fixed his gaze on Sang Luo, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with chilling fury. To provoke the Sea Emperor to the point of speechlessness. She might just be the first in the world to achieve such a feat. All right, Essing Lu. Remember the words you spoke today. This sovereign shall no longer seek you out. Lu Xianyue dramatically waved her sleeves and departed. The pillow landed empty. Do not seek me. I am indifferent. Essing Lu was also incensed, exclaiming, what a foul temper. Not a patch on Zi's charm. She had only come looking for her after discovering she was with child, merely desiring a child, even if she kept the child by her side to raise. She would never grant him the privilege of being the father beast. In the boundless NHI, at UXCH-ing, within the Sea Emperor's palace. Only the young sea turtle SB, who had served the king since childhood, would not bear the brunt of the king's wrath. Everyone disperse. SB gestured. The crowd exhaled in relief and returned to their tasks. The previous queen had perished upon conceiving the king's child, and even the king had nearly met his end. Sealed away by the former Sea Emperor to recuperate for centuries, only recently awakening. Could it be that both mother and child have perished? She declared, anyone who dares to mention this matter again shall face dire consequences. Lu Xianyue happened to pass by, coldly remarking. The beastmen fell to their knees, fearing for their lives. Yet, the tone of her words hardly resembled that of someone mourning. It felt more like a quarrel between partners. Chapter 58. Stealthily raising a child who dares to rob me of my child? Essing Lu extended a delicate finger, lightly hooking his chin, and with a playful smile, inquired, should I now address you as your majesty? Ahem, I have yet to ascend the throne. It will be yours sooner or later. Essing Lu gazed at him, her eyes enchanting as she softly called, your majesty. MT's Adam's apple bobbed violently, desire flickering in his eyes. Had it not been for her pregnancy, he would have been tempted to engage in other activities with her. Following the death of GLYLNS, the situation within the YLNS empire descended into chaos, with various noble factions within the court attempting to stir the waters and numerous rebel forces rising across the land, while nearby small nations were also restless. Everyone presumed that the young prince was incapable of handling such turmoil, yet they were unprepared for MT's firm and decisive approach, swiftly suppressing the major factions and consolidating power. Essing Lu was equally astonished. Perhaps they had long underestimated this seemingly carefree prince. Some influential nobles, seeing their losses, sought to compromise. I have heard that Prince BLNT wishes to marry his esteemed daughter into the palace to serve the throne. What are your thoughts? Your Majesty? She asked with a soft smile. MT, startled, quickly declared his loyalty. Lulu, you are all I need. No need, let her in. Have her wait in the side hall. I shall join shortly. Essing Lu, still in her comfortable maternity attire, proceeded to the side hall. MSHLBLNT did not bring her beastly husbands, but instead brought several male attendants bearing extravagant gifts, which they placed upon the table. Upon Essing Lu's arrival, she greeted her warmly, taking her hand. It has been quite a while since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful. Your skin is so tender and smooth. No wonder the prince is so fond of you. Essing Lu did not mind the excessive warmth from others, but was not particularly fond of it either. She smiled graciously, thanks to the prince's care. You truly are fortunate, causing envy in others. I heard you recently conceived that child, and now, just a short while later, you are with the prince's child. The future empress shall undoubtedly be you. No one can shake your position. MSHLBLNT exclaimed, Noticino hunded Billy, and quickly assisted her to sit on the soft couch. Essing Lu had no interest in the title of princess consort or empress, which was merely a fa ade reliant on the beast king, far from the allure of genuine power. Moreover, she had no intention of remaining by MT's side for long. Her goals had always been clear. She gently caressed her belly and smiled. There is no way so much good fortune would fall upon me. This child is not the prince's own, but that of another beast husband who is not here. And the prince is merely caring for me in his absence. Is that true? Essing Lu did not miss the flicker of relief and joy in MSHLBLNT's eyes. She realized that the visitor had not come to congratulate her, but to inquire about the truth of her pregnancy. As for the supplements and jewelry MSHLBLNT had brought, they were indeed fine items, but they no longer captivated Essing Lu's interest. So she distributed them to the palace servants. Cuddled under the covers, she was embraced by the man, and she playfully kissed his soft, sensual lips, teasing, "You're quite the catch, aren't you?" MSHLBLNT pretends to visit me, yet her thoughts are entirely on you. There are many females interested in me. Must I keep them all in mind? Even dividing myself would not suffice. MT buried his head in her bosom, gently kissing her collarbone and soft skin. Although they could not engage in much at present, he relished being close to her, enjoying the intimacy. She has had her eye on me for a long time, but I do not desire her. She is as ambitious as her father, merely coveting the power I hold. Having been born into the spotlight of royalty and mingling among the noble families, he detested false pretenses and insincerity. What if I, too, am interested in your power and lineage? Essing Lu gently stroked his fluffy golden hair, savoring the fresh scent that wafted from him, as though he had just bathed. Ah, then I should feel fortunate that I possess at least one appealing quality that draws your attention. I jest. It is your talent that captivates me. Essing Lu replied with a smile. MT paused momentarily, then murmured, Essing, I have ascended to the true king realm. So soon? Since learning of her pregnancy, MT had refrained from intimate relations with her, and his presence around her had been more subdued. It was only through her spiritual perception that Essing Lu realized his strength had indeed grown significantly. Once I give birth to this child, I shall look forward to experiencing the full extent of your majesty's combat prowess. MT's ears flushed crimson. You are still pregnant, so be mindful. Should their teasing continue, he might not be able to restrain himself, perhaps due to the lineage of the child. Essing Lu's cravings shifted increasingly towards seafood as her pregnancy progressed, losing interest in land meats. The day after she expressed this, the kitchen prepared ample seafood with the freshest ingredients. The beastmen of the Western continent were not particularly keen on culinary arts. Even when consuming seafood, most transported it without proper cleaning, resulting in less than fresh meat compared to that which was caught and consumed immediately. Essing Lu assumed MT had instructed the kitchen specifically, not giving it much thought, until one day when she donned the exquisite fish scale garment she had previously made in YNSHCHing, lamenting that she had not purchased more. The next morning, she awoke to find dozens of vibrantly colored fish scale garments on her table, their silky texture surpassing even that of the finest silk. Chapter 59. He would prefer to sever ties with her. Wishing for a reality that matched her desires was a false hope. Hidden intentions were all too real. Essing Lu wandered around the palace. Yet the other party's strength was unfathomable, far exceeding her own, and she could detect no flaws. However, she could surmise that Liu Xianyu had likely set up some form of array during her last visit, akin to surveillance. Her heart was filled with discontent. She had not realized that the man was a voyeuristic pervert. Yet, she could not help but mischievously wonder if Liu Xianyu could see her flirting with MT. Essing Lu took his long, warm hand and placed it on her belly, smiling. Do not worry. It has been several months. The shaman says the pregnancy is stable. I can carry on normally without issues. MT's ears flushed with heat, his gaze smoldering as the tension between them heightened. However, the temperature in the palace suddenly plummeted. His long fingers brushed against her rosy lips, his voice low and alluring. Once you give birth, I shall indulge your every desire. He dared not remain any longer and sought an excuse to retreat to the study. Sang Luo, meanwhile, gazed thoughtfully at the sky. She had failed to discover anything significant. It appeared that Liu Xianyu's prowess surpassed that of Duotu, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of the Beast King, or beyond. She was uncertain whether there existed any realms beyond the Beast King, as per the historical records of the Yalansi Empire. The highest tier of beastmen was indeed the Beast King pinnacle. In the distant South Sea Palace, a silver-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the palace transformed into an icy fortress, a terrifying chill radiating forth, freezing all nearby sea beasts into ice sculptures. She, carrying his child, dared to flirt with other males. Su Bo, in a state of panic, entered the palace, only to find the man on the high seat had vanished. Ever since the king's awakening and his subsequent departure, his mood had become increasingly unpredictable. What was troubling him today? Since the last probing incident, Sang Luo had not felt that lurking gaze anymore, and of course, the temporary talent skill of wish fulfillment had also disappeared. She constantly murmured her desires for Jiao Sha, for crystal stones, for this and for that. Yet, not a single treasure had materialized. It seemed Lu Xianyu, in his anger, had withdrawn his power, wishing to see her no more. "You may find me a palace. No need for grand constructions or a new palace," she said, examining a blueprint of the royal palace. She would not linger in the West Continent indefinitely. A palace left uninhabited would be a waste. Duoda had not yet ascended the throne, but had already moved into the Beast King's palace for convenience in managing state affairs. The entire Beast King's palace had undergone renovations, and the former king's chambers were rebuilt, mirroring the layout and furnishings of his princely residence. Sang Luo casually indicated a palace on the blueprint. "I think this place is quite nice, the Inua Palace. It is spacious, centrally located on the official road, making it convenient to move about and quite close to your chambers." Within a few days, Sang Luo witnessed the demolition of that palace, along with 2 neighboring ones. The area became even more spacious. Dozens of robust beastmen were busily transporting stones and timber, and within half a day, the foundation was laid. The new palace was erected beside Duotu's chambers, constructed entirely to the specifications of the Beast King's residence, exuding considerable prestige. That evening, Duotu brought over several thick volumes, inviting Sang Luo to explore the style of the palace's interior decoration, to select furniture and artworks. Overwhelmed by the plethora of choices, she succumbed to decision fatigue and entrusted all arrangements to Du, whose princely residence was splendidly constructed, reflecting his refined taste. She moved a grand chair to the entrance of the palace, reclining leisurely. The sun was too bright, so she fashioned a banana leaf to shield half her face. One afternoon, several tall beastmen arrived with numerous large boxes. Upon opening one, Sang Luo discovered treasures such as Han Yuan Yushan Hu, Jiuchu Ling Shun, and Xian Yin Qiong Jiao, each exuding a rich spiritual essence. These treasures were far beyond what the surrounding small nations could offer. Sang Luo had a man inquire about the origin of these items and learned that the endless South Sea, which had been isolated for millennia, had proactively sent envoys to establish maritime trade with the West Continent. It was said that the endless South Sea was the most mysterious and bountiful region of the oceans, abundant with treasures nurtured over thousands and millions of years, coveted by many yet rarely approached, as even other beast kings from the deep sea dared not invade it. The relationship between the endless South Sea and the Yalan Sea Empire of the West Continent was almost non-existent. In a surprising display of sincerity, they sent numerous precious materials to foster goodwill between the two realms. Duoda then arranged for these items to be delivered to Sang Luo. The kitchen used these rare ingredients to prepare a soup, rich in aroma and spiritual energy. Upon tasting it, Sang Luo felt an immediate rejuvenation, the weariness of pregnancy dissipating, and even the heaviness in her abdomen lightened significantly. It was said that Han Yuan Yushan, who was a supreme restorative found only in the deep sea, invigorating the blood and strengthening the spleen, enhancing vitality and potentially shortening the pregnancy. Sang Luo caressed her belly, distinctly feeling the little one becoming more active, likely aided by these precious gifts from Lu Xianyu for the development of the merfolk offspring. He seemed eager for her to part ways, wishing for the child to emerge from her womb swiftly, indeed a labor of love. Sang Luo glanced up towards the palace, wondering if such treasures could arrive in greater abundance, as the child expressed a fondness for them. The following day, the table was adorned with a dozen large Yushan Hu of the finest quality. Additionally, there was a plethora of spiritual treasures and materials, the names of which she could not even recall, igniting her excitement. A man and the others assumed these were sent by Duodu and, not wanting to be negligent, delivered them to the kitchen. Thus 2 or 3 months passed, under the nourishment of countless crystal stones and spiritual materials. Sang Luo's belly grew rounder each day, resembling a human pregnancy of 7 to 8 months. One evening, while strolling with Duotu in the flower forest by the sea, her belly suddenly dropped. Ah, Luo, are you about to give birth? Duota grasped her hand nervously. Chapter 60. She is a dream on his pillow. Sang Luo's complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring down, as she clutched his arm tightly, unable to utter a complete sentence. Midwife! Someone, quickly summon the midwife. Duotu swiftly lifted her into his arms and teleported to the hospital. In the hospital, all experienced midwives rushed to her side as Sang Luo was ushered into the delivery room. An elderly female midwife approached the door, addressing the perspiring Your Highness, please wait outside to avoid adding pressure on the pregnant woman and others. All right, Duotu, his mind in chaos, could hardly find words to respond. He had previously lacked the privilege to be by her side, and now he acutely felt the anxiety that Caesar must have experienced, wishing to bear all of this himself. He was restless, anxiously awaiting news of her well-being. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Empire's maternal medical system is now quite advanced. Your esteemed female has prior experience in childbirth. In that time, she bore a more perilous offspring of a natural beast king, so there is no cause for alarm. This delivery will surely be without danger. Sang Luo could hear none of the hurried footsteps or frantic conversations outside. Her consciousness slipped into a haze, as if she were ensnared in an elusive dream. Time itself seemed to freeze for an instant, and the midwives in the delivery room paused their actions. A slender figure with a silver-blue hue appeared at the bedside. Hazy and indistinct, her head throbbed painfully, and gritting her teeth, she weakly called out, Azay. The man's figure froze, and Sang Luo, belatedly realizing, shook her head in denial. No, Azay is already dead. Lu Xianyu is not him. She favored Azay, not Lu Xianyu. They were not the same person. Lu Xianyu held no affection for her whatsoever. Soon, the excruciating pain overwhelmed her, and she fainted. Lu Xianyu, seeing the pale, fragile face on the hospital bed, her closed eyes, her body drenched in cold sweat, and her disheveled black hair clinging to her face, felt as though she had lost all vitality in that moment. His own breath seemingly halted. He rushed forward, enveloping Sang Luo in a tight embrace, his body trembling uncontrollably, gently kissing her face, attempting to rouse her. How could he not love her, a female willing to shed blood to save him? Such a rare treasure would likely never be found again in his life. She was but a fleeting whim for him, and he, her dream upon the pillow. Outside the delivery room, Duotu suddenly sensed an unusual surge of powerful energy emanating from within. His expression darkened as he dismissed the crowd, attempting to force his way inside, only to discover that the delivery room was enveloped by an exceptionally potent icy barrier. They were here to snatch the child. No, perhaps it was not merely the child they sought, but also to abduct his mate. Golden flames surged forth, seeking to break through. Lu Xianyu cast a fleeting glance outside the door, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within his ice-blue slit pupils. The icy force began to melt slightly, dripping into water, which instantaneously coalesced into countless shards of cold ice, aimed at the entrance. It was said that these could incinerate all flames. Intriguing, for that male was a flame king lion. Lu Xianyu's fingertips twitched, but then he recalled something, lowering his gaze to the frail and pallid female in his arms. She was in the throes of labor, her body and mind already exceedingly fragile. Any significant emotional upheaval could wreak havoc on her condition. Remembering her previous words, Lu Xianyu sighed, a struggle and sorrow flashing across his exceptionally handsome face. Very well, since you wish to remain by his side, I shall not compel you. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, a blue soul mark appearing briefly before vanishing. Simultaneously, a faint blue halo emerged from her abdomen, causing her belly to flatten instantly. At first glance, it appeared as a blue glow, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a translucent ovum, within which a small creature, faintly resembling a mermaid, could be discerned, curled up weakly, no larger than a head. Lu Xianyu carefully received it, casting one last, deep glance at the unconscious Sang Luo before vanishing, leaving the room's array to dissipate entirely. Pung! Duota burst into the delivery room in haste. The ominous presence had completely vanished. Several shamans jolted awake, their faces painted with confusion. What had just transpired? Right, the female. Who among you assisted with the delivery? The child has been born? You all should step outside. Duotu quickly approached the bed, noticing Sang Luo's abdomen had flattened. Yet there was no sign of the offspring within the room. Time passed, and when Sang Luo awakened, she felt only some weakness in her body, with no other discomfort. She secretly activated her body's self-healing abilities, and soon she was restored to her former self. Even the slight excess weight around her waist had vanished, leaving her nearly unchanged from before childbirth. The shamans had all departed, and Duotu remained by her bedside, though his expression was less than pleasant. She surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is the child? Did I faint from the pain? How come I have no memory of the moment of birth?" Hesitantly, she touched her flat stomach, confirming that it was indeed empty. Duotu looked at her, speaking in a deep voice. "He is come and gone." Sang Luo was momentarily stunned. Lucian took the child away. He left without a word, taking the child with him. The last time, she at least saw 2 eggs, but this time, not even a glimpse? Indeed, the tool had been confirmed. Sang Luo felt nearly driven to despair, the only consolation being that through this child, her realm had broken through to the king level, resting at the mid-king stage. Duotu sensed the tumultuous shift in her aura and immediately understood, deducing the identity of the child's true father. With a sigh tinged with helplessness, he remarked, "Luo, Luo, the male you have entangled with is indeed becoming increasingly formidable. The deep-sea king shark is among the most unique and powerful of the merfolk. No wonder the South Sea had reopened trade." Everything now made sense. "I apologize. I did not intend to deceive you. He is, in fact, not dead. However, I have heard that this generation of king sharks has awakened the ability to manifest a doppelganger. The being you encountered was likely his avatar. It stands to reason that in order to conceive offspring, he would suppress the avatar's strength to below the king level, which is why you were able to conceive his child so quickly. Yet, regardless of circumstances, an avatar is still a fragment of the original body. The bloodline of a natural king beast remains unchanged. You have managed to give birth to 2 natural king beasts within a mere 6 months." Duotu marveled as he gently touched her flat abdomen, a mixture of admiration and sighing. "What sort of womb do you possess?" Chapter 61. Remove your mask. Once you have recuperated, let us swiftly conceive another. Duotu planted a heavy kiss on her lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Before long, I shall finally have my pure blood offspring. I do not wish to bear another child just yet," Sang Luo replied, pushing his hand away in mild annoyance. Having already given birth twice, despite her body's swift recovery, the exhaustion and hardships of pregnancy were inescapable. No matter how comfortable her life was, it could not entirely alleviate the burdens. She was feeling somewhat weary. "I am not in a hurry. Whenever you feel ready to conceive again, we shall try. A year, 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. I can wait as long as it takes," Duotu insisted. Sang Luo chuckled. "Your Majesty may have the patience, but I cannot wait that long." She pulled him down onto the bed, playfully tousling his golden, soft hair. The texture was delightful as she scrutinized his handsome and deep features, his enchanting peach blossom eyes and sensuous lips, truly a delectable sight. She could not endure such a weight. Duotu enveloped her mischievous hands within his long, warm ones, his face reddening as he cleared his throat. "We are still in the hospital." Sang Luo's laughter grew, even more joyous. She had indeed felt a bit disheartened earlier, having not even glimpsed the children she bore, as if she had merely crafted garments for another. Her intent had been to elevate her rank, true, but after carrying them for so long, it was impossible not to develop some feelings. Yet, she soon reconciled with it. Her original goal was not pure, and thus she could not provide those children with all the love and care they deserved. The father beast regarded the offspring as treasures and would undoubtedly raise them well. Moreover, she was a mere human and did not comprehend the cultivation secrets within the various beast clans, while Duotu claimed he would devote himself to nurturing her children. The little merfolk were not his biological offspring. In the future, once he had his true children, he would likely neglect his adopted ones. Lucian, you must have realized this as well. How could he possibly leave his own offspring to be raised by other males? Regardless of perspective, allowing Lucian to take the child was undoubtedly the best decision. The new palace was completed, which Sang Luo named Taoyuan Wu. In the courtyard stood a flourishing and beautiful ancient peach blossom tree, which Duotu had not allowed anyone to cut down. Sang Luo mused over the apparent affection between the old beast king and queen. Although the old beast king was no saint, The love of a male for his partner was indisputable. She lamented the queen's untimely demise. Duodo had fashioned a flower vine swing upon the ancient tree, and as Sang Luo sat upon it, he gently pushed her, causing her to sway. A breeze swept through, transforming the sea of blossoms into waves, cascading and fluttering. As beautiful as a celestial realm. The woman, in a white dress, with black hair and snow-like skin, resembled a delicate butterfly in graceful flight. The pink petals fell upon her head and shoulders, yet they paled in comparison to her enchanting profile. Duota gazed at her, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest, his breath seemingly suspended. He feared he would never forget this breathtaking scene. You know, Luo, to maintain the purity of the bloodline, the royal partner can only have one male. The man behind her spoke in a low, enigmatic voice. Did your mother have only your father as her partner? Not at first, but eventually yes. Why? For love, she sacrificed other partners. Such a thing is rare in the beast world. As the last rays of sunlight bathed the scene, shadows danced among the trees. The beast servants had long prepared a bountiful feast, using only fresh, conventional ingredients. The rare treasures had been stored in Sang Luo's spatial realm. She would only consume such delicacies during pregnancy, as they were favored by the child in her womb. Eating an excessive amount of spiritual materials would only leave her feeling weak and unfulfilled, despite Sang Luo's immense appetite during pregnancy. The nourishment was directed entirely to the child within her. Over the past few months, she had even lost a bit of weight, causing Duoto to feel an acute pang of sympathy. Before falling asleep, Sang Luo sensed a chilling aura ripple through the air. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Appearing atop the palace eaves, her mental energy extending over several miles, catching sight of a flash of dark black fabric disappearing among the palace walls and trees. For the past few months, she had been searching for him, but without any leads. Initially, she presumed that he had departed from the western continent, severing all clues. Unexpectedly, she encountered him again. Sang Luo leaped forward and intercepted him at the corner of the palace wall. The man in the dark robe halted, bowing respectfully, and inquired, "Might I ask what brings your excellency to seek me? Is it necessary to follow me so stealthily?" Sang Luo fixed her gaze on his face, concealed beneath a sinister mask, and commanded, "Remove the mask and let me see." After a moment of silence, he extended his hand and took off the mask. Subo arrived with a beast servant to greet him. Upon seeing the child cradled in his arms, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Through the faint cerulean glow, it was evident that a deep-sea blue mermaid lay curled up, her pale, almost translucent skin barely revealing her form as she remained blissfully asleep. She was utterly adorable. The beastmen were both ecstatic and astonished, as the South Sea had welcomed a new royal beast, ensuring the continuation of the king's lineage. However, wasn't it said that the queen had perished? Where did the child come from? Naturally, no one dared to ask. Subo hurriedly approached, extending his wrinkled hands with a warm smile, saying, "Your Majesty can entrust the young prince to this old servant. I shall ensure the little prince grows up healthy and plump." Yet, Lu Xianyu instinctively tightened her embrace, holding the child protectively, declaring, "No need. I will take care of him myself." Subo had raised Lu Xianyu since childhood, and this action from the king undoubtedly pained the old man's heart. But it was clear that the king cherished this hard-won offspring. The mermaid child, newly born, could not remain on land for extended periods during his childhood. It must reside in the sea. Lu Xianyu brought the child to the rear of the ice palace, where a spirit pool nourished for 10,000 years awaited. Its energies isolated from the outside world, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. She placed the child into the spirit pool, whose ethereal energies would nurture its rapid growth. Chapter 62. The true culprit behind Caesar's death, the priest of Wangshu City, was brought forth, kneeling in supplication, pleading, "Your Majesty, you are unaware that during your century-long slumber, the royal beasts of other seas coveted the South Sea. Without the protection of a royal beast, the South Sea has become a tempting morsel. Fearing you might not awaken, I took the liberty of utilizing a fragment of your divine essence to create a doppelganger, only to have it escape midway. Your Majesty, what Priest Kuer said is not without merit. The Beast King Ji Li Jun from the North Sea has long cast a covetous eye on the boundless South Sea. The High Priest had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Subo can also testify and plead for the high priest. Ultimately, Lu Xianyu reprimanded the high priest, but the matter was set aside. After all, it could be considered a blessing in disguise, as it brought him a precious offspring. Should there be a repeat offense, it would be unforgivable. Striving to reach a higher realm, this early awakening had left his own cultivation somewhat unstable. In the Western continent, at the Beast King Palace, when Sang Luo finally discerned the man in the dark robe, her mind momentarily blanked, her breath trembling uncontrollably. His face was strikingly identical to Caesar's. The man bore a charming smile at the corners of his lips, teasingly asking, "Are you satisfied with my face, Your Excellency?" This mocking tone was akin to a bucket of cold water splashed upon her, awakening her to the realization that this man was not Caesar. Upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences in their features, and this man exuded a more sinister and chilling aura, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. She replied coolly, "What is your relation, Caesar? You have long suspected, have you not?" He chuckled. "The Caesar you speak of is, in fact, my lost twin brother. I have come to the Eastern continent specifically to search for him. I understand that you must have many questions." He stepped closer to Sang Luo, regarding her from a superior height, and suddenly shifted the subject. "Do you know how the former queen of the Yalan Sea Empire met her demise?" "What?" Sang Luo was taken aback. She did not perish due to illness. Rather, she succumbed to despair. To preserve the purity of royal bloodlines, each ruler's consort could only possess one male partner. Thus, the former Beast King Edge Yalan secretly murdered her other consorts. Upon discovering the truth, the former queen was consumed by grief and ultimately faded away. "Do you not find her plight pitiful, Your Excellency?" He gazed at her with his dark purple elongated eyes, a semblance of a smile playing upon his lips. A flicker of shock crossed Sang Luo's eyes, her back inexplicably drenched in cold sweat, her mind swirling in confusion, as if something was striving to break free. Her entire body felt rigid, akin to stone, nearly suffocating her. The man in black slowly raised his hand, conjuring a black rune in his palm. However, at the moment the rune struck Sang Luo, it was violently repelled by a surge of blue energy, causing the man to stumble back 2 steps. His pupils contracted, revealing a hint of astonishment. "You possess a soul mark left by a royal tier beast." He had underestimated her. "Luo, why are you still here? What purpose do you serve in the royal palace?" Duo 2, sensing the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the palace, rushed over, only to find Sang Luo and Quan Xiao in a standoff, his heart rising in alarm. He dashed forward, grasping Sang Luo's hand, only to find it terrifyingly cold and trembling. Luo? Duo 2's anxious gaze bore into Sang Luo, while her eyes remained fixed on Quan Xiao's face, embodying indifference, skepticism, yet also a hint of longing. A pang of bitterness and jealousy surged within Duo 2, and he turned to glare coldly at the smiling Quan Xiao. Their gazes clashed, akin to blades grazing against one another. He clenched his left fist, inhaled deeply, and softly explained to Sang Luo, "This is the envoy from the Eastern continent, Guan Xiu. He is not who you think he is. Do not mistake him. I can tell the difference." She was not so foolish as to confuse Caesar, whom she had grown accustomed to, with another man. It was merely that face that stirred her emotions. The envoys from various nations had departed over a month ago, and your matters had already been resolved. What are you still doing in the Beast King Palace? Do you not find the little female's reaction earlier quite amusing? Quan Xiao rubbed his face, responding evasively, casting a sidelong glance at the glowering Duo 2, chuckling, "Fortunately, my brother has passed away. Otherwise, in my view, you would have no need for competition." Silence. "Caesar has grown up alongside me. He is my dearest brother. Dieu tu reprimanded sternly." "Brother? Huh. Even blood brothers can vie for life and death." Quan Xiao responded cryptically. "You should indeed be thankful to your good brother, for not only has he helped you eliminate the mountain of Edge Yalan, but he has also relieved you of 2 heart-wrenching concerns, all while bestowing upon you a grand gift, seizing his power and smoothly entering the true king realm." "Be quiet." Duo 2, furious and humiliated, lunged forward, seizing Quan Xiao by the collar, veins bulging on his arms. "Now, leave the Western continent immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Are you so eager to send me away because you fear I might reveal this matter to that little female?" Quan Xiao raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Rest assured, Your Highness, Having sworn an oath with you, I would never breathe a word about it. In the inner chambers, Sang Luo seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes vacant. While her body trembled, she heard Duo Tu's voice, colder and deeper than ever before, a stark contrast to the person she was accustomed to seeing. Royalty or beastmen could simultaneously possess two innate abilities. The ability of spatial teleportation combined with mental prowess could allow Sang Luo's mental strength to penetrate any barrier. At this moment, she finally comprehended the entirety of the situation, managing a bitter smile. It turned out she had been blissfully ignorant all along. That man was indeed a master of deception. As Caesar's power and authority grew, so too did his uncontrollable nature. Not only did Edgley Yalin harbor secret fears of him, but so did Duo Tu, who had long wished to eliminate Caesar stealthily to avoid hindering his own path to the throne. Several years ago, he inadvertently learned of the secret of the TNG Sage clan and embarked on a journey to the eastern continent, where he discovered another dual-born TNG Sage, Chu Nexi. Together, they conspired to eliminate K. Izar. Chapter 63, You Truly Disgust Me. In the near future, the YLNS Empire is set to host a particularly grand coronation ceremony at the behest of the Beast King himself. The coronation and the marriage ceremony will be held concurrently, creating an unprecedented spectacle that will reverberate throughout the nation, showcasing the future Beast King's affection for his queen. Tomorrow, the grand ceremony will officially take place. Preparations have been underway in the royal palace for half a month, with drums and gongs resounding, decorations adorning every corner, and an atmosphere of exuberance. The attendants delivered the ceremonial attire intended for the event tomorrow. Months prior, DOT had commissioned the Empire's finest haute couture brand to tailor a gown for S&Glue, meticulously handcrafted, which took an extensive amount of time to complete. Thus, he had postponed the marriage ceremony until now, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the gown, envisioning the moment they would stand hand in hand amidst the throngs of adoring citizens. S&Glue sat at her vanity, listening to the raucous festivities outside, her heart devoid of any tumult. She allowed several male beast servants to carefully tend to her lustrous black hair, applying a pomade that enhanced its softness and sheen. They braided it into an intricate updo adorned with elaborate floral accessories, weighing heavily upon her head. S&Glue reached out to touch the golden ceremonial robe presented by the attendants. The exquisite fabric, embellished with jewels and jade, was as magnificent as a celestial garment. Had this been in the past, she would have cherished it dearly, overwhelmed with joy, wishing to don it immediately. The emperor has arrived, a servant announced loudly. S&Glue turned to gaze out the window as DOT strode past the servants into the palace. The man was clad in a silver-white, long-sleeved ceremonial outfit, with golden tassels adorning his shoulders and his meticulously styled hair slicked back. His tailored attire accentuated his well-defined physique, revealing an alluring inverted triangle silhouette, exuding an impressive and captivating presence. In recent days, his joy was palpable, and he entered the chamber with an air of triumph. Upon seeing S&Glue, who was nearly ready, her black hair contrasting against her fair skin and the blush enhancing the allure of her lips, his eyes sparkled. "Lulu, you look truly beautiful." As he approached, he noticed her expression was somewhat distant, her fingers lightly gripping the gown without having put it on. DOT inquired with a smile. "Is the gown not to your liking?" S&Glue lifted her gaze to meet his, her silence akin to still water. A sudden unease gripped him, and he forced a smile, asking, "What is it, Lulu?" "Tomorrow is our marriage ceremony. Why do you appear so unhappy?" "Darling, little Lulu, sweet SNGSing. My dear." Slap. A resounding slap struck his face. DOT stood there momentarily stunned, his smile frozen. S&Glue spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "You truly disgust me." His hidden depths and adept disguise sent chills down her spine, instilling a sense of horror that made her long to distance herself from this ruthless and cunning man. Ignoring him, S&Glue frantically tore at her gown. "My queen!" The attendants gasped, attempting to intervene, but none could approach her. They could only watch helplessly as the exquisite gown, crafted over months, was reduced to tattered fabric, its jewels scattering across the floor. Witnessing her outburst, DOT pleaded, "Lulu, please don't do this. The ceremony is tomorrow, and there isn't time to make another gown. I refuse to participate in the ceremony." S&Glue exclaimed, "I cannot bear the sight of this garment. which may be composed of some unknown material that cannot be torn. In front of you, I shall burn it to ashes. Deal with it. He widened his eyes, his chest heaving, his face turning pale. Do not provoke me at this moment. What, do you wish to kill me as well? Glue asked, a cold smile gracing her lips, laced with sarcasm. No, you would not kill me, for you value my fertility so highly. You would go so far as to kill Izar for it. Dot's pupils dilated, his voice trembling. You know everything. Why did you wish to kill him? Dot's expression cooled, his voice low. I am the most radiant royal beast of the empire, yet overshadowed by a mere orphan from the eastern continent. How could I not feel jealousy? How could I not wish to eliminate him? He gazed deeply into Glue's eyes, trembling as he grasped her hand, his expression fraught with anguish. What I envy most is that he has you. So, you desire everything he possesses? If he lives, you shall never see me. Dot suppressed his emotions, declaring, even without you, I would take action. I cannot allow half of the imperial power to fall into the hands of outsiders. Glue recoiled in disgust. Are you not afraid that others will learn of your deeds? He chuckled lightly, and if the world knows, what of it? He sought power unlawfully, and I am justified in killing him. Glue found herself speechless, the affection she had felt for Dot in recent days evaporating in an instant. Not only had he murdered Izar, but she had been made a fool, manipulated by him. Glue despised deceit above all else. Dot departed. The following day, amid a throng of admirers, he held his coronation ceremony alone, abolishing the marriage ceremony, while the title of queen still fell upon Glue. That evening, having completed the ceremony, he did not even change out of his ceremonial attire before confronting Nexi, throwing a punch at him. The two fought fiercely for a considerable time, ultimately reaching a stalemate, with Nexi unwilling to waste further energy and conceding defeat. Dot's gaze was filled with fury as he spat. It was you who informed her. By the divine oath above, I dare not transgress. Then how did she know? That is a question for your highness to ponder. Nexi's expression mirrored Dot's displeasure. YLNS has always prided itself on being a land of civility. As a messenger from the eastern continent, your highness has dispatched numerous assassins after me, seeking to silence me out of fear that your treasured one would discover your sordid deeds and abandon you. Is this your revenge against me? It was your highness who violated our agreement first, Nexi stated. Your majesty has achieved his desires, but I have not. Nexi had certainly sensed Glue's fluctuation in mental energy that night, yet he deliberately refrained from revealing it, hoping to expose Dot's plans to Glue, thereby seeking revenge against him, to make him suffer. This is why you lingered in the western continent. What else do you desire? Dot's forehead troubled, his voice a low growl. It was your majesty who first breached our agreement. However, I have discovered another unexpected joy. If your highness can ensure that the little female bears my child, our debts will be settled, and all your clandestine machinations will remain forever buried, unbeknownst to anyone. What do you say to this arrangement? Chapter 64. Are you here to engage in palace intrigue? Impudent. She's my queen, the mother of my future children. Only I shall be by her side. Who are you to covet her? Queen? No citizen of the empire has witnessed this. Perhaps even that little female does not acknowledge it herself. Your majesty does not find this to be self-deception? Silence. Struck at a painful truth, Dot's expression turned ghastly. Nexi pushed past him, dusting off his sleeves and smoothing out the creases. Your majesty would do well to observe whom she chooses. Flames of wrath surged forth. Nexi's figure vanished in an instant. I await with bated breath. On this momentous day of the coronation, the queen did not accompany the Beast King to the ceremony. That night, the two were expected to share a bed, yet Dot did not come. Since their last rift, Glue had not seen him for quite some time. The noble female from the BLNT family had entered the palace. In the palace courtyard, Glue reclined leisurely in a vine-covered chair, basking in the sun while listening to MN's tidings from outside, munching on sunflower seeds. These seeds are delightful, with a milky flavor. It's my first time tasting them. Glue exclaimed, Oh, what did you buy these seeds? Tomorrow, you must fetch me another pack. MN was utterly speechless. The esteemed queen, MSHLBLNT, has come to pay her respects and is currently awaiting at the entrance. Glue raised an eyebrow. Should she not be striving to ingratiate herself with ulterior motives? What was her purpose in seeking attention here? The attendants ushered SSS-grade into the palace. Along the way, she marveled incessantly, her eyes wide with wonder at the opulent decor of the palace, which could easily rival even the chambers of the Beast Emperor. "Have you visited his chambers?" Glue inquired, her tone inscrutable. "Ah, I pay my respects to your majesty," MSHLBLNT exclaimed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she signaled for her attendants to present gifts, laden with packages both large and small. Observing the attendants moving items into the palace, Glue remarked, "You are quite generous." It was evident to Glue that the jade was a rare gem specifically reserved for the royal family, unattainable in any marketplace. "These are gifts from MT?" she inquired. A slight flush crept onto SHLBLNT's cheeks as she replied, "Yes, upon my arrival. The Emperor feared I might find it uncomfortable here and sent a few trifles, nothing of great significance." Though her words were humble, her expression was one of bliss and pride. Such exquisite jade was indeed priceless. She glanced at Glue, who was dressed in simple attire, adorned with scarcely any jewelry, donning a modest white gown. Her dark hair, cascading loosely, appearing somewhat disheveled, as if she had just awakened from an afternoon nap. The contrast in their demeanors was stark. Any onlooker might easily mistake MSHLBLNT for the true regal queen. The queen's modest attire might invite ridicule from outsiders, she mused. MSHLBLNT removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, eager to adorn Glue with it. Yet Glue instinctively recoiled, drawing her hand back. She gently brushed her fingertips through her hair, lightly tracing the emerald earring, and murmured in a tone of feigned reproach, "His Majesty is often preoccupied with state affairs. It is natural for him to overlook such trivial matters. Perhaps you should remind him in the future." Glue smiled with an air of insincerity, realizing that MSHLBLNT was here to engage in palace intrigue. Initially, she had regarded MSHLBLNT as a charming and graceful noblewoman, a rarity in the beast realm, but now her impression had waned. Unable to gather even a sufficient number of players for a simple game of cards, MSHLBLNT's ambitions seemed trivial. Bored, Glue exchanged a few more words with her before feigning illness, requesting the attendants to escort her from the palace. Once outside, the attending male servant noted MSHLBLNT's departure had visibly lifted his spirits, enchanted by her smile as he gently remarked, "What brings you such joy? Esteemed lady, how did you find palace? Perhaps soon I shall move in as well." MSHLBLNT smirked with irony. "I had thought His Majesty held her in high regard, but it appears it is merely a title." "Why do you say that? There was no bonding ceremony, and even during the coronation, she was not by his side. Such a precedent is unheard of throughout history. The Beast Emperor must not favor her. His interest lies solely in her ability to bear offspring. Once she has fulfilled that purpose, she will be of no further use. In fact, she may never have the chance to bear children," MSHLBLNT mused, caressing her own abdomen, harboring hope for her own future. In TOUNW, MN fiddled with the bracelet, recalling how many boxes of such trinkets the Emperor had previously bestowed. Was she trying to flaunt? "Indeed, the quality of this jade is remarkable," she replied, feeling its warmth. "However, the storeroom is overflowing with even finer treasures that the Queen has not even glanced at." "Well, she has been preoccupied with the beast crystals. Her interest in such decorative items has waned since becoming a mother," Glue noted with a smile. "You are becoming increasingly discerning," MN remarked playfully. "Indeed, one becomes accustomed to fine things in the company of royalty," she replied, glancing toward the entrance. MN expressed displeasure. "You did not witness the way that noblewoman eyed our palace, as if it were already hers, preparing to move in tomorrow." Glue mused to herself, "Perhaps that might indeed come to pass. This bracelet is a gift for you. It could fetch quite a sum in crystals outside the palace." "That sounds rather ominous," MN scoffed, but soon succumbed to the allure of wealth. "Then I shall thank you, Your Majesty. In the future, do not address me as Your Majesty. Simply use my name. Is that not against protocol?" "Not at all, at least within TOUNW. I am the one who sets the rules. Address me as you wish, or I may take offense," she teased, "and I might just replace you." Cough. "Your Excellency, the Queen." He corrected himself hastily. Glue was satisfied, feeling the warmth of the day, Please, fetch me a glass of fruit juice. After M.N. left, S and Glue gazed down at her wrist and ankle, where a golden chain mark flashed momentarily. Chapter 65. The cage M.T.'s two significant talents. S and Glue had previously struggled to grasp the purpose of his second talent, but it now appeared that both father and son were inclined toward the art of confinement, reveling in the practice of imprisonment. The late queen did not necessarily perish from grief over her partner's death. Rather, her years of confinement in the tower likely led to her melancholy demise. Perhaps due to the tragic precedent set by the late queen, M.T. was somewhat more lenient than his father, allowing her a wider range of movement within the entire YLNS empire. As long as S and Glue remained within the empire and under his jurisdiction, the constraints of her invisible cage were rendered meaningless. Her life continued unchanged. Yet, she would never be able to step beyond the borders of the YLNS empire, nor escape his watchful eye. An intangible cage. This peculiar talent could bind her body and soul, marking her for confinement. S and Glue had attempted to use spatial leaps, but to no avail. Your Excellency, M.N. returned with a cup of fragrant fruit juice. S and Glue conjured a lotus-shaped ice cube with her fingertips, dropping it into the glass and savoring the refreshing taste. She was disinclined to waste time on the palace's trivial matters and directly inquired of M.N. What of the envoy, the SSS-grade run? The SSS-grade refaire tout que ici. S and Glue was reluctant to invest too much thought in either man, but this was advantageous for her. It would afford her more opportunities to investigate genetically. She sought to confirm a matter, retrieve a few fine items from the storeroom. I wish to pay a visit to the envoy. Why are you dawdling? Go. Ah, yes. M.N. hastened to the storeroom to gather some items. S and Glue opened a brocade box to inspect its contents. Several exquisite jade ornaments, including a particularly striking blood-red jade ruby, which should appeal to the beastmen from the eastern continent. She proceeded to the residence of the envoy, her demeanor confident and unpretentious. The palace had already informed M.T. of her actions. In the study, M.T. was engrossed in reviewing documents. The queen has left the palace, he observed with interest. Or has she wandered off to, perhaps, the flower sea forest? He asked, in good spirits. Ever since he had marked her with the cage seal, she had remained confined within W, and any normal person would be driven to psychological distress. Her Majesty has gone to the residence of DSHD Run. With a sharp motion, M.T.'s pen sliced through the paper, and he gripped it tightly. How long has she been there? Only a short while. Her Majesty brought many gifts, likely to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. She departed shortly after, and it is said that they had a delightful conversation, but no other activities were reported. When she left, her attire was still pristine, one of the guards noted, glancing subtly at M.T., who, as a male, understood the implications of the king's words. M.T.'s chest heaved with agitation, and the pile of documents before him became unreadable. She received my gifts without so much as a glance, only to turn and present them to another male. How delightful! It was evident she was intentionally provoking him. Aside from this instance, has she sought out genetically? 3 times, the beastman replied quietly. As the multitude of images depicted, his right hand gradually curled into a fist. He understood all too well that this female was keenly focused on her prey. She was always proactive in her pursuits. She possessed an exquisite talent for gauging the right moment, knowing precisely how to captivate the heart of a male while maintaining an alluring distance that left one utterly entranced. It was clear that she had set her sights on Quan Xiao. Just because she refrained from action now did not imply she would do the same in the future. Unfortunately, he found himself regarded as a mere trinket, cast aside in her eyes. Your Majesty, burdened as you are with affairs of state, I have prepared a bowl of lotus powder meat soup. I cannot ascertain its taste, but might I implore you to sample it? I hope you do not find it lacking. Masha Libuluente entered the study, carrying a bowl of fragrant meat soup, her expression bright with a smile. It was a rare sight indeed to witness a female, especially one of noble birth, personally preparing such a dish in the beastly realm. Even though Mutu was the esteemed beast king, her actions could be seen as a humble gesture. The male beast attendants in the study watched with envious eyes. The noble female Baluante was undeniably considerate and gentle. If she were the queen, the empire would surely bask in harmony under her reign. This evening, Mashali Baluante had made a special effort to present herself differently from her usual composed and dignified demeanor. She wore a gown of pomegranate red sheer fabric, the bodice snugly wrapping her figure and the skirt revealing her fair neck, collarbone, delicate shoulders, slender waist, and subtly exposed long legs. Her voluptuous figure was adorned with jewels, enhancing her exquisite features with an added allure that was simply captivating. Moreover, she was in her cycle, exuding a distinct and enticing fragrance. The single male beast within the hall could not help but breathe a little heavier, with some even displaying a visible reaction, their faces reddening as they attempted to cover their lower regions. Ma Shalibulunte slightly elevated her chest, brimming with confidence regarding her physique, beauty, fertility, and innate prowess. She believed herself to be the most exceptional of the young females in the empire. Any male she desired would inevitably fall into her grasp. Mutu's gaze swept over her slender waist with a knowing smirk. How had I not noticed before that the noble Buluante is indeed a rare gem? I dare say, even the royal beasts might bend to your charm. Your Majesty jesteth, she replied, her cheeks flushed. I have seen Her Highness the Queen. She is truly unparalleled. Were I a male, I too would likely be captivated by her. Mashali Buluante's face reddened further, yet her eyes sparkled with pride. Mutu observed her reaction keenly, his lips curling into a subtle smile, each possessing their own unique allure that was incomparable. Her cheeks flushed deeper. She playfully chided, Your Majesty has always enjoyed teasing me since childhood. You remain just as irreverent, even now that you are the Beast King. She alluded to their childhood friendship, emphasizing the bond they had formed over the years, a connection that certainly surpassed that of any common female who might intrude upon their lives. No male could resist such an onslaught of charm. Fond memories have a way of bridging distances, and Ma Sha Libu Luente stepped forward, offering the bowl of soup to the desk. Would Your Majesty care to sample my culinary skills? I learned this recipe directly from the kitchen staff, and even burned my hand in the process. She revealed her right hand, where a distinct red mark indicated her mishap. Mutu promptly grasped her hand, frowning as he instructed a nearby servant to fetch some precious jewelry and remedies. You are indeed thoughtful, yet such matters should be left to the servants in the future. There is no need for the noble Buluante to personally attend to this. Mashali Buluante smiled demurely. Your Majesty may simply call me Mashali, just as we did in our youth. Oh, I almost forgot, the soup is cooling. Mutu lifted the bowl, inhaling its aroma, his smile widening. Indeed, it smells delightful. Then please, drink it while it's hot, she urged, and they spoke in unison, causing Masha Libuluante's smile to falter momentarily, almost thinking she had misheard. Very well, she conceded, casting a quick glance at the soup, her eyes briefly flashing with reluctance. Mutu reassured her with a grin. Rest assured, this soup, crafted by your own hands, is exquisite. I would never waste your heartfelt effort. Her expression brightened, and she spoke softly. If Your Majesty wishes for more soup, you are welcome to visit my palace. This was a blatant invitation. He summoned several attendants to escort Ma Sha Libuluante from the study, and turned to his trusted beast attendant, instructing, Deliver this bowl of soup to the envoy's palace, stating it was prepared by Her Highness the Queen herself. Ensure he understands the significance of this gesture. But this soup is not. The loyal attendant exchanged confused glances, yet did not dare to inquire further, hastily departing to fulfill the command. Mutu reclined on the couch, narrowing his eyes towards the window. The light fell across his handsome, chiseled features, casting him in half shadow, his emotions unreadable. After a moment of silence, he called for another beast servant, his voice low. Find someone from the envoy's palace, and inform Her Highness that I wish to discuss matters with her tonight. She is to remain in the palace for the duration. Sang Luo had been preparing to rest when an unexpected letter arrived, and in an instant, she found herself standing before Quan Xiu's palace. Her demeanor was not overly warm. Yet in the beastly realm, a female taking the initiative to engage with a male was a significant honor, indicating her keen interest in him. Sang Luo sensed that Quan Xiu harbored thoughts about her, or more specifically, about her capacity for childbearing. It was no secret that she had borne a natural-born royal beast offspring. It was common knowledge throughout the empire. And Quan Xiu needed not inquire to know of her formidable fertility. He could not help but be intrigued. However, he was cautious, observing her from the shadows. She intended to keep her appointment. Before she even crossed the threshold, the sounds of passion reached her ears, accompanied by the muffled grunts of a man. From the woman's voice, It was evident that pain far outweighed pleasure, a testament to the male's vigor. Sang Luo halted, refraining from probing with her spiritual energy, so as not to witness any unsightly scenes. After a considerable time, once the commotion had ceased, she knocked on the door. It opened promptly to reveal Quan Xiao. His once short black hair had transformed into long locks cascading to his waist, likely due to some concealment spell he had employed to shield his identity. At that moment, Quan Xiao appeared disheveled, his upper body exposed, a flush of recent passion lingering on his face. His violet eyes, filled with emotion, fell upon her with a hint of displeasure at her interruption. Sang Luo gazed up at his face, momentarily entranced. Before long, Ma Shalibulunte approached as well, her upper body bare, a mere scrap of fabric barely concealing her lower half. Upon seeing Sang Luo at the door, her face flushed with surprise and embarrassment. "Your Majesty." Quan Xiao frowned, instructing her to retreat. Ma Shalibulunte bit her lip, casting him a reluctant glance before hastily donning her garments and swiftly departing under the moonlight. Quan Xiao also composed himself, the lustful expression fading from his face as he raised an eyebrow, smirking at Sang Luo. "I thought perhaps your Majesty had finally come to terms with your feelings and sent you to my bed. Instead, it is another enchanting female. Her taste was quite agreeable, so I kept her around for a while. I trust the Queen will not mind." He stepped closer, his long fingers gently gripping Sang Luo's chin, amusement dancing in his violet eyes. "Those females are merely fleeting distractions. My true interest lies with you." Sang Luo suppressed the urge to sever his hand, frowning as she inquired, "Do you have many lovers?" "Sang Luo, I care only for your face, not your body. How many females you share your bed with is of no consequence to me." "You seem quite attached to her," he observed, the smile on his lips growing wider. "Alas, she has lost. I'm the ultimate victor. You may submit to me. I am no less than he." Sang Luo rolled her eyes internally, thinking how brazen he was, even lacking in the essentials. She would not lower herself to such standards. Yet, she forced a pained smile. "Then may I request a brief embrace? Consider it a consolation for this pitiful female who has lost her beloved." Quan Xiao looked down at her, his expression softening as he saw her sorrowful visage, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking a deep sense of sympathy within him. Yet, his spiritual energy was obstructed by another force, leaving him unable to fully discern her heart. "It would be my honor." Rested her head against his shoulder, reaching out to wrap her arms around the man's neck, inadvertently stirring his long, dark hair. A faint green energy flickered through her palm. Kaisar's plan had succeeded. However, if the other party were to perish, would this mark still successfully transform? Suddenly, S' body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chu Nexi assumed she was overwhelmed with sorrow and instinctively caressed her back. After this gesture, he himself was momentarily taken aback. "What are you two doing?" Du Ti suddenly appeared, pulling into his embrace and glaring at Chu Nexi with intense anger. "Do not forget the promise I made to you. She is off limits." Chapter 66. "Give me a child," Chu Nexi chuckled. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. She was the one who came to me willingly. I did nothing." Du Ti forcefully pressed her against the wall, gripping her chin tightly, clearly furious. "You went to him just because he asked you to? Did you not see his attitude? To him, you are merely a free servant, a toy for his amusement, and you are still willing to submit to him." How would he know? Blinked, quickly realizing that the message was likely orchestrated by Du Ti. As the Beast King, he knew everything that transpired in the palace. The intimate scenes of love and desire were also deliberately shown to her by Du Ti. "What have you two been secretly plotting?" Was evidently more interested in this matter, frowning as she looked at him, displeased. "And you are hurting me. Can you be gentler?" This was the first time she had spoken to him in a month. And Du Ti's breath noticeably faltered. The ice in his eyes melted as he reluctantly released her. His emotions calmed somewhat, and he spoke softly. "I made a new deal with him. He can choose any high-fertility female in the Empire, as long as she can bear him a child. All our previous plans will be cleared, and he will leave the Empire with his offspring. However, the condition is that his target cannot be you. MSHLBLNT is of high fertility and a 7th-tier beastman. Theoretically, she can bear offspring for the Beast King." Du Ti continued with a sardonic tone. "She drugged me, so I took the opportunity to send her to him. Chu Nexi would naturally not refuse such a favor. Is that the reason you brought MSHLBLNT into the palace?" Not entirely. Du Ti grasped her hand, placing it against his handsome face. Speaking with an almost pleading tone, LOLOL, Chu Nexi is not a good man. He will not be loyal to you. Can you not choose him? Look at me. I admit my love for you is mixed with calculation, but my desire to be with you is genuine. Can we not forget the past and live well together? Fell silent, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Du Ti still did not understand her. She had no feelings for Chu Nexi whatsoever. Now that she had received the answer she sought, he was even less significant. There was no need for Du Ti to worry, but raise an eyebrow at his latter words, smiling defiantly. I fear that is not possible. Even if he has not done anything behind my back, I would not want to be with him forever. Her anger had long since dissipated. She understood all too well that she was merely using Du Ti. Ultimately, neither of them owed the other anything. Recognizing their true relationship brought a sense of relief. It was long overdue. In the future, she would seek out more male beasts, treating each of them wholeheartedly. It was perhaps better to maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with them rather than risk emotional collapse. Are you still thinking about Chu Nexi just because he resembles him? Can you not forget him? He has already been with other females to deliberately torment you, yet you still cling to him? In your heart. I cannot compare to Caesar at all, can I? Du Ti's hands gripped her shoulders tightly, his strength alarming, jealousy consuming him. Realized he had misunderstood her intentions. But witnessing his increasingly frantic demeanor filled her with an unfamiliar fear. She did not favor such possessive beastmen, whether it was the initial Caesar or the now-fractured Du Ti. Caesar's desire for control and possession was overt, yet as long as she did not cross his bottom line, he was indifferent. In contrast, Du Ti was adept at concealing his intentions. His possessiveness was evidently more intense. Such overwhelming control would only become a burden and trouble for her. At that moment, made a decisive resolution to part ways with him. She would extinguish his hopes entirely. You are unworthy to be compared to him. Du Ti's entire body stiffened, his eyes turning red as he repeated several good words before abruptly lifting her and throwing her onto the bed, beginning to undress. You. His eyes widened in realization that she had played her cards wrong. She should not have provoked him at this moment. The man swiftly stripped off his shirt, revealing his sculpted upper body, and then proceeded to tear at her clothing, kicked and clawed. But she could not resist the forceful demeanor of a male beast man in such moments. Furious, she attempted to slap his face, but he easily caught her hand. His long fingers effortlessly confined her delicate wrists above her head, continuing with his intentions. S' body trembled violently, tears streaming from her eyes, whether from anger or pain. She bit down hard on his broad, muscular shoulder, which only seemed to excite him further. Veins bulged on his arms, and his assault intensified. Having restrained himself for a month, he could no longer contain his desires. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to claim everything he desired. At the moment of exhaustion, angrily push him away, get off. Was this akin to being cast out? Du Ti's expression darkened as he cast a deep glance at the chamber before reluctantly departing. The more thought about it, the angrier she became. She opened the door and instructed the beastmen in the courtyard, keep a tight watch on the door. If he comes again, throw him out immediately. No one knew what had transpired between the emperor and the queen, but any discerning observer could tell that their relationship was somewhat delicate. When grew bored, she tuned into the conversations of the servants with her spiritual power. Hearing that Du Ti had passed by T-O-N-W multiple times but had never dared to enter, he would linger for a long while before departing in solitude. Would not soften her heart towards him again. Feeling sympathy for the man would only bring her misfortune. Most of the gossip in the Beast King's palace was likely related to the Beast King himself. Did not wish to hear any news about Du Ti, so she shut off her spiritual power, which led her to discover a significant piece of gossip only after more than half a month. SSS-grade had drugged Du Ti again, and it had succeeded. Du Ti kept her in the palace, showering her with boxes upon boxes of luxurious fabrics and treasures, spending each night there. He had not returned to T-O-U-N-W since. However, was SSS-grade success in drugging him too simple? Could such a cunning man as Du Ti easily fall for such a trap? Your Highness, the rumors in the Beast King's palace are rampant, claiming that the Beast King is to replace the Queen. Originally, M. did not wish to inform her of this matter, but the truth could not be concealed. Nodded. That's fine. Whenever he decides to change, remember to inform me, so I can pack my things and leave. Those jade teapots are quite nice. I shall take them with me. After all, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of grace. Du Ti should not be so stingy. He should quickly replace the queen, and they could part amicably. He would be quite pleased. What was there to begrudge? To be honest, did not believe MSHLBLNT's scheme could succeed. If Du Ti were truly that foolish, he would not be fit to be the Beast King. On the contrary, this man was quite astute. MSHLBLNT might not have played him, not to mention he had always been cautious of her, unless he willingly played the bait, wishing to turn the tables. Du Ti was well versed in such drugs. It appeared he had not encountered them for the first time. Sang Luo even began to doubt that when she first engaged with him, he had already known, deliberately feigning ignorance and going with the flow. Duo 2, as a member of the royal beast clan, had been surrounded by beauty throughout his life. If he truly favored beautiful women, he would have countless lovers. On the contrary, he excelled at disguise and placed little value on ephemeral beauty, focusing instead on tangible benefits and pragmatic considerations. His criteria for a partner were evidently based on strong reproductive capability, personal preference, and ideally, a lack of noble lineage. She was his optimal choice. Ma Sha Libu Run Te and Duo 2 belonged to the same category of individuals, precisely because they were similar. He could not harbor affection for her and would not allow himself to be manipulated by a bedfellow. It was clear that Ma Sha Libu Run Te had already been excluded from his considerations. The fact that he kept her close suggested ulterior motives. Ma Sha Libu Run Te believed she was winning his heart, yet she might have already been reduced to a mere pawn in his game. Of course, thinking positively, perhaps the two had genuinely found a connection, and it would be best if Ma Sha Libu Run Te gathered her courage and conceived Duo 2's child sooner rather than later. Sang Luo had previously cultivated her feelings for Duo 2 solely to feel more comfortable during their encounters, but now all that remained was annoyance, and she naturally had no desire to bear his children. Sang Luo was in good spirits. While wandering in a sea of flowers, she unexpectedly encountered the two flirting, and she could still greet them with a smile. Duo 2 was taken aback, seemingly not expecting to see her, but after a moment, his expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Ma Sha Libu Run Te cast a meaningful glance at the pair before following him. "A man, your highness. Did you see the challenge in her gaze? It seems you have a strong opinion about Ma Sha Libu Run Te. She had dispersed all her beast husbands for the position of queen, and many male beast folk in the palace disliked her once they learned her true nature. Ma Sha Libu Run Te's reputation was not favorable outside the palace. For the sake of her ambition, those beast husbands she abandoned would find their lives thereafter devoid of respect and struggle to find new partners destined to live in loneliness. Due to her betrayal, many male beasts had become wanderers." Sang Luo was taken aback by this revelation and curiously inquired about her partner's ranks. "She has 11 partners, mostly at the 7th rank, with only 2 at the peak of the 6th rank. High-ranking beast folk of the 6th and 7th tiers are exceptional warriors anywhere, a source of great pride. Yet she had cast them aside without a second thought, reducing them to pitiable lower-class beasts. It was no wonder that the good-natured man felt so indignant on their behalf. Not to mention childbirth. Once a 7th-tier beast folk erupts into a frenzy of genetic madness, at least a 5th-tier female is required to calm them, and they would certainly not wish to marry down. Meanwhile, mid to high-tier females would look down upon those lacking the primal sun, leading to an awkward situation. Aside from royal beasts who can choose female partners without fear of abandonment, most ordinary male beasts have always been at a disadvantage in this regard, a man noted. Thus, one must choose partners with keen discernment and not be misled by appearances, Sang Luo said, almost as an admonition to herself. In the future, she would seek only royal-tier beasts and refrain from harming innocent young males of lower ranks. It was said that many noble officials from the previous dynasty had united in requesting Ma Sha Libu Run Te to become the new queen. Finally, she had attained her goal. One evening, after a long absence, Duo 2 reappeared in her chambers. Sang Luo caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol on him. Recalling the events of that day, she grew wary. "What do you want now?" Duo 2 looked at her, silent, then began to undress. "You," he murmured. "I consulted the shaman, and 3 months after childbirth, one can conceive again. We should prepare for pregnancy. Dream on." Sang Luo, "Give me a child. I need it," he said, pulling her onto the bed, his long fingers intertwining with hers, pressing down firmly, his knee wedged between her legs. Sang Luo knew all too well from their last encounter that resistance was futile, yet her gaze remained icy, chilling enough to make Duo Two's heart race. 3 months. You seem to have timed it well. Not a day wasted in coming to find me. You would have just finished with Ma, Shali Burinte, and come seeking me for a child, would you? I haven't touched her. I don't believe you. Everything I have is reserved for you. Sang Luo, give me a child. He insisted. What I can give you is what he can give you. He leaned down and bit her wrist, a soul mark appearing. Chapter 67. He is the craziest one. Sang Luo's heart trembled violently. The soul mark can only be inscribed once. Aren't you afraid I will erase it? Then you will become a wanderer. Sweat trickled down Duo Two's face as he smiled wretchedly. I do not care. If you wish to erase the mark, then do so. Do you truly think I would soften my heart? Sang Luo retorted, her fury turning into a mocking smile. How many of your words are genuine? Sang Luo. Every word I say to you is true. I have not deceived you. The bed curtains quivered, casting shadows on the wall that danced and merged endlessly. How can you let me go? She asked weakly. He suddenly embraced her tightly, burying his face in her neck, a low growl escaping his throat, almost pleading. Leave me a child, and I will let you go. Ugh, you bastard. Whether you're a scoundrel or despicable, just give me what I ask. Her heart no longer belonged to him. It felt as though she could leave him at any moment. Yet, if one day he truly could not retain her, he must at least keep a child that belonged to them both. In the month ahead, the moments of clarity for Sang Luo were few and far between. In her days, she heard beast folk outside announcing that the previous dynasty required his presence, prompting Duo Two to withdraw, allowing her a brief respite. Sang Luo took a long time to recover on the bed. Her throat parched. She used her water ability to clean herself swiftly, threw on a garment, and stepped down. Her legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn, everything hurts. For the first time, she found herself so disheveled after their encounter that she needed healing magic. Looking at the scattered bottles and jars on the floor, Sang Luo's temples throbbed. It turned out he was indeed the craziest one. Regaining her composure, she dressed, approached the table, drew open a drawer, and retrieved the invitation inside, vanishing from the palace in an instant. In the next moment, she appeared on a bustling ancient street, surrounded by houses of stone and tile, none exceeding 5 stories. Valuru City, a medium-sized town with a population of 200,000 to 300,000, was relatively prosperous. The vast beast realm was sparsely populated, and while there were not many beast folk on the streets, a particular area was filled with excitement. She glanced at the address marked on the invitation and smiled as she made her way there. The establishment was a newly opened eatery, not large, only 3 stories high, but packed with patrons. Sang Luo directly made her way to the kitchen, initially intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the owner. But she caught sight of a familiar slender figure and teased, "You've become the boss now. Washing your own dishes? You certainly know how to save on labor costs. Madam, you have arrived." Xiaobai exclaimed upon seeing her, his surprise evident. He hastily set down the dish he was washing, quickly dried his hands, and approached her with a smile. "I sent you an invitation over a month ago. When you didn't show, I thought you were too busy to come back. I promised you I would come, and I certainly will, though I have been preoccupied lately." Sang Luo surveyed the eatery's decor, which was elegantly classical and wooden. She produced a finely carved incense holder shaped like a lucky cat from her space and said, "I regret missing your grand opening. I hope this little gift isn't too late. It doesn't matter. With you here, my establishment is truly radiant." He continued, "But you could have given me a heads up before arriving. I didn't have time to tidy up, and now you've seen my disarray. Let me go change." Xiaobai happily accepted the gift, handing it to an assistant to place on the counter. "Your charm is becoming increasingly lively. Life here must be much better than in your family. It is incomparable." Xiaobai swiftly changed into a different attire, offering a few words of advice to the 2 associates before escorting Sang Luo to the 3rd floor's VIP room. There, he personally took charge of preparing over a dozen dishes, all of which were her favorites without her needing to indicate anything. As Sang Luo sipped the duck blood vermicelli soup and savored a piece of the crispy yet tender sweet and sour fish, she felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a long time since she had tasted his culinary skills, and the flavors remained unchanged. In fact, they had improved. "Madam, please do not jest. The delicacies of the Beast King Palace must surpass these home-cooked meals of mine." "Not at all. Apart from Lansong, I am accustomed to your cooking." Reflecting on this man, she wondered how he was faring now. She typically received a large box of beast crystals from an unnamed address each month, which, apart from a brief interruption when she moved to the Beast King Palace, resumed the following month. Sang Luo had intended to find something as a keepsake, but came up empty-handed. Before leaving, she stumbled upon the missing box of crystals in a corner. The box was made of a silvery gray wood, which she had not encountered in the lumber yards or constructions of the Western continent, suggesting it was a unique timber from another land. Unfortunately, the box had been opened, and the crystals were long gone, likely pilfered by nearby ruffians and stray beasts. Sang Luo had previously speculated about the origin of the crystals, and now she had a fair guess. With a sigh, her appetite waned. "Madam, do you have something on your mind?" Xiaobai produced a large bag of dried shrimp. "Try this. It tastes exquisite. You truly understand me." Sang Luo accepted the shrimps, relishing their crispy, fragrant, and spicy flavor. They were the perfect snack to satisfy her cravings during pregnancy. "Could you spare me a few more bags? I just prepared several dozen pounds this morning, and they are yet to be sold. I will pack them all for you." In an instant, the numerous pounds of dried shrimp vanished into Sang Luo's space, leaving Xiaobai astonished. This talent truly inspires envy in food lovers. "I noticed a few taverns in the city are thriving. You're newly opened and might face some covert suppression. Here's a little advice. Consider promotional activities, such as discount coupons or incentives for referrals. Once your brand is established, you could open chain branches, allowing others to invest in your brand influence and the rights to your culinary secrets. Once they profit, you could also receive a share." Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as he absorbed her words. "Madam, you are a true business prodigy." Sang Luo took a sip of water, masking her embarrassment. "It's merely experience from being deceived by unscrupulous merchants in my past life." "Xiaobai, there are quite a number of customers at noon today. Let me assist you with the arrangements." Just then, a handsome silver-haired beastman entered, spotting Sang Luo and exclaiming, "Madam." Many customers turned to look, and Sang Luo wished she could punch him for being so loud. She preferred not to draw attention. Leon approached quickly, scratching his head and chuckling. "I haven't seen you in ages, madam. I thought I had mistaken you at first. I was too excited." They were accustomed to addressing her as madam, and she saw no reason to change it. Leon grabbed a jug of wine. "Since the Lord departed, I have been reassigned to another department and no longer serve in the capital. I thought I would never see you again. Here's to our reunion. Xiaobai." "I also toast to the madam." Sang Luo poured herself a glass of juice and raised it in salute. She then inquired of Leon, "Where are you stationed now?" Although the powerful duke had been magnanimous, seeking to win the people's favor and obscure his true intentions, Sang Luo suspected Leon's situation was not favorable. He was likely relegated to a border city, holding a position with little authority. It was improbable that the duke would allow someone from Kaiser's circle to operate under his watch. Her conjecture was not far from the truth. Leon took a few swigs of his drink, expressing his grievances. The beast patterns on his arm had deepened, indicating his enhanced strength. "If I endure a few more months at the military department, I also wish to resign and join Xiaobai in running the eatery. I wonder if the boss would take in a poor beast man like me." He loathed the military's social obligations and merely stayed for survival. Now that his loyal companions had fallen, he longed to escape that life. Xiaobai laughed. "As long as you come, I would gladly accept you. Coincidentally, the madam and I just discussed expanding and need more hands." "Excellent. I'll follow you to earn great wealth." Sang Luo had noticed the two. One loved money and cooking, while the other adored food and riches, chuckling, "You two are quite a match in this regard." She turned to Leon, arching an eyebrow. "But as a 7th-level beastman, wouldn't it be a waste for you to work as a mere errand boy in the eatery?" "Madam, you may not know, but some customers are very picky and often try to dine for free. Additionally, some beasts, seeing Xiaobai as a female, attempt to harbor ill intentions. I have dealt with them forcefully. The business is thriving, and other tavern owners are eager to acquire it. When soft tactics fail, they resort to hard ones, always sending people to cause trouble. Xiaobai cannot handle it alone, and my presence offers some deterrence." Sang Luo rested her chin on her hand, observing the two. Their tranquil and prosperous lives were quite enviable. After finishing the meal, Xiaobai handed her a pouch filled with numerous crystals. "May your business flourish. I hope to benefit from it as well." Sang Luo and Xiaobai had not seen each other or Leon for many days, reminiscing and chatting about their recent circumstances. When they inquired about her life in the Beast King Palace, Sang Luo spoke ambiguously, highlighting only the positive aspects and avoiding mention of the Duke. Having followed her for so long, Leon worried about her well-being in the palace. Hearing that the Beast King had yet to hold a bonding ceremony for her, he felt somewhat reassured. If the general were still alive, he would surely wish for the madam's happiness. Unbeknownst to them, the evening had crept in. As dinner time approached, the eatery welcomed a surge of customers, prompting Sang Luo to urge the two to attend to the business. In the private room, she leisurely munched on snacks, enjoying her solitude for a while. Suddenly, commotion erupted from downstairs, accompanied by chaotic footsteps. Sang Luo initially thought trouble had arrived and was about to descend when she noticed Xiao Bai hurriedly ascending the stairs. What? Sang Luo's expression darkened as she approached the window, spotting a massive assembly of beastman soldiers below, all poised for action. The Duke had come directly with his army, encircling the entire city, and the eatery was besieged, creating an atmosphere of panic among the patrons and nearby beasts. At the forefront stood a tall, striking golden-haired man, unmistakably catching her eye. The moment Sang Luo opened the window, their gazes locked, and his tense demeanor instantly softened. Luo. She hastily slammed the window shut. It was deliberate. It was undoubtedly intentional. Yes, I shall visit you again when time permits. Sang Luo smiled at the two before turning to descend, her expression turning cold. If the Duke could find her here, he surely knew she was unharmed. His intention was to warn her to remain in the palace and not stray. Upon seeing Sang Luo emerge from the building, the Duke rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Luo, I couldn't find you in the palace. Why didn't you inform me when you stepped out? Noting her silence, the elation he felt at finding her began to dissipate, replaced by an unexplainable anxiety. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Do not leave me. Do not vanish from my sight." She finally comprehended the truth. If she did not bear him a child, he would never allow her to leave. I can't do that. Luo was taken aback, though her face betrayed little joy. She attempted to grasp his hand, only to have it shaken off. Once I give birth, you will let me go, and we will be completely free of ties, correct? Duo-tu gazed deeply at her, his Adam's apple rolling as he quietly uttered, "If you wish to depart, I shall not prevent you." Chapter 68. A month into pregnancy. Upon returning to the Beast King's palace, however, Duo-tu consistently excused himself with claims of pressing duties, visiting Tewenwu only a handful of times, and even when he did, he displayed no intention of approaching her. Sang Luo found herself in a state of perplexity, demanding yet withholding. Could this infuriating man not be more forthright? She harbored doubts, pondering whether he had indulged in too many substances, rendering him incapable of intimacy. After spending more than half a month in the palace, the monotony began to gnaw at her, and she could no longer endure the stagnation. She had to act decisively. Time could not be squandered any longer, and she needed to complete her mission and depart swiftly. Initially, she intended to seek out Duo-tu, but her body was exhibiting peculiar symptoms. Having given birth to 2 children previously, Sang Luo was acutely aware of her own physiology. With the realization that her monthly cycle had not arrived, she made her way to the palace's imperial physician's quarters. After the shaman's examination, his expression shifted dramatically, and Sang Luo feared she had contracted a grave illness. "Congratulations, Your Highness. You are with child, already a month into your pregnancy." A ripple of emotion stirred within her, yet she quickly regained her composure, peeling an apple from the fruit platter and taking a few bites. It seemed he had indeed been diligent in his endeavors that month. Becoming pregnant was fortuitous, as it would hasten her departure. Duo-tu had always been her target, a hybrid of divine lineage, the angelic lion of the beast race, a rare find. Sang Luo had previously contemplated the idea of uniting with him and raising a brood together. Despite the subsequent unpleasantness, she had promised him early on, thus bringing a semblance of resolution to their entanglement. She chose to think no further on the matter. Gently, she caressed her still flat abdomen, contemplating that after giving birth to this child, she would leave the Yalance Empire and the Western continent behind. The shaman inquired, "Your Highness, shall we share this joyful news with His Majesty the Beast King now?" Sang Luo pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Yes, inform him." In the study, Duo-tu was immersed in official matters, his demeanor unusually stern. A beastman rushed in with news. Upon hearing it, he sprang to his feet, dropping the documents from his hands. His mind buzzed, drowning out all sound, and after a moment, He regained his composure, his handsome face alight with joy. In the next instant, he teleported to the Imperial Hospital, where Sang Luo had just taken some medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. Before she could leave, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Her body stiffened momentarily, instinctively wanting to push him away, but her hands hesitated and slowly settled on his strong arms. With a light laugh, she teased, "Your Majesty, what has brought on such a display today? Luo, you are pregnant. Is this truly the case?" Duota stammered, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Sang Luo smiled and produced the test results for him to see, affirming the shaman's words. Duota swept her up in his arms and strode towards the door, declaring to the shaman, "Reward them generously." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sang Luo buried her head in his chest, and in a moment unseen by others, her smile faded, giving way to a sense of resignation, devoid of elation. She then asked, "Is there anything else you wish to command, Your Majesty? Is there anything lacking in the palace? Do you require any additions?" "None at all. Everything arranged by Your Majesty is quite satisfactory. I am quite comfortable in the palace." "How did those 2 shamans who assisted during your last delivery fare? If they prove suitable, I can bring them back. Or you could personally select a few experienced shamans from the Imperial Hospital to attend to you, to avoid any mishaps." His tone betrayed a clear sense of anxiety. Sang Luo reassured him with a smile, "There is no need for concern, Your Majesty. I am perfectly well. This is not my first delivery." Duota's palms grew clammy, his words faltering. Sang Luo jested, "If there are matters you wish to convey, Your Majesty, you ought to speak them now. There may not be another opportunity. Luo, let us proceed with the bonding ceremony. Otherwise, it would seem inappropriate to hold it after the child is born." "Very well." Duota was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he exclaimed, "I shall prepare at once. Then I shall leave everything to Your Majesty. I shall not worry." Sang Luo yawned, clearly fatigued. Duota tucked her in, tenderly caressing her cheek, lingering by her bedside before departing. Sang Luo opened her eyes slightly, gazing out the window with calmness. She would choose a suitable moment to leave, yet she did not wish for the child to endure public scrutiny. Her feelings for Duota had dwindled. Yet this future little prince, the anticipated heir to the Yolance Empire, ought to be welcomed into a world filled with the love of both the Beast King and the Queen. Before her departure, she must leave behind a final gift she could offer. The bonding ceremony was entirely entrusted to Duota, who, drawing from past experience, arranged everything meticulously, ensuring a swifter process than before. In precisely 1 month, the ceremony would take place. The evening prior, her attendants prepared her hair and makeup, while Sang Luo rested her chin on her hand, gazing listlessly out the window at the gradually brightening dawn, stifling a yawn. It was only when she spotted a tall, slender figure hurrying towards her that she mustered some energy, playfully casting a flirtatious glance. "Your Majesty, you may all withdraw." Once inside, Duota dismissed the attendants and approached her with a brocade box. He had custom-made a ceremonial gown, exquisite and breathtaking, rivaling the previous one. Sang Luo changed into the gown before him, finding a perfect fit, the fabric soft against her skin. Duota had likely instructed that it be made without a corset to avoid constricting her abdomen. With 2 months of pregnancy, her belly had begun to round slightly. While the absence of a corset provided comfort, it also made her condition more apparent. Would this invite mockery from others? Sang Luo frowned at the thought. In all of history, had a bonding ceremony been held after pregnancy? I dare anyone to mock. Their heads shall be forfeit. Duota knelt before her, gently assisting her into her shoes. Traditionally, Sang Luo should have worn elegant high-heeled shoes adorned with gold filigree and beaded embellishments, presenting her as a resplendent gift, beautiful yet excessively demanding. Concerned that such shoes would be uncomfortable and risk injury, Duota had specifically requested a pair of comfortable flat shoes made of brocade, embellished with golden patterns, maintaining an air of nobility and elegance. She wiggled her toes and smiled down at him. Your Majesty, you resemble an unreasonable tyrant. Duota rose, captivated by her radiant smile, and tenderly stroked her fair, rosy-cheeked visage, lost in thought. Luo, you are truly beautiful today. As she lifted her veil and extended her hand to his broad palm, she said, Your Majesty, let us proceed. The bonding ceremony was grander than Sang Luo had ever envisioned. In the presence of countless beastmen, petals rained down from above as Duota lifted her veil and adorned her with a crown, his hands trembling with barely contained emotion. Sang Luo embraced him, rising on her toes to place a kiss upon his lips. The jubilant celebration echoed throughout the hall, waves of excitement crashing upon one another, only subsiding as night gradually fell. As queen, Sang Luo mingled with the attending nobles, exchanging toasts and pleasantries. After a long day, she shed her ceremonial attire at midnight, collapsing on her bed, utterly weary. He changed from his regal garments into soft silk attire and approached the bedside. As Sang Luo dozed in a hazy state, she felt him wrap his arms around her waist from behind. The warmth of his expansive chest enveloped her, nearly melting her resolve. Awakening, she murmured, "Your Majesty." Duoda buried his face in her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. From the moment they met, he had been captivated by her fragrance, and now, with the addition of a subtle milky aroma, he felt an instinctive sense of comfort, dependence, and exhilaration. His breath brushed against her neck and ear, sending shivers down her spine. His nose grazed her cheek as he leaned down, poised to kiss her lips. "I have not been close to you for quite some time. Let me soothe it." His voice was hoarse as he took her hand and guided it downward. Her fingertips suddenly shrank, her face flushed slightly, and she wearily said, "Your Majesty, I am tired. Let's rest for now." Duoda dared not entertain any other thoughts and simply held her close, refraining from further advances. Sang Luo had not yet fallen asleep, while he drifted off swiftly. She turned her head to gaze at the man sharing her bed. One of his hands cradled her, while the other gently embraced her abdomen, sleeping peacefully as if he had shed all his defenses. He yearned for a blissful family of his own. Sang Luo, alongside Du, became acquainted with several ministers, establishing a good rapport with the noble ladies of their families. They would leisurely enjoy afternoon tea and share amusing stories. However, the ones removed were merely small fry. The real threats lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. If he could not maintain his position, thoughts of raising children would be futile. Sang Luo no longer focused on the matters of the previous dynasty, but rather on the condition of her unborn child. Initially, she thought that her experiences from the previous pregnancies would make this one easier, but in reality, it proved to be just as challenging. She even suspected that she might deplete the Aranci family's treasury. Duoda watched her growing belly with uncontainable joy. Sang Luo remarked, "Your Majesty, this child's potential may indeed be astonishing. You must prepare ample provisions to ensure that my child and I do not go hungry. Rest assured, the previous dynasty concealed many treasures. Just wait, and I shall procure them all for you. Confiscate their possessions? The ministers and nobles will be disheartened to hear you say that," she teased, winking playfully. "Those individuals are hardly honest, but worry not. I will ensure they are all dealt with." Duoda gazed at her tenderly, proclaiming, "I will provide you and our child with the best of everything I can offer." A ripple of emotion surged within Sang Luo, but she quickly suppressed it. She rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, opening it to allow a gust of cool air to rush in. She looked up at the overcast sky, extending her hand to catch a tiny flake of snow that melted almost immediately upon contact. "Your Majesty, it is snowing. Is this your first encounter with the snow season of the Western continent?" Duotu approached and draped a snow-white marten coat around her, wrapping her snugly to shield her from the cold wind. He had spoken rapidly earlier, evidently eager to inquire about something, but the words caught in his throat, and he merely tousled her hair, saying, "You have endured much. I spent over a decade in the previous tribe. Do you not wish to know what my life was like before? Do you not wish to know if I had anyone else by my side?" Duoda knew she hailed from an obscure tribe in the Ruber Forest, but had never pressed her about her past, likely understanding the answer and choosing silence instead. "I do not concern myself with your past, as long as you are willing to be with me now. That is all that matters." The Aranci Empire welcomed the onset of a prolonged winter. Xuanxiu departed the Western continent under the cover of night. Sang Luo addressed him, "Your Majesty, do you recall what I mentioned last time? Caesar was not my first male companion. Perhaps he does not hold the significance you might imagine. He is deceased, and there is no need for you to guard against him as if he were a thief. Your first partner was not him. Who then? Did you have other partners in your former tribe?" "Yes." Sang Luo fixed her gaze upon him. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Duodu's eyes, but was swiftly concealed. He gently replied, Luo, I do not mind. Do you wish to bring him here? Is he still in the Cordo tribe? I can send someone." The Cordo tribe was ravaged by a beast tide and has long since become ruins. "Your Majesty need not entertain such thoughts. I truly have only you now." Her smile faded. Duodu embraced her, planting a soft kiss on her forehead, murmuring, "I did not mean it that way. If you bring him here, you will no longer be concerned about him. I only wish for your affections to be solely directed towards me." "That cannot be." Luo. His expression turned tense. Sang Luo caressed her belly with a smile, saying, "We have our child. Your Majesty, apart from me, you shall have another concern." Chapter 69. The first signs of pregnancy. Luo gazed earnestly at him, assuring, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall not leave before the child is born." She had no intention of foraging for food on her own. Regardless of what Duodu had done, he must provide her with ample beast crystals and rare materials during her pregnancy. Sang Luo would not be foolish enough to flee at this juncture. Duota took her to the imperial study in the Beast King Palace, a vast space akin to a provincial library, filled with an extensive array of books. Sang Luo surveyed her surroundings, discovering books of nearly every genre. Initially, she sought useful tomes on formations or secret arts to remove prison seals. Approaching a bookshelf, she casually pulled out a book on prenatal education, noting that offspring born through gestation were often the most challenging. "I need to read up and refresh my knowledge. I must be cautious. This is for me to read. You should rest well." Duotu sighed inwardly, taking the book from Sang Luo's hands and kissing her forehead, saying, "You have worked hard, Luo. They were merely putting on a fade." During her pregnancy, she wished to avoid significant emotional fluctuations. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer. After reading for a while, Sang Luo suddenly felt nauseous, leaning over the table with a pale complexion. Duodu quickly set aside his book, asking Luo, "What is wrong?" "I'm fine, just a bit nauseated, feeling like I might vomit." That did not happen during the last 2 times. Perhaps it was due to gestation. The pregnancy symptoms were more pronounced this time. Around 2 to 3 months in, as her belly grew increasingly evident, Sang Luo's pregnancy symptoms intensified, leaving her feeling utterly unwell. During her previous pregnancies, she had an insatiable appetite for anything, be it meat or beast crystals. But this time, despite her empty stomach, she could not manage to eat anything without feeling sick. The most uncomfortable aspect was the engorgement of her breasts. Dressed in a silk white nightgown, Sang Luo stared at herself in the bathroom mirror, frowning as she gently massaged her chest. A sharp pain shot through her at the slightest touch. Just then, Duotu entered the room, holding a bowl of freshly brewed medicinal soup. Upon seeing her state, he froze, his ears turning crimson. Their relationship did not require knocking or prior announcements. Duodu had become accustomed to being straightforward. Although this was usually no issue, being caught off guard by this scene made Sang Luo blush and irritably retort, "Get out. I do not wish to see you." Her temper seemed to be escalating. Duodu hurriedly placed the soup on the table, approached her, and embraced her without hesitation, apologizing. "I am sorry, Luo. It was my fault." "Oomph." She bit down hard on his muscular shoulder in frustration. He was the source of her discomfort, not only emotionally but physically, and his child was quite the tormentor. "Shall I help you massage?" Pregnancy was arduous, and he wished to do everything he could to care for her. Sang Luo chuckled in disbelief. "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Duota blushed as he gently laid her down on the bed, softly helping to relieve some of her discomfort. It did indeed provide some relief. Sang Luo allowed him to assist her, often calling for him when she felt unwell. Fortunately, after another 2 months, Sang Luo's pregnancy symptoms had diminished significantly, and her condition stabilized. She could now eagerly await the arrival of her child. Sang Luo returned to her previous habit of indulging in all manner of food. Perhaps the 2 months of restraint had left her craving. Her appetite was greater than during her previous pregnancies. With ample food and restful sleep, her emotions gradually stabilized. Duota also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he no longer faced daily reprimands. Sang Luo held his hand, asking, "Your Majesty, would you like to feel?" "It is developing quite well." Motu gently caressed the roundness of her belly, marveling at the life it nurtured, the child that would be their legacy. "Your Majesty, can you guess how many?" Sang Luo inquired. "One is sufficient," he replied, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He sensed that this pregnancy would prove more challenging than her previous 2, increasing the likelihood of complications. "1 child is manageable. Too many could lead to difficulties in childbirth. I have faith that with your Majesty by my side, I will face no peril, and our child will arrive safely," Sang Luo murmured, nestled in his embrace, her voice soft and reassuring. Motu gazed down at her tranquil face, his breath softening, unwilling to blink as he tenderly stroked her cheek. I shall care for you and our child, he vowed, unable to suppress his daydreams of their future happiness as a family. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn after bathing. Motu gently massaged her belly, applying olive oil. With the experience from before, he adeptly tended to her during her pregnancy, even preparing a dish of braised pork ribs and a soup of Ganoderma and jade ears. Following her meal, Sang Luo reclined on his lap and soon fell asleep. He stayed by her side until midnight, until news arrived from outside the door, causing the warmth on his face to vanish. He rose and departed from Taewonwil. Sang Luo had donned formal palace attire, for several noble females had invited her to partake in an outing, and she had Armin accompany her. However, on her way, they encountered a formidable entourage. At the forefront was a robust middle-aged man clad in a luxurious mahogany palace robe, his countenance resolute and imposing, with sharp, hawk-like eyes emitting a chilling glare, his depth of character instilling fear. Behind him trailed 2 rows of guards, seemingly not from the palace, their demeanor indicating they were not there for a mere audience. Sang Luo halted, wondering who this person could be, as his aura exuded formidable authority. It was no surprise. Such a presence was not typical of ordinary folk. She recognized him as the father of Mashali Brent. Sang Luo discerned that neither the father nor daughter were easily trifled with, their ambitions glaringly evident. It was likely that Prince Brent's resignation was not voluntary. After many years under the shadow of Agiliolans, he must have been well aware of the latter's envy, thus avoiding becoming a target. Now that the old Beast King had stepped down, replaced by the fledgling Motu, it was inconceivable that they would remain passive. Yet, Motu was no mere fruit to be picked by these old schemers. His ambitions and cunning were likely deeper than those of his father. The outcome of who would triumph over whom remained uncertain. Your Majesty, the Queen, may you enjoy good health, Prince Brent greeted Sang Luo, showing no deference and displaying a haughty demeanor. His piercing gaze swept over her belly, his voice booming yet laced with disdain. I've heard that your Majesty recently gave birth to a cub, and now, mere months later, you are with child again. Such a precious womb can truly bear fruit. It was evident to all that his words dripped with sarcasm, as he implied that only the lower breeds of beast folk were prolific. Rumors suggested that the Queen's previous offspring was of dubious parentage, and it was fortunate that the Beast King had chosen to overlook it. Now, with another pregnancy imminent, it was clear that it too would likely be with another unknown lover. Sang Luo paid no heed to his mockery and replied with a smile, Prince Brent, I presume you have come to the palace to see Mashali? Her residence lies to the west. If you are uncertain of the way, I can send someone to guide you. Prince Brent cast her a cold glance before striding away with his entourage. Sang Luo had no desire to engage him further. However, as she walked, a sudden heat flared around her wrist. She glanced down, a chill coursing through her as she realized the prince had attacked her covertly. The soul mark had absorbed the blow. The palace was indeed fraught with peril, aimed directly at her. Sang Luo's complexion darkened. Her strength was insufficient. Even with the soul mark, she could barely withstand a single assault. Had she been at the true king level, she would not have to endure such indignities. She gently placed her hand on her belly, which initially represented merely a means to complete her task and escape, but now held a deeper significance. She wished for the child to be born healthy for her own sake. Her intentions had always been clear. Males were merely tools for ascension, and emotions were fleeting. Whether it was Kaisar or Motu, they should be regarded equally. Dwelling on such matters would only ensnare her in a quagmire, wasting precious time. With her thoughts now clear as clouds parting to reveal the sun, she turned to Armin, who had noticed her abrupt halt, worried something was amiss. It's nothing. Just a little insect that flew onto my face. By the way, which auction house did Lady Vor invite me to? Please continue leading the way. Meanwhile, Prince Brent's expression shifted dramatically. His attack had been thwarted. Unless that female bore a true king-level beast mark, how could Motu have bestowed it upon her? Unless she was indeed carrying his child. I must visit my son, he declared. Your Highness, are we not here to meet the Beast King? Plans have changed. There are matters I must clarify, Brent replied, his expression darkening as he turned in another direction. In a secluded hall to the west, the sounds of passionate revelry echoed. It was not until hours later that the noises subsided. Mashali Brent, having dressed, descended from the bed, her lips rosy and her face radiating satisfaction. Two strong beastmen lay spent upon the bed, utterly exhausted. Several handsome males knelt at her feet, gazing at her with adoration. As she stepped down, a graceful fox beastman with flowing white hair assisted her in putting on her shoes, guiding her to the dining table where a meal had been prepared. This was the first time she had drugged Motu, expecting her plan to succeed, but unexpectedly fainting midway. When she awakened, she found herself entwined with another man, a strikingly handsome and powerful beast, igniting her desire to claim him. After their encounter, they had lost contact. Recently, she had learned that Xuanxiu had departed the Western continent, dashing her hopes of securing that beast. Motu had always been her primary target, the position she yearned for most. Mashali had repeatedly endeavored to win Motu's favor. Yet he remained elusive, indifferent, which only intensified her desire. She refused to let such an opportunity slip away. It was evident that Motu had harbored feelings for her. They were merely a step away from consummation. Quickly dismissing her male attendants, she donned her attire and exited, beaming with anticipation. "Father, all is well. You need not worry." After exchanging pleasantries, the prince spoke a few words to her, causing her expression to darken. "Rest assured, father, I will investigate thoroughly." Once Prince Brent departed, Mashali sent for some valuable items from the storehouse and made her way to Toenwu, only to be informed by the servants that the queen had left that morning. Just as Prince Brent had shown his displeasure, his daughter arrived to curry favor, and Sang Luo was intrigued by their intentions, readily accepting the invitation. MSHLBLNT gently grasped S. Ing Lu's hand, offering support as she gazed in astonishment at her abdomen. "Sister, did you not just give birth a few months ago? How can you already be expecting again? This time, it is indeed His Majesty's own child," she remarked with a smile. S. Ing Lu chuckled. MSHLBLNT's complexion paled slightly, and she almost faltered in her steps. She swiftly reined in her emotions, forcing a smile. "Your Highness, this truly is a sign of good fortune." Upon reaching the palace, she poured 2 cups of wine. "Congratulations. Your Highness, I toast to you." She added, "I must first punish myself with a cup for my oversight." MSHLBLNT drank from her cup and instructed the beast's servant nearby, "Bring some fruit platters and tea. The Lingjing tea that His Majesty sent me a while back remains in abundance. I usually hesitate to drink it, but this time I shall prepare some for your Highness." "Very well, esteemed ladies, please wait a moment." Essing Lu couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, noticing the red marks on his neck, and then looked at the now more charming MSHLBLNT, and her heart suddenly understood. Noticing S. Ing Lu's gaze upon the fox beast man, laughed. "He is merely a servant I purchased from the beast slave market. I bought him for his pleasing appearance. If your Highness fancies him, I could gift him to you. I dare not accept. If His Majesty were to find out, he would surely be displeased." MSHLBLNT envied the bond between S. Ing Lu and His Majesty. S. Ing Lu remained silent, staring out the window. MSHLBLNT could not endure the profound loneliness of the palace, and despite having sent her partner away. The male servants in the palace were all exceptionally handsome, each with their own charm, likely all her lovers. How could she tolerate such a situation? The fox beast man poured tea for the two of them. MSHLBLNT smiled. "Do try the tea from my palace." S. Ing Lu lifted the teacup, her heart jolting. The aroma of the tea mingled with a familiar scent, instantly reminding her of the poison that I had secretly administered to her, capable of causing a miscarriage without detection. If consumed over a prolonged period, it could lead to the demise of both mother and child, and any incident would leave no trace for investigation. She had previously suspected that although I was hot-tempered and thoughtless, such a cunning act of poisoning seemed beyond her capability unless someone else was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. So it was that the poison originated from MSHLBLNT. S. Ing Lu's mind raced, but she maintained a calm facade, drinking the tea in one gulp and exclaiming, "Indeed, this is exquisite tea." At the moment the tea touched her lips, she immediately activated her innate powers to purify the poison. MSHLBLNT smiled deepened. "If your Highness enjoys it, feel free to take all the tea from the palace. I am not particularly fond of it myself. Lu's mind began to formulate a plan, and she did not refuse. Thank you. However, suddenly, she was gripped by a sharp pain in her abdomen, nearly causing her to faint. The shaman who came to diagnose her was drenched in sweat, stating that they were still investigating the situation and urged the Empress not to worry. How can I not be worried? That is my child, she exclaimed, frustrated with the ineptitude of the doctors. The diagnosis was soon delivered by a hurried shaman. When Lu regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. MT sat by her bedside, tightly holding her hand, his face pale as a ghost. Your Majesty, what has happened to me? She inquired. It was puzzling. It could not be due to the poison, for her purification had nullified its effects. Moreover, such poison was a slow-acting chronic toxin and could not erupt suddenly. Lu first ruled out poisoning. The only possibility left was that the innate powers of the child in your womb are unstable, MT articulated. Lu had previously carried pure-blooded royal beasts, so she had never encountered such a situation. The fundamental difference between pure-blooded and hybrid royal beasts lay in the stability of their bloodlines. Each new pure-blooded royal beast emerged from the evolution of hybrid royal beasts over generations. Once the bloodline of a hybrid royal beast became stable, it could be deemed pure-blooded. However, MT was a first-generation hybrid royal beast, and the factors contributing to bloodline instability were exceedingly high. If the unborn child were to encounter certain stimuli, the risk of an incident would significantly increase. His greatest concern was not for the child, but for her. A powerful yet unstable bloodline could very well endanger the mother. The worst outcome will be the demise of both mother and child. After hearing this, Lu fell silent, then grasped his hand and bit down hard. Your child is truly the most worrisome one. It seemed as though they, along with their offspring, were sent by the heavens to torment her. Chapter 71. Drawing the snake out of its hole, Luo. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow anything to happen to you or the child. MT held her hand against his strikingly handsome face, his eyes filled with determination and remorse. Half an hour later, MT exited the palace, and a shaman approached him, stating the instability stems from the excessive power of the fetus's bloodline, which may not only pose unforeseen dangers to the mother, but could also harm her soul. Unless we can acquire a supreme, soul-nurturing bone, where can we obtain it? He asked, furrowing his brow. HL happened to overhear this and recalled something. Your Majesty, not long ago, an ice spirit beast appeared in the central region of the Necromancer Swamp. This star beast has devoured numerous beastmen, causing varying degrees of destruction to nearby tribes and cities. We have dispatched troops multiple times without success, suffering heavy casualties, and could only barely contain it within the Necromancer Swamp. MT nodded. You and I knew HKS will handle matters in the palace. I must depart for a few days. HL, réalising MT's intention, sought to dissuade him. Your Majesty, that star beast is at the pinnacle of the royal tier and exceedingly dangerous. It is unwise for you to go in person. That is unnecessary. My mind is made up. Prepare my belongings, and I shall depart immediately. Lu, unable to sleep, heard the commotion outside, but felt little concern, knowing MT prioritized his interests and would not act recklessly. Yet, in the following days, he completely vanished without a trace, leaving her in uncertainty regarding his fate. As days turned into weeks, the little one within her began to take shape, growing increasingly restless, causing her to gasp in pain intermittently. After she issued a stern warning, her abdomen settled somewhat, allowing her to finally catch up on sleep. She slept soundly for several days. Lu was awakened by the sound of chaos outside. Before she could dress, HL hurriedly entered, handing her a jade brocade box. Upon opening it, she found a translucent piece of bone, as clear as ice, enveloped in an exceptionally dense aura of cold mist, an obvious treasure. Lu inquired, "Why are you here? Where is His Majesty?" HL hesitated, then replied, "His Majesty sustained grave injuries while hunting a star beast king and is currently unconscious. He has been taken to the royal hospital. Your Highness need not worry. His Majesty will surely overcome this calamity. Just take care of yourself." In truth, the situation was far more perilous than he described. The strength of the ice spirit beast king exceeded detection limits, and as MT attempted to slay it, the beast suddenly transformed, its power surging, and its fangs pierced his chest. In the final moments, M.T. struck the Star Beast King's vital spot, successfully extracting the soul bone. But he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Despite rescue efforts, he remained in danger, now unconscious and likely facing dire consequences. Seeing the worry etched on HL's face, Essing Lu immediately understood and refrained from further questioning. Dismissing the attendants, she began to tirelessly refine the soul bone. Once the bone fully integrated with her essence, the movements in her abdomen ceased entirely. After getting out of bed, she felt remarkably light, almost oblivious to the weight she had once carried. It was akin to her state before pregnancy. M.N. heard the commotion and entered, asking, "Esteemed lady, do you feel any discomfort?" "I am perfectly fine." "What is Majesty? Is he still unconscious?" If M.T. had awakened, he would undoubtedly have rushed to TU&W immediately. She feared that his condition remained precarious. Sang Luo was aware that Lu and others had sealed off information. Yet ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with paper. The ministers and nobles had undoubtedly arranged numerous spies within the palace. And the incident of Du Tu's severe injuries and coma must have reached someone's ears, with clandestine plans likely underway. The tranquility of the Beast King's palace that night resembled the calm before a storm, with bloodshed looming on the horizon. "I shall go to the flower sea forest to gather some fresh blossoms. I wish to see him," Sang Luo declared, taking a handful of flowers toward the Beast King's quarters. At that moment, the palace was heavily guarded, with numerous deathly guards lurking in the shadows. Sang Luo perceived everything clearly through her mental acuity. Upon her arrival, the guards outside respectfully saluted and promptly granted her passage without uttering a word. Upon entering the chamber, she placed the bouquet on the table and sat beside the bed, gazing at the man lying unconscious. He was usually meticulous in his appearance, striving for perfection. Yet this was the first time he appeared so disheveled. His once smooth, golden hair lay in disarray against his face, bruises marring his complexion, and his features had become gaunt. His lips unnaturally pale, exuding an aura of fragility. Merely gazing upon his face invoked deep sympathy. "You truly fight for the sake of the child," Sang Luo murmured. Reaching out to caress his face, her thoughts swirling as she pulled back a portion of the covers. His upper body was bare, the area below his chest wrapped in layers of gauze, with scarcely a patch of skin remaining intact. As her fingers brushed against his wounds, he gasped in pain, weakly pleading, Luo, be gentle. "Awake, are we?" Sang Luo raised an eyebrow. "I had just woken, and when I heard you had come, I thought to linger a little longer," Du Tu replied, turning his head toward the flowers at the bedside, his expression brightening. "They're lovely, Luo. Did you pick them for me?" "You overestimate me. I had a man gather them from the flower sea forest," Sang Luo replied as she prepared to change his bandages. Seizing the rare moment of her affection, Du Tu swiftly threw off the covers before Sang Luo could intervene, revealing a perfectly sculpted male form, only partially obscured by a white undergarment. Sang Luo exhaled in relief, knowing that if not for his injuries, she would have pinched him at the base of his thighs for his audacity. Turning away, Du Tu presented his broad shoulders and narrow waist, the elegant lines of his back accentuating his taut abdominal muscles, exuding a sensuous vigor. His pale skin further emphasized his regal elegance. As Sang Luo meticulously unwrapped the old gauze, she was taken aback by the sight of his wounds. Du Tu had been pampered all his life, his skin smooth as jade, his physique reminiscent of a statue from ancient Greece, yet now marred by numerous scars, including a horrific gash that nearly pierced his heart. Had the beast truly struck true, he might not have survived this ordeal. It was a stroke of misfortune turned fortune. However, that deep scar would likely remain with him for life. After cleaning his wounds and applying medication, she had just finished changing the bandages when a voice outside announced the arrival of Ma Shali Luente. "Do you wish for her to tend to you?" Sang Luo inquired, a hint of displeasure in her tone. "I rarely show such consideration. There may not be a next time." Stepping outside, she encountered Ma Shali Luente, who appeared somewhat surprised and bowed, "Greeting, Your Highness the Queen." Sang Luo replied in a flat tone, "What brings you here at this hour?" With a gentle smile, Ma Shali Luente responded, "I was summoned by His Majesty to serve him closely." "Very well. If he desires your care, then tend to him well, so I need not worry," Sang Luo retorted before walking away. She discreetly extended a portion of her mental energy. Witnessing Ma Shali Luente enter the room, only to have Du Tu pull her into his embrace. Why has the queen come? Was it not to serve me? Ma Shali Luanti's voice dripped with feigned grievance. She has been anxious for days, so I wished her to see that you were well. Of course. My greatest desire is to see you, Du Tu replied, his tone tender and enchanting. Observing the scene of their mutual affection, Sang Luo felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How swiftly this man could change his demeanor. One moment he was deeply affectionate toward her, and the next, he was sweet-talking another woman. All was mere pretense. His primary concern was his own interests. No female could truly penetrate his heart. Du Tu could engage in playful flirtations with Ma Shali Luante just as easily as he could with her. To him, she was indistinguishable from Ma Shali Luante. The only difference was that she bore his child, prompting him to perform the role of a devoted companion and risk his life for her. Inside the Beast King's quarters, Ma Shali Luante blushed with embarrassment. Secretly astonished, reports from her informants indicated that the Beast King had sustained severe injuries, yet he appeared far from the dire state described. His Majesty is recovering? She inquired. It was but a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Do you truly feel concerned for me? Du Tu teased. I was frightened by the news from the Imperial Hospital, which claimed your injuries were grave. I wished to visit, but the guards prevented me from entering, she explained. How can one bait a snake from its hole if one does not feign injury? Du Tu replied with a light laugh, producing an ancient black token, his slender fingers tracing its surface. Multiple incidents of this nature are of utmost imperial secrecy, known only to the highest echelons of the empire. If there are traitors within, I shall serve as bait, casting a long line to ensnare the greatest fish hidden in the depths. Upon glimpsing the token, Ma Shali Luanti's hands clenched tightly, her palms clammy with cold sweat. Your Majesty feigned your injury to deceive those outside. While I lay gravely injured and unconscious, they could not help but act. I have set numerous traps within the palace. Should they dare to come tonight, none shall escape. Your Majesty, what a cunning strategy. Even I was deceived, let alone them. Ma Shali Luante remarked, rising with a forced smile. I am feeling unwell and may need to excuse myself from serving you. Please forgive me. After receiving his consent, she hurriedly departed, her demeanor composed, yet her steps betrayed her unease. Unbeknownst to her, Ma Shali Luante was unaware of the Prince of Luanti's secret machinations. However, she was aware that her father had recently been in contact with foreign spies, maintaining a formidable elite force trained to conquer, each capable of taking down 100 foes. On the battlefield, they would be unstoppable. She envisioned the opportunity for Allens to overthrow the current regime. On one occasion, she had encountered the same type of token used by those elite assassins, the very one Du Tu had displayed. Her father's motives for entering the palace were evidently ulterior. He was likely walking into Du Tu's trap. No, she must urgently inform her father. Once Ma Shali Luante had completely departed, Du Tu's expression turned cold, his eyes dark as night. He staggered 2 steps, clutching his chest, unable to sustain himself, and collapsed to the ground. In the dead of night, Sang Luo suddenly opened her eyes, gazing out the window with a hint of confusion. She initially believed that chaos would ensue within the palace, yet as the latter half of the night unfolded, the ominous presences gradually withdrew. He was indeed gravely injured, having narrowly escaped death and salvaged his life. When he conversed with her, smiling, Sang Luo discerned that he was merely putting on a brave front, perhaps to spare her worry, or, more likely, out of fear of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives while he was at his most vulnerable. This was the highest point of the Beast King Palace, offering a panoramic view of the entire estate. Sang Luo extended her mental energy and located the group of hidden figures clad in black. Their strength was formidable, all above the 7th rank, with the leader even approaching the pinnacle of semi-royalty. A frown crossed her brow, her heart tightening as she prepared to take action. However, the group seemed to receive an unexpected command and retreated like a tide, vanishing into the darkness as though they had never been there. After Dodo had been in a deep slumber for a fortnight, his body had just about recovered. He rose from bed, lit a cigarette, and inhaled the swirling smoke that blurred his features. This particular smoke had analgesic and hallucinogenic properties, easing his discomfort considerably. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he activated his holographic computer. The various health metrics displayed on the screen belonged to Sang Luo, all fluctuating within the normal green range. The tension in his brow eased significantly. to ensure the safety of the pregnant woman during childbirth. A health monitoring system had been implanted in her holographic device from the moment her pregnancy was confirmed, continuously scanning her bodily metrics to ascertain her condition. One report was sent to the royal hospital, and another remained with him. After finishing half a cigarette, Duotu recalled something and extinguished it, heading towards Taoyuan Wu. Chapter 73. Childbirth. A little lion, stay away from me with that smell of smoke. Sang Luo expressed her distaste upon catching a whiff of his cigarette odor. After finally managing to rest for a few days, she insisted that he focus on healing rather than worrying about her. I'm perfectly fine after refining my soul bone. Being the Beast King was not an easy task. Sang Luo yearned to ask him if he regretted his choices. But she could already predict his response. He would never regret. Only by ascending to the highest position could one attain everything they desired. His ambitions were vast. If Duoda were aware of her contemplations, he might only smile wryly, for his ambitions were indeed great, yet at times, they were also small enough to encompass a family. Sang Luo was intricately carving a nearly finished wooden puppet, which bore a slight resemblance to her features. Duoda raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I'm just carving a few little figures out of boredom." "Your Majesty, don't you think my craftsmanship is quite impressive?" "It resembles you very much," he replied earnestly. "It's truly beautiful. If your Majesty doesn't mind, I could carve one for you as well." He did not refuse, his handsome and profound features radiating delight. Clearly looking forward to it. Once Sang Luo completed the piece in her hands, she asked a man to fetch a rare piece of fragrant yellow sandalwood from the storeroom. Bowing her head, she meticulously began carving again. Duotu quietly sat beside her, his gaze fixed on Sang Luo, captivated by her delicate profile, the butterfly-like flutter of her eyelashes, and the few strands of black hair that cascaded down her neck, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. As the sun dipped in the west, she completed the piece and presented the wooden figure to him. Duotu accepted the carving and remarked, "Why don't you carve one for the child as well?" "But the child hasn't been born yet, and we don't even know what they will look like. We can discuss it later once the child arrives." Sang Luo stretched lazily and nestled into his embrace. "Your Majesty, I'm feeling drowsy. Let me apply the oil for you first, then you can rest." Duotu gently laid her flat on the bed, his movements careful and tender. Sang Luo's belly had grown considerably, resembling that of a normal woman in her 7th or 8th month of pregnancy, quite substantial for the beast world and nearing the time of delivery. After applying olive oil, as usual, Duotu gently massaged her for a while. When he stood to leave, Sang Luo grasped his long, elegant hand and placed it on her belly. "Your Majesty, I believe I'm about to give birth." Duotu's apple bobbed nervously, his demeanor tightening. "I heard from the shaman that it should be this week. Please stay in the palace and avoid unnecessary socializing with those noble females." "It's not socializing. They would be more than happy to come and flatter me. I just want to step outside and broaden my horizons. You know I'm from a small tribe, and there are so many wonderful things in the imperial capital that I have yet to see. There will be plenty of time for that later." His gaze softened, intoxicatingly gentle as he whispered, Luo, once you've given birth, I will have sorted out my affairs, and I'll accompany you every day to explore, all right?" Sang Luo fell silent for a moment, then softly called out, "Duh." She rarely addressed him by name anymore, always referring to him as Your Majesty, which maintained the facade of their respectful relationship. Duotu, surprised by the rare utterance of his name, froze momentarily, unable to conceal his joy. Luo, what is it?" Sang Luo merely glanced at him for 2 seconds, offering a faint smile. "Once the child is born, you must take good care of them, or I will be quite displeased." "I will take good care of both you and the child." 7 days swiftly passed, and the day of childbirth arrived. Marcia Librunata, harboring ulterior motives, intended to feign concern with a visit, but found herself unable to enter the gates. The entirety of Taoyuan Wu was heavily guarded, impenetrable to outsiders. The situation was even more alarming than during the Beast King's previous injury. Duotu, restless and sleepless for several nights, remained by Sang Luo's side, vigilantly monitoring her condition. From morning until nearly evening, she consumed beast crystals, but as twilight approached, she could no longer eat. Clutching her belly, she sensed the little one struggling to emerge. It was time to give birth. Sang Luo inhaled sharply, gripping Duotu's hand. Her pale face beaded with cold sweat as she forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should step outside." Duotu's breath grew heavy, his eyes reddening. I will stay here with you. It would be best for the Beast King to wait outside. Otherwise, your presence may cause emotional distress to the pregnant female, complicating the delivery, advised a shaman. Despite his worries, Duotu had no choice but to step outside and wait. Sang Luo observed the shaman's busy preparations, her heart surprisingly calm. Having given birth twice before, she was well acquainted with the procedures, and any lingering tension quickly dissipated. After waiting for nearly 2 or 3 hours, the movements in her belly intensified. Ah! She gasped in pain, gripping the blanket as the veins on her hand bulged. Upon hearing the sudden scream from the delivery room, Duotu's expression changed drastically, nearly rushing in. Luo Luo. Soon after, a voice emerged from within, faint to the point of evoking deep sympathy. Your Majesty, I'm fine. Could you please fetch me a branch of iris? Quickly activating his healing magic, her body instantly returned to its previous state. Without even changing her clothes, Sang Luo jumped out of bed and looked at the dazed shaman, all of whom she controlled with her mental energy. Approaching one of the short, stout, old shamans, she took a syringe from a tray and squeezed out a bit of the liquid. This liquid was ostensibly for assisting her childbirth, but in truth, it was a deadly poison that could end her life immediately. In reality, it was a newborn lion cub, still without fur, its wrinkled skin rendering it rather unattractive. It was a male lion cub. Sang Luo couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It's you, this little creature, who has caused me so much trouble. You will surely be quite mischievous as you grow." On the bedside table lay a basin of warm water and towels prepared in advance. Sang Luo wet the towel and gently cleaned the little lion. As her fingers brushed its back, she felt 2 protrusions, filled with trepidation. Initially feared that she had given birth to an unhealthy, deformed offspring, as it bore 2 protrusions resembling tumors. Hastily, she turned it over and examined it closely, only to discover that these were, in fact, a pair of underdeveloped wing bones. This little lion was, in every sense, a celestial lion, having awakened the bloodline of the angelic race upon its birth. A wave of astonishment washed over her, and she took a moment to introspect, noticing the emergence of 2 innate powers within her, Yohanzh Nu and P11 Ingzhm. With a flick of her fingers, she conjured a flame that was no longer the familiar golden red, but rather a translucent, ethereal blue. This transformation was likely due to her refining the soul bone during her pregnancy, which elevated the L-Y-Nzh Nu to Y-Yohanzh Nu. While L-Y-Nzh Nu could incinerate matter, it could not extinguish souls. In contrast, Y-Yohanzh Nu not only inherited the destructive potency of its predecessor, but could also obliterate the corporeal form of an enemy along with their spirit, reducing them to mere ashes. This power was nothing short of terrifying. As for P11 Ingzhm, this ability eluded her comprehension for the time being, though she surmised it to be an exceedingly rare form of special talent, likely related to dispelling illusions. This child was undoubtedly endowed with far greater gifts than its father. Her own realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the semi-king stage, mere steps away from attaining true kingship. Wrapping the little lion snugly in a clean blanket, revealing only its pink little head, this was the first time gazed upon the offspring she had just birthed with such earnestness. Unbeknownst to her, tears welled at the corners of her eyes. The little lion would undoubtedly grow into a remarkably beautiful creature. Alas, she lamented, she would likely never witness its maturation. For her departure was imminent. In her final moments, cradled the little lion, wishing to linger a while longer, but the sounds emanating from outside abruptly extinguished her smile, replacing it with a visage of cold disdain. She understood that her time to leave had come. The longer she remained entwined with Du Ti, the deeper his obsession with her grew. Initially, she had believed in Du Ti's assurances, but in retrospect, they were likely mere ploys to keep her tethered. Harbored no illusions that he would allow her to depart freely after the birth of their child, severing all ties. Her patience with Du Ti had long since frayed, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity for a clean break. Taking one last look at the little lion, she pressed a kiss onto its forehead. At that very moment, the tiny creature stirred, extending its little tongue to lick her face and emitting a soft, feeble whimper, with her power coalescing into a blade. She cut through the golden lion-shaped soul mark on her palm, and her figure vanished into thin air. In a sudden onslaught of agony, Du Ti felt a piercing pain in his heart, and in an instant his realm plummeted from true king to the apex of the semi-king stage. With bloodshot eyes, he stumbled to the bedside, only to embrace the lifeless form of. They were already in chaos, for this was a case of postpartum hemorrhage. Your Highness is unharmed, cried one of the as they hurriedly brought forth the child. Yet Du Ti did not even glance at it. He clutched, whose body was growing cold, and wept bitterly. I'm so sorry, Lulu, I'm so sorry. This child had been forced upon them. He could no longer articulate why he had so desperately desired this child. Perhaps it was not merely to consolidate power, but rather to use this child as a means to keep her with him, only to lose her forever. In the YLNS Empire, the Queen's passing elicited national mourning. Reports claim she had succumbed unexpectedly after childbirth, with preliminary investigations suggesting postpartum hemorrhage. However, before the birth, her health indicators had been entirely normal. The Beast King ordered a thorough investigation, and days later, evidence surfaced indicating that the present during the delivery had been bribed to poison the Queen. Further inquiries led to the discovery of poisoned tea within the Queen's palace, ultimately tracing back to the daughter of Prince BLNT. MSHLBLNT protested vehemently, yet was betrayed by her confidant. Accompanied by a white fox beast, her accomplice publicly accused her of orchestrating the entire affair, even pinpointing her acquisition of the poison from the underground market in Sulu City. The Beast King personally led a team to seal off the black market, uncovering the receipts for the poison purchased by MSHLBLNT. The truth was laid bare. The Queen had been poisoned to death. Enraged, the Beast King ordered her immediate execution, and not even her status as a female could save her. Upon hearing the news, Prince BLNT attempted a coup in a desperate bid to avenge his beloved daughter, only to be betrayed by his own trusted subordinates, who had orchestrated a trap that surrounded him with layers of military might, leading to his demise. Simultaneously, the Beast King enumerated the numerous crimes of Prince BLNT, exposing his collusion with various foreign powers, a conspiracy that had existed since the empire's inception, leading to the swift downfall of the illustrious BLN family, whose vast wealth was confiscated by the state, and an elite private army was absorbed into the ranks of the Beast King. The upheaval among the upper echelons of nobility became fodder for the common populace, turning into a topic of drunken merriment. Within taverns, patrons frequently discussed the series of reforms initiated by the new Beast King within just 6 months of his reign. He had implemented multiple reforms to improve the lives of the citizenry, tackled corrupt aristocrats, quelled rebellious factions, and prohibited research into genetic females, exhibiting a decisiveness and capability that far surpassed his predecessor. "Boss, I'd like to settle the bill," said a black-haired youth as he approached the counter. Compared to the towering, muscular beastmen in the tavern, his stature appeared slender and somewhat diminutive, as if he had yet to reach adulthood. Listen to the conversations among the beastmen, nearly forgetting to accept the change handed to her by the proprietor. She had spent most of her time within the palace, utterly unaware of the myriad actions Du Ti had undertaken behind the scenes. He was neither a good son nor a good brother, and certainly not a good person, yet undeniably an exceptional ruler. He would likely prove to be a commendable father as well, and she took solace in the thought that the little lion would be nurtured well under his care. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, sought refuge in a nearby inn to rest. As she prepared to sleep, she reflected on her plans prior to leaving the Beast King's palace. Thanks to her second child, a little mermaid, and its father, she retained the ability to utilize the FNSHN skill, allowing her to create a doppelganger and effect her escape. However, the prison mark left by Du Ti still resided within her, and the doppelganger would easily be identified. Yet, following the birth of the little lion, her realm had risen to the semi-king pinnacle, narrowing the gap between her and Du Ti's power. With a 30% success rate, she decided to attempt the transfer of the prison mark to her doppelganger. Should she fail, she would accept her fate. Fortunately, she succeeded. It seemed even fate conspired to facilitate her departure from Du Ti. However, this alone was insufficient. Du Ti was cautious and cunning, much like his father, with an overwhelming propensity for suspicion. The sudden demise of, who had appeared perfectly healthy before childbirth, could easily arouse his doubts. Should he conduct a thorough investigation, she risked exposure. Thus, intended to leverage MSHLBLNT's malice toward her. adding an extra layer of security to her feigned death. During her previous stay at the palace of MSHLBLNT, she had discreetly controlled a fox beastman with her mental prowess. Once her plan succeeded, she would have him step forward to accuse MSHLBLNT of secretly poisoning her, providing a legitimate cause of death, and ensuring her escape without a trace. Stretching languidly, felt an overwhelming sense of ease. After 2 days of rest, she began to devise her upcoming itinerary. According to the information she gathered over time, the new generation of Tian Shengwang Shou in the Western continent consists solely of these two, and having acquired them, there was no further value in remaining. She must venture to other continents to seek her next target for advancement. Sang Luo had once heard from Kaiser that the cultivation resources in the Eastern continent were even more abundant, and the strength and talents of the beastmen there would likely surpass those in the West. However, before embarking on that journey, she wished to find someone, the one man to whom she owed a debt. Her true identity could no longer be used in the Yalansi Empire. So on her way, Sang Luo casually approached an inconspicuous passerby, used her mental power to control him, took a bit of blood, altered her appearance, and, under the guise of a school staff member visiting homes, went to the residence recorded in the school archives for Lan Rua. Upon arrival, she unexpectedly discovered that Lan Tsang had long since left the Western continent for the Northern continent. Sang Luo had never been to the Northern continent. She had only heard its name from the world map and some scattered gossip among beastmen. The Northern continent, known for its harsh cold, had few inhabitants, yet it occasionally produced extraordinary talents. She decided to first take a tour of the Northern continent. Chapter 75. Arrival at the Northern continent. The harsh environment of the northern ice field exceeded her imagination. The ominous black clouds loomed extremely low, despite it being daytime. The light was dim, and the air seemed shrouded in a layer of gray-blue mist, with howling blizzards roaring like spirits, accompanied by hailstones the size of fists, rampaging across the wretched land beneath her feet. The most terrifying aspect was the sub-zero temperatures. Nothing could survive. It felt as though everything could be frozen. Battling against the relentless blizzard, Sang Luo trudged forward with great difficulty. Before her arrival, she had specifically inquired about the conditions of the northern continent, donned multiple layers of compressed thick clothing, wrapped herself in a cloak, donned a hat, and secured herself tightly, yet she still underestimated the severity of the northern continent's environment. In just a few minutes, her body was covered in a thick layer of snow. From a distance, she almost resembled a snowman. Quickly shaking her head, she used her fire elemental power to clear the snow and moisture from her body, gazing up at the rolling black clouds with a deep sigh. The northern continent remained in a state of winter year-round, and the beastmen who could endure such a frigid place were mostly from the ice field's unique beast tribes, possessing long and dense fur to withstand the cold. Had she fortuitously fallen into the northern continent upon her crossing, she would likely have perished from the cold within mere moments. Constantly nurturing her body with fire elemental power, she could barely adapt to the bone-chilling temperatures. The endless expanse of ice stretched for miles, with towering silver-white birch trees standing majestically, piercing the heavens. Stopping in the forest, Sang Luo touched the texture of the wood, realizing she had found the right place. She chose a nearby tree stump to sit on and took out some jerky to eat. In her line of sight appeared several dark figures of varying heights. As they drew closer, she discerned they were a group of dust-covered beastmen. Their clothing was considerably coarser compared to those from the Western continent, primarily consisting of simple coarse hemp garments, some adorned with animal skins, exuding a primitive ruggedness. The condition of these beastmen was not promising. They appeared as though they had just endured a fierce battle, their expressions gloomy, and many bore injuries, looking quite disheveled. The group of beastmen spotted her as well. The tall and robust tiger beastman waved his hand, calling, "You there, come over." Sang Luo glanced around to confirm they were indeed beckoning her. Though they appeared to have just come from a fierce fight, they did not seem like brutal individuals. She stowed her jerky back in her space and approached them, wondering what they required. "We need you to accompany us for a task, and there will be generous rewards upon its completion." Before she could respond, a rather lanky beastman beside the tiger spoke first. "Boss, this kid looks a bit frail. Are you sure you want him on our team?" Having just emerged from a fierce battle where they lost several brothers, they needed one more person to form a reward team for the task. The northern continent was vast and sparsely populated, and they had only encountered this solitary beastman on their journey. They could not find anyone else to substitute, so they had to make do. However, if he turned out to be too weak, it would indeed hinder their efforts. The tiger beastman then asked Sang Luo, "What rank are you as a beastman?" The group visibly brightened at her response, and the lanky monkey beastman chuckled. "You can't tell at first glance. You look small and unremarkable. Yet you're a 6th rank beastman. Boss, we are truly fortunate." The tiger beastman nodded in satisfaction. "What is your elemental affinity?" Sang Luo initially considered saying fire, but given the unique nature of her infernal flame, which differed from other fire affinities and could easily expose her, she took a different route, saying ice affinity. The group was even more pleased. In this icy realm, an ice affinity would prove advantageous. The tiger beastman patted her shoulder and handed her a pouch of crystals, saying, "Little brother, join us on our journey. Upon completion of the task, you will be rewarded. This is an advance. Don't run off midway." "All right, big brother." Sang Luo accepted the crystals and fell in line with the group. Being new to the northern continent and unfamiliar with the surroundings, she could learn about the situation through them. Thus, Sang Luo was unwittingly drawn into the team under the guise of filling in a vacancy for their task. This group sought to hunt a type of high-ranking ice star beast. Sang Luo followed them for a considerable distance, unsure of their exact location. Suddenly, someone in front called out, "Be cautious and alert." While Sang Luo was scanning the surroundings for potential prey, the ground beneath her suddenly trembled violently as a colossal ice-field worm, several meters long, burst forth from the snow right beneath her. As her rank increased, so too did her physical capabilities and reflexes. She leaped to a safe distance of several dozen meters the moment the colossal worm emerged. Watching the creature with hundreds of legs and scales writhe menacingly, her stomach churning at the near miss of being devoured. "Prepare. Engage." With the tiger beastman's command, the beastmen transformed into their beast forms, charging forth like arrows released from bows. The ice-field worm, covered in hardened scales, was impervious to the teeth and claws of ordinary beastmen, and despite their frantic attempts to bite and claw at its body, they could barely remove a few scales. The giant worm opened its massive mouth lined with hundreds of sharp teeth, lunging at one of the beastmen. The team had evidently done their homework. Someone immediately used a chain made of unknown iron to bind a worm's head, securing it to a massive tree trunk, rendering its head incapable of twisting or attacking. The worm, however, was not to be underestimated. It thrashed its body violently, knocking several beastmen to the ground. Those unable to shake free found themselves ensnared by the worm's massive form, its constricting grip threatening to crush their bodies. As the worm struggled more fiercely, the chains began to fray, and the ancient tree swayed precariously, shedding snowflakes in its wake. The strongest among them, the robust tiger beastman, sank his teeth into a lighter-colored section between the worm's head and abdomen, clearly its weak point. Unfortunately, his teeth did not penetrate the scales, instead inciting the worm's fury, causing it to thrash even more violently. Its scales flared wide, and its tail struck downward, each scale akin to a razor-sharp blade, instantly tearing the tiger beastman's body with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. With a thunderous crash, the ice-field worm broke free from the chains, uprooting the towering ancient tree, which crashed to the ground, sending a flurry of snow into the air. The giant worm then opened its cavernous mouth, lunging at the group of beastmen. Suddenly, a shard of ice, imbued with an overwhelming chill, materialized from the air, swiftly piercing the worm's abdomen. The hardened protective scales were effortlessly penetrated by the seemingly mundane ice shard, creating a sound akin to an explosion in the air. The worm collapsed on the ground, its pale red blood staining the snow around it. Soon, someone realized and crawled over to inspect the corpse of the insect beast. It was dead, slain. The Husho and the others turned to look, astonished to discover that it was that frail male beast that had delivered the fatal blow. How formidable! This was a 7th-tier star beast. It had been killed in a single strike. He could not possibly possess merely the strength of a 6th tier. He must be at least of the same tier, 7th tier. The crowd, not lacking in wit, became noticeably more respectful after their initial shock. The beastmen residing in the northern continent were either indigenous tribes or criminals who had committed offenses on other continents, now seeking refuge in this desolate place. This individual undoubtedly possessed considerable power, but likely preferred to keep his identity concealed, hence his deliberate modesty. The beastmen in the team understood the unspoken rules of their world. No one posed further inquiries, and they continued on their journey as if nothing had occurred. However, their attitude towards Sang Luo improved significantly along the way, tinged with a subtle reverence. Sang Luo accompanied them for several days, slaying 7 or 8 of these ice-field giant worms. After they finished dispatching the giant worms, she chose not to process them, but instead store them directly in her spatial pouch. She remarked that the flesh of high-tier star beasts was delectable, rich in spiritual energy. Once processed, these meats could be sold to certain ingredient shops, and the scales of such star beasts were sharp and sturdy, rivaling that of Xiantai, suitable for sale to weapon and material shops. If they took some time to process them and sold them in batches, they could earn a greater reward. The bounty was calculated based on the entire giant worm submitted, and a single giant worm could fetch upwards of 10,000 beast crystals. "Where do you plan to go next?" asked Sang Luo. "To Pabing City." Sang Luo nodded. "I shall accompany you. It will be a good opportunity to find a place to rest." The beastmen in the northern continent were scarce. Throughout her journey, apart from this bounty team, she had not seen another beastman. The population in the city should be significantly greater, making it more convenient to gather information. According to the hunting team, Pabing City was a major city with considerable development in the northern continent, yet its scale and area were comparable to a medium-sized city in the western continent. The city housed only a few tens of thousands of beastmen, and the roads were wide yet desolate. Shortly after entering the city, they encountered another team. Although they claimed it was an accidental collision, the truth was that the other party had intentionally approached them. Sang Luo noticed that the leader of that team was an ice lizard beastman. Upon seeing their group, his peculiar vertical eyes flicked, and he directly led his men over. "Huche, it's been a long time. I still vividly recall the last time you injured me. What do you intend to do?" Huche said in a deep voice. The team had just endured several fierce battles, and their condition was far from optimal. They had hoped to find a place to recuperate in the city. The others were on high alert. "Oh, do not look at me with such eyes. I mean no harm. It is much better for everyone to be amicable. As long as you hand over all the game you acquired during this hunt, I can overlook past grievances and let you off." "Nonsense," someone shouted angrily. "Why should we hand over the game we toiled for?" "Ha, since you refuse to recognize kindness, then let strength speak. The game belongs to whoever seizes it. One icefield giant worm is worth 10,000 beast crystals. Who could resist such temptation?" Sang Luo quickly realized that the two team leaders were already enemies. With such provocation, the two teams immediately clashed, causing chaos in the city as they overturned numerous public structures, gathering a crowd of onlookers, yet not a single one intervened. Their side soon found themselves at a disadvantage due to exhaustion, but fortunately, the city's patrol team arrived in time to halt the fighting. Fighting and damaging public property were prohibited in Pabing City, disturbing the peace. Bring both teams away and lock them in prison for half a month for reflection. Throughout the ordeal, Sang Luo remained unscathed, yet here she was, merely a few days into her arrival, about to be imprisoned. Suddenly, the commotion ahead ceased, and a tall, imposing man emerged from the crowd. The patrol beastmen immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. "Lord City Master, 2 bounty teams are causing trouble, but we have restrained both parties and there have been no casualties. According to regulations, after a fine, they could be imprisoned for half a month." That voice was deep and magnetic, exuding a robust, masculine charm. Sang Luo felt her heart race, instinctively turning to gaze at the crowd. For a moment, her breath caught. The man wore a black hooded cloak, tall and silent like the midnight sky. Merely standing there, he effortlessly captivated everyone's attention, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. From Sang Luo's viewpoint, half of his face was shrouded in black cloth, revealing a stark, chiseled jawline that invited curiosity. Suddenly, he glanced in her direction. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew, revealing his strikingly handsome features. His downward gaze was cold and sharp, imbued with a fierce killing intent honed through countless encounters with life and death, exuding an intense sense of aggression and intimidation. Sang Luo felt her eyes moisten unexpectedly. It had been so long since she had seen him. Lansong had matured significantly over the past year, standing even taller and more imposing. Despite wearing such heavy clothing, the powerful, terrifying muscle contours were still apparent, radiating an exhilarating masculine energy. Lan Song was about to leave, but seemed to sense something, pausing to scan the crowd. Yet, he did not spot the familiar silhouette he had longed for. He chuckled softly to himself. What was he thinking? How could she possibly be here? Just as he was about to turn away, a voice called out, Lan Song. He stiffened, unable to react before being enveloped in an embrace. Sang Luo, unable to control her emotions, rushed forward. She intended to reconnect warmly, but in the next instant, she was unceremoniously pushed away. She looked up in shock, meeting the man's dangerously cold gaze. Lan Song's thin lips coldly commanded, "Seize him." Who is this person? How dare he offend the city master? His motives are suspicious. He must be an illegal entity sent by another city. Quickly apprehend him. Do not let him escape. Sang Luo's eyes widened as she quickly realized that she was still in disguise, and Lan Song must have mistaken her for an unknown rogue beastman. Wait, I am here to seek refuge with the city master. Please take me in. Sang Luo, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed. If the city master does not believe me, I can have someone check the surveillance. I did not participate in this brawl. I implore you, city master, grant me justice. Lan Song cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent as he gestured for an orc to review the street surveillance footage. Although she had not participated in the brawl, as a member of the bounty team, she was also suspect of incitement, and according to the regulations, she ought to be detained alongside the others. The other captives were ushered into the cells, while Lan Song instructed, "You, stay behind." After uttering these words, he turned and departed, commanding, "Come with me." The two orcs from the hunting team were left dumbfounded, questioning why she was afforded special treatment. Was it merely because she had dared to touch the lord of the city, or was it simply her audacious demeanor? Sang Luo offered them a glance of goodwill and waved her hand, hastening to follow after him. Upon reaching the lord's manor, Lan Song ordered everyone else to leave, leaving only her in the room. He shed his heavy cloak, tossing it carelessly onto a chair. Clad in deep green-brown cargo pants and a snug black tank top, his physique was strikingly well-defined, each inch of muscle radiating a magnetic sensuality. The faintly prominent veins in his arms were unmistakable. It was utterly captivating. Sang Luo swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on him. He appeared even more robust than before. The youthful innocence had given way to a mature and formidable presence. His skin seemed slightly darker, a tantalizing shade of soft honey. The once pure pup had transformed into a hardened man. Noticing the frail male orc's persistent gaze, Lan Song's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He cleared his throat, pulled out 2 chairs, and invited her to sit, inquiring, "How do you know my name?" He had always used the alias Li in the northern continent, and no one had ever known his true identity. "Are you an orc from the western continent?" he probed. Sang Luo, uncertain if there were any females in Lan Song's life, deemed it unwise to disclose her identity at this moment, as it might disrupt his current existence. She nodded slightly. "Where did you learn of my identity?" he asked again. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed unusually patient today. Under normal circumstances, a mysterious male orc like this would have been swiftly interrogated in the dungeons. Yet he had not entertained such thoughts, his tone unconsciously softening in her presence. "I am acquainted with Lan Ruo," Sang Luo quickly reasoned. "I am a student at Yalansi Academy, and we are classmates. I expressed my desire to seek a livelihood in the northern continent, and he suggested I reach out to his brother, who resides there. I recognized you in the crowd. You bear a resemblance to him." She added cautiously, "I hope I haven't mistaken you." "You are not mistaken. Lan Ruo is indeed my younger brother." However, it was highly unlikely that Lan Ruo would divulge such information to outsiders. Though the explanations seemed tenuous, Lan Song found no substantial flaws. He scrutinized the frail male orc before him, initially hoping to detect some hint of deceit in his eyes. Yet, as he continued to gaze, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and his face flushed. He abruptly stood, his expression darkening. Had he just felt an uncontrollable urge to touch the orc's face? Lan Song refused to believe that his affections had shifted following his loss. Moreover, his heart was solely for Luo Luo, lord of the city. "Might I inquire if you could arrange a menial job for me in the city?" Sang Luo remained oblivious to his shifting demeanor, her tone ingratiating. "Since you are an acquaintance of my brother, you may stay in the city. There is a job available for street cleaning. If you wish to take it, you may," Lan Song replied before hastily dismissing her, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. His aura darkened, as though he wished to avoid looking at her any longer. Sang Luo stared at the closed door, exasperated. After a year apart, why had his temperament soured so significantly? After all her efforts, she had been assigned a trivial task of sweeping the streets. Nevertheless, at least she wouldn't be facing imprisonment. She could manage this for the short time she intended to stay. Observing that the lord of the city seemed to be thriving, she reassured herself that she had no reason to worry. Indeed, she had not been concerned at all. Once the individuals at the entrance departed, Lansong's thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a subordinate. "Slowly remove your clothing," he instructed. "Oh, all right, boss, whatever you say," the orc stammered. "Remove your clothing," Lansong repeated, his expression cold. The orc, startled, trembled at the prospect of losing his modesty. Whispers among them suggested that the boss, having attained the rank of king at such a young age, was in the prime of his life, surrounded by numerous females vying for his attention. Yet, he had shown no interest in them at all. The rumors suggested that he preferred males. "Boss, I only fancy young females. I still hope to have offspring," he stammered, hesitating but ultimately complying, removing his shirt while closing his eyes and trembling as he reached for his trousers. "Please be gentle with me, boss." Lansong's expression darkened further. "Get out." All right, I'm going." The orc bolted away, as if granted a reprieve. Lying back on the couch, Lansong took a deep breath, assuring himself that he was fine in that regard. He contemplated summoning someone, but felt that his increased attention towards the orc would betray Luoluo. Overwhelmed by conflicting emotions, he resolved to cast aside these thoughts and venture out of the city to hunt star beasts for some peace. Unbeknownst to him, his departure would lead to increasingly outrageous rumors circulating within the city. Within a mere day, females were weeping while males experienced mixed emotions. When the gossip reached Sang Luo's ears, she found it utterly absurd yet amusing. She was intimately aware of Lansong's situation. She inquired of a passerby, "Has the lord of the city truly had no female companion all this time?" "None at all." When the lord first arrived in the city, many local families' females believed they had struck gold and eagerly offered marriage proposals. Yet the lord rejected every single one. The former lord of Shiyue City even attempted to matchmake his daughter with the lord, as she is a peak 6th-tier female, with the potential to ascend to 7th tier, capable of bearing offspring with a king-ranked beast. Yet, the lord showed no interest whatsoever. Initially, we thought it was due to his lofty standards, but now it appears evident that he favors males. Speaking of which, the lord recently pardoned you from a crime and assigned you such an easy and well-paying job. Surely, he is fond of your type, but you are far too frail for his taste. The lord does not prefer females. Naturally, he must favor masculine figures, likely those who are robust and strong. Do you think the lord is the dominant or submissive one? Given the lord's prowess, he must be the dominant. Sang Luo found herself overwhelmed, unable to bear the conversation any longer, and made her swift exit. The carefully crafted image of Lansong had been shattered. Yet, reflecting on the orc's words, she realized he had been alone for an extended period, likely awaiting her return. As memories of the past surfaced, a bittersweet sensation stirred within Sang Luo's heart. Just then, she encountered an orc she recognized, who was on his way to deliver something to the lord. "Big brother, you go about your business. I will deliver this to the lord," she offered. "Thank you for your assistance." Sang Luo turned towards the lord's manor, determined to confront him. She would make him regret his harsh demeanor. The scoundrel would soon find himself in tears. Upon her arrival at the lord's manor, before she could even step inside, a cacophony of shattering objects reached her ears, followed by the sight of the white-haired female being hastily expelled from the premises. She appeared disheveled, her complexion exceedingly pallid. Yet there was nothing she could do but depart. Before leaving, she inadvertently collided with S-ing Lu, casting an angry glare in her direction. S-ing Lu, perplexed, entered the room with her belongings. Suddenly, an undefined white object flew out with a whoosh, prompting her to dodge swiftly, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. "Get out!" came the furious growl of a man from within. S-ing Lu sensed something was amiss and tentatively called out, "Seeing?" After a brief silence, his voice came low and strained, "Don't come over." Concerned, she probed with her mental energy and saw him stumbling toward the bathroom. He turned on the shower. Icy water cascading over his body. His face and neck were flushed with an unusual redness. That woman had drugged him. He felt an unbearable heat coursing through him. particularly in his lower abdomen, the veins in his arms bulging as if he were aflame. Despite being drenched in cold water, the fire within him refused to abate, intensifying instead, desperate for an outlet. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Upon seeing her, his pupils dilated, and his voice emerged from clenched teeth. "Get out, or else I will kill you." With raven hair and snow-white skin, her peach-blossom cheeks and alluring moonlit eyes seemed to draw in the very souls of men. The higher the realm, the more exquisite the appearance, a principle applicable to both genders. Though her features had not dramatically changed, they were now remarkably more enchanting. Her skin was delicate and pale as jade, and her figure had become elegantly slender, curvaceous in all the right places. In her previous life, Essing Lu had merely been a fairly attractive young woman, yet now, each glance in the mirror left her mesmerized by her own beauty. N.C. Ng's dark eyes quivered, momentarily lost in reverie, his breath hitching. "Lulu." Essing Lu gazed at the man leaning against the wall in disarray. The moment he beheld her, he could no longer restrain the desires within him. His clothes, soaked with cold water, clung to his subtly defined muscles, revealing a towering desire beneath. "You must be suffering greatly. Allow me to assist you." Essing Lu tenderly caressed his belt, her captivating eyes shimmering. Before she could further entice him, he swiftly enveloped her in his arms, overpowering her beneath him. A man who had abstained for over a year was indeed formidable. In her memories, N.C. Ng had always been gentle, patient, and considerate of her feelings. Only after this bout of unrestrained indulgence did she realize the extent of his previous restraint and the suffering he had endured. Essing Lu wrapped one arm around his neck while the other gently intertwined through his soft black hair, resting his head against her shoulder, whispering sweetly, "Be gentle. Lulu, I have missed you dearly." He showered kisses upon her collarbone and shoulders, tirelessly marking every inch of her skin with his essence, compensating for years of solitude. The following afternoon, Essing Lu awoke in a daze, with N.C. Ng still beside her. Their clothes lay haphazardly strewn across the floor, his long, strong arms securely encircling her tender waist, his deep black eyes fixed intently upon her. Essing Lu smiled softly, wrapping her arms around his waist, playfully inquiring, "What's wrong? Do you think you're dreaming?" N.C. Ng, under the covers, grasped her wandering hand with the other, resting his forehead against her face. His voice low and husky, laced with post-indulgence languor. I thought it was yet another empty joy. Over the past year, he had dreamt of her more than once. Each night, the joy of having her back would vanish upon waking, leaving him alone to face the cold solitude. At that moment, N.C. Ng gently caressed Essing Lu's face, kissing her warm lips, inhaling her intoxicating scent, finally affirming that everything before him was indeed real. Soon, a litter of little wolf cubs would likely arrive. "I'm sorry, Lulu. I thought you would never seek me out again, so I indulged in my dreams." N.C. Ng leaned in closer, tenderly kissing the bruises on her skin, his heart filled with satisfaction. Essing Lu asked, "Why would you think that? Do you perceive me as the kind of person who would abandon you?" "Naughty Lulu. How could I have another partner?" N.C. Ng retorted, playfully biting her lip in frustration. When he learned of her death, he nearly succumbed to despair, only surviving for the sake of his younger brother, who needed support for his education. He had even planned to complete one last significant task before settling his brother's tuition and seeking her out. "Don't put this blame on me," Essing Lu exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. "I did ask you, and you didn't deny it. Nor did I admit it," he murmured softly. Fine. You've dug a pit for her to fall into." He was so awkwardly evasive, insisting she guess his feelings. Anyone would misconstrue it. The brooding man was truly a headache. However, she found his quirks endearing. Essing Lu clung to him sweetly for a while longer, her hands wandering over N.C. Ng's lean, attractive waist and abdomen, until suddenly, she felt something intriguing, her eyes lighting up as her head dove beneath the covers. N.C. Ng stiffened, hurriedly pulling her back, his ears flushed crimson, stammering, That just ended. If you still want, wait for me to." "Essing Lu, what are you thinking? What is that tattoo on your side? Show me." N.C. Ng, blushing, pulled down the covers just enough to conceal his lower back. Essing Lu then beheld the tattoo etched onto his side. It bore her name. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently traced the inked letters. "Where did you get this?" On the night I left XDL, I carved it myself with a knife, he replied, his voice muffled, tinged with a hint of childishness, revealing a vulnerability when faced with her. Did it hurt? Not all. Did you miss me? Yes, every day, all day and night. It's been unbearable. She was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Then why didn't you come find me after reaching the royal tier? Seeing pressed her down onto the bed, burying his head in her neck. His deep voice carrying a tone of melancholy. I heard you enter the palace and became the new Beast King's mate. He longed to stand by her side, not out of a desire for pity or guilt, but from a genuine wish to be her equal. Seeing understood that Essing Lu would not have him as her only mate, and he never aspired for much. He merely wished to be able to stand beside her openly. What kind of existence was the Beast King? The most gifted, highest ranking, and most powerful beast in the entire empire. He could not compare. Seeing had never been interested in power, yet now he desperately sought strength and authority, which was why he had become the Lord of Ing, expanding his influence. Pursuing power excessively could lead one astray from their true self. Essing Lu mused, letting out a sigh. She did not believe that the sunny, gentle youth she had once known was merely a facade. Perhaps MT was not inherently bad, but had simply strayed down the wrong path. However, there was no possibility between them now. He had never inquired about her past before coming, yet he sensed her aversion to the Empire and the Western continent, likely due to some unforeseen events she had encountered. The Beast King of YLNS would not have allowed the Queen to secretly cross into another continent. It seemed the news of his demise had yet to reach the northern continent. Essing Lu, noticing the hopeful yet anxious gaze of the man before her, understood that what he truly wished to ask was, will you stay? Life in the northern continent was harsh, but there were abundant cultivation resources. She had broken through to the royal beast tier within a year, and thus wished to remain there, hoping for greater opportunities in the future. Seeing, feeling somewhat ashamed, expressed, you have already reached the royal tier. If I do not strive earnestly, I may truly lose the right to stand before you. You are truly remarkable. At the very least, I shall protect you. Let us see who dares to bully you. Luo, you are indeed unlike the other females. Typically, females do not favor males who are weaker than themselves, as they perceive them as a burden, wishing to discard them at the earliest opportunity. Only you could utter such words. Lansong smiled, momentarily uncertain whether to feel sorrowful that his realm could hardly compare to hers, or to rejoice in his fortune of receiving the exclusive affection of the female he cherished. I speak the truth, Song Tsong. You are the only male who does not care about innate strength. Lansong's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. Forgive me, Luo. If only my talents were greater, I could be of more assistance to you. Before he could finish speaking, Sang Luo kissed his lips. I think you are wonderful. Lansong's heart thundered, nearly leaping from his chest. He could no longer contain the fervent emotions within him. He lowered his head and bit into her side. Sang Luo gasped, witnessing Lansong half kneeling beside her thigh, licking away the blood that trickled from her waist. The wound quickly scabbed over, leaving a wolf-shaped soul mark at the same spot as his tattoo. Luo, I shall belong to you forever, until I give up my life. Sang Luo covered his mouth, warning him not to speak such things. Those who utter such words and stories often meet an untimely demise. What does that mean? It means nothing. Sang Luo touched her belly and planted a kiss on his lips. It's all your fault. After all this fuss, I'm quite hungry. By the way, I've missed your cooking so much this past year. I've been waiting for you to prepare a meal for me. Upon hearing this, Lansong hurriedly dressed and leaped from the bed. I will go make you something to eat. The tough little wolf, upon encountering his wife, crumbled in an instant. Chapter 78. With such a husband, what more could a wife desire outside the city lord's residence? Several young male beastmen peered curiously inside. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling them. Lansong, rolling up his sleeves as he emerged, glanced at them. What are you lot doing here, idling about? We just came to take a look. We'll leave soon. They dared not mention that they had heard a male had entered the city lord's quarters and had not emerged for an entire day and night, which had utterly shocked the beast folk. They were merely curious to see if the rumors were true. Say, boss, are you going out? Were the star beasts not all exterminated outside the city? Lansong headed toward the kitchen. I'm going to cook. What? Boss, you can cook? We brothers had no idea. Their time here had been quite miserable. The northern continent was nearly devoid of resources, and they survived on nutrient liquids daily. The storeroom in the city lord's residence still had some food supplies, which, even in this frigid weather, could remain unspoiled for over half a month. The group erupted into excited chatter. "Boss, we want to taste your cooking too." The boss is so considerate of his subordinates. He must have seen how hard we worked slaying star beasts recently and wants to reward us with a meal, right? Away with you. Lan Gangs, gulp. I think you lot are too idle. I'll assign you more tasks. Boss, please don't. After finally having a couple of peaceful days, I want to rest a bit longer. Lan Song retrieved some meat and vegetables from the storeroom and busied himself in the kitchen. Their curiosity only intensified. Did you see that? The boss was smiling so widely it was as if he couldn't close his mouth. After following him for so long, we've never seen him this happy. What could be the reason for such joy? Why is he personally cooking? Before they could finish their speculations, the door opened again. Upon seeing the slender figure with raven hair and snow-white skin, the young males' faces flushed crimson, their tongues tied, and they stood frozen like wooden stakes. A female? How did a male enter, but a female emerged? Where did this lovely female come from? Sang Luo had just finished dressing and was greeted by the sight of several stunned young males, all handsome and charming. She was about to greet them with a smile when they suddenly turned crimson and, with a yelp, transformed into their beast forms and bolted away. What is happening? Am I that frightening? Surely they're just shy? The city indeed resembled a monastery, filled with a group of single men. During her few days in the Broken Eye City, she had scarcely seen any females. Sang Luo went to assist in the kitchen. Lan Song stood at the stove, tying on an apron and rolling up his sleeves, revealing his long, sturdy arms. Under the light, his lightly honey-toned skin was enticing. Sang Luo stood at the doorway, nearly forgetting her purpose for coming. Luo, the dishes are ready. Please help me fetch some plates." Lan Song, hearing the sound, glanced at her with a smile. Wiping his hands on the apron, he took the plates, served the dishes, and set them on the table, presenting a dozen dishes, all of which were her favorites. Sang Luo's stomach had been growling with hunger as she savored a mouthful of hot, home-cooked food alongside freshly steamed rice. She sighed contentedly. This is what happiness in life is all about. It's so delicious. I'm glad you like it. Lan Song watched her eat with a heart full of satisfaction, joining her for a few bites of rice. The ingredients here are limited. When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare even more for you. He whispered after you left. I learned a few new recipes and have been wanting you to try them, but there was never a chance. Song, you are truly a gentle and considerate beast husband. Lan Song's ears turned slightly pink. So, will there be a reward tonight? 36 positions to choose from. Ahem. Luo. Hee. Please give me another bowl of rice. Lan Song, blushing, went to serve her rice. His footsteps hurried, yet revealing his eager anticipation. Sang Luo looked at his retreating figure with a smile. Steady and composed, emotionally stable, gentle and attentive. And a skilled cook, if one were to seek a man for a stable life, Lan Song would undoubtedly be the prime choice. After they finished their meal, Lan Song inquired, "Do you have any belongings left from when you arrived? I can help you move them over." Implicitly, he wished for her to reside in the city lord's residence with him. Sang Luo shook her head. "I came alone and brought nothing. For the past few days, I've rented a small room in the city and furnished it with a few items. Moving or not moving is fine by me. Let me help you move your things. If you need additional furniture or daily necessities, just let me know, and I shall procure them for you." The city lord's residence has many vacant rooms, yet Sang Luo did not specify which room she wished to occupy. Lan Song, taking the initiative, moved her belongings into his own bedroom, ensuring they would share a living space. After all, his bedroom was quite spacious with a large bed, ample enough for two to sleep together. Sang Luo had initially intended for Lan Song to prepare the empty room next door for her, but seeing how readily he had arranged everything, she decided to indulge his little whim. In the northern continent, 60% of the beastmen were native tribes, while the remaining 40% were migrants from other regions. Generally, they were less equipped to withstand the cold and wore heavy clothing outdoors. Lan Gang, recalling how he had sent Sang Luo out to sweep the streets just a few days prior, felt a pang of concern upon seeing her in such thin attire. He insisted she refrain from going out for the next few days. He then purchased several high-quality bear fur coats and personally made her a few thick garments to keep her warm. Sore, Luo. The conditions in the northern continent are harsh and cannot compare to your previous life. I will strive to provide you with a better life. ensuring you do not have to endure hardship with me. Sang Luo shook her head, smiling. I actually quite like it here. The northern continent is sparsely populated, and its resources remain largely untapped. It conceals treasures beneath the surface that are no less than those in the western continent, and they are all unclaimed. The early bird catches the worm. You should work hard to seize more resources. This is a tremendous opportunity that must not be squandered, were it not for the fact that her primary line of work did not involve this. Sang Luo would have considered claiming some land in the northern continent to develop its resources, undoubtedly leading to immense wealth. Lansong discerned the ambition in her eyes and smiled. My city is yours. Such a situation is untenable. The inhabitants of the city are all your people. Why would they pledge their loyalty to me? They might think I am here through favoritism. Furthermore, I have yet to encounter a female city lord. In the beast world, females hold a prestigious position, yet their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Coupled with the generally modest talents, there are only a handful of females in high office. There are, indeed, female city lords. For instance, when I first traveled to the northern continent, I befriended a female city lord from the Ice Bear clan. And then there was the female from the Snow Fox clan, Aaliyah, whom you met last time. She is a 6th-tier beastman and has awakened her innate abilities. It is highly probable she will become the next city lord of Shuyue City. The contest for power knows no gender. It is solely dependent on strength. High-ranking females can likewise vie for authority. Some females may not possess considerable strength themselves, but can command numerous high-ranking males, ensuring the propagation of exceptional offspring, thus establishing a clan or tribe and becoming an esteemed matriarch. While the vision is idyllic, the reality presents numerous challenges. For now, Sang Luo's primary objective remains ascension. As he stated, strength is the foundation of all. Indeed, Luo, pursue whatever you desire without worry. All that I have belongs to you. Speak your wishes, and I shall endeavor to assist you in achieving them. Sang Luo embraced him, feeling that with such a husband, there is nothing more to seek. Lansong may not be the mightiest of beastly husbands, yet he stands like a steadfast wall, unwaveringly awaiting her whenever she turns to look back. Chapter 79. Discovery of the mine. After a night of revelry, they arose early. The townsfolk were now aware of the situation and had cleared up the misunderstandings. At last, Icebreaking City has welcomed its Lady Lord. The lady is so stunning. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to become her second partner. And I, although I cannot compare to the City Lord, am still a 7th-tier beast man. Even if I cannot be a side husband, I am willing to be a clandestine lover. I beseech the lady for her favor. Lady, look at me. I have just come of age, am full of vigor, and have many tricks to offer. Please take me under your wing. The city buzzed with excitement as the recently matured single males, upon seeing Sang Luo's true form, seemed to have entered a premature mating frenzy, eagerly promoting themselves. Lansong's expression darkened, and Sang Luo teased him, perhaps regretting his earlier comments. No regrets. You are my partner, and I shall make it known to the world. As for those youthful males in heat, a good thrashing will set them straight. On their way back, Lansong held her hand gently, remarking that the townsfolk welcomed her warmly. Should you wish to stay here, you are most welcome. Sang Luo smiled, assuring him she would return to see him. Good. Lansong felt reassured by her words. A charming smile gracing his lips as they strolled leisurely through the city. The shops of the northern continent may not rival the splendor of the western continent, yet they offer many rare materials not found elsewhere. Sang Luo, feeling whimsical, entered a stone gambling shop. With the clerk's enthusiastic persuasion, she purchased an unremarkable gamble stone. Upon cutting it open, it revealed an entire block of jade, exceptionally rare, of flawless emerald green, warm to the touch, perfect for crafting beads or bracelets. What captivated her most was the spiritual energy emanating from the stone. Indeed, the esteemed female is exceptionally fortunate. This is an exceedingly rare by Hun jade. When fashioned into a pendant, it can nourish the body, making it ideal for females. Spending a few low-tier beast crystals on a gamble stone, she struck gold with this exquisite spiritual jade. Many beastmen gathered around, marveling at the unexpected high-quality find from such a humble shop. Lansong also purchased a few gamble stones, but they yielded only ordinary materials. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Luo, your luck is beyond compare. Sang Luo was keenly aware that it was not mere fortune. She had sensed the aura of spiritual treasures before entering and had immediately spotted the gamble stone radiating that energy. Lansong sent the jade to a jade workshop to be crafted into a bracelet and pendant, with the remaining scraps fashioned into beads to be collected in a few days. She hurriedly used her fire spiritual power to warm a small cub, which weakly opened its eyes, letting out a feeble whimper, appearing too weak to move. Sang Luo retrieved some dried meat from her space to feed it. I recognized this cub. Its father was slain by a starved beast not long ago, leaving it unattended. It must have sought food, Lansong remarked. Once the cub regained some strength and could walk, Sang Luo brought out a large bag of dried meat, which it eagerly snatched and ran off with. Most of the residents of Icebreaking City are migrant beastmen. The number of females is limited, and the cubs born are few. Unfortunately, several perish each year, especially those born weak this year, who struggle to survive the harsh winter, with only half of the cubs managing to grow up successfully. This is not the first time Lansong has witnessed such a situation. He feels pity, but does not intervene excessively. He grew up accustomed to such realities and sees no cruelty in it, especially given that the survival rules of the northern continent favor the fittest. Those unable to endure the harsh conditions are doomed to be eliminated. Over generations, the native beastmen of the northern continent have evolved to possess robust physiques and formidable strength. Sang Luo comprehends this principle, yet still feels a pang of compassion. She has never encountered such instances of winter fatalities. Is fuel scarce in the northern continent? I noticed several patches of forest outside the city. If we cut some wood for fire, it would last quite a while. That wood is heavy with moisture, low in fiber, and contains little oil. It does not burn well, Lansong explained. There exists a highly precious fire source stone, rich in fire spiritual energy. A single piece can burn for an extended period, yet the mining sources have not been explored underground thus far. Previously, many beastmen from a northern continent attempted to mine these sources, but with little success. Fire source stones? I believe I know where to find some. Gather a few people and follow me. Sang Luo suddenly recalled a location she had seen upon arriving at the northern continent, where a dense red fire spiritual energy was emanating. She had thought it to be some kind of spectacle and had inquired with other bounty hunters, but none had noticed it. Only she could perceive that surge of spiritual energy. With a stroke of inspiration, Sang Luo deduced the innate ability of the little lions and recognized this as an excellent opportunity for verification. Lansong, without doubt, quickly assembled a team to follow her to the nearby hill and commanded them to begin excavating. Dozens of beastmen transformed into large, dog-sized giant groundhogs, swiftly digging trenches. By nightfall, they had excavated nearly 100 meters. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the depths. Boss, we have discovered the mining source of the fire source stone. Are you certain? Absolutely. Over 100 beastmen cheered joyously. Lansong's breath quickened with excitement. Luo, you are indeed the savior of all the city's citizens. If it were merely a trivial task to locate the mining source, how splendid it would be. Let us hurry and excavate to bring the fire crystal stones to the surface. Sang Luo glanced down into the depths of the mine, noting its considerable depth, resembling an abyssal pit with no visible end in sight. The mine is quite deep. The ore below may pose challenges for extraction. We shall manage. Lansong instructed the snow sculpture beastman and several agile beastmen to descend with boxes and iron chains. Lansong inquired of the beastmen who had just emerged, how much or is still left underground?